what I know. Better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes. Call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right.
Starting off with chapter 23, Invasion. Konoha outskirts. About half a mile outside of Konoha, there was an Anbu team doing patrol. It was a regular mission, and they seemed calm, as patrol missions very rarely presented any trouble at all. Although they seemed calm on the outside, all of the Anbu personnel were warned about the incoming invasion, and as such they were all on high alert. They just didn't show it. Suddenly, an Anbu of said team stopped and looked around. "Sense anything?" another Anbu asked. "No, Captain," the Anbu that stopped replied. Well, he replied another thing to his team leader using the Anbu sign language. "Possible shinobi group," the Anbu said, and the leader nodded. The Anbu quickly and stealthily approached the encampment and saw about 8 sand shinobi gathered in a circle. In the middle of the circle were kanji spread through it and stopping just near each of the sand shinobi's feet. Each of the sand shinobi had a small scroll in their mouths and was going through hand seals very slowly. From the looks of it, the technique seemed awfully complicated, and it seemed they must not get it wrong. "Looks like a summoning ring," one Anbu said to their captain. "Yes, we can't allow them to summon anything. Get in your positions," the captain ordered. "I can't allow that," a voice suddenly said behind them. They all turned around and saw a man. He had auburn hair, dark eyes. He wore a simple black jacket and pants with mesh armor underneath. He carried a small canister strapped to his hip. It was none other than the Yondaime Kage himself. Suddenly, what appeared to be sand started flowing out of his canister, and quickly and swiftly it wrapped around all 4 Anbu, crushing them to death. "Let's get this over with," the Kage commanded. Stadium, with the crowd. "What's this?" Sakura asked as she watched feathers start falling from nowhere, making her sleepy. "Genjutsu?" she asked, right before breaking the illusion. "Genjutsu?" Sasuke wondered as he also broke the illusion. "We are being invaded by the sound and the sand," Kakashi explained, as he fought against a couple of sound shinobi. "What?" Sakura yelled. "The sand is our allies," she stated. "They are no longer our allies. We knew about this invasion since the end of the second phase of the Chunin exams, so we are prepared," Kakashi said, trying to ease worries of a fresh genin. "Then why didn't we know?" Sasuke asked, getting pissed off by being kept in the dark. "We had to keep it a secret, so he didn't find out we knew," Kakashi said. Sakura was pretty much terrified from what was happening. She never had any real type of mission aside from the wave mission that got bumped into an A rank, so she was pretty fresh. Sakura was from a civilian family, and as such, she was prepared for the hardships of shinobi life, and lived her life sheltered in Konoha. Sakura was about to ask another thing when they noticed Gaara explode in sand, and showed his fully transformed Biju. Sakura never got so scared in her life and seen such a colossal beast right in front of her. In that moment, she realized what people must have faced when the Kyuubi attacked 14 years ago. Sensei, Gaara, Sakura tried to say, but her voice didn't reach her. She looked around, and everyone from her graduation class was sleeping along with the civilians. Only Sakura, Hinata, and apparently Sasuke managed to spell the Genjutsu. Sasuke is an arrogant kid, but he isn't without skill. "Don't worry, Sakura. I said we planned for this, and Naruto will take care of Gaara," Kakashi said. "You mean that Dobi knew while me and Uchiha Elite didn't?" Sasuke asked. "This isn't the time, Genin," Kakashi said in a serious voice. "Your mission is to help evacuate the civilians to the shelters. Wake up your classmates and separate into teams. Go!" Kakashi commanded, and Sakura immediately jumped to her feet while Sasuke was reluctant but nodded as well. "Hinata, team up with Zabuza and Haku, and start sweeping and treating those you can," Kakashi said, and she nodded. "Holy!" Kakashi all but yelled when he looked at the arena and saw a massive poof of smoke. But the surprising part was that the smoke wasn't coming from Shikaku, but rather from Naruto himself. Kage box. When Orochimaru gave the signal to start the invasion, the entire Kage box erupted in smoke, blocking the sight of the Kages, and making the guards take defensive maneuvers to ensure the safety of their leaders. Every one of them jumped from the Kage box into the nearby roof. What neither of them expected was for the Kazekage's guards to suddenly become 4 people, each one of them taking a corner of the roof. Each one of the guards was from the sound. All of them went through the same hand seals at the same time. They all shouted, "Ninpo, Shishinjin, Ninja Art, 4 Flames Formation," and a purple barrier like the one in the arena emerged and trapped the Kages inside. Inside the barrier was the Hokage, the Raikage, the Kazekage, and surprisingly there was also Jiraiya, who managed to follow his sensei to the roof and also got trapped inside. "What's the meaning of this?" Raikage asked, not pleased with what was happening. Each of the Kages was keeping a secure distance from each other. "I'm sorry for not warning you, Raikage Dono, but I didn't know which side you would take," the Hokage spoke and made the Raikage glare at him. "Explain!" the Raikage almost shouted. "Let me do the honors, Raikage," the Kazekage said, before removing his clothes and revealed a smirking Orochimaru. "Orochimaru?" the Raikage asked, not believing his eyes. How could Orochimaru be posing as the Kazekage, and neither he nor his guards noticed it? "I am," Orochimaru replied with a twisted smile. "Now, sensei, let the fun begin," Orochimaru said, licking his lips in anticipation. "You fool. It's 3 against 1. You stand no chance," Raikage replied, getting raised eyebrows from the Hokage and Jiraiya. Kumo and Konoha were never on really good terms since the Hyuga kidnapping. "Free?" the Hokage asked hopefully. "Yes, I will fight with you. Consider it an apology for my father's mistakes," the Raikage said, before gathering his voice and shouting, "Kumo! We fight for Konoha! Hi!" Darui and Killabee yelled from outside the barrier before splitting off and going to face the Sound and Sand ninja head-on. "I appreciate it, Raikage Dono," the Hokage said. Perhaps there was hope to an alliance between the 2 most powerful hidden villages. "Yes. Now, let's skin a snake," the Raikage said, smirking. Orochimaru never expected Kumo to join Konoha. That is why, even though the Raikage was present, Orochimaru still launched his invasion. "Naive," Orochimaru said before going through hand seals. Orochimaru may be a lot of things, but one thing he wasn't was stupid, and as such he was prepared for such odds. "Tiger, snake, dog, dragon." Orochimaru went through the hand seals and clapped his hands. "Kuchios no Jutsu, Edo Tensei," Orochimaru said, and almost immediately 4 coffins sprouted from the ground. The coffin slowly opened and revealed 4 shinobi seemingly dead, but in reality they were just waiting for Orochimaru to activate them for the upcoming battle. "Shit!" Raikage, Hokage, and Jiraiya all fought at the same time when they saw who was in each of the summoned coffins. Arena. Naruto watched in wonder at the sheer size of the Shikaku. "That's one big raccoon," Naruto said. "Hayate," Naruto said, turning to him. "Leave the arena," Naruto said, and he nodded, knowing full well that Naruto was responsible for taking him down, and having him there could disturb Naruto's fight. "Kurama, juice me," Naruto fought to his partner. "Okay," Kurama replied before saying chakra to Naruto. Almost instantly, a semi-transparent red cloak enveloped Naruto. His eyes turned blood red with a black vertical slit in the middle. His whisker marks became more pronounced, and his fangs elongated. On Naruto's back, 9 chakra tails were swinging wildly, as if they had a mind of their own. Naruto placed his hands in a cross sign and said, "Taju Kage Bunshi no Jutsu, Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu," and in an instant, nearly 2,000 clones popped into existence, consuming his cloak, each one of them with enough chakra to match a Jonin. There were Naruto's as far as the eye could see. "Spread through the village. Your priority is to protect and evacuate the civilians. Provide assistance where you can," Naruto ordered. "Hi!" all the clones chorused before jumping away from the arena, leaving their career to fight the Ichibi. Naruto placed his hands again in a cross sign and said, "In hand Shadow Clone," and a single clone poofed into existence. This clone was like the rest, however, he was reinforced, making him more durable than the others, and capable of taking hits before dispelling. "Join with Hinata-chan and protect her," he said, and the clone nodded before using Hirashi to teleport himself to Hinata. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said, and 4 clones proved into existence. Kurama, I'll put up a barrier. Can you take control of the Bunshins and hold it in place, Naruto asked. Keeping 2,000 Shadow clones active, powering an S-rank barrier, and still being able to fight Biju required too much concentration that Naruto wasn't capable of yet. No problem, Kurama replied. In an instant, the 4 clones sprinted to the 4 corners of the arena. They went through hand seals at the same time and said, Ninpo, Shishinjin, Ninja Art, 4 Flames Formation, and a purple barrier erupted, trapping Shikaku and Naruto inside. However, before the whole barrier could close, 3 Sand Shinobi jumped over the forming barrier and landed inside. They were Sabaku no Tamari, Sabaku no Kankuro, and their joint sensei Baki. Damn, Naruto said as he watched the Sand Shinobi take place near Gaara. This has just gotten a lot more dangerous. No holding back, Naruto thought before permanently keeping his EMS activated. His hand tightly gripped his fan as he became about ready to go off against the Jonin to getting any Biju. I'll have to take out Kankuro and Tamari first, Naruto thought before releasing his grip on his fan and taking from his storage seals a couple of free-pronged kunai. Naruto watched as the Sand Shinobi jumped to the head of Shikaku, and yet he did nothing to remove them. Looks like Gaara is mostly in control, Naruto thought. He looked up to Shikaku's head and noticed Tamari, readying her fan, and Kankuro unwrapping his bundle, revealing a puppet. Great, a puppet user. Just my luck, Naruto thought. His eyes didn't look so good. He cursed himself for not training his eyes first so he could use the techniques Kurama told him. You made me feel alive, Uzumaki! Shikaku yelled, but it clearly was Gaara's voice. Crazy bastard, Naruto thought as he launched his free-pronged kunai towards the enemy, but was blocked by Baki's kunai. Baki looked at the kunai and was interested in the design as it was different from the others, until he remembered where he saw them. He remembered the legend that used these kunais to decimate an entire army. Are these? Baki wondered before he picked the kunai up with his hands and noticed a kanji on the handle. Wrong move, Naruto said, for flashing towards the kunai he had previously thrown. All they saw was a yellow flash before Naruto appeared behind Baki and slammed Rasengan onto his back, and he went flying and crashing onto the ground completely out. Naruto ducked under a fan swing from Tamari and gave her a punch to the stomach, making her buckle in pain. Naruto punched Tamari and jumped to the side to avoid a barrage of senbon thrown by Kankuro's puppet. Naruto quickly picked up another kunai and threw it at Kankuro's robed body. Kankuro fumbled between his weapons when he saw Naruto throw the same kunai he used to take out a sensei who was a jonin. Kankuro did the only thing he could think of and jumped away far enough from the kunai's reach. Naruto jumped from the HB as sand was starting to gather around his feet, trying to snare him in place. He approached Baki. He was still alive, although barely. Naruto picked Baki up and quickly stored him in a stasis seal. What the hell was that? Kankuro asked with fear clearly splashed in his voice. The blonde in front of them just took out their sensei like he was nothing. Idiot! Don't you remember the history from the academy? Tamari asked as she recovered from the blow Naruto delivered her. Seeing Kankuro's oblivious face, Tamari decided to explain. That technique, that yellow flash, is the same the Undaime Hokage used that gave him the name of Yellow Flash. He used a technique of his creation that allowed him to teleport to the kunai he threw, and used it to kill almost 1,000 shinobi from Iwa in a flash. He alone won the war, Tamari explained, and Kankuro turned to the blonde who was busy dodging the sand. I see no history. Very well, a voice whispered just behind Tamari's ear. She turned her head slightly and was greeted by none other than Naruto. Kankuro could only blink. He was watching Naruto dodge the sand when suddenly he appeared right behind Tamari. How? Tamari asked, starting clearly afraid of Naruto. He possessed a technique that allowed the Undaime to kill an entire battalion of shinobi in an instant. When I punch you in the stomach, I left my mark on you, Naruto simply replied before giving her a quick chop to the back of her head, knocking her out. He quickly flashed to the ground with an unconscious Tamari and sealed her in a stasis scroll as well. You bastard, Kankuro growled from the top of the Ichibi before setting his puppet to attack Naruto. You should be grateful I didn't kill your sister, Naruto said in an emotionless voice. Kankuro simply gazed upon Naruto's blood-red eyes and was starting to feel sleepy. Kai! Kankuro said and flared chakra with breaking Naruto's hypnotic eye. Futon! Renkudan! Vacuum wind bullet, Shikaku said before slamming his hand in his stomach and expelling a very large ball of compressed wind. The ball itself was bigger than Naruto himself. Naruto gripped his fan and, channeling chakra through it, he swatted the bullet away, making the ground shake from the pressure and power. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid Kankuro's puppet, and he noticed that the puppet's blades were filled with poison. I need to take him out so I can focus on Gaara, Naruto thought before he dashed towards Kankuro's puppet. Naruto used his Sharingan and quickly found the chakra strings Kankuro was using to control his puppet. Naruto channeled chakra through one of his kunai and used to sever the strings, making the puppet fall limp to the ground. Naruto quickly appeared next to the fallen puppet and drove Rasengan to it, shattering to pieces. Bastard, Kankuro said to Naruto as he lost his best weapon. What can you do now? Naruto asked, pissing off Kankuro and making him jump from HB's head and ran straight for Naruto. Naruto smirked when he noticed how easy it was to rout Kankuro. Kankuro quickly arrived near Naruto and tried a horizontal slash, only for Naruto to duck. Naruto quickly rose up and trapped his arms, disarming him of his kunai. Naruto grabbed him tightly by the arm and flinged him through the air and slammed him onto the ground. Naruto quickly placed his hand onto Kankuro and placed a sleeping seal. Once Kankuro was disabled, he sealed him as well inside a stasis scroll. Now that that's done, it's only you, Naruto said, eyeing Shikaku. Die! Shikaku yelled as he fired a few more wind bullets that in this case were more like the size of people themselves. Naruto slowly dodged them and watched as they collided with the barrier, but it didn't even waver. Good. The barrier is holding even though it's powered by clones, Naruto thought. Naruto analyzed Shikaku and noticed he was very slow. He hadn't moved since he was released, so Naruto would take that as an advantage. Naruto took out a single shuriken. He placed it on his pointer finger on his right hand. Naruto molded wind chakra and slowly expelled it to the shuriken. Soon enough, the shuriken started spinning, and around it, the wind started spinning as well, creating a circular saw. Shuriken Wind Blade, Naruto said, and threw the shuriken. The shuriken went flying with impressive speed towards Shikaku, who remained in place as his mobility was inexistent. The shuriken arrived near Shikaku, and swiftly and without much trouble it cut right through his arm and severed it completely, and making it fall to the ground. The arm fell limply to the ground and started crumbling away until it remained nothing but sand on the ground. Although Shikaku just had his left arm severed, he didn't seem to be in any type of pain. You entertain me, Uzumaki! Shikaku yelled, and the sand above Shikaku's head started moving and something could be seen popping out. Naruto narrowed his eyes to the figure emerging and saw that it was Gaara himself. Gaara placed his hands on the tiger seal and said, "Play possum jutsu," and promptly fell asleep. Gaara leaned forward and his body went completely limp. Just as Gaara fell asleep, Shikaku's eyes glowed yellow and stayed like that, showing that it was Shikaku who was now in control. I'm free! I'm going to kill you and then destroy everything! Shikaku yelled, as he was happy to be free once again. He looked down and saw Naruto staring at him. Seeing Naruto, Shikaku immediately went into action, trying to crush the blonde and leave the barrier so he could have fun. Futon! Renkudan! Vacuum wind bullets, Shikaku said, and started expelling compressed wind bullets towards Naruto, who was forced to start evasive maneuvers. Naruto watched very carefully as they hit the barrier. He couldn't allow Shikaku to roam free for the village or he would destroy it. Katon, Goryuka no Jutsu, great dragon fire technique, Naruto said, and unleashed a big fire dragon towards Shikaku. Naruto swung his fan and empowered the flames, making them wider and bigger. The flames were almost the size of Shikaku himself. Shikaku let out a roar and the flames were dispersed into nothing. Shikaku flexed his tail and tried to squash Naruto, but he jumped to his side to avoid it. The tail regressed back, but this time it stayed just above Shikaku's mouth. Suddenly, black and blue chakra could be seen floating in the air and gathered around Shikaku's mouth. The chakra started gathering and compressing itself in a ball just outside Shikaku's mouth. Is that what I think it is? Naruto asked when he watched the ball of chakra form itself very much like Naruto uses Rasengan.
It's a Bijutama.
Biju Bomb.
And I don't think your clone-powered barrier can withstand that,
Kurama said. Even though Shikaku was the weakest of the 9, a Biju Bomb is still strong. Let's see if this weapon truly lives up to its name, Naruto said before gripping his fan tight. Shikaku stopped gathering chakra in the ball and suddenly fired it with tremendous speed. Naruto watched the purple ball coming towards him. Naruto grabbed his fan and placed it in front of him, his right hand grabbing the hilt while his left hand grabbed the other end. The fan was acting like a shield in front of Naruto. Gaeshi! Reflection! Naruto said just before the bomb hit the fan. The Biju bomb collided with the fan and at first nothing happened, but suddenly the bomb exploded, but instead of blowing Naruto, it was completely reflected towards Shikaku. The amount of pressure being put on the fan made Naruto kneel, and the ground beneath him crack, but he was able to withstand the bomb, and the force of the explosion was sent towards Shikaku. Naruto placed a fan on his back and cleaned a bit of sweat that was dripping from the side of his face. That went well, Naruto thought.
Now you believe what I said about the fan.
Kurama said in a sarcastic voice. Yes, now let's end this, Naruto replied, and watched the smoke clear and revealed a fully scorched Shikaku with his right arm missing as well. Naruto concentrated and focused his chakra. Suddenly, right beneath Shikaku, golden chains erupted from the ground and pinned him to the ground. Shikaku was fully trapped. He had chains wrapped around his tail, mouth, and the majority of his body, making him unable to do a single movement. Rat, ox, dog, boar. Naruto went through the hand signs and clapped his hands together. He slammed his right hand on the ground and Kage started flowing out of it and going towards Shikaku and forming a ring around him. 5-point demonic suppression seal, Naruto said, and the kanji started glowing. Shikaku yelled in pain as his chakra was being forced back into the seal. All the shinobi stopped their fighting and looked at the arena where the Shikaku was howling in pain. You are not going anywhere, Naruto said. Naruto reinforced the chains as he could feel Shikaku trying to break them free and get away from the seal. Shikaku's form started to waver and his sand slowly started crumbling and falling back into Gaara. A few seconds later, and there was nothing but a ball of sand floating in the air. The ball of sand was becoming smaller and smaller by the second, when suddenly all the sand disappeared, and Gaara fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Naruto approached Gaara and saw his new seal on Gaara's neck. It formed a complete circle around Gaara's main seal. Naruto looked carefully at him and noticed a few irregularities. The main seal had no suppressor seals in it, and no safe hatch. At this point, Gaara's seal was nothing more than an advanced storage seal. This is why Gaara is so unstable, Naruto thought, before approaching him and also placing him in a stasis scroll, putting him with his team. Naruto took a few deep breaths and dropped the barrier while shifting his eyes towards the roof where the Kage's battle was taking place. With Hinata had just received orders from Kakashi and went to join forces with Zabuza so they could bring the pain to the invading forces. Hinata quickly located Zabuza and Haku and jumped towards them. We have orders, Zabuza, Hinata said as she saw Zabuza behead a sound shinobi with his Kubikiri Bocho. Which are, Zabuza asked. We are to group up and start sweeping the streets while evacuating and providing protection to the civilians. When civilians are evacuated, we are to launch a counterattack, Hinata explained. Let's go then, Zabuza said as he placed his blade to his back. They were about to leave when they saw a yellow flash. They narrowed their eyes and saw Naruto just arrive near them. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, surprised to see him. What are you doing here? She asked. I'm a reinforced clone. Boss sent me to team up with all of you and provide protection to you as well, Naruto explained, and they all nodded. They all withdrew their weapons. Naruto picked up a couple of three-pronged kunai, Haku took out Senbon, and Hinata picked her daggers. They quickly left the arena and made their way towards the middle of the village, indicating the evacuation paths to the civilians. They were about to leave when a group of 10 sound shinobi jumped in front of them. Naruto quickly sensed their chakra levels and they were ordinary chunin. What do we have here? The obvious sound leader asked. A jonin and a couple of kids, he said while the rest of the crew laughed. Obviously these sound shinobi weren't watching tuning exams or they would have seen just what these kids could do. It's time for the flash to resurface, Naruto said, and got confused looks from Zabuza and Haku. He smirked and threw one of his special kunai towards the enemy. They all laughed when the kunai didn't hit anyone and simply landed harmlessly on the ground in the middle of them. Don't blink, Naruto said to his team and disappeared in a yellow flash. All Zabuza was able to see was a yellow flash. Naruto disappeared from view, and when Zabuza saw him once again, all the sound shinobi fell to the ground dead, their throats slashed. That was, Zabuza said, but trailed off as he pieced together who Naruto really was. You are the son of the Kiroi Senko, Yellow Flash, aren't you? Zabuza asked, but the answer seemed pretty obvious. Yes, my father was Namikaze Mito, Konoha's Kiroi Senko, and the Undaime Hokage, and also Uchiha Madara's son, Naruto explained, and got looks of disbelief from Zabuza and Haku who had their eyes widened. I'm done trying to figure you out, Zabuza said, laughing. Tell me, how long have you been able to use that technique? Zabuza asked. It was a pain in the ass to create the seals. I've been able to use it since I became a genin, Naruto explained. Unbelievable, Zabuza said while shaking his head in disbelief. Let's continue, Zabuza said, and they grouped together and dashed once again for the streets. Hinata, Naruto said, turning to her. Use your Byakugan and see where we are needed. This section is cleared, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded before activating her Byakugan without any seals. She gasped what she saw. The academy is under siege, she said, and got a look of disbelief from Naruto. The academy, he asked incredulously. What about the barrier, he asked. There is no barrier. There are Sound and Sand Shinobi trying to force entry, but Iruka Sensei and a couple other Chunins are holding them off, she explained. Let's hurry then. I can't teleport all of you with the Hiroshi since I'm only a clone, and we will take too long if we walk, Naruto said, and got confused looks from the rest of the team. If you couldn't teleport them and they couldn't walk, what else were they going to do? This might feel a bit uncomfortable, Naruto said, before activating his Kamui and sucking Zabuza, Haku, and Hinata into it. He quickly disappeared as well, leaving no trace of either of them. Academy. At the academy, things weren't looking pretty. Iruka and the other teachers were trying to hold off the enemy until Shinobi could arrive, but they wouldn't last much longer. The Chunin that was powering the barrier was tricked when a Sand Shinobi hinged into a Konoha Shinobi and infiltrated the barrier, killing the one powering it. The students were all scared. The enemy managed to collapse the tunnels, leading to the bunkers, and since the barrier was down, the only thing keeping them alive were their teachers that were battling fiercely to protect the lives of their students by preventing the enemy from entering the academy. Iruka, this doesn't look good, one of the teachers said. He was clearly tired. He was swaying from every place and was breathing very hard. Even though he wasn't fatally injured, he was filled with small cuts and bruises from their fight. We can't do much. We must hold until reinforcements arrive, Iruka said. Iruka was also running low on chakra. Even though he was quite skilled for Chunin, a couple of Chunin couldn't fend off 15 Sand Chunins indefinitely. Just give up. You can't win, the obvious elite team leader said, as he watched the teachers breathing heavily. They already managed to kill a couple of teachers, but these two were proving rather difficult. They were managing to keep them at bay by launching long-range uses and weapons. Iruka, behind you! The other teacher yelled. Looks like the exhaustion was finally catching up to them as the Sand Chunin managed to sneak up on Iruka. Iruka turned his head to see who was behind him when he noticed a kunai going for his throat. Iruka resigned to his fate as he couldn't do anything more to dodge. His chakra reserves were empty and he was tired and running out of weapons. He had his eyes closed and was expecting the pain when he heard, Raikage! Iruka opened his eyes to see a hand enveloped in line piercing right through the Sand Shinobi's chest. The Shinobi hit the ground dead. He didn't even scream. He was dead the moment Naruto pierced him. Naruto? Iruka said, stuttering. Don't worry, Iruka-sensei. We will take care of the rest, Naruto said before spacing the bend, and from his eyes popped the rest of his team. Zabuza, Haku, and Hinata. What the hell was that, brat? Zabuza asked, feeling a bit disoriented. A space-time ninjutsu similar to my Hirashin. Take care of them while I gather everyone inside the academy and put up a barrier, Naruto said, and the rest of the team dashed to remain 14 shinobi. In less than 5 minutes, every single one of them was dead. Between Hinata's gentle fist, Haku's senbone, and Zabuza's sword, no one stood a chance. My god, Iruka said, stuttering as he watched Hinata fight and sweep the enemy as if they were nothing more than ants. Hinata seemed to be dancing and falling for the attacks of the enemy. Her Byakugan allowed her to pinpoint and track each enemy. She only needed to touch the enemy once. She harnessed a traditional style named as a gentle fist. One simple touch and the enemy would fall to the ground dead. Hinata had many to accomplish this. She could open the gate of death, making her heart explode. She could crack the chakra core, destroying the chakra network, killing the enemy. Or if she didn't have access to such places, she would use her Juken with lightning and infusing it through the enemy's network, trying it and killing the enemy. She truly was a goddess of death. Iruka-sensei, what happened to the barrier? Naruto asked, breaking Iruka out of his thoughts. The barrier seals he created weren't supposed to come crashing very easily. It would require a powerful attack to destroy it. One Sand Shinobi hinged into a Konoha one and infiltrated the academy. He also managed to collapse the evacuation tunnels, Iruka explained. I understand. It's very dangerous to evacuate so many students for the middle of the streets, so I'll put up another barrier, Naruto explained, and Iruka sighed in relief. It looked like his students were going to pull through. Zabuza, hold them off while I replace the barrier, Naruto said, and he nodded before his team took defensive stances, watching for any hostile shinobi while Naruto was doing his work. Naruto noticed all the seal tags were destroyed and needed to create new ones. He quickly took out a few empty tags from his storage seals and started writing seals. Iruka just watched in fascination at the speed and quality at which Naruto drew the seals. It obviously proved that Naruto is very skilled in Funjutsu. Naruto quickly finished the tags and Iruka examined them. Each kanji was perfectly drawn. Not a speck of imperfection could be seen. It almost looked like a work of art. Get inside, Naruto said, and Iruka went to collect the other teacher that was unconscious, but not severely hurt. Once inside, Naruto made a shadow clone, and he made his way towards the outside of the academy. He slammed the tag on the wall and said, "Four-corner barrier!" And the yellowish barrier erupted, completely covering the academy grounds. Naruto's clone sat down in lowest position and started concentrating to increase the power of the barrier. The reinforced clone on the outside of the barrier said, "Iruka-sensei, you are safe now. You will continue to look for the village." Naruto turned away to join up with his team and moved to another sector of the village, when I saw a big explosion that rose into the skies. Explosion site minutes earlier. B was running through the streets trying his best to help out where he could. Darui and C teamed up with Omui and Karui and went to grab Yugito at the infirmary. B quickly looked at the horizon and noticed a three-headed snake breaking through the walls of Konoha and starting to wreak havoc through the village. The shinobi were throwing jutsu after jutsu, but nothing seemed to work. "Push him out of the village," one shinobi yelled as they threw explosive kunai towards the snake, but that didn't even scratch the snake as it continued on her path. They were quickly running out of options when they heard what it seemed to be someone rapping, and a lame one at that. "You are going down, fool! You fool! Because I'm the mighty killer B!" B rapped while running through and jumping through the roofs and heading to face the snake. "I'll take care of that worm," B said before fully transforming into his Biju. They're saying the middle of Konoha was a Hachibi. B quickly wrapped the snake with his tentacles and threw it at the air so he couldn't do any more destruction. All of his 8 tails coolly bent over his head and just above his mouth. Black and blue chakra was seen gathering around it and compressing it to form a perfect spear. "Biju Dama!" Biju bomb, B said, and shot the ball towards the snake that was in the air. The moment the ball collided, it immediately exploded in a show of fire and smoke. Seconds later, as the smoke was starting to clear, there was nothing that remained of the snake. He didn't know if she was obliterated or just went back to her real world, but at this point it didn't matter. Konoha was safe for now. "Thanks for the help, B-san," a Konoha shinobi said before picking up an injured comrade and going to the hospital. Konoha's walls. One of Naruto's clones was running for the village, clearing shinobi and helping civilians where he could. Due to him being a Senran clone, even with his Kamui, it was risky to engage in taijutsu, but he could always rely on ninjutsu, and he was really good at it. "Push them back," Naruto heard a shinobi yelling, and made his way towards him to provide as much help as he could. Even if he was a clone, at least he could be bait for slowing the enemy down. He arrived at the destination and saw a group of Konoha shinobi throwing jutsu and weapons, trying to delay a group of about 200 standard shinobi led by the Kage into the village. However, the group just kept throwing wind jutsu, and having the Kage in there made sure they weren't harmed due to his golden sand dust. It wasn't looking good as the enemy kept coming. If help didn't arrive, it would be a massacre. Naruto arrived at their location and quickly surveyed the area, looking for anyone he might know. His eyes landed on Anko. "Anko, what's happening?" Naruto asked. She looked around to find the annoying blonde. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Anko asked. "Are you the reinforcements we asked for?" she asked, hoping that the only reinforcements that came weren't Naruto alone. "I wasn't sent by anyone. I'm just a clone. Boss is taking care of the Shikaku to save him," Naruto explained, and Anko stared dumbly at him before scowling. "Just my luck, a fucking clone," Anko said. "If you explain the situation, maybe I could help," Naruto said flatly, trying not to cause many problems, especially in the middle of an invasion. "Very simple. The Kazekage is leading 200 shinobi into the village, and we aren't able to slow them down," Anko said, and started Naruto waiting for his miraculous answer. "I think I have to jutsu just for this," Naruto said, smirking, making Anko raise an eyebrow. "But I'm just a clone, so it will take a couple minutes to prepare. Can you hold them off until then?" Naruto asked. "I hope it's worth it," Anko said before yelling, "Hold off for a couple more minutes!" "Hi!" the shinobi that were with her yelled. They were very few in number compared to an overwhelming force of 200 trained shinobi. Naruto sat down in lowest position and clapped his hands together as if praying. He slowly drove them apart a few inches from each other, and sparks started flying between them. He continued concentrating, and after a few minutes, the sparks gathered in a blue spear that was shining. "Okay, Anko, it's ready," Naruto said, and Anko turned around to see jutsu. "That's it? A small blue spear?" Anko said, not believing her eyes. "So much work just for that?" "No faith," Naruto said, smirking, and launched the ball into the sky. The moment the ball hit the cloud level, it suddenly expanded into a bright flash of light. Everyone stopped and looked up to see what was happening. Just as the light died down, the clouds started gathering and the sky was getting darker and darker by the moment. Thunder could easily be heard emanating the clouds. "Witness my best lightning jutsu," Naruto said, and everyone was focused on him. Naruto channeled lightning chakra to his hand and it started sparkling. He sent a beam into the sky and the thunder seemed to join and gathered into a single massive one. The Kage was watching the sky very carefully, and when he noticed the dragon, he figured it wasn't going to be good for them. "Take cover!" The Kage yelled his forces, but it was already too late. "Raiton! Kirin!" Naruto said, and his dragon roared towards the sand shinobi. The Kage tried to block it with his sand, but it was far too slow. He didn't even have time to blink as the dragons appeared in a flash and the ground where they stood exploded. Everything was ripped apart. Trees, stone, and even the earth itself was destroyed, and where once stood the mighty Kage and his 200 shinobi was nothing more than a 100-meter wide crater. Anko and the other shinobi didn't manage to see what exactly happened. All they saw was a flash of light and the ground exploding. Dust cleared and there was no one remaining alive. The ones that survived the initial explosion were simply electrocuted and left in ashes due to the power of the thunder. "Holy shit, Gaki!" Anko yelled, shaking his shoulders and her eyes widening to the size of dinner plates. The reaction of the rest of the shinobi was pretty much the same. They were all busting their asses to keep the enemy away, and Naruto Rise fires a very powerful lightning jutsu, and it's all over, just like that. "I told you to have faith," Naruto said, panting. Even though the jutsu didn't take much chakra, the concentration necessary to use the jutsu was very high for a simple clone. "I'm dispelling now," Naruto said, and Anko nodded dumbly. "So, what now?" one shinobi asked. "With the Kages. Edo Tensei, a forbidden technique that summons a soul from the pure world to the world of the living, impure world, in order to do the bidding of the summoner. Besides the moral ramifications, this technique is considered forbidden because it costs a human life to anchor the soul to the world. This technique was invented by Senju Tobirama, the Nandaime Hokage, although the reasons why he did are still unknown. The moment the 4 coffins opened, the shinobi inside were instantly recognized. They were all legends and powerful in their own way. In the first coffin was a tall man with tan skin, dark eyes, and waist-length black hair, typically styled in a center-parted fringe that framed his face. His attire took the form of the standard shinobi dress of his era, consisting of dark red traditional armor similar to that of samurai, worn over a simple black suit. This armor was constructed from numerous metal plates formed into multiple protective guards along his body, in particular chests, shoulders, thighs, and forearms. Each color of his shoulder guards bore the Senju symbols emblazoned on them. This man was none other than Senju Hashirama, the Shodaime Hokage himself, and the original Shinobi no Kami, god of shinobi. In the second coffin was a woman. She had long, bright red hair and large, pupilless eyes. She wore an elaborate high-color kimono with the Uzushiogaku symbol on the back of the obi, which was tied around her waist. Her hair was arranged in buns with hairpins in them and free clips in the front. She also wore a dark shade of red lipstick and had a violet-colored diamond mark on her forehead. She also wore tags with kanji written on them in her hair decals. She also carried a huge red scroll on her back, similar to Jiraiya. She was Uzumaki Mito, Konoha's Benihime, Red Princess, and the wife of Senju Hashirama. In the third coffin was a tall man, fair-skinned man with white, shaggy hair, dark-colored eyes, and 3 red markings on his face, one under each of his eyes and one on his chin. In most cases, he wore the wartime attire, armor emblazoned with the Senju symbol worn over a simple black suit, with a distinctive white fur collar. This armor was constructed from numerous blue metal plates, formed into multiple protective guards along his body, in particular chest, waist, shoulders, and upper arms. This clothing was accompanied by sandals and a hapuri engraved with the Konoha emblem, in place of the more traditional forehead protector. He was Senju Tomirama, Konoha's Suiro, Water Dragon, and the Nandaime Hokage of Konoha. In the last coffin was another woman. She had a slender but feminine build, fair skin, blue eyes, crimson hair with strands that framed both sides of her. She was wearing the traditional black anbu pants with white tape around the ankles. Around her chest she had an anbu chest plate above a simple black suit. She had gloves on each arm that covered her entire arm, almost reaching her shoulders. On her back, a 28-inch long black katana with a red hilt. She was Uzumaki, former Senju, Kushina, Kona's Akanoshi, Red Death, wife of the Undaime Hokage, but most importantly, mother of Uzumaki Naruto. This isn't good, the Hokage muttered under his breath, and Raikage and Jiraiya couldn't help but to agree. After all, standing in front of them were 4 Kage-level shinobi, not to mention Orochimaru himself. And the fact that being an Edo Tensei provides the shinobi with limitless chakra and immortality didn't help much at all. "Where am I?" Kushina asked as she surveyed her surroundings. The last thing she remembered was saying goodbye to her son. "Edo Tensei?" Tamura asked out loud, snapping Kushina from her thoughts. "That man brought us back with my forbidden technique." Ironic, Tobirama said. Edo Tensei? Kushina thought, as she watched who she was going to fight against. It was a bulky man with blonde hair, so she assumed he would be a Kumo-nin, Jiraiya, and Saratobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen seemed older than what she remembers, so it must have been some time. "Hiruzen!" Kushina called out, getting his attention. "How long has it been?" she asked. 14 years, he replied solemnly. "How is Naruto doing?" she asked. She felt bad for leaving Naruto alone and leaving him with such a burden, but there wasn't any other choice at the time. Even though civilians made his life a nightmare, he still turned out to become a splendid shinobi. "You will be proud of him," the Hokage said with a small smile. "He even found love," the Hokage said. "That's good. Grandmother always said that to support the hate of being Jinchuriki, I should fill myself with love, right?" she asked, turning towards Senju Mito, who was quiet, observing the redhead. "Kushina-chan?" she asked, not believing her eyes. Her little girl grew so much since last time she saw her. It was a shame she was already dead, and apparently she left a son behind. "Good to see you again, grandmother," she said, smiling. "Ah, take that, Tobirama. My line continued on while you were always brooding around," Hashirama yelled, pointing towards his brother. "Tisk," Tobirama replied, crossing his arms. Orochimaru remained quiet while they were interacting and found it very interesting that Kushina called Mito her grandmother. "Care to explain why you called Mito your grandmother, Kushina-chan?" Orochimaru asked. "Why should I answer to you? I can't say it worse, but I'm just gonna say edophile," Kushina replied. Orochimaru got pissed and forced his control on her Edo Tensei, forcing her to answer all of his questions. "My true name is Senju Kushina. I'm the daughter of Senju Tsunade and Kato Dan," she replied in monotone. If Orochimaru was surprised, he didn't show it, but he always thought that Tsunade's daughter had died. "Tsunade only had one daughter and she died," Orochimaru replied. He was getting very interested. "My death was fake to stop the CRA from taking place. With me dead and Tsunade leaving the village, we were both safe," Kushina replied, and Orochimaru smirked. Naruto was the perfect vessel, the strength of the Senju body with the power of the Sharingan. "Delicious. He shall be mine," Orochimaru thought. "It really was a bad decision on your part, brother," Hashirama said to his brother regarding the CRA law that was created by the Undaime Hokage. "It was always for the betterment of the village," Tobirama replied. "I don't doubt that, but you are too distant and cold. You are always brooding around like the Uchihas. You need a strong woman to straighten you up," Hashirama said, and Tobirama remained impassive. "Maybe you should set him up with someone, Mito-chan," Hashirama said, turning to his beloved wife, Senju Mito. She didn't age a day since she last saw her, and her beauty remained unparalleled, to him at least. "We are all dead, Hashirama-kun," Mito replied with a deadpan expression. "My bad," Hashirama replied, chuckling and scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. The Hokage, Raikage, and Jiraiya were all watching the interaction with fascination. It saddened the old Hokage's heart to see his former teachers and some of the great shinobi of the leaf brought back from the dead to serve under a despicable man. "I should have killed him when I had the chance," the Hokage thought with shame. All the evil Orochimaru had brought could have been stopped if he had been strong back then. "Enough talk! Kill them all," Orochimaru commanded, and they all took their stances. Hashirama and Tobirama crouched and took their taijutsu stance. Mito picked the scroll up, and Kushina took out her sword. The Konoha defenders braced themselves for what was coming. "How do you want to do this?" Raikage asked. 5 shinobi against 3 hardly seemed fair to anyone. 5 against 3 doesn't add up very well, Jiraiya said. "Don't count me in. I'll just watch for now," Orochimaru said, smirking. "I'll take my former teachers. Jiraiya, you will take Mito since she fights with seals, and Raikage will take Kushina," Hokage explained. And they both nodded. "Raikage, don't underestimate Kushina. She's almost as fast as you," the Hokage explained, and he rose an eyebrow. He knew that Kushina was a very powerful kunoichi, but fast, he will have to see. Hokage's battle with Hashirama and Toriyama and Hiruzen. Get ready, Hiruzen. We can't control our bodies, but we will try and help as we go, Hashirama said. It's a shame to see you in this condition. As Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Daime Hokage of Konohagakure, I shall defeat you both, the Hokage said, as he removed his Hokage robes, revealing the armor underneath. A full-body black suit with mesh armor underneath and steel plates in the arms. The Hokage suddenly started running, heading towards Hiruzen. Hashirama arrived first and tried a spin kick, making Hiruzen crouch to avoid it. Hashirama continues to attack with a few punches, but Hiruzen blocked them all. Hiruzen crouched and tried to sweep his legs, making Hashirama jump up and back. As Hashirama was pushed back, Toriyama jumped into the fray. Toriyama quickly arrived near Hiruzen and jumped over him. Toriyama quickly turned and threw a set of punches trying to catch Hiruzen off guard. Toriyama jumped up and tried a drop kick that Hiruzen caught. Hiruzen spun and threw Toriyama into the air. Even in his old age, Hiruzen was still considered the most powerful man in the village, and this was the proof of it. Managing to hold your own in taijutsu against two Hokages at his old age was no easy feat. My turn now, Hiruzen said, and the Hokages braced themselves for his attack. Hiruzen went through a couple of hand seals and said, Katon, Karyu, Endan, Fire Dragon Bullet, and sent a torrent of fire that engulfed the Hokages. The flames were covering the Hokages completely, but they remained still. A benefit of the Edo Tensei is an immortal body. Hiruzen, seeing that his technique wasn't having any effect, he poured more chakra into it, turned the flames into white hot flames. Toriyama seemed to spike, and Hiruzen's chakra flashed through hand seals. Suiton, Sujin Heki, water wall, Toriyama said, and started expelling water through his mouth that formed a wall around both Hokages, canceling the fire attack. Suiton, Suishoha, exploding water wave, Toriyama said, but instead of using his chakra to create the water like normal users, he simply gathered the moist in the atmosphere and used it to power his attack. The water started soaring around him until he unleashed a massive tsunami heading towards Hiruzen. Doton, Doryu Heki, earth wall, Hiruzen said before spitting out dirt from his mouth. The moment the dirt hit the floor, sprouted into the air, forming a wall to shield him from the impeding tsunami. As the water calmed down, Hiruzen went through another set of hand seals. Doton, Doryudan, Earth Dragon Bullet, and a dragon's head rose from the ground and started shooting multiple globes of earth towards the Hokages. Katon, Karyudan no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Ball, Hiruzen said, and combined the earth's bullets with a fire, turning them into almost lava. The Yoton, Lava Cell bloodline, allows users to merge earth and fire chakra to create Yoton chakra, and thus use lava attacks. However, anyone can combine the elements externally, however the power is significantly lower. The Hokage started evasive maneuvers to evade the bullets as they were running towards Hiruzen. Hashirama and quickly arrived near Hiruzen and both engaged in taijutsu battle. As the shinobi code dictates to use every advantage possible, and Hashirama is set to do so. He dipped his feet in water and threw it into Hiruzen's eyes, blinding him momentarily. Hashirama took advantage of his blindness and unleashed a combo of punches and kicks, trying to end Hiruzen permanently. They couldn't control themselves, so they couldn't stop from using low blows. Toriyama jumped into the fight as well. However, Hiruzen didn't go down as easily as they thought. Using the moment at which he received the punches and kicks, he discreetly placed explosive tags on both Hokages. He quickly regained his senses again and broke the taijutsu fight by planting a foot into Hashirama's chest and sent him flying. Kai! Hiruzen said with his right hand in a tiger seal, and both explosive tags detonated, blowing up Hashirama's leg and Toriyama's arm. Now, this would have been enough to kill any shinobi, but the Edo Tensei allowed the body to regenerate. Hiruzen watched in amazement as the leg and arm that were destroyed reformed themselves as if nothing happened. Mokuton, Jukai Koton, Deep Forest Creation, Hashirama said as trees started emerging from the ground, ripping through everything. The tiles, the earth wall, nothing stopped the onslaught of the trees. Hiruzen was forced to take evasive maneuvers, but in the end the trees caught him and snared him by the ankles and arms. Hiruzen forced himself to move under his confinement and bit his thumb, drawing blood. He stretched and placed his hands near a branch of a tree. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, Hiruzen said, and smoke erupted from where he placed his hand. As the smoke cleared, it showed a figure. His body and tail were covered by white fur, which protrudes from his sleeves and pants. He has long white hair that reached his back and long sideburns and a goatee. He wears a black suit with mesh armor underneath, over which he wears a sleeveless kimono shirt with white fur trimmings and markings reminiscent of tiger stripes on it, which is held close by a sash. He was Enma the Monkey King and boss summon of the Monkey Clan. Orochimaru? I warned you, Enma said, watching Hiruzen trapped in the trees. Let's end him now. Transform into adamantine staff, Hiruzen said. Hi, Enma said, and jumped into a branch and said, Hinge, Kungunyoi, transformation, adamantine staff. Enma was engulfed in smoke, and when it cleared, Enma was no longer a monkey, but a staff. The staff quickly crushed the trees and freed Hiruzen from his prison before resting in his hands as he took a defensive stance. Jiraiya versus Senju Mito. Jiraiya gulped as he watched Mito remove the scroll from her back. After all, Mito was Uzumaki, and their sealing techniques weren't to be underestimated in the least. Uzumaki Mito did defeat the Kyuubi when Madara attacked at the Valley of the End, and sealed him inside of her without dying. Senju Mito was one of the few combat sealers. As long as she had chakra, her possibilities in battle were endless, and since Jiraiya was a seal master himself, he knew very well the foe he was up against. I wonder if I should use Sage Mode, Jiraiya considered and thought. Jiraiya decided he shouldn't allow Mito to do anything and rushed her, engaged in taijutsu. Mito, seeing Jiraiya running towards her, quickly placed a scroll on her back and took a defensive stance. Jiraiya arrived near her and threw a set of punches that she easily blocked. Jiraiya tried to sweep her legs, making her jump. While in the air, Jiraiya tried to punch her, but she grabbed his arm, and to support herself, she spun mid-air and delivered a spin kick to Jiraiya. Jiraiya stumbled back, but quickly regained his position. He nursed his neck before going towards her once again. He quickly arrived near and threw a right hook. Her attention was focused on his right arm, opening her defenses for Jiraiya's left hand to slip through and hit her, sending her flying to the ground. She got up as if nothing had happened, and they both rushed each other once again. The moment they arrived near each other, Mito jumped over him. She placed her right hand on Jiraiya's back, applying a seal and jumping away from him. Jiraiya didn't know what happened, and as such discarded the serum as unimportant until he saw Mito place her right hand in a tiger seal. Funjutsu, electric seal, activate, Mito said, and the seal on Jiraiya's back glowed and started sending electric shocks through Jiraiya's body, making him buckle in pain until he exploded in a poof of smoke. I figured the moment you touched me, you applied some seal, Jiraiya said, rising from the ground. Ninpao, Kibari Senbone, hair needles, Jiraiya said, and his hair extended before starting to fire hundreds of hair needles towards Mito, who remained in place. Mito spread her hands from each other. From her sleeves emerged two tags, one for each hand. Barrier technique, shock absorption seal, and a golden barrier appeared in front of her, easily blocking all of the Senbone. The moment they hit the barrier, it didn't even waver or buckle from the pressure. Jiraiya, seeing his attacks were useless, stopped launching Senbone and decided to try another approach. Katon, Dai Endan, giant fire blast, Jiraiya said before flashing through hand seals and sent a wall of fire towards Mito, who remained impassive to any attack Jiraiya threw. Mito took out sealing tags, however these seemed slightly different. Barrier technique, chakra absorption seal, Mito said, and what it seemed to be a black hole erupted from between her arms and engulfed the fire attacks, leaving no trace of it. She can absorb chakra as well. Damn, Jiraiya muttered out loud. Mito was a fearsome opponent. She managed to block a physical and chakra-powered attack with nothing more than ink on paper. Mito quickly opened her scroll and turned it towards Jiraiya, who raised an eyebrow in confusion. Bakuryugeki, Dragon Bomb, Mito said, before a seal from the ground started glowing. Suddenly from the seal, a massive torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon's head erupted and headed towards Jiraiya, scorching everything in its path. Doton, Doryuheki, Earth Wall, Jiraiya said, and a wall of earth rose from the ground to shield Jiraiya from the incoming flames. That fire attack had a very large reach, and Jiraiya wouldn't be able to dodge in time. The flames connected with the wall, but it was strong enough to withstand the pressure. Can't believe I'm getting my ass kicked by someone who isn't even using ninjutsu, Jiraiya thought, shaking his head in shame. Doton, Yami Numa, Underworld Swamp, Jiraiya said, as the ground beneath Mito suddenly liquefied, making her fall into the swamp, burying half her body. The earth quickly hardened, trapping her. Jiraiya suddenly appeared above her and yelled, Rasengan! As he drove a blue chakra spear right through Mito's chest, destroying everything around it, even the ground. Since Mito had her arms trapped in the swamp, she couldn't block or dodge the attack. Jiraiya jumped back and was watching the cloud of dust starting to settle. He narrowed his eyes as he watched Mito's chest starting to reform. A few seconds later, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. Jiraiya was so focused on watching Mito reform that he didn't notice 3 of Mito's Kage Bunshin suddenly surround him, making a triangle around him. They all pulled a tag that seemed to float in the air. Sealing trap, chakra drain seal, all of the 3 clones shouting union, and a triangular red colored barrier erupted, trapping Jiraiya inside and starting to drain his chakra. She's stealing my chakra, and fast, Jiraiya thought as he was starting to feel the chakra drainage. If he couldn't get out, he would be out of chakra in mere minutes. Jiraiya started forming a Rasengan, but noticed that it was being absorbed as well. He needed to create a large Rasengan used quickly so Mito didn't have time to absorb it. Udama Rasengan, giant Rasengan, Jiraiya said before making a Rasengan twice as big as the normal Rasengan. He quickly slammed the Rasengan on the ground and the ground exploded upwards, breaking the barrier and the clones as well. Jiraiya cleaned a bit of sweat and jumped back to gain some distance from Mito. Raikage versus Kushina. Who are you? Kushina asked. Why do you want to know? The Raikage asked, genuinely surprised from that question. Even though I hold no love for Kumo, I wish to know the name of my opponent, Kushina explained. I'm a Yondaime Raikage, the Raikage said, and Kushina nodded. Shall we begin? Kushina said before gripping her sword and making Raikage smirk. Perhaps this wouldn't be such a bad fight after all. They both dashed towards each other. The Raikage had yet to activate his light armor as he wanted to get a feel for Kushina's power, so he kept it at elite joining speed. Irubo, elbow, the Raikage said as he reached near Kushina. He flexed his elbow to hit her. Kushina swiftly ducked under him and brought the hilt of her sword upwards, slamming it against Raikage's chin and putting a kick to his chest, sending him flying. Dragon dive, Kushina said before flexing her blade and pointing her towards Raikage. Kushina charged her body with chakra before exploding towards Raikage at very high speeds, but the Raikage wasn't the fastest man alive for nothing, and managed to deflect it, although barely. Raikage, seeing Kushina so up close, charged at her and said, Lariat, and tried to slam his right arm into Kushina's neck, destroying it. Kushina simply bent her body backwards and allowed the arm to pass above her without touching her. The moment the Raikage's arm had safely passed above Kushina, she quickly rose up once again. She jumped into the air and using Raikage's arm as leverage, she snared his head between her legs. She tilted down, placed her hands on the ground for leverage once again, and slammed the Raikage onto the ground hard and jumped back to gain some distance. Enough of this child's play, the Raikage said before his chakra spiked and his body was enveloped in a blue cloak that was sparkling with electricity everywhere. This Raikage's most powerful technique, the Raiten no Yoroi, lightning armor. A technique that, by channeling lightning chakra through the synapses and the external body, it improves the user's reaction time, overall speed, and defenses. Kushina, seeing her opponent using the fabled Raiten no Yoroi, knew she needed something that allowed her to keep up with what will be his new speed. Her husband managed to avoid Ace's fastest strike by using his Hirashin, but she didn't have that at her disposal. Kushina began focusing and channeling wind chakra for her external body. Futa no Yoroi, wind armor, Kushina said. By surrounding her body with wind chakra, she can cut down the wind resistance, increasing her overall speed. However, this technique doesn't protect her from anything like the Raikage's. The Raikage disappeared in a blink of an eye and appeared just above Kushina. Girochin Doropu, guillotine drop, the Raikage said, and tried to perform a drop kick on Kushina. However, Kushina, due to her wind armor, managed to jump away and avoid the kick that shattered the ground. Wind slash, Kushina said, and she reappeared in an instant where the Raikage destroyed the ground. Channeling wind chakra through her blade, she performed a horizontal swing, and Raikage just had enough time to tilt his head as the blade passed right above his head, cutting a few strands of hair. The Raikage quickly recovered and jumped away. As he landed, he noticed a few drops of blood fall to the ground. He placed his hand on his head and he looked at it and he noticed a bit of blood. Even with my light armor, she managed to cut me, the Raikage thought. It was bad luck in the end. The only thing that can beat lightning is wind. The Raikage was looking carefully at Kushina before she poofed in smoke. He looked around just in time to see Kushina reappearing next to him, trying to horizontal slash across his chest. The Raikage, using his lightning reflexes, caught the blade with his bare hands and slammed a kick into Kushina's chest, and she was sent tumbling to the ground. The Raikage had enough of this. He had to end the battle fast so he could go and help the others' battles. He focused and brought his light armor to full power, making it sparkle even more, and his hair became spikier. Kushina was looking at him when he suddenly disappeared. She didn't have enough time to blink as the Raikage reappeared next to her. He grabbed her by the waist and said, "Raiga Bomu, Liger Bomb," and slammed her into the ground, completely tearing her apart and blowing up the ground into smithereens. Raikage jumped and smirked in victory until he noticed that Kushina's body was reforming. A few seconds later, she was standing in front of her as if nothing had happened. Damn that Edo Tensei, Raikage thought as he was considering what he could use to end this despicable technique. Kushina walked forward and placed her hand on the ground, touching Raikage's blood from one of his injuries that Kushina managed to inflict. Kushina spread the blood through her hands and flashed through her hand seals before slamming both hands on the ground. "Funjutsu, gravity well," Kushina said, and kanji erupted from her hands and spread for the area where they were fighting. In less than 2 seconds, the whole area was covered. The Raikage rose an eyebrow in confusion, but when he saw Kushina activate the seal, he almost fell to the ground. The gravity in that area was increased almost 5 times. "She's trying to slow me down. Smart," the Raikage thought. "Infinite blade," Kushina shouted before she disappeared from view. Suddenly, the Raikage's skin bursted in blood, revealing shallow cuts covering all of his body. The Raikage buckled in pain, but these sore wounds wouldn't slow him down. "Raiton Ningu, Sutoreto, lightning straight," the Raikage said, before dashing straight forward towards Kushina with his fist cocked. The only person to ever evade this attack was Kushina's husband, Namikaze Mito, but due to the gravity field, the Raikage was slower, and Kushina easily dodged it, jumping to the side. "Enough of this," Raikage roared before jumping high into the air and saying, "Drop kick," and slammed his feet onto the ground, vaporizing all the tiles around the impact, and completely disrupting his seal matrix, making Kushina drop the gravity field. They were about to jump at it once again when all of them heard a piercing scream from the middle of the arena. All of them stopped their battles and regrouped, shifting their attention to the arena floor where Shikaku was dealing pain as he was having his chakra suppressed. "This chakra... It's Shukaku," Toriyama said, as he was one of the most talented censors to ever live. "No doubt," Hashirama replied. "Looks like Naruto came through," Jiraiya said, and the old Hokage nodded. "What do you mean, Naruto came through?" Kushina asked in a very sweet voice, making all the males gulp and take a step back. "Did you put my Sochi-son against a Biju?" she asked, sweetly grasping her sword. Now, Kushina, he was the one that chose to face the Ichibi," the Hokage tried to reason with her. "Besides, from the looks of it, it looks like he won," the Hokage said. Jiraiya didn't say anything. He still remembered the beating he took when he tried to spy on her and Mito. Not even Orochimaru himself said anything, as he still remembered all the broken bones he had when he said that Kushina looked fat. "He's approaching," Tobirama said, and they all noticed a figure arrive near the roof. Naruto jumped up and faced right for the barrier as if it wasn't even there. "How the hell did that punk pass through the barrier?" Taiyo yelled. "How should I know?" Sakon replied. "Hey, old man, need a hand?" Naruto asked before he analyzed the situation. He looked around and saw what Orochimaru had done, but his eyes were fixed on the red-haired woman. "Kason, mother," Naruto said in a low voice, but everyone heard him. "Naruto-kun," Kushina said and ran towards her son, but Orochimaru forced his control over her, making her stop on her tracks, tears running from her eyes. "You dare summon my family! You are going to pay, Orochimaru," Naruto said and flared his Sharingan, making it slowly shift into his Mangekyo. His eternal displayed for the first time to the world without any Genjutsu hiding it. Orochimaru was shocked when he noticed a shift in Naruto's eyes, and he felt something he hasn't felt in a long time. Fear. "Is that?" Hashirama asked, pointing towards the fan on Naruto's back. "It's my grandfather's fan, Hashirama Jiji," Naruto said, smirking, and Hashirama's and Toriyama's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Madara had a son," Hashirama said, not believing his ears. He didn't see that one coming. "Yes, you did a wonderful job killing him at the valley at the end," Naruto said. "What?" Hashirama yelled. "He survived?" Hashirama asked, and Naruto nodded. "Ironic, don't you think?" Naruto asked, and Hashirama got confused. "To think the sense of you two would fall in love," Naruto said. Hashirama and Tobirama chuckled at the irony before they focused their attention on the blonde and noticed his eyes. "A Mangekyo?" Toriyama asked, and sensed his chakra levels making his eyes widen. "His chakra levels are through the roof. They are on par with lower class Bijus. How in the world?" Toriyama said, but Hashirama interrupted him. "I sense the Kyuubi's chakra in him. It looks like he's new Jinchuriki," Hashirama said, and Toriyama nodded as it made sense. "It's good to see that my legacy lives on," Hashirama said. Naruto, don't go in blindly. They can't be defeated by ordinary means, Hokage said. I know how the Edo Tensei works, Gigi, Naruto said, and Kushina smiled at the affectionate name he had for the third. At least he wasn't alone. How do you know it? It's forbidden technique, Hokage asked suspiciously. Remember when I found Orochimaru's abandoned laboratory? Naruto asked, and Hokage nodded. In there, I found blood samples, as well as Orochimaru's notebook on the Edo Tensei, Naruto said. The reason I know how it works very well is because I can use it as well, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened at that statement. Naruto, Hokage asked with a hard voice. I hope you didn't use it. I would never sacrifice someone's life to bring back anyone, even if it was my family, Naruto said, and Hokage sighed in relief. There are 3 ways to defeat an Edo Tensei, Naruto said, gaining their attention. 1. We can seal the soul away, thus disabling the Edo Tensei permanently. 2. We can vaporize the body completely, thus stopping it from reforming. Or 3rd, since I know the seals, we can force the summoner to end the Edo Tensei himself, Naruto explained, and they frowned. Either way, it was going to be difficult. Arrow Sanin, Naruto said. Stop calling me that, Jiraiya, and everyone's sweat dropped. How could they do this in the middle of a fight? Kushina just laughed as she had called him the same name when she was alive. I can't use any Genji to strong enough to force Orochimaru to release the Edo Tensei. So, do you know any sealing technique besides the Shiki Funjin? Naruto asked. Yes, but it will take time to prepare, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded. We will hold them until then, Naruto said, and everyone rose an eyebrow at that statement. Don't worry, Kasan. I'm freeing you from Orochimaru's grasp. Now, shall we dance? Naruto asked, smirking, and grasped the fan on his back. He always wanted to face against powerful opponents and didn't get any more powerful than Hokage's. Flashback fell at the end. Hashirama and Madara were facing each other, getting ready to start their duel. I'll say it one last time, Madara. Forget this path, Hashirama said as he looked at his old friend. There is no turning back, Hashirama. Now, shall we dance? End the flashback. Hashirama chuckled at the similarities between Naruto and Madara. It looked like Madara's blood was running strong through his veins, more strongly than Hashirama's own blood. Old man, give me fire, Naruto said to Hokage, and he nodded. Gatan, Karyu, Endan. Fire Dragon Mode, Hokage said, explaining a torrent of white, hot fire towards Orochimaru. Gatan, Goryuka no Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Naruto said, before he also started to expel his own stream of fire. He quickly picked up his fan and swung it, empowering the flames with wind. An inferno was unleashed towards Orochimaru, but they all remained in place. Tobirama clapped his hands together and water started rotating around all of them before exploding towards the incoming flames. A huge cloud of steam erupted, blinding everyone except Naruto, who, due to his Sharingan, managed to see the chakra of everyone. Taking advantage of the cloud of steam, Naruto quickly threw towards them the last 10 kunais he had with the Harashin seal. The cloud dispersed and everyone remained in the same place, not moving an inch. Suddenly Hashirama started going through hand seals and said, Mokuton, wood spikes. Suddenly a tree sprouted from the ground and started sending wood spikes towards Naruto and company. Naruto channeled chakra to his gunbai and said, Gunbai Barrier Technique. A semi-circular purple barrier appeared mid-air, intersecting all of the wooden spikes, making them fall to the ground. They were all distracted and defending. They didn't notice Kushina blur right through them, heading towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya, behind you! The Hokage yelled as Kushina appeared right next to Jiraiya, trying to cleave his head off. Raikage powered his right to no Yoroi and dashed at the top of his speed towards Kushina. He wasn't going to arrive in time when they all saw a yellow flash appearing right next to Jiraiya and slammed Rasengan into Kushina. Arasanin, quick! Seal her while she is reforming, Naruto yelled out, making Jiraiya hurry and place one of his finished tags on Kushina's body. You did well, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry we left you all alone, but we loved you very much. I'm proud of you, Kushina said as her Edo Tensei was starting to crack, indicating her soul was about to be released. Thank you, Kasan, Naruto said, sobbing. He usually never let his emotional guard to anyone other than his more trusted people, but this one was an exception. Kushina was starting to fade away before Naruto approached her and whispered something to her ears, only bringing a smile to her face before fading away completely. You are going down, Orochimaru, Naruto said, glaring at the snake. That was... Raikage started saying before everything fell into place. You are Mito's brat, aren't you? Raikage asked rhetorically. Yes, I am. And by the way, Mito is Madara's son, Naruto said, and the first 2 Hokages widened their eyes. Who would have thought that Madara's son would have become Hokage? Enough of this! Kill them, Orochimaru ordered, and they all dashed towards the Leaf Defenders. Jiraiya, how are the attacks coming along? Hurry up, will you? The Hokage asked. Give me a break. These aren't easy to make, Jiraiya stated. Here they come, the Raikage said before taking a defensive stance. Let's end this, Raikage said, trying to boost the morale. Naruto dashed towards Hashirama, engaged in taijutsu. Naruto had dropped the weight a long time ago as he wanted to keep up with the Kages. So, this is the power of a Kage. I need to step up my training, Naruto said as he was being pushed back by Hashirama's raw power. Hashirama threw a right hook that connected with Naruto and left him slightly dazed. Naruto's Kamui activated just in time to see Orochimaru's extended neck facing right through him. What the hell are you doing, Edophile? Are you trying to give me a hickey? Naruto smugly asked, trying to piss him off. You shouldn't rile him up, the Hokage said, chuckling at his surrogate grandson. I haven't already, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto channeled as much chakra as he could into his body and sent a kick towards Orochimaru and sent him flying. Naruto used his Kamui phase right through Hashirama and jumped back. Naruto crouched and concentrated. Golden chains emerged from the ground and snared Hashirama into the ground. The chains twisted around his ankles, snaring him to that spot. Raikage! Naruto yelled out before Raikage abandoned his fight with Tobirama and charged at full speed, and he said, Lariat! The Raikage dashed towards Hashirama, who was pinned at full speed, slammed his arm into him, destroying his chest completely. Jiraiya quickly appeared next to him and placed the sealing tag on Hashirama, breaking him free. The village is in good hands. I hope we meet again, Naruto, although not too soon, Hashirama said, smiling as his soul was released. The village is in good hands. He could sense that Naruto had a pure heart, and that the will of fire burned brightly in him. That's 2 down, Naruto said, panting. Even though Kurama could refill his chakra reserves at any time, and he had good stamina, this invasion was taking its toll on his body. He already had 2 matches, one against a Biju, he made 2,000 clones, and now he's fighting here against Kages. You now, old man, Naruto said towards Hokage, panting. If I don't make Chunin after all this, I'm gonna burn all of your Icha books, Naruto said, and the Hokage paled. You see there, the Hokage said, waving his hands. During all of this, Orochimaru was grating his teeth. Everything was going so well until the brat appeared, and then his Edo Tensei started falling like flies. Now they were in an advantage as it was 4 against 3, and the worst part of it is that he couldn't afford to kill the brat. Orochimaru decided that enough was enough and spat his sword out of his mouth. It was a Kusanagi sword that is said to be indestructible. Then again, so is Naruto's fan. Suddenly, Naruto stiffened and brought his head down in shame. The Hokage seemed confused and asked what happened. The Kage is dead, Naruto said, and Orochimaru's eyes widened. The Kage was supposed to invade the village with a small army and take it by surprise. What happened? Hokage asked. He was leading 200 shinobi towards us, so I launched my Kirin Jutsu and killed them all, Naruto said in a low voice. He had just killed over 200 people with a single jutsu. Even though he was defending his village, those shinobi were just following orders from their leader, Orochimaru himself. The Hokage's eyes widened as well as everyone else's. To be able to kill so many shinobi with a single jutsu, it reminded him of his father, the Yellow Flash, who used his Hirashin jutsu to decimate almost 1,000 shinobi during the Third Great War. To place such guilt on such a young man, the Hokage thought. War never brought benefits to anyone, and this little invasion was proof of that. That must be one hell of a jutsu, the Raikage commented, slightly interested in it. The ability to instantly take out so many shinobi, easily rank the jutsu as S rank. The next tag is ready, Jiraiya said, and they got ready once again. I won't allow this anymore. Mito, use anything. Use your strongest seal. I don't care. Just finish them, Orochimaru ordered, and Mito obeyed. Mito instantly started going for hand seals at very high speed, indicating that it was going to be one big sequence, and big sequences usually aren't good. Jiraiya was watching carefully at the seal sequence when his eyes widened in realization. You can't allow her to finish that seal! Stop her now! Jiraiya yelled, but it was too late. Sealing trap. Obliteration, Mito said, and instantly kanji erupted from her hands and covered the entire roof where Jiraiya and the others were. The kanji suddenly started flowing through the air, trapping Jiraiya and the others in a spear. Activate, Mito said, and the kanji spear glowed before exploding with such a force that the entire building shook, but the explosion and flames didn't leave the spear, and remained there for a few seconds. The flames died down, and the kanji faded, dispersing the spear. Orochimaru smirked when the smoke cleared as he saw nothing inside the spear. He couldn't even sense them anymore, so that could only mean that he won. In the end, Konoha shall perish as well, Orochimaru said, laughing, and Edo Tensei looked down in shame. Don't get cocky, boy, Raikage said, and they all reappeared on the rooftop via Naruto's Kamui. Naruto by this time was sitting on the ground taking long breaths. How did you survive? Orochimaru asked, getting pissed. No matter what he did, they always managed to escape. You have Naruto to thank for it, the Hokage said, looking at him. He transported all of us to his pocket dimension just before the explosion happened, the Hokage said, chuckling. Orochimaru scowled. You really are one of a kind, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, chuckling. Such a perfect vessel, he said. I don't swing that way, Naruto said, chuckling. I have both tags ready, let's end this for good, Jiraiya said before everyone agreed. This battle had gone on long enough, and Naruto was almost completely exhausted. I'll make my final move, Naruto said before you disappear in a flash. He appeared right behind Tobirama and slammed Rasengan onto his back and sent him flying towards Hokage, who caught him and immobilized him, lying dry to seal him. You did well, Saru, Tobirama said before disappearing. Thank you, Sensei, Hokage replied. You are next, Naruto whispered into Mito's ear as he flashed behind her as well. Rasengan, Naruto said, and slammed against Mito, destroying her body completely. Jiraiya quickly approached her and placed a tag on her, releasing her as well. Now it's only Orochimaru, Hokage said. Konoha may have survived today, but it shall fall, Orochimaru said as he was getting ready to leave. You are not going anywhere, Naruto said as he flashed next to him and grabbed him by the arm. The moment Naruto caught Orochimaru, kanji started flowing out of Naruto's arm. Orochimaru, seeing this, immediately performed a kaorimi with a log, but the kanji did manage to cover his entire right arm. This is the end, Naruto said before placing his right hand in the tiger seal. Activate, Naruto said, and almost instantly the kanji glowed and what seemed to be the worst pain Orochimaru had ever felt. This one was even worse. Orochimaru screamed in pain until the seal started to fade off and disappear from his arm. What did you do, brat? Orochimaru asked. His arm felt normal, however it was a bit numb from the pain. I destroyed the chakra network on your arm. You can no longer mold chakra with that arm. You lose, Naruto said, smirking. This won't be the end. Drop the barrier. We are leaving, Orochimaru ordered, and immediately the Sound Four dropped the barrier and ran towards their master. They grabbed him and tried to jump away. You aren't going anywhere, Naruto said before he summoned his golden chains and tried to capture them, but one of the Sound Four launched what seemed to be a spider's web, giving them enough time to Shunshin away. Damn it! They got away, Naruto said, punching the ground. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. We will get him, eventually, the Hokage said. All of them were taking deep breaths as they overlooked Konoha. It seemed that the village didn't take much damage and Hokage was glad for it. Naruto suddenly clutched his head in pain. Old man, the invasion's over and my clones are dispelling, so I'll be fine now. See you tomorrow, Naruto said as his eyes rolled behind his head and he fell to the ground only to have the Hokage grab him. Rest now, Naruto. You did much more than I could have ever hoped for, the Hokage said, as he picked Naruto up and secured him on his back. That's some kid, the Raikage said. Yes, he is, Jiraiya said, proud of the shinobi his godson became. And that is the end of Chapter 23, Invasion. Pretty good chapter, and now we'll move on to Chapter 24, which is Aftermath. So, we will now begin. Chapter 24, Aftermath. Konoha had proved once again why it was considered the strongest of the elemental nations. Konoha was pitted against two other villages, one of them being one of the top 5, and yeah, Konoha came out victorious. However, in war, no victory is without sacrifice, and as such, Konoha lost a few shinobi whose names would forever be engraved in a memorial stone. Naruto was slowly regaining consciousness and opened his eyes only to be blinded and brought his hand to cover them. He slowly adjusted to the light and looked up to see a white ceiling. He took the scent of the place and it smelled like disinfectant. Great, I'm in the hospital, Naruto mumbled to himself and tried to rise but felt a weight on his chest. He looked down and saw a mop of dark blue hair that belonged to Hinata. She was curled up against him with her head on his chest, drooling. It was a funny sight to see. He chuckled and softly shook Hinata, trying to awake her. She began to stir and open those white eyes that Naruto loved so much. She rubbed them to shake off her sleepiness and took her surroundings to find Naruto's deep blue eyes staring at her. Comfortable? Naruto asked with an amused smile. Very much, thank you, Hinata replied and tried to bury her face closer to his chest. How long have you been here? Naruto asked. I didn't want to sleep alone at the house, so I infiltrated the hospital after hours so I could cuddle with you, Hinata said, slightly blushing, and Naruto chuckled. How is everyone doing? Naruto asked, sitting up and stretching his arms. Everyone we know is fine, but the village just suffers casualties, Hinata explained, looking down. I understand, Naruto said. He gently grabbed her chin, making her lock eyes with her. Cheer up, Naruto said, and slightly kissed her on the lips. The quick kiss became a hot makeout session with Naruto leaning against the wall and Naruto straddling him and holding him by his neck. Oh yeah, this is golden. Ryu tries to cheer up his lover by kissing her deeply, his hands feeling her soft skin. Moments later, his hands start roaming down, eliciting a small moan of bliss from Hiromi. Jiraiya said out loud as he was scribbling furiously on his notepad. This kid will be even better than his father, Jiraiya continued on writing as a small trickle of blood fell from his nose. What are you doing, Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya looked up to see Hinata with a very sweet smile on her face. Jiraiya paled at that particular smile, and he could swear he saw a visage of the Shinigami behind her. Have mercy, Jiraiya said, pleading. Not today, Jiraiya-sama. Not today, Hinata said before her Byakugan flared. Secret technique. 1,000 years of pain, Hinata said, and empowering her fingers to chakra, she slammed them right into Jiraiya's butt, sending him flying into Naruto's room and crashing into the wall. Naruto was wondering what this commotion was until he saw his pervert of a godfather flying into his room. Jiraiya crashed into the wall and fell to the ground, crying anime tears with his ass smoking. Hinata approached the pervert, who recoiled in fear as she approached. She quickly found his notebook and threw it in the air and burnt to ashes with a small katon jutsu. This particular katon jutsu was taught to her by Kurne, who burned every icha she found. No! Jiraiya yelled, crying as he watched his previous work turn to ashes. Naruto just chuckled the antics of his godfather, who was now getting back to his feet while nursing his precious butt. How are you doing, Gaki? Jiraiya asked. I'm good. I just had chakra exhaustion. I'm good as new, Naruto replied. Good. Jiraiya replied as he saw the ash of his notebook fly out the window and sunk his head. Naruto looked around, and when he didn't see it, he decided to ask Jiraiya. Arasani, Naruto gained a thick mark from Jiraiya. Have you seen my fan? Naruto asked. I have it right here, Jiraiya said, and took out a scroll from his back and unsealed his fan. Jiraiya picked it up, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya saw the surprised face of Naruto and asked what was wrong. I'm just surprised you can lift the weapon so easily. Do you realize that thing eats a lot of chakra? Naruto said, and Jiraiya sensed his chakra and noticed he was almost 20% missing. This thing just ate a fifth of my chakra just by picking it up? How can you use it? Jiraiya asked, confused as he placed a fan near his bed. That fan was created by the Rikudo Sanin, and only a descendant from him can use his weapons without the massive chakra drain, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded. There are only 2 people left in this world that can use these weapons. Me and my grandmother, Naruto said. Speaking of which, Sarutobi-sensei told me to take you both to his office when you woke up, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded. Jiraiya called a nurse over so she could do a quick checkup on Naruto, and allowed him to leave. He's completely back to normal. You can go, the nurse said, and Naruto jumped off the bed. He quickly got dressed, picked up his fan, and placed it on his back, and they all left towards the Hokage tower. Naruto, Jiraiya called, and Naruto focused his attention on him. Can't you Hirashin us to the tower? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto's sweat dropped. His father's S-rank space-time technique that he used to decimate a battalion was reduced to transportation. I can, but I won't. I want to stretch my legs, Naruto said, and Jiraiya pouted. They were calmly walking through the streets without a care in the world. Naruto got so caught up in his thoughts he didn't notice the road ahead of him, and crashed into a civilian, knocked him to the ground, and making Naruto recoil a bit. When a civilian noticed who he crashed into, quickly he rose up and bowed to Naruto before he could even apologize. My apologies, Uchiha-sama, the civilian said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Uchiha-sama? Naruto asked, and the civilian flinched. Hi, the civilian replied, slightly fearful. Figures, Naruto thought. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, for now anyways, and you don't have to bow to me. I hold no grudge against any of you, Naruto said, and the civilian sighed in relief. He didn't want to piss off the grandson of Uchiha Madara himself, even more after what he heard Naruto did during the invasion. Thank you, Naruto-san, the civilian said and left. That was interesting, Jiraiya said, and Hinata nodded. Indeed, maybe they'll stop shouting demon everywhere I go. That's always a plus, Naruto said, and looked at the other civilians walking in the streets, but the looks Naruto used to receive weren't there anymore. In the beginning, they held hatred. After he showed them the Kyuubi, they held fear, but now they seem to hold respect and admiration. Hokage Tower. They all arrived at Hokage Tower and went through the doors to see the old Hokage giggling like a madman with blood trickling from his nose while he had a few Kage Bunshins working on his paperwork. The Hokage giggled once more, and Naruto's sweat dropped, only to see Hinata disappear in a blur and snatch the Hokage's book and destroying it with the same Katon Jutsu. Are all men perverts? Hinata asked out loud and got a sigh from the Hokage. How are you feeling, Naruto-kun? The Hokage asked. Naruto outdid himself against the Kages. It isn't every day we see a 14-year-old boy hold his own against Kage-level shinobi. I'm good as new, Naruto replied. Now, let's get down to business, Hokage said as his clone dispelled and he took his seat behind his desk. Oh, by the way, Gigi, Naruto said, getting Hokage's attention. Did you take the scroll I had with me? Because I had Gaara and his team sealed in there, Naruto said. Yes, don't worry, they're all in lockdown paying negotiations with the Sand, Hokage explained. And what is the Sand saying? Jiraiya asked. It's up to the council now since the Kazekage died in the invasion and they took a very heavy blow. They came at us with a full battalion of almost 1,000 shinobi and they can't risk war against us, so they will comply with our demands, Hokage explained. What did you ask? Naruto asked. Financial compensation for damage dealt to the village, and we are keeping Gaara as an arch in Turkey and their team should they choose to stay as well, the Hokage said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I know you may not like it, but the bijus dictate the power shifts in the villages. Until now we only had the QB, now we have two if Gaara decides to turn friendly to our side, the Hokage said. Naruto brought his hand to his chin and fought and replied, he might. He holds no love for his village as he was treated like me. Good, Hokage replied. Now that with Sand like Kumo and Iwa both having two bijus. The Leaf never prided themselves on making weapons such as Jinchurikis and proved it many times. They won 3 world wars by having extremely skilled shinobi and not relying on the Jinchurikis to do their work. But before that, we should fix Gaara's seal, Naruto said, and Jiraiya rose an eyebrow in confusion. After I placed my demonic suppression seal on Gaara, I noticed some irregularities. The seal that holds Shikaku was designed for inmate objects. It's nothing more than an advanced sword seal, that is why Gaara is so unstable. It is probably also affecting Shikaku, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded. We will take care of that later, but now I have other concerns, Hokage explained before taking out a file and handing it to Naruto to read. What's this? Naruto asked as he picked the file up and started reading it. The report on how good Uchiha Sasuke did during the invasion, based on what Kakashi and other shinobi saw, the Hokage explained. Invasion report. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Team affiliation, Team 7 under Hatake Kakashi. Rank, Genin. Team assigned, Orochimaru and Haruno Sakura. Description: Sasuke displayed a high-level amount of skill and responsibility by taking charge of a gang team and provided crucial assistance in the civilians' evacuation as well as defeating multiple Chunin-level shinobi from both the Sand and the Sound. Recommendation: promotion to Chunin. Okay, now what? Naruto asked, slightly confused as to why the Hokage was shown this. I want yours and Nana's opinion on this, Hokage explained. Why us? Naruto asked. You are friends with him and know him better than anyone else, the Hokage said. Friends is a very strong word, Naruto said, sighing before pulling his thoughts together. I have no doubt that Sasuke is strong enough for Chunin. It's just his attitude that endangers us. If he does get promoted, his ego will skyrocket, and he might start some conflict if someone of the same rank is chosen as leader, Naruto reasoned. On the other hand, not promoting him will just enrage him even more, as he will think that the village is holding him back, and with Orochimaru's offering of power, he might be a flight risk, Naruto finished his explanation. What about you, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. I agree with you. He's too focused on revenge, and both choices have drawbacks. However, promoting him and placing him with a strong leader will solve these problems, Naruto replied, and Hokage nodded in comprehension and would take this later on with the council. I will take it into consideration. Now, on to the next matter, and this relates to you, Naruto, the Hokage said, and Naruto focused on him. I'm too old for this job. I should have stayed retired, but when your father died, I was forced to take back the hat, the Hokage said, sighing. This invasion was proof of that. I'm no longer strong enough to lead this village, and as such, I chose a successor, the Hokage explained. Are you giving the hat to the pervert? Naruto asked offhandedly and got a smack on the head from Jiraiya. I'm not a pervert. I'm a super pervert, Jiraiya said. The Hokage forced a cough to silence the bickering duo. I would have asked him, but he would have refused, the Hokage said, and Jiraiya nodded as it was true. His spy network was of too much importance to the village, and besides, he wasn't the type of man to be strapped behind a desk 8 hours a day. Now, this brings the main reason I asked Jiraiya to bring you in, the Hokage said, but before he continued, Naruto interrupted him. You were making me the Hokage? Naruto asked with a disbelieving look. Not yet, I'm afraid, Hokage replied, chuckling. The reason I called you here is because Jiraiya wants you to accompany him into searching for my replacement, Senju Tsunade. The Hokage finished with an amused smirk on his old face. Really? Naruto being thinking of going to search for the last piece of the family he has, even if she doesn't know about him? Yes, although she might be a bit reluctant into coming back to the village, Hokage said, sighing. She hasn't been able to cope with her losses, and she froze herself into drinking and gambling. Don't worry, I'll bring her back to the village. That's a promise, and I never go back on my word, Naruto said. Now, this brings us to the final topic of this meeting, the Hokage said, and Naruto sighed. They had already been here for quite a while, and it seemed it wasn't going to end anytime soon. After this, I'm calling a council meeting to give the promotions. You'll be promoted to Chunin, which gives you the right to have a council seat as the head of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Namikaze clans, the Hokage said, and Naruto nodded. So, have you decided on your name, and if you will take the seat right now, the Hokage asked? Naruto once again was lost in his thoughts. The Uzumaki name has been with him since his birth, but it's too far away, and apparently he's the last Uzumaki along with Tsunade. He would like to honor the Namikaze name of his father, but that never belonged to any clan, and he wouldn't want to forget the Senju clan. The Uchiha name was out of the question, and as such the only choice was between Senju and Namikaze. It was a tough choice in the end. Naruto would be leaving one name to die, and as such he decided that he should not let the name of the founders of Konoha to be forgotten in history. I'll take the Senju name. From now on, I'm Senju Naruto, Naruto said, and the Hokage smiled. It was a good choice, as if there were any other choice, but Naruto would like that he chose the founder's clan name. Are you taking a seat now? The Hokage asked. Naruto mused and thought. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of noise because of this, Naruto said. Yes, but they can't deny you your heritage, the Hokage explained. I'll take it. Now let's go make some noise, Naruto said, smirking at the thought of all those civilians yelling, and the Hokage's sweat just dropped. The Hokage flourished chakra, and an Anbu dropped from the ceiling and kneeled in front of him waiting for orders. Summon the council and call Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Shikamaru, the Hokage said. Hi, the Anbu replied and disappeared in smoke. Let's go face the music, Senju Naruto, the Hokage said, chuckling, and they all left the office and went towards the council room. Council room. It took about half an hour before all the clan heads could come. They were all seated in their traditional places. The Hokage, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Hinata walked through double doors and saw that the council was already assembled. The Hokage sat down and noticed the room. To his left were the clan heads. There was an empty seat closest to him, followed by Inuzuka Sume, head of the Inuzuka clan, Hyuga Hiyashi, head of the Hyuga clan, Aburame Shibi, head of the Aburame clan, Nara Shikaku, head of the Nara clan, Yamanaka Inuichi, head of the Yamanaka clan, and finally, Akamichi Choza, head of the Akamichi clan. To his right, there were his advisors, Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Hamura, and Utatane Koharu. Next to them was the civilian side of the council. It consisted of the most important civilians in the village that ran the most shops and provided food, clothes, and other materials and services for shinobi to use. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, grandson of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Sasuke remembered those words as he watched Naruto walk into the room. His long hair and the fan on his back made Sasuke seethe his teeth as he was permanently reminded of his utter defeat. The council is in session, Hokage said before looking at the genin in front of him. We are here today to award promotions to these extraordinary genin for their skill and work during the invasion, Hokage said. Nara Shikamaru, step forward, Hokage called out, and Shikamaru stepped forward as requested. For great playing during your match and work during the invasion, we promote you to Chunin. Congratulations and keep up the good work, the Hokage said, and threw him a flak jacket. Troublesome, Shikamaru said before pulling his jacket on and stepping back. Hyuga Hinata, the Hokage called out, and Hinata stepped forward. For great skill in taijutsu and ninjutsu, and for remaining calm in the face of stronger opponents, we promote you to Chunin. Congratulations, Hokage said with a smile. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Hinata replied. Uchiha Sasuke, the Hokage called out, and he stepped forward with his traditional cocky smirk. You are a special case. After many deliberations and taking into account the work you did during the invasion, you are promoted to Chunin. At this, Sasuke's smirk got even wider. But any sign of insubordination or ferreting conduct and you are stripped of the rank, understood? The Hokage said in a serious voice, licking a bit of ki. Of course, Hokage-sama, Sasuke replied still with a smile. And finally, the Hokage said, shifting his attention towards Naruto. For great skill in defeating not only Shikaku, but for providing great assistance during the invasion in defeating the Kazekage, and providing assistance to me against Orochimaru, I award the rank of elite tuning to Senju Naruto, the Hokage said, and an immense silence followed. Everyone was still wondering if they heard their Hokage correctly. What? Sasuke yelled out and pretty much resumed the thoughts of everyone in the room. How can he be a Senju? Sasuke said, spitting the Senju name. He has the Sharingan, Naruto stated. Everything I said is true. Naruto was the last remaining Senju in the village, Hokage explained. And surprisingly enough, no one yelled or said anything, and they just stared at the Hokage waiting for an explanation. You all know that Senju Tsunade had a daughter, right? The Hokage asked, and the clan heads nodded. Yes, but she died, Hiashi stated in a calm tone. That Naruto was becoming more surprising by the moment. Her death was faked by me to protect her from the CRA, the Hokage said, and they all gasped. To think the Hokage would go to such lengths to protect someone from the CRA. Her death was faked, and Uzumaki Kushina was born, the Hokage said, and Shikaku's eyes widened in realization. Troublesome, he said without thinking, making the Hokage focus on him. Trust Naruto to figure out the rest, Hokage thought. Would you like to do the honors, Hokage asked. Troublesome, Shikaku said, before pulling his thoughts together. You all remember that red-haired loudmouth, right? Shikaku asked, and everyone nodded. After all, Konoha's Red Death wasn't easily forgotten. We all know who she was always around, right? Shikaku asked, almost rhetorically. Yes, that hussy was always around Mito-kun, the pink banshee said. The moment she said hussy, Naruto's chakra spiked to the level that everyone gulped in a dry throat due to his presence alone. However, he didn't release any ki, and as such, the civilians were all oblivious to that. If Naruto was a member of the Senju clan, the only possible outcome would be if he's Kushina's son, and looking at him, blonde hair, blue eyes, I'm confident assuming that Mito was the father, Shikaku said, and everyone's eyes widened. Who's Mito? Sasuke asked, who was oblivious. You wanted to know who my father was, right? Naruto asked Sasuke, who nodded. My father was Namikaze Mito, Yondaime Hokage, and Uchiha Madara's son, Naruto said, and everyone's jaw hit the ground. Who would, in their sanity, believe that Madara's son would become Hokage? It's ironic. The son of the greatest traitor became our biggest hero, Naruto said out loud. And the funny part of all this is that Madara hated the Senju, and his son ended up marrying one, Shikaku said, and everyone chuckled. So that means that you're the great-grandson of Senju Hashirama, the Shindaime Hokage, great-grandnephew of Senju Tobirama, the Nandaime Hokage, grandson of Uchiha Madara, and son of Namikaze Mito, the Yondaime Hokage, Sume said, whistling. That was one powerful lineage right there. And you people treat him like garbage, Sume growled to the civilian side, who held their heads down in shame. But that's not all, Hokage said, gathering their attention to him. I'm resigned, and as such I've chosen my successor, Hokage said, and many were shocked by this blunt statement. After this meeting, Jiraiya, along with Naruto, will be retrieving Senju Tsunade, Naruto's grandmother, for the position of Godaime Hokage, the Hokage said, and people were happy with this choice. Tsunade was considered a princess in the village, and was a Sannin with the power of a Kage, so she was a fine choice. A very strong lineage indeed, Hiashi commented, but everyone could hear the tone which was said. A fine choice. Perhaps my teachings weren't a total loss, Hiashi thought discreetly, looking at Hinata. Even if they were low in numbers, the Senju clan was still one of the most powerful and renowned clans in the entire world. Enough! Sasuke yelled, making everyone jump from the sun's sound spike. You're an affront to Uchiha clan. You flaunt that fan and have the Sharingan, and yet you choose to honor the Senju name, Sasuke said. You're a disgrace and unworthy of such a weapon, Sasuke spat. You want my fan now, Naruto asked. Yes, I demand you hand that fan over to me, as it belongs to an elite Uchiha, like me, Sasuke said, and Naruto laughed, and Sasuke got a tick mark on his face. You don't even know how irony-packed that statement is, Naruto said, and Sasuke got confused and was getting angrier by the moment. I will explain everything, so just listen, Naruto stated. Sasuke, can you tell me what are the levels of Sharingan? Naruto asked, prodding around a bit, wondering if he knew about the Mangekyo. The Hokage sent Naruto a look that clearly said, "Do you think it's wise?" But Naruto nodded. It would become knowledge at any point in time, so he just wanted to get this over with so he didn't have anything more to worry about. 3 levels, for 1 to 3 Tomoes in each eye, Sasuke said simply, but Naruto sent a knowing look. Fine, there's a 4th level called Mangekyo Sharingan, but it can only be obtained by killing your best friend, Sasuke blurted out, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Naruto knew of that because Kurama told him about it, but how could Sasuke know? How do you know how to achieve it? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes. Itachi told me to come after him when I had the same eyes as him, Sasuke replied, and Naruto seemed to accept the answer. Now, let me tell you all something that has long been forgotten, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes focused on him. We all know the legend of the Rikudo Sannin, right? Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. They were all shinobi, and as such they all knew the tales of their father. Rikudo Sannin was a shinobi of unparalleled power. He was even considered to be a god. During his life, he had 2 sons. His older son inherited the sage's eyes and founded the Uchiha clan, and the younger brother inherited the sage's body and founded the Senju clan, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow at the statement. How do you know all this, Naruto-san? Shibi asked. Let's just say the furball is an endless pit of information, Naruto explained, and his stomach growled the furball nickname. Moving on, when his life was ending, he had to choose who would carry on his work, and as such, he chose the younger brother, the Senju leader. However, this didn't sit well with the Uchiha brother, who thought that being the firstborn deserved to be the one to lead the world to peace through strength, Naruto said, and everyone was focused on his explanation. The silence was disturbing. As such, the older brother challenged the younger one to a battle for a title but lost. Angry with this loss, he decided to exterminate the Senju before it even began, but he would need more power to do that. He decided to perform a blood ritual to transform normal people into Uchihas, capable of using the Sharingan. Naruto explained and everyone's eyes widened. The benefits of such a ritual were unparalleled and could easily bring Konoha to heights never before reached. The Uchihas created by the blood ritual were half-blood, while the ones that came from the older brother's bloodline were called elite, or pure blood. Everyone understand? Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. The pure bloodline was my grandfather's line, going from Mito into me. I assume that my grandfather is dead from a letter I have from him, so I'm the last of the pure blood Uchihas, making Sasuke a half-blood. Naruto explained, and Sasuke seethed. He didn't want to be a half-blood created by some ritual. And what's the difference between the pure bloods and the half-bloods? Shikaku asked curiously. The key difference lies in the activation of the 4th and final stage of the Sharingan. In pure blood Uchihas, the final level is achieved like any others through training in life and death situations like mine, Naruto said and closed his eyes. He opened them and showed the normal Sharingan, but then the Sharingan started to slowly spin until it became his Mangekyo. This is my Mangekyo. I achieved it when that civilian sent 2 joints to kill me. I've got to thank you for that, Naruto said, smirking with his EMS glowing all its glory. Everyone was drawn to his eyes, his blood-red eyes that seemed to give off power beyond anything ever imagined. The true power of the Sharingan. The power of Uchiha Madara. He just became much more dangerous, Hiyashi thought as he watched his Mangekyo glow. But there was one more key difference, Naruto said, and broke everyone's trance just from looking at his eyes. If a half-blood Uchiha awakens his Mangekyo, the more they use it, the more the eyes get sealed until there is nothing more than darkness, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened. So that's the price for power for the half-blood. That's why I said you didn't know how irony-packed that statement was. You called yourself an elite Uchiha, but in the end, you're nothing more than a copy, Naruto explained as he deactivated his eyes and waited for the explosion. That came out a little harsher than I wanted it to, Naruto thought in retrospect. How dare you mock me, Sasuke said, spitting every word. Is there any proof you can give? Sasuke asked. Just one. My fan, Naruto said, and removed it from his back. This fan was created by Rikudo Sannin, and as such, only a true descendant can wield it without massive chakra consumption, Naruto explained. Hinata-chan, can you check Sasuke's chakra levels? Naruto asked. If he gave the fan to Sasuke and he didn't have enough chakra, he would hit the ground dead like a sack of potatoes. He's around Jonin level, Naruto said, and Naruto nodded. You want to prove that you're a pureblood, Naruto asked, and Sasuke nodded. Then pick up my fan without fainting, Naruto said, and offer the fan to Sasuke. The moment Sasuke just touched the fan, he collapsed to the ground on his knees, taking deep breaths. Is that enough proof? Naruto asked as he placed the fan on his back. There are only 2 people in the whole world that can use the fan. Me and my grandmother Senju Tsunade, Naruto explained, and everyone was still processing everything they heard until now. It doesn't mean that you can't be strong, Sasuke. It only means the next level of eyes isn't worth the cost, Naruto explained. He knew that this explanation would piss off Sasuke even more, but he had to find out sometime. I'll make my own choices, Senju, Sasuke said, and left the council room without even asking for permission and slammed the door shut. It was inevitable, the Hokage said. I have a question, Danzo said, and Naruto shifted his attention towards him. Do you know how to do this blood ritual? Danzo innocently asked. No, but even if I did, I wouldn't reveal it, Naruto said, and Danzo scoffed. I hold no hate for them, but the half-blood Uchihas shouldn't have even been created in the first place, Naruto explained. That's a bit harsh coming from you, Inoichi said. True, but you knew the Uchihas and their hunger for power. If they all knew how to achieve the next level, what do you think they would do? Naruto rhetorically asked. I think Itachi wiping them out was a blessing in disguise, Naruto said. You have no idea how right you are, the Hokage thought to himself as his personal counselors. Well, this was a strange day of revelations, Hamura said. Yes, is there anything else you want to discuss, the Hokage said, and the pink banshee raised her hand. Yes, Hokage-sama. Since Naruto-sama is now the sole heir to a clan, the CRA applies to him, the pink banshee stated, and Naruto's eye twitched. I have a question. You didn't know about me until now, so why didn't Sasuke go into the CRA? Naruto asked, trying to outmaneuver them as he already knew this was coming. We didn't want to pressure him as he might run away, the pink banshee explained. Well, then apply the same principle to me. If you force me into the CRA, I will leave the village, and the Senju Uzumaki, Namikaze, and pure-blooded Uchiha line ends with me, Naruto said out loud and clear, and Jiraiya scoffed. He didn't know why his godson wouldn't want an Aram, but he was just like Mito, an idealist. Hinata is the only one for me, Naruto said, and Hinata turned bright red. Kids with Naruto-kun? Hinata thought before fainting. Naruto quickly rushed to her and caught her just before she hit the deck. She hasn't fainted in years, Naruto said, chuckling. So, are we clear about the CRA? Naruto asked with a serious voice. But you can't refuse this law, the pink banshee tried to explain, but she couldn't but feel a bit scared of him. I took a beat you down alone. I suppose the civilians like you that are going to force me, Naruto rhetorically asked. He didn't want to flaunt his power, but in this case he was forced to. The pink banshee flinched at this tone and said nothing more. She was trying to set him up with Sakura, but it appeared to be too late. The shinobi side never really appreciated the CRA, especially the females. Just the thought of being turned into a baby factory made them want to puke. Anything else? Naruto asked, but everyone remained silent. The meeting is adjourned, the Hokage said, and everyone started to leave, except Jiraiya, Naruto, and the fainting Tsunade, who was regaining consciousness. That was a very interesting meeting, the Hokage explained. Yes, and he didn't want to kill me this time, Naruto said, chuckling. Although Sasuke didn't seem happy, Naruto said. Can't really blame him, Jiraiya said. Are you ready to head out? Jiraiya asked. 2 things. Can Nana go with us? And I would like to visit Gaara before we head out, Naruto said, and both Jiraiya and the Hokage nodded. Here, the Hokage gave him a paper to allow him to visit Gaara. Meet with Jiraiya and Nana at the north gate in 2 hours then, the Hokage said, and everyone left the room. IT Department. Naruto made his way towards the Interrogation and Torture Division. The IT Division was located near the Hokage Tower, so it was only a couple of minutes on the foot. He entered the building, and suddenly Kunai came out of nowhere and grazed his cheek, drawing a bit of blood. Naruto turned around to see Anko trying to lick his blood, but apparently the wound was already closed. What kind of green is this? Naruto asked, shaking his head. You're no fun, Anko pouted. So, what are you doing here, Miss Uchiha? Anko asked, and Naruto sighed. My name is Senju Naruto, and I'm here to see Gaara, Naruto explained, and Anko's eyes widened to the Senju name. Here, Naruto said, and delivered her the Hokage's permission to visit the inmates. After you, Senju-sama, Anko said, licking her lips and bowing deeply. Crazy snake-lay, Naruto muttered and fought. Naruto made his way down the stairs and came across a heavy metallic door with an ambush station outside. Naruto quickly showed him his permission and was allowed inside where the holding cells were. This section didn't have many cells when compared to Konoha's prison because the IT department was only temporary. Naruto arrived to the last cell and looked inside. And there were Baki, Tamari, Kankuro, all wearing chakra seals and restricting clothes. Gaara, however, was chained to the middle of the room with a kanji circle around him. "Come to glow?" Tamari asked, her voice broken and weak. "Not my style," Naruto replied. She didn't understand how a 14-year-old defeated not only her sensei, who was a joint, but also her brother. "In fact, I came to talk to Gaara and explain a few things," Naruto said, and Gaara looked up, locking eyes with Naruto. "How's the seal?" Naruto asked. "How are you so strong?" Gaara asked, instead of replying to Naruto's original question. Enter Naruto ST1, sadness and sorrow. The pain of being alone. It's really terrible, right? Naruto asked, and Gaara's eyes widened. "I don't know why, but I understand your feelings so well that it hurts me," Naruto said, and everyone was silent. "But I have precious people now, and I would never allow anyone to hurt them," Naruto said. "Why do that for strangers?" Gaara asked with a shaky voice. "Because they took away my solitude and loneliness," Naruto said. "They saved me from my hell, and because of that, they are precious to me, and I would do anything for them," Naruto explained. "Love. Is that why he is so strong?" Gaara mused and thought. "Hinata-chan, Hokage Gigi, Eureka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and more," Naruto said, smiling. "I don't have anyone like that. You were lucky," Gaara said sadly. "You just have to look around. And not very far," Naruto said, pointing towards his siblings and sensei. "When I placed a barrier, they jumped in, even knowing that you might lose control and kill them as well," Naruto explained. "Really?" Gaara shakily asked. "Of course, Gaara. We are your siblings. We would do anything for you," Kankuro said, patting him on the back. "Thank you," Gaara said, smiling for the first time in a long time. End of Naruto OST 1, Sadness and Sorrow. Before we begin, I need to tell you that, Naruto bit his lips but continued. "I was the one that killed your father," Naruto said. "Killing someone else's father is hardly a good thing when starting a friendship." "Good," Gaara said, and Naruto faltered for a moment before regaining his senses. "Good?" Naruto asked in disbelief. "Yes, he turned me into a weapon, and then tried to kill me on several occasions by saying assassins. Besides, he was never a father to any one of us," Gaara explained, and Naruto sighed in relief. "Now, I have good news and bad news," Naruto said, and the Sand team focused on him. "The demands we made towards the Sand were financial reimbursement and the Ichibi," Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened. "Which means that you, Gaara, won't be allowed to leave the village," Naruto said, and Gaara remained silent. "However, you might be able to join our ranks and be a Jinchuriki like me," Naruto explained, and Gaara nodded. He never really enjoyed his time in the Sand, so maybe Konoha would be a nice change of pace. "What about us?" Tamari asked. She didn't know what they were planning for them, and it could be execution. "As an offer of good faith towards the Sand, we are offering you a choice. You can remain here in the Leaf as shinobi, or you can return to your home village," Naruto explained, and he started thinking. "We stay with our little brother," Tamari and Kankuro said, and Naruto chuckled and turned to Baki, who remained silent for this whole meeting. I can't remain here. I have people there," Baki shakily said, and Naruto nodded. "I understand," Naruto said, and got up. "I'm going now to get the 5th Hokage since the old man is retiring. When I come back, I will take you all to ramen, my treat," Naruto said. "Ramen?" Gaara asked. They apparently didn't have those types of food there. "Ramen is food for the gods. You will love it. See you in a few days," Naruto said, and he left the IT department, heading towards the gate where Jiraiya and Hinata were waiting. "Naruto, you are a strange person," Gaara thought. Sand Village Council Room. It's been a couple days since the failed invasion, and the scarce survivors of the invading force arrived at Tsunade to inform them of a terrible mistake and ever worse failure. News that the Akatsuki was killed in combat forced the council to be summoned, and the demands from the Leaf answered. Of the 1,000 shinobi they sent, only a couple dozen survived to tell the tale. It was a massacre to the Sand shinobi to lose so much and gain nothing in return. The Sand never stood a chance. Even with Oto and Gaara's power combined, they were utterly defeated. The Tsunade Council was composed of 12 members, now only 10 since the Akatsuki was dead, and Baki, the joint commander, was missing in action or dead. "What a mess," Dai said. Dai was one of the youngest members of the council. He was a Chunin who got recently promoted and was the head of intelligence in the Sand. "What do we do now?" Aki asked. Aki was a middle-aged man. He was a retired Chunin from the shinobi life and chose a simple civilian life with his wife and kids. "I say we fight," Kimi said. Kimi was one of the few civilians in the council. She was the leader of the civilian council that ran all the stores in the village. We can't fight. We lost a fifth of our shinobi to that invasion. That attack was a leap of faith and a wild card. We are severely weakened now, and we probably won't be able to hold an attack should Leaf go to war with us, Aki explained. According to the reports, the Jinchuriki was able to defeat Gaara and kill the Kage alone with 200 of our own with a single jutsu, Yura said, and everyone's eyes widened. What could they do against such an overwhelming force? We can't do anything else but to surrender to their terms, Yura said, sighing. Their village took a very hard blow and would take years to recover. We can't surrender to them, Kimi said. We broke the peace treaty and we invaded and we lost. We have no choice but to surrender the money and the Ichibi to them, Yura said. They want our Biju? That's unacceptable, Aki said. Would you prefer war? Yura rhetorically asked. We can win. We will have home field advantage, Dai explained. And their Jinchuriki uses the same jutsu and obliterates the village. Konoha isn't considered the strongest of the five for no apparent reason. They won all three of the world wars, and this invasion was proof their strength hasn't diminished, Yura explained. I told you many times that alliances make you dependent and weak. I never thought of seeing this village fall to such a degree, Chiyo said. Chiyo was one of the elders of the sand and the one that performed the sealing on Gaara. How much money are they asking? Kimi asked. For property damage and lives lost, they are asking for 50 billion, Yura said. That will almost destroy our economy. You must renegotiate with them, Kimi said. These terms are non-negotiable. We should never have placed our faith on Orochimaru of all people, Yura said, shaking his head. So what's left of this village? Without help, we will probably no longer be considered a shinobi village among the Great Five, Dai said. We must make new alliances, Aki explained, and a few nodded. A new alliance would cement their growth, so they can stand back up and prevent any attacks. Yes, send word for the Tsuchikage, Yura said. And that is the end of chapter 24. So now we move on to chapter 25, Searching for the Old Hag, which is also the final chapter of this video, so here we go. Chapter 25, Searching for the Old Hag. Otogaku. Orochimaru was cursing every single fiber of Naruto's being. Orochimaru was considering if he should keep Naruto alive for his purposes or kill him for destroying the chakra network on his arm. The moment his chakra network was destroyed, he lost the ability to mold chakra in that arm, preventing him from doing hand seals, and as such, preventing him from doing any type of jutsus that required any hand seals. Kabuto had studied his arm and tried to heal it, but you can't heal something that doesn't exist. With his level of knowledge, Kabuto didn't stand a chance at doing anything to heal his master. Of course, Orochimaru had a solution, which was to swap bodies, but he wanted to wait for a very special body that he felt was getting closer and closer. He could feel all of Sasuke's hatred and hunger for vengeance, and soon enough, he would belong to Orochimaru. I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama, but this type of wound is beyond me, Kabuto replied sadly, and Orochimaru cursed the blonde. Everything was good until he showed up, and the barrier he placed didn't even slow him down, but above else, he has the eyes Orochimaru always wanted, the Mangekyo Sharingan. It can't be helped. There is only one person that might be able to heal me, Orochimaru said, sweating. Losing the chakra network in his arm placed him in constant pain as his cells weren't properly fed. And who might that be? Kabuto asked as he pushed the glasses up his face. My former teammate, Senju Tsunade, Orochimaru replied with a glint in his eyes. He knew exactly what it would take to convince her. Contact our spies. We are leaving now, Orochimaru ordered. Konoha's Dango stand. A few days had passed since Naruto, Hinata, and Jiraiya left in search for Naruto's grandmother, Senju Tsunade, so she could return to the village to become Hiruzen's successor as the Godaime Hokage. The construction around the village was progressing very well as they didn't receive much damage. The most important buildings were protected by Naruto's barrier seals, allowing the hospital and other buildings to remain working non-stop. In the middle of Konoha, more precisely in the Dango stand that Anko spent most of her time in, were two cloaked persons inside drinking a bit of tea and eating dango since it was a dango stand. Both of them had long, high-colored black cloaks with red clouds on them. On top of their heads, straw hats with a small bell hanging by a small red wire. These two unknown members actually belonged to an organization called the Akatsuki that are after the Bijus, like the one in Naruto, but no one knew that. Have you heard the news? One civilian asked, and both Akatsuki members focused on the conversation. Believe it or not, listening to civilians talk is a very good way to scout for information. About what? One other civilian replied. That brat Uzumaki Naruto is now Senju Naruto. Apparently he's the heir of the Senju clan and great-grandson of the first Hokage, the civilian said. Did you hear that, Itachi-san? The Akatsuki member asked his partner, now identified as Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and the one that butchered all of them except his little brother a few years ago. Yes, Kisame. We must inform our leader of this new revelation, Itachi replied in his monotone voice, and Kisame nodded. You don't say, but I thought he was an Uchiha since he has the Sharingan, the civilian replied, and Itachi's eyes widened, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 tomoes in it. I think you missed one a couple years ago, Kisame said, chuckling. It was fun to see at least some emotion coming off from Itachi since he was always stoic and didn't say much. Interesting. How can Naruto-kun have the Sharingan? Itachi mused and thought. I know for certainty that I killed all of my clan, minus my foolish little brother. Neither Kushina Senpai nor Mito had the Sharingan. Is it the Kyuubi? Itachi thought as he ran through all the various scenarios in his head to explain this. What are you thinking so hard about? Kisame asked in an amused tone. I don't understand how Naruto could be an Uchiha. It doesn't add up, Itachi replied. Well, if you listen to what they were saying, you would know. Apparently the brat is the grandson of Uchiha Madara, Kisame said, and Itachi froze. He never said anything about having a grandson. If he had a grandson, he would most likely use him to achieve his goals. Kushina Senpai didn't give off chakra similar to an Uchiha, which only leads me to conclude that it was Minato, Itachi thought. Minato never showed his Sharingan, yet he was a force to be reckoned with. Deception. The true way of the shinobi, Itachi thought, chuckling to himself. He was considered a genius among geniuses, a prodigy that appears once every 100 years. Very similar to Minato, but appears to Minato won the pool. This is very interesting indeed, Itachi said as they continued to listen to their conversation. A few minutes later, another civilian said something that caught their attention. It's a good thing that Sendaime is retiring. He did so much for our village, he deserves to rest, the civilian said. Yes. And the person chosen to become the Godaime Hokage was Senju Tsunade, the civilian said. Looks like the Hokage title falls into the Senju once again, the civilian replied. I know, the other replied, chuckling. Jiraiya-sama left with Naruto-sama so they could find her, bring her back, the civilian said. Looks like we lucked out. The Kyuubi just left town, Kisame said sadly. He was hoping to feed a good portion of his chakra to Samehada. Yes, let's leave before we are discovered, Itachi replied, and both of them stood up and left the stand. Both members were walking through the village, making their way out of the village when they came across 2 familiar faces, to Itachi at least. You aren't from the village, right? Asuma asked, weary of the unidentified males in front of them. Why are you here? Asuma asked. Long time no see, Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, Itachi said in his monotone voice. If you know who we are, then you must be a shinobi from this village, Asuma said. Itachi simply raised his hat slightly to allow them to see his blood-red eyes. Then when they saw his eyes, they both tensed. Uchiha Itachi? Asuma asked, and Itachi dropped his hat and let his hair flow with the wind, locking eyes with the 2 joining in front of him. You know these people, Itachi-san? Kisame asked, and also dropped his hat. Then I'll present myself. Hoshigaki Kisame. A pleasure to meet you, Kisame said. You dare show your face after what you've done? Asuma asked as he kept his guard up. Even with Kurenai, he didn't know if he could take him on, and his companion wouldn't help at all. I'm going to end you both, Asuma said. Itachi-san. It looks like you're a hating this village, Kisame said, chuckling. I know who you are, Kurenai said, eyeing Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame, former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, Kurenai informed. You're in a lot of trouble for coming here, Itachi, Asuma said. Don't get involved in my work. I have no intention of killing you, Itachi said. You aren't the type of person to return here without a goal. What is it that you want from this village? Asuma asked. You are annoying, Kisame said, and took his sword out and hit the ground, making chunks fly and a bit of dust rise. Should I kill them? Kisame asked Itachi. It appears we aren't leaving without a fight, Itachi said. The moment Itachi said that, Kisame picked up his sword and tried to hit Asuma, who jumped back to avoid it. Asuma took out his trench knives and blocked the next sword swing. Kurenai used the cover that Asuma gave her and went through hand seals, disappearing into thin air. Genjutsu? Itachi thought as he used his Sharingan to analyze the battle. Asuma was starting to sweat as he was being pushed by the sword. Kisame was a lot stronger than he let on, and that was with only a single hand. My Samehada doesn't cut. It shreds, Kisame said, and pulled his sword back, straining through Asuma's skin and drawing blood, making him wince in pain. Meanwhile, Kurenai had her genjutsu ready. You're late, Kurenai, Asuma said, nursing his arm. The moment Asuma said that, the ground around Kisame started to melt, and he was trapped and unable to move. Behind Itachi, a tree suddenly sprouted from the ground and stared him in place. Kurenai emerged from the tree with a kunai in hand, getting ready to kill him. This is the end for you, Kurenai said, and moments later she realized that she was the one pinned to the tree and was watching Itachi run towards her with a bladed hand. Kurenai bit her lip and used the pain to break the illusion. The moment she broke it, she ducked under a horizontal slash from Itachi's blade. Itachi saw Kurenai duck and gave her a kick that she blocked, but she was sent towards the nearby river nonetheless. Kurenai! Asuma shouted, concerned for her. You don't have time to look away, Kisame said. Meanwhile, on top of the river. That was very good, Kurenai-san, Itachi said as he quickly appeared next to her at the river. But, Itachi said, but was interrupted. But this is the end for you, another voice said from behind Itachi. He turned around to come face to face with Kakashi himself. Asuma was dodging swing after swing until he saw an opening and tried to slash with his knives that gave Kisame a small cut through his cheek. As for reply, Kisame started going through hand seals and said, Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Dragon, Kisame said, and from the river a water dragon erupted and went towards Asuma. Out of nowhere came another water dragon of equal strength that clashed with the one from Kisame, destroying each other. The same jutsu? Kisame asked, surprised. Why are you here? Asuma asked. I thought you might need a hand, Kakashi replied. Suddenly Itachi's hand flew out of his jacket with shurikens ready to throw. Kakashi jumped back and said, Suiton, Suijin Heki, water wall. A water wall rose up around Kakashi, blocking 4 water drills. Apparently, the shurikens were a mere distraction from Itachi. He's fast. I barely saw the hand seals, Kakashi thought, as he analyzed the powerful opponent in front of him. Very good. You are skilled with that eye of yours, Itachi said right before a shadow clone from Itachi came right behind Kakashi and stabbed him with a kunai. Kakashi burst into water, revealing to be a simple water clone. Water clone? Kisame asked, amazed. He knows so many jutsus from my village, Kisame thought. Itachi was looking for Kakashi when something caught his attention. He looked down only to see Kakashi giving Kurenai a kunai. But the moment Kurenai was about to attack one of the Itachis in the river, Kakashi tackled her just before the clone exploded. Kakashi! Kurenai! Asuma yelled as he also jumped into the river. The water was coming down from the explosion and showed a life-scorched Kakashi and an unharmed Kurenai and Asuma. Be careful with him. He became an Anbu captain at 13 years old, Kakashi explained. I didn't expect him to be so strong, Asuma said, surprised. No. He has yet to show his true strength, Kakashi explained. You are really skilled with your Sharingan, even though you aren't Uchiha, Itachi said. He's right. I tire easily, Kakashi thought. Sharingan. The true power of the Sharingan. I'm about to show you why the Uchiha clan were feared and unparalleled in power, Itachi said just before his eyes opened very slowly. This is bad. If his powers what Naruto told me about, then we were in big trouble, Kakashi thought. Guys, close your eyes. No matter what happens, don't open them, Kakashi yelled, stressing every word. Only a Sharingan user can fight him, Kakashi explained. It's true that a Sharingan user can resist it, but you can't counter this technique with it, Itachi explained, just before he locked eyes with Kakashi. Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi world. The moment Itachi pronounced that single word, Kakashi was drawn into another world. The sky was red, and the clouds and sun were black. Kakashi was pinned to a cross, trying his best to break the illusion. Don't overexert yourself. This technique is unbreakable. In here, I'm God, and control everything. 3 days in here are but 3 seconds in the real world, Itachi explained, as he had a sword in his hand, and was very clear of what he was going to do to Kakashi. Suddenly Itachi stabbed Kakashi in the gut, and he yelled in pain. Itachi suddenly multiplied, and all of them had swords and started stabbing Kakashi as well. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining, Itachi said, as Kakashi was healed and he started stabbing again. Real world, 3 seconds later. What happened? Asuma asked as he felt Kakashi wince in pain but didn't know what happened. His mind held on, Kisame asked, surprised to see Kakashi still standing but taking hard breaths. It was a miracle that he even managed to stand. But, Itachi-san, it's dangerous to use those eyes, Kisame said. By the looks of it, Naruto was right, Kakashi thought. Are you after Sasuke? Kakashi asked, his voice strained by the genjutsu he just suffered. No, Itachi replied. We are looking for the Undaime's legacy, Itachi replied in his traditional monotone voice. You are from the Akatsuki, aren't you? Kakashi asked, surprising everyone there. Kisame, we are taking Kakashi with us, Itachi suddenly said. And Kisame dashed towards him only to be intercepted by a fierce kick from Konoha's green beast, Mito Guy. Who are you? Kisame asked as he regained his footing. Konoha's green beast, Mito Guy. Guy replied with his teeth sparkling as he took his Goken stance. Look at you. Perhaps you meant to say fool, Kisame taunted, but Itachi cut him off, saying, Don't underestimate him. Suddenly Kakashi fell to the water and started sinking, only to be caught by Guy. Open your eyes, Guy said to Asuma and Kurenai. But Kurenai said but was cut off. Just don't look at his eyes. Focus on his legs and arms and fight from there, Guy explained as they both opened their eyes, but it seemed that they were always drawn to lock eyes with Itachi. Easier said than done, Asuma said. Kisame, we are leaving. We didn't come here to start a war, Itachi said, and they both disappeared in a blur. They are gone. I'm taking Kakashi to the hospital, Guy said, and disappeared as well. With Sasuke. Sasuke was currently in the Uchiha compound in one of the many train grounds, taking out his frustration on some unlucky wooden dummy. He was frustrated from everything he learned during the council meeting, that Naruto just seemed to have everything. Sharingan, Sasuke remembered as he drove a fist right through the wooden dummy, destroying the right arm. Uchiha Madara, Sasuke remembered, and gave an open palm strike and severed the dummy's head. Senju, Sasuke remembered, and gave it a spin kick and destroying both legs, leaving only torso left. Pure blood! Sasuke seethed and charged Chidori and completely obliterated the dummy, leaving nothing but bits and chunks on the ground. The once mighty wooden dummy was no more. Sasuke took a couple of deep breaths, trying his best to calm himself. He went towards his house to take a bath to clean the sweat from the train session until he remembered something. When you awaken your Sharingan, go to the main house to look beneath the 7th tatami mat from the far right. That is where our clan used to meet. In there you will find your answers, Sasuke remembered. One of the last things Itachi ever said to him, just after he massacred the clan, leaving only him behind. Sasuke quickly made his way towards the main hall. Since his clan's demise, he only used his house and the other buildings were just gathering dust. He quickly arrived at the main house and made his way towards the main hall. He counted 7 tatamis from the far right. He removed the 7th, and beneath it was a small staircase that seemed to go in deep beneath the main building. He quickly made his way down, but it was pitch black. He scanned his surroundings and used a small fire juice to light the torches. He suddenly came face to face with a big stone wall, and by the looks of it, it seemed very sturdy and heavy. But Sasuke noticed the Sharingan design in the middle of it and quickly activated his. What seemed to be an empty wall now had writing on it. He quickly performed the hand seals instructed on the wall in stone, moved to the side, allowing entrance to the chambers. Apparently, only someone with the Sharingan was allowed to enter such a place. Sasuke entered the new room, and as he expected, it was empty and dark, but the Sharingan enabled him to see better at night, so he found the torches and lit them. The moment the torches flared to life, Sasuke saw a big room with a tablet in the middle. Behind the tablet was a wall with the Uchiha fan on it. Sasuke used his Sharingan and looked very carefully at the tablet. It seemed that he could only read bits and pieces, but from what he could read, it clearly stated that there was another level above the Sharingan, and it was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Maybe the more advanced the eyes, the more I can read, Sasuke pondered and thought as he was using the Sharingan to read what was written on the tablet. Everything the tablet said was exactly like Itachi had said about his eyes. Sasuke knew he needed to achieve the next level of eyes so he could go up against his brother and defeat him. Interestingly enough, the tablet said nothing about the half-blood and pure-blood Uchiha, so Sasuke wondered just how old this tablet was. I will need every bit of power I can to defeat him. With Naruto, Hinata, and Jiraiya. A few days had passed since they left Konoha. As they were going towards the town, Jiraiya had received info from his spy network. According to his spies, Tsunade was last seen in a small town in a land of fire called Tanzaku. One interesting fact is, don't for a moment think that Jiraiya won't be a pervert around you, even when you sleep. This particular fact was a surprise to Naruto and Hinata since both of them got a room for them, and Jiraiya was left with one to himself. Jiraiya, being a pervert that he is, thought that Naruto might be getting some action with his girlfriend, and as such he used his infiltration jutsu and infiltrated Naruto's room with his notepad ready to write. Not a good idea to try and spy on someone who has the Sharingan Byakugan that can spot anyone using chakra. As such, he was once again on the receiving end of Hinata's Juken strikes and Naruto's defense seal zapping the poor pervert. They were approaching the town Jiraiya heard about. They had been walking for a couple of hours now, and they were starting to see the town on the horizon. This town was famous for having a huge castle in the middle. So, Naruto, are you working on some new technique? Jiraiya asked, wanting any juicy details. If he had the same mind as his father's, then any technique would be worth learning. Actually, yes. I'm working on recreating the light armor since I saw the basics during the battle against Orochimaru. I can already channel light chakra through my synapses to further increase my reaction time, but the outer shell is a bit tricky, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya was stunned. You do realize that's an S-rank jutsu, right? Jiraiya asked. I know, that's why I'm trying to recreate it. I think I'm rather good with light jutsus. I'll get it down eventually, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. His father was the same. When he got some jutsu idea on his head, it would stay there until it was solved. How about in the meantime you improve the Rasengan, Jiraiya said, and Naruto got a confused look. Improve? My father's notes didn't say anything about a better Rasengan, Naruto asked, and Jiraiya nodded. Your father created the Rasengan intending to add his elemental affinity to it, but it might be a bit of a jump to do that, so why don't you try to make a bigger Rasengan by pumping more chakra into it, Jiraiya said, and Naruto pondered. The Rasengan was by itself an A-rank jutsu. If you create a bigger one, it would go towards S-rank, and adding an elemental affinity, it would most likely be a one-shot kill. And Udama Rasengan, big Rasengan, Naruto asked for confirmation, and Jiraiya nodded. So I just pump more chakra into it, Naruto asked, and Jiraiya nodded again. How much more, Naruto asked. How about you try with twice chakra and go from there, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded. As they were walking, Naruto decided to try and do a big Rasengan. They were walking, and Naruto was focusing chakra to his hand. He started spinning the first round of chakra, and immediately created a layer to compress it, and easily reached the normal Rasengan. He started pouring more chakra into it, and the ball started glowing even more. Sensing no strain in containing it, he continued to add chakra and was easily reaching double the normal Rasengan. He was about to tell Jiraiya he managed to put in twice the amount of chakra when the Rasengan suddenly destabilized and exploded in his hand. The result of the explosion created a shockwave that sent everyone tumbling to the ground, as they didn't expect a backlash from the jutsu. His Rasengan seemed just fine a few moments ago. Damn it, Brad, Jiraiya said. How about you train away from us? And I asked as she got up and dusted off her clothes. My bad, Naruto said, chuckling, rubbing the back of his head. We are almost at town. How about you save the train for later, Jiraiya said. Away from us, Jiraiya stressed, and Naruto's sweat dropped. It was a little shockwave after all. Fine, Naruto said, pouting, as he couldn't train his new technique right away. He might be strong, but he's still a brat, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. But he isn't strong enough to take on Kage level shinobi alone, though he has techniques to run away, Jiraiya thought, as he was thinking on what he should teach Naruto next. They arrived at the gates and entered the city. Hinata and Naruto were marveled by all the activity going on and all the people having fun in the various stands available. They didn't leave the village much and only started after they became genin. Let's go to a hotel and sleep tonight. We will start searching tomorrow, Jiraiya said, and they both nodded. They were calmly walking through the town, completely unaware of two presences after them. They were keeping their distance and suppressing their chakra levels so they wouldn't be detected. Looks like the information was accurate. He did leave the village with Jiraiya, but I don't know the girl, Kisame said as he watched the three of them check into a hotel. The girl's name is Hyuga Hinata, and she was the Hyuga's heiress, but was expelled from the clan, and Itachi calmly explained. She doesn't seem like much, Kisame said as he watched her. She seemed too fragile, like a doll. We are shinobi, don't underestimate her. She was promoted to Chunin along with Naruto-kun. We don't have much info on her, so tread carefully even if she seems weak, Itachi explained. He was always the prudent one, while Kisame tended to jump in, guns blazing. Fine, but even we can't take on Jiraiya, Kisame said. Indeed. Let's find some girls, Itachi said, and Kisame's jaw dropped. You want to get laid? Kisame asked, and Itachi got a tick mark. I heard about Jiraiya's obsession for women. It's our best choice to distract him long enough for us to get into Naruto-kun, Itachi explained, and Kisame nodded. What about the girl? Kisame asked. She's irrelevant, although it appears that Naruto is very close to her. Notice how he walks close to her, yet he's slightly ahead of her as if shooing her, and he's ready to jump into action at any time, Itachi analyzed. He seems close to her, so we might use it to our advantage, Itachi said, and Kisame nodded. Let's go, Kisame said, and they both disappeared in a blur. And that is the end of chapter 25 and the last chapter of this video. Chapter 26, Red Clouds and Old Hags. Here we go. Chapter 26, Red Clouds and Old Hags. With Tsunade. Two women can be seen walking through the empty streets of the town. The reason they were empty was simply because they were walking through a castle that made that town famous. The first woman had a slender frame and a rather large bust. She had brown eyes and long, pale golden hair that was strapped in two pigtails. On her forehead, she had a purple diamond tattoo. She was wearing a grass green haori with the kanji for gamble written in black on the back inside a red circle. Underneath, she wears a gray kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matches her pants. Her blouse is closed quite low, revealing her sizable cleavage. She wears open-toed sandals with high heels and red polish on both her fingernails and toenails. She also wears a soft pink lipstick. She also was wearing a necklace with a green stone, similar to an emerald. The other person was a fair-skinned woman of average height and slender build with black eyes and hair. Her hair is straight and shoulder length with bangs that cover her ears and frames her face. She was wearing a long bluish black kimono with white trimmings held closed by a white obi and open-toed sandals with low heels. They were Senju Tsunade, Naruto's grandmother, and a world-renowned medic and her apprentice, Kato Shizune. Suddenly, the earth started shaking, and the castle they were walking to visit exploded and came crashing down. As the dust started to clear, it showed that the castle was destroyed by a rather large snake and with two people on top of his head. "I found you," Orochimaru said from the top of the snake's head. "Orochimaru?" Tsunade said with her eyes widened. She hadn't seen her teammates in a very long time. It was approaching on 2 decades by now. "Long time no see, Orochimaru," Tsunade said. She knew Orochimaru was the missing nin, and as such was treating him wearily, especially since she knew exactly what he could do. "You are difficult to find," Orochimaru replied. "What do you want with me?" Tsunade asked, trying to get this over with. "You didn't come to talk about the past, did you?" Tsunade rhetorically asked. "Actually, I wanted to ask a small favor," Orochimaru said. "He doesn't look good. He looks like he's in constant pain," Tsunade thought, as she observed Orochimaru taking particular attention to his arm, which is limp at his side with bandages wrapped around it. "Tsunade-sama, you can already tell what we want," Kabuto said. "Find another one. I've stopped performing medicine," Tsunade flatly replied. "You can see very well the extent of the injury. There isn't another one," Kabuto explained. "That arm, that isn't a simple injury," Tsunade said, fishing for information. "A sealing technique. His arm isn't giving off chakra. It's as if the arm didn't have a chakra network to begin with," Tsunade analyzed. "What did you do to get that?" Tsunade asked. "Just something that happened when I attacked the leaf," Orochimaru said, and Tsunade's eyes widened. "You did what?" Tsunade asked, surprised. "Looks like Sensei did a number on you," Tsunade said, chuckling. "It wasn't Sensei. It was your pesky grandson," Orochimaru said, and both Tsunade and Shizune froze. "What grandson?" Tsunade said. "Don't tell me you didn't know," Orochimaru said, chuckling. Tsunade dashed forward and grabbed him by his clothes. "Answer me!" Tsunade yelled, giving off so much clear intent that Kabuto was sweating slightly. "Exactly what I said. Your grandson did this to me," Orochimaru said. "But he's dead," Tsunade said, and even Orochimaru got confused. "He seemed very alive when he destroyed my chakra network," Orochimaru said, annoyed. He still hadn't made up his mind on whether or not he would kill the brat or kidnap him for his experiments. Maybe he could clone him and once the body was properly mature, use it as his own. "But I got a letter from Sensei saying that no one survived the Kyuubi's attack," Tsunade said, shocked that her grandson was still alive. She knew that her daughter Kushina was pregnant at the time. "Looks like someone has been playing games with you," Orochimaru said, chuckling. "You see, even Sensei has betrayed you," Orochimaru said. Tsunade was lost in thought at the revelation. Her own sensei had said that no one survived the Kyuubi's attack, and 14 years later she hears that her grandson is still alive and kicking. "Enough of this," Tsunade said, and punched a nearby wall, completely destroying it. She would have her answers when she got to the leaf, and no one would stop her. She was about to dash towards Orochimaru when he started talking again. "If you heal me, I'll bring back your daughter, brother, and lover," Orochimaru said, smirking, and everyone froze, and Tsunade started shaking. "Don't you want to be with them, Tsunade?" Orochimaru asked, pressuring her even more, and she started sweating, remembering everything she had lost. "If I heal that arm, what will you do?" Tsunade asked, making eye contact. "I dislike lies, so I'll destroy the leaf," Orochimaru replied. "Destroy the leaf?" Shizune rhetorically asked. "Tsunade-sama, you can't accept this. I would like nothing more than to have them back, but you can't heal his arm," Shizune stressed out. "Shut up, Shizune!" Tsunade yelled, and Orochimaru smirked. Tsunade sunk her head deep in thought. "You don't have to answer now," Kabuto explained, and she raised her head. "You'll have a week, and this kinjutsu requires human sacrifices, so it's up to you to gather free sacrifices," Kabuto explained. "Tsunade-sama, let's kill them both here. With the state of his arm, we won't get another chance," Shizune said, but once she looked at Tsunade, she fell silent. Tsunade was deep in thought, almost unaware of her surroundings. "Don't think just because I can't do hand seals, I can't put up a fight," Orochimaru said and bit his finger, drawing blood. The moment Tsunade saw blood, she started shivering and clutched her necklace. "I know of your fear for blood," Orochimaru said, chuckling. "We will be going now, and we will meet in 1 week," Orochimaru said, and both of them disappeared in a blur. We have Kisame and Itachi. Itachi and Kisame dropped the chase after Naruto without losing his location and started walking calmly through the town, bursting with activities. They were searching for an appropriate distraction for the Toad Sage. The Toad Sage was a well-renowned and self-proclaimed super pervert, and of course his biggest weakness was women. They were scanning the crowd until their eyes met with a woman that could get the job done very well. They calmly walked towards her and stopped in front of her. She had a slender body, C-cup breasts, well-toned and sharp legs, beautiful green eyes, and dark blue hair. She was wearing a dark blue dress that ended just above her knees. All in all, she was someone any man would drool for, and Jiraiya would be no exception. "Can I help you?" the woman asked with a melodic voice as she watched the cloaked individual stop in front of her. One of the cloaked men lifted his hat, and the last thing she saw was a pair of deep, blood-red eyes, as if they were staring into her soul. We have Jiraiya, Hinata, and Naruto. The team was currently walking for the village in the hopes of finding good hotels so they could rest for a night, and the following day they would search for Tsunade. After a few minutes of walking, they all noticed a hotel and decided to settle in. As they were walking towards the entrance of the hotel, Jiraiya spotted a woman. Now, this wouldn't be a surprise to anyone, since all of them knew Jiraiya very well, but the fact that said woman smiled and waved at Jiraiya actually surprised Naruto and Hinata. Jiraiya had hearts in his eyes as he saw the beauty that was waiting for him. Jiraiya didn't even need to think twice as he said, "Check in here and work on chakra control," Jiraiya said, and ran as if his life depended on him towards the woman who was waiting for him with a small smile. Naruto's sweat dropped when he told him to work on chakra control. At least it wasn't that bad, since Naruto's chakra control still could be better. "Let's settle in," Naruto said, and started walking into the hotel when he noticed that Hinata wasn't following him. "Something wrong?" Naruto asked as he watched Hinata look at the roof of one building. "No, Naruto-kun, let's go in," Hinata said, and they both stepped in and walked towards the attendant's desk, where there was an elderly man waiting. "We would like one room with 2 beds to spend the night," Naruto said, and the man nodded. "That will be 200 Ryo," the man said, and Naruto handed him the money and got the keys to his room. Both walked up the stairs and headed towards their room. Their room was located on the 2nd floor. They walked through a long hall before stopping at the right door. They opened it and walked in. It was a simple room with 2 beds, a couch, a table with chairs, a closet, and a small window aimed towards the town. Naruto merely dropped his fan to the ground and plopped to the bed while Hinata went to look through the window and watch the activity going around in the town. After a couple of minutes, Naruto sat up in the bed and got into lotus position and started meditating. He took long breaths and sensed his heart rate slow down. He channeled chakra to his ears and he could hear everything. The water dripping in the bathroom, a small fly buzzing around, and even Hinata's heart rate. He decided to expand his senses to see if he could locate Tsunade around town, but was surprised he didn't feel any Hirashin seals nearby, and he placed one in Hinata's ring. Naruto opened his eyes and looked towards Tsunade, who was now sitting on the couch, reading something. His eyes trailed towards her hands and noticed that she still had her fox ring on. He tried once again to feel the Hirashin marker, but he couldn't. As he was sensing the mark, he felt that Hinata's chakra was different from what he knew. Something is wrong, Naruto thought as he watched Hinata carefully. She seemed normal for now, but her chakra was different and the Hirashin mark didn't work. "Hey, Hinata-chan," Naruto called out, gathering her attention. "Did you know that Arasani said that my Rasengan wasn't complete?" Naruto asked. "No, I didn't know. What is missing?" Hinata asked, and Naruto smirked. Naruto, faster than lightning, pulled a kunai and threw at the top of his speed towards Hinata. She didn't even consider that Naruto would attack her and got hit, and the kunai embedded deep on her right shoulder, missing her heart by a few inches. Not even a couple of seconds later, Hinata exploded in a puff of smoke, revealing that it was nothing more than a shadow clone. Naruto was about to sit down and try to sense her Hirashin marker when the door of his room was destroyed and 2 people were staying there. They were both tall, and they were wearing a long black cloak with red clouds on them, and both had a straw hat with a small bell hanging there. Naruto couldn't see their faces, and as such he couldn't identify his enemies. His pervert of a godfather picked the worst moment to go chase after women. Naruto sensed their chakra levels and noticed one of them had high Kage chakra levels, while the other was through the roof. One of the enemies was on par with him, not counting the QB. "Where is Hinata?" Naruto asked, but both of them remained impassive. They removed their hats and showed Naruto who exactly they were. "Uchiha Itachi," Naruto said, and immediately his Sharingan flared to life. "Looks like the rumors were true. You really have the Sharingan," Itachi said in his monotone voice. "I will say this one more time. Where is Hinata?" Naruto asked. "If you touch a single hair on her head, I swear to Kami, I'll kill you both," Naruto said, pissed off. "All bark but no bite," the shark-like man said, laughing. "Kage shuriken no jutsu," Naruto said, and threw a single shuriken that multiplied upon dozens, heading towards both intruders. Kisame just swung his massive blade and swatted the shurikens aside, making them fall to the ground harmlessly. "He will be annoying. Can I cut his legs? He won't need them," Kisame asked Itachi. "Enough, Kisame," Itachi replied and turned to Naruto. "Naruto-kun, as long as you come peacefully with us, and I will not be harmed," Itachi said in his monotone voice. "So you are with the Akatsuki, right?" Naruto asked, and both raised an eyebrow until it clicked in Itachi's mind. "Jiraiya told you, didn't he?" Itachi rhetorically asked. "Yes, he did. But enough of that. Where is she?" Naruto asked. "Now that would be telling," Kisame taunted. "I've had enough of this," Naruto said it in former Shadow Clone. "Find her." He ordered the Shadow Clone that immediately dropped to the ground in the lowest stance, with the original not taking his eyes off of both Akatsuki members. The clone extended his senses as far as he could to try to locate Hinata's marker. A few seconds later, he found it. "I have her position," the clone replied, and Naruto nodded. Itachi and Kisame both wondered what he meant when he said he had her position. "Go rescue her," Naruto said, and the clone vanished in a yellow flash of light heading towards Hinata's marker. "That was the Hirashi no Jutsu," Itachi said, godsmacked, and even Kisame raised an eyebrow. After all, the Hirashi technique was well known for the world and the legend that created it. "You think I wouldn't take precautions?" Naruto asked, loud enough for them to hear as they watched him walk through the room and pick up a weapon they didn't notice was there. "That's Madara's gunbai," Itachi thought as a small smile graced his lips. The kid was really full of surprises. Naruto channeled chakra to his storage seals and took a couple of three-pronged kunai. With lightning speed and precision, he threw them towards the Akatsuki members. Kisame was about to bring his sword up to deflect them when he was grabbed by Itachi and flung to the hall as Naruto appeared in front of him with a Rasengan in hand. "Damn it, Kisame, pay attention and stop underestimating your opponent," Itachi said as Kisame got up. "Remember what happened when you kidnapped Hinata?" Itachi said, and Kisame pouted. According to Kisame, Hinata was a slippery bitch, and she didn't go down without a fight. Hinata managed to land a few juken strikes that would have crippled anyone else and kicked him where the sun doesn't shine, but thanks to the sword, the Samehada, he managed to reopen his chakra points and heal any damage. "Fine," Kisame replied, and both took a stance. The brat might not be that good, but the Hirashi technique wasn't to be underestimated, and apparently the brat knew the Rasengan as well. Itachi activated his Sharingan, and both Sharingan users locked eyes as if measuring the power beneath them. Itachi was surprised when he saw Naruto's chakra aura around him. He seemed to radiate a power, but in a calm way. His chakra seemed powerful and violent, but yet Naruto was calm and collected. "Be careful, Kisame. His chakra levels are on par with yours," Itachi said, and Kisame laughed. "Finally a challenge. We might need to change the location if this escalates," Kisame said, snickering. He never knew someone that had as much chakra as him, and finding such an opponent was always good. "We can't prolong this fight, or Jiraiya might sense his chakra," Itachi explained and locked eyes with Naruto. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but this is where it ends," Itachi said, and Naruto got confused what Itachi was talking about. Itachi talked as if his next move would ensure his victory. Naruto watched as Itachi closed his eyes and concentrated. The moment he opened, the ordinary free Tomoe Sharingan was replaced by a free-pointed Shuriken. "Tsukuyomi," Itachi said the moment his eyes opened. "You are using those eyes too much, Itachi-san," Kisame said as Itachi caught Naruto in his genjutsu. It was necessary. He knew how to use Hirashi and was going to prove himself difficult to catch, Itachi explained. Tsukuyomi world. Naruto's world shifted into something completely different. Naruto was now in an open field, but the sky was red and the clouds were sun-deep black. Suddenly, Itachi appeared in front of him, staring intently at him as if studying him. So, this is Tsukuyomi, Naruto said as he studied the illusion. This is the ultimate genjutsu with the Mangekyo Sharingan. In here, I am God. I control everything, even time itself. 3 days in here are but 3 seconds in the real world, Itachi explained. As Naruto was suddenly trapped on a wooden cross, and Itachi appeared in front of him with a sword. You seem to be very proficient in this genjutsu, Naruto said, and turned to lock eyes with Itachi. How is your eyesight these days? Naruto innocently asked, and Itachi froze. He couldn't have. It's impossible. Not even the tablet says Mangekyo blinds the user, Itachi thought, as he eyed Naruto very carefully and wearily. How do you know? Itachi asked, actually interested. I know a lot, Itachi. I know you will eventually end up blind, Naruto cryptically said, taunting Itachi, but he didn't bite. Itachi studied Naruto very carefully, particularly his Sharingan. His chakra pathways beneath Naruto's eyes seemed very well developed, indicating he had the Sharingan for years now. You really are Madara's grandson. I've noticed that you awakened your eyes a few years ago, Itachi said, and Naruto nodded. I was 5 at the time, Naruto explained, and Itachi raised an eyebrow. You are skilled. A shame we must take you. Now, let's begin, Itachi said, and was about to stab Naruto when he got interrupted. How about we don't get started, Naruto said, and Itachi was surprised by his statement. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes started spinning until it turned into a completely new pattern. A Mangekyo? Itachi asked, surprised. He would never in a million years expect Naruto to have advanced his Sharingan to the next level. Suddenly the whole world froze and Itachi was rooted in place. Piece by piece, the Tsukuyomi world started shattering until nothing remained but pieces on the floor, like a mirror breaking. Moments later, Naruto was back in the real world, still staring at Itachi. Real world. Kisame was about to ask what happened when Itachi fell to his knees, clutching his head in pain and bleeding from his eyes. You broke my Tsukuyomi? Itachi asked, but it was more of a statement as he noticed that Naruto wasn't even affected by the genjutsu, and he broke it like it was nothing. Jinchurikis are immune to illusions. You should know that, Naruto said, taunting Itachi, and Kisame reacted by swinging his sword and trying to smack Naruto, but to his surprise, the sword phased right through Naruto. When the sword left his body, Naruto turned and tried to slam Rasengan into his chest, but to Naruto's surprise, the Rasengan was absorbed into his sword. That was like Madara's technique. It's because he is his grandson, Itachi thought, as he watched Kisame's sword phase right for Naruto. What the hell? Naruto asked when he noticed his Rasengan being literally eaten by his sword. My sword absorbs chakra. Ninjutsu is useless against me. Kisame said, laughing, and tried another swing, making Naruto jump back. Then Taijutsu was the only thing left, Naruto thought, and looked back at Itachi, who was still recovering from Naruto breaking his illusion. Ninjutsu is useless as long as he has his sword, Naruto mused and fought. Naruto decided to employ his strongest form of Taijutsu. He channeled lightning chakra through his arms and legs to increment his strength, and was using his Kami to outmaneuver Kisame. Naruto jumped in the air and tried a spin kick, making Kisame tilt back slightly. Naruto allowed this open and gave him an upward kick on his arm, removing the Samehada from his grasp. Naruto picked the sword up by the hilt, but was surprised when the sword's hilt expanded and shredded his hand's skin, making him drop the sword on the ground and clutch his bleeding hand. Taking this advantage, Naruto was forced to duck under a kick. Kisame saw Naruto duck and placed his hands on the ground for support, using his other leg to kick his shoulder and throw him back. Naruto used this opportunity and slipped an explosive tag on Kisame's chest without him noticing. Naruto was pushed back by the kick. He flipped midair and landed on the ground harmlessly. Kisame was grinning like a madman until Naruto placed his right hand in a tiger sign and said, Kai! And the tag exploded, killing Kisame. Now for you, Naruto said as he walked towards Itachi, who was slowly regaining his footing from the pain he got. Naruto was about to attack him when he was kicked from behind and sent flying into the wall. Naruto shakily got up and wiped a bit of blood from his mouth. He had cracked a rib from that kick, but Kurama was already healing him. Thank God he had the fan on his back, otherwise that kick would have done a lot more damage. Naruto got up to see who was the author of said kick, and noticed Kisame was grinning him. I know for sure you weren't a clone, Naruto said, surprised to see Kisame back on his feet like nothing had happened. As long as I have chakra, my sword heals me for everything. I don't tire, and I never fall, Kisame said, grinning. They're both dangerous opponents. If Itachi can use the Tsukuyomi, then he might be able to use those other two, Naruto thought. Kisame, be careful. He has Mangekyo as well, Itachi explained, and Kisame took notice to Naruto's new eyes. He grinned, happy to see that he would have a good fight. Up until now, they all were doing lame missions without any worthy adversaries. Naruto was about to dash towards them when he received information from his clone. With Naruto's clone, Naruto identified Hinata's marker and noticed she was about a mile from their current location. He pulled the marker and was teleported to Hinata's location. He arrived at some room with everything dark. He activated his Sharingan to scan his surroundings when he noticed Hinata tied to a chair, all beat up with blood dripping from her lips. Naruto quickly made his way towards her and gently lifted her head to notice she was barely awake, but at least she was alive. Hinata? Hinata? Naruto asked, gently shaking her from her slumber. Naruto-kun? Hinata barely managed to ask. Her voice was slipping and she was in pain all over. Don't worry, you're safe now, Naruto said, and warped her into his Sharingan dimension and placed her down on the floor, since he didn't exactly have a bed in his dimension. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, Naruto said, and in a pool of smoke, Kagura appeared. Kagura, hurry and help Hinata, Naruto quickly said, not even giving her time to realize where she was. Kagura immediately dropped next to Hinata and started doing a routine exam on her body. She was a bit bruised, but she didn't seem to have any external wounds. Where are we? Kagura asked. She looked at her surroundings since she was sitting on some metal cube. She looked around and there was nothing at the horizon but more cubes. The sky was pitch black, no sun, no clouds, no sound, no wind, nothing but emptiness and darkness. We are in my pocket dimension created by my Sharingan. We are safe here, Naruto explained as Kagura was healing Hinata. She has multiple cracked ribs as well as her left leg and a dislocated shoulder, Kagura explained, and Naruto clenched his fists. They're going to pay. Hinata tried to say. Shh. Don't talk, Hinata. Rest now. You are safe. Naruto explained and gently kissed her forehead, and she went to sleep. Kagura, take care of her. I need to inform the boss, Naruto said. Naruto saw Kagura nodding and dispelled in smoke. Back to Naruto. You hurt Hinata-chan. You are going to pay, Naruto said, and they both braced themselves for what was coming. Their leader warned them about engaging a Jinchuriki, or even worse, a pissed-off Jinchuriki. Come, Kurama, Naruto said to his partner.
Yes, let's show them what happens when they hurt our mates.
Kurama replied and started sending his chakras to Naruto. In the real world, Naruto was starting to get enveloped in a blood-red chakra cloak. His eyes maintained his activated Mangekyo, but his whiskers became more defined and his fangs elongated. Behind Naruto were 9 chakra tails swinging wildly.
You are going to pay,
Naruto said in a shockwave, and he launched himself at the top of his speed towards Itachi. The shockwave blew up the hall of the hotel and destroyed part of the wall. They all jumped out. Itachi and Kisame were running out of town with a pissed-off Jinchuriki on their tail. Both of them shared the same thought. Shit. With Jiraiya. Jiraiya was happily walking through town, showing his date some fun and winning a few prizes for her, and Jiraiya didn't know if today was a special day, but the Soras were bursting with activity and providing multiple games for tourists. You see that? Jiraiya asked, and the woman giggled at his excitement. He did manage to break all the plates, but it was nothing special for a shinobi. Suddenly, a mass amount of chakra washed through the city, and even the civilians were panicking and running like wild chickens from the feeling they got. Damn it, Naruto, Jiraiya thought as he was preparing to run towards his godson. Sorry, but I have to leave, Jiraiya said, and jumped away from his company, quickly running towards his godson. We have Orochimaru and Kabuto. Both of them felt the Kyuubi's chakra being unleashed, and it wasn't very far from the location. It felt like he was about 5, maybe 6 miles away from them. Looks like the Kyuubi brat's in town, Orochimaru said, chuckling. Though I wonder what he could be doing to be using this amount of the Kyuubi's chakra, Orochimaru wondered. It might be the Akatsuki, Kabuto said, providing an explanation. Should we go help? Kabuto asked. Naruto-kun can take care of himself, Orochimaru said, chuckling evilly. After all, I don't pick weak and ordinary vessels, Orochimaru explained. But Sasuke-kun isn't even close to the level of Naruto-kun, Kabuto said. How very true, Orochimaru agreed. However, Sasuke is driven by vengeance, and he will be easier to convince, and he also has the Sharingan. I would prefer Naruto-kun above all others since he even has Mangekyo, but he won't come easily, Orochimaru explained, and Kabuto nodded. With Tsunade and Shizune, both women were at a bar with Tsunade drinking herself stupid with sake. After what she just heard from Orochimaru, it wasn't particularly hard to understand why she was doing this. Even though Tsunade was lightly drunk, both of them could easily feel a chakra that washed through the whole town. The chakra felt like power beyond anything. It felt like it transcended human understanding. Tsunade-sama, do you feel that? Shizune asked, shivering. She knows very well what the QB did to Konoha 14 years ago. Tsunade asked, lifting her head from the table. Her cheeks were red from all the alcohol she had ingested. That's QB, Tsunade said, and she was performing a self-healing technique designed to quickly purge the sake from her system. Shizune, let's go, Tsunade said, picking up her jacket and running out of the bar, heading towards the chakra source. Hi, Shizune replied, following her sensei. Back with Naruto. Itachi and Kisame were running out of town with Naruto hot on their trails. They stopped near an empty field and decided to make their stand there. Kisame, we can't prolong this. Jiraiya definitely sensed the Kibi's chakra, Itachi stressed out, and Kisame nodded. What do you suggest? Kisame asked. He dropped the playful attitude and took a more serious one. Ancient Shirki using her Biju would be a dangerous opponent. The Tsukiyomi is useless, and using it again would most likely knock me out, Itachi explained. Keep him busy. The backlash from Tsukiyomi weakened me, and I need to gather chakra for the next move, Itachi said, and Kisame nodded.
So you finally stopped running?
Naruto asked, approaching both Akatsuki members. He was calmly walking towards them on all fours. Itachi jumped slightly back and started concentrating while Kisame stood his ground to face off against Naruto.
Let's play,
Naruto said, and rushed Kisame at blind speeds, but Kisame wasn't S-rank shinobi for nothing, and could track him rather well. He quickly approached Kisame and tried to punch him by extending his chakra arm, but Kisame jumped to the side. Naruto brought his chakra claw down again, but Kisame blocked it with his sword and absorbed the chakra, destroying the chakra hand.
So you can even absorb Biju's chakra?
Naruto asked, surprised. Biju's chakra was one of the most potent ones out there. Yes, and by the looks of it, Samehada likes your chakra, Kisame said, grinning, as Samehada was shaken with excitement at eating such good chakra. Suiton, Bakushi Shoha, great exploding water wave, Kisame said, and pumped his lungs full of chakra, exploding a gigantic wave of water that came crashing to the ground. Naruto jumped up to avoid being hit and landed back on the water once it calmed down.
Right on, Jibashi.
Electromagnetic murder, Naruto said, and channeled lightning chakra through the water, trying to shock Kisame, but to his surprise, the sword absorbed it once again and the water remained.
That sword is annoying,
Naruto said, and Kisame laughed. I know, isn't it great? Kisame said. Suiton, Gosho Kuzame! 5 hungry sharks, Kisame said, and slammed his hand onto the water. As he poured chakra into the water, it started molding until it formed 5 sharks that started speeding towards Naruto, who remained in place. The sharks quickly arrived near Naruto and flew out of the water, trying to eat him, but Naruto just swatted them away like flies using his fan. In just 1 second, all the sharks disintegrated back into the water. Acting on the surprised face of Kisame, he quickly threw a free-pronged kunai towards him as fast as he could. Kisame snapped out of his stupor and jumped back as far as he could and managed to avoid a Rasengan to his chest. It seems Naruto-kun's range is limited to about 15 feet from the kunais, Itachi concluded as he watched Naruto's Hirashin. Itachi was gathering enough chakra, but he could still watch and analyze the battle for any weaknesses Naruto may have. Kisame, stay 15 feet away from the kunais, Itachi yelled out, and Kisame nodded. He figured it out, Naruto thought, a bit surprised, but Itachi wasn't called a prodigy for nothing. Naruto was busy in his thoughts. He didn't even notice Kisame appear right behind him. Suiton, Suiro no Jutsu! Water prison, Kisame said, and the water enveloped Naruto, trapping him inside a water bubble. I got you now, Kisame said, grinning.
No, you don't,
Naruto said, and using his Kama, he simply walked out of the bubble, much to the surprised face of Kisame. Naruto took the moment and with a well-placed kick threw Samehada away from him. Naruto channeled chakra to his right hand and a swirling sound could be heard. Udama Rasengan, Naruto said, but he still couldn't maintain his big Rasengan and destabilize blowing up in front of him. Kisame's chest got a few deep wounds like they were made with claws and was thrown backwards, bleeding from his chest. Samehada quickly approached his master and healed him. In just a few seconds, Kisame was back on his feet. I really hate that sword, Naruto thought, sighing. If he didn't find a way to get rid of that sword permanently, this would go on until one of them ran out of chakra.
Katon, Kagyaku no Jutsu.
Great fireball technique, Naruto said, and this time, he sent a big fireball powered with the Kibi's chakra towards Itachi, who wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Kisame quickly appeared in front of Itachi and said, Suiton, Suijin Heki, water wall, and a water wall rose up and blocked the fireball crane and missed a scene that quickly dissipated as it was an open field. Naruto, using the mist as cover, made shadow clones that took his place while the original went beneath the water and underground. Kisame was quickly running towards Naruto to keep him busy and away from Itachi so he didn't realize it was only a clone. Shadow clone explosion, a clone, Naruto said, and exploded. Kisame brought his sword up in time and blocked the fire and jumped back to find Naruto only to see him right in front of Itachi. The original Naruto quickly rose from the ground right in front of Itachi. Naruto's eyes were glowing with power. Naruto locked eyes with Itachi and whispered, Tsukuyomi. Naruto's Tsukuyomi world. Naruto dragged Itachi into his own genjutsu. Naruto, after seeing Itachi's Tsukuyomi, knew how to perform it. Since Naruto's Tsukuyomi was copied from Itachi, his world was similar. The sky was red with the sun, and the clouds were pitch black. Welcome to my world. In here, I'm God. I control everything, even time itself, Naruto said, smirking and taking a page from Itachi's book. Very impressive, Naruto-kun. To be able to use this technique on your first try, Itachi said. Thank you, Naruto said, and like Itachi, started stabbing Itachi with swords over and over, but Itachi didn't scream or wince once. But, Itachi said, and Naruto focused on him. You are still far away from mastering it, Itachi said, and the Tsukuyomi snapped like a twig, and they were brought back to the real world. Real world. Naruto was brought forcefully to the real world and arrived just in time to duck under a swing from Samehada. However, the sword still grazed him and yanked a chunk of his chakra, forcing Naruto into a free-tailed state. Damn, that sword can eat, Naruto thought as he quickly looked towards the Samehada, who seemed to grow in size quite a bit. This is it, Naruto-kun, Itachi said, and his right eye started bleeding. Amaterasu, Itachi said, and around Naruto, black flames appeared out of nowhere and started burning Naruto. Naruto was enveloped in the black flames, and his free-tail cloak proved useless against the heat and power of the flames. Naruto quickly activated his Kamui and walked out of the flames with his skin scorched. What? He can even avoid the Amaterasu flames, Itachi said, astonished. He would never expect Naruto's Mangekyo powers to be this powerful. It only proves that Madara is a real menace, Itachi thought. If Naruto is this powerful at such a young age, he didn't even want to think what power Madara could have. Naruto took a couple of heavy breaths and recomposed himself. Kurama had already healed the scorched skin, so Naruto was good to go. Naruto looked carefully at the black flames and analyzed them as best he could. So that's the Amaterasu, Naruto thought, and Kurama nodded as he had seen them before. If I didn't have the Kame, I would have to resort to Funjutsu, but it would take some time, Naruto pondered and thought. So that's how they're created, Naruto thought to himself. By making the particles vibrate to insane levels, he summons intense flames, and by making them absorb the radiation, it sustains the vibrations and makes their color black, Naruto concluded after looking very carefully at the flames. He would have to try this later, but it was time to end this.
Naruto, be careful. He may be able to use the Susanoo,
Kurama warned him. Itachi had already used 2 of the free powers of his eyes. I will, Naruto replied as he watched them very carefully. Itachi looked like he was about to faint. Being a half-blood with Mangekyo must be very taxing and painful. The brat is tough, Kisame said. Kisame was relatively healthy and his chakra reserves weren't even winded much like Naruto. Itachi, on the other hand, was a mess.
Time to end this,
Naruto said before coiling himself with his free tails around him. Naruto was enveloped in a blackish purple berry that blocked Kisame's view of Naruto. A second later, the berry exploded with a roar and their eyes widened to what they saw. It was Naruto, however, it wasn't the one they knew. Naruto was now completely enveloped in the Kyuubi's chakra as it became his own skin. His ears were bigger, his eyes were still blood red with the Mangekyo, and he had 4 tails on his back. This was his version 2 cloak, and he looked like a miniature Kyuubi.
Ready?
The Kyuubified Naruto asked, smirking. You think you can scare us? Kisame rhetorically asked before flashing her hand seals and slamming his hands on the remaining water. Suiton, Sensho Kuko, 1,000 hungry sharks, Kisame said, and from the water, countless sharks emerged, all going towards our blonde. As the sharks were coming closer, Naruto simply raised his right hand/paw and slammed it to the ground with a huge force. A big shockwave emerged and vaporized all the sharks along with the water. When the dust settled down, there was nothing more than a crater with Kisame holding Itachi. We have severely underestimated the brat, Kisame said, taking deep breaths, and Itachi gave him a look that clearly said, You think? They didn't have time to think as Naruto was preparing his next attack. His tails were coiled around Naruto, ending just above the head. Blue and red chakra were seen floating in the air. Suddenly all the chakra started compressing until it formed a perfect spear, still hovering mid-air. Both Kisame and Itachi were watching very carefully just what he was about to do until he swallowed the chakra spear. He ate it? Kisame asked out loud. Naruto had just eaten the ball when Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Tsunade arrived at the scene. Naruto, is that you in there? Jiraiya asked, but Naruto couldn't exactly speak right now. Jiraiya, what is happening? Tsunade asked to her teammate. She didn't have much experience in fighting Jinchurikis or using seals.
Brace yourselves.
Naruto managed to say before the ball exploded in his stomach, making him look like a hamster. From Naruto's mouth came smoke, and it was clear that something was about to come out.
Bijudama.
Naruto said, and a reddish ball of energy exploded from Naruto's mouth, going with tremendous speed towards both Akatsuki members. Itachi's eyes glowed just before the energy ball hit them and exploded, destroying everything. The ground was shaking like an earthquake. The wind was furiously pushing everything back, and everything was torn apart. Even the earth itself was destroyed. What in the world? Jiraiya was cut off as he had summoned the stomach of a toad to protect himself along with Tsunade and Shizune from the blast and the heat the wind was carrying. The blast is over and dust is clearing, and right in front of Naruto there was nothing more than destruction. Around Naruto was a 20-meter wide crater, but the real damage was directly in front of him. A 100-meter path that was blasted away. As the dust cleared, Jiraiya dropped his shield and his jaw dropped to the destruction ahead of him. The whole plain where they stood was now nothing more than rubble. Kisame and Itachi were still alive, as Itachi had a reddish humanoid bear around him.
That's it, Naruto. The Susanoo.
Kurama said from his mind, and Naruto watched as Itachi rose from the ground with the Susanoo still active. The shield withstood a low-powered Bijudama, Naruto replied to his partner.
That is just a watered-down version of it. The real Susanoo can destroy mountains by itself.
Kurama explained, and Naruto got giddy. Kisame, we are leaving, Itachi said, and fainted. Kisame picked him up and as fast as he could, shushined away from the area. They were barely holding up against Naruto, but now Jiraiya and Tsunade had arrived. Naruto, are you in there? Jiraiya asked as he approached the Kyuubi fight Naruto with caution.
Yes.
It's me, Naruto said as he dropped his cloak and sat on the ground trying to catch his breath. What in the world was that? Jiraiya almost yelled out, pointing towards the blast field. That was Biju's ultimate attack. It's called a Bijudama, tail beast ball, and that is what my father based Rasengan on, Naruto explained as he got up to his feet and cleaned his forehead of sweat. You picked the best time to go peek at the hot springs. They kidnapped Hinata, Naruto said, and Jiraiya's eyes widened. Did you get her back? Jiraiya asked. I did, but she was injured. I've got a medical fox taking care of her, Naruto explained, and turned to see Tsunade and Shizune looking at him with their jaws on the ground. By the way, I found Tsunade, Jiraiya said, and everyone's sweat dropped. Hey there, Bachan. And that is the end of chapter 26. Pretty good chapter, and now we can move on to chapter 27. So let's begin. Chapter 27, Reunion. Hey there, Bachan, grandmother, Naruto said with a small smile as he was watching Tsunade and another girl who was with her. He had finally found the last bit of family he had. Although his grandmother was supposed to be around 60 years old, she didn't look older than 30. And they weren't lying when they said that Senju Tsunade was one of the most beautiful women on earth. Better be careful, Naruto. I might just slide in there real quick if you get what I'm saying. You better be careful, my guy. I might just become your grandfather if you get what I'm saying. I'm so terrible. Anyways, Tsunade was just staring at the blood in front of her that had just decimated the field where they were standing. The moment he turned, her breath got caught in her throat. The moment she saw what he looked like, that golden blonde hair, those deep blue eyes like an ocean, and when Jiraiya called him Naruto, she started shaking. He's a carbon copy of Mito with longer hair, Tsunade was thinking. After all this time, she thought she was alone in this world, that her family was all gone. And now she finds her grandson not even 10 feet in front of her, just smiling at her. Tsunade didn't know what to think or do and did the only thing she felt was right. She blurred right past Jiraiya and Shizune and engulfed Naruto in a deep hug while crying happiness. Naruto-kun, Tsunade whispered while hugging him fiercely as if he wasn't real. Tears were rolling off her eyes and falling to his shirt. Bachan, Naruto replied while sobbing and hugging her back. He had finally found family, and he was happy that Tsunade didn't reject him or leave him if her reaction was anything to measure by. Jiraiya and Shizune watched the scene with smiles on their faces. This was what Tsunade needed. She needed a small bit of her family back, and she got it in the form of her long-fought, dead grandson. They ended the hug, and Tsunade cleaned her tears while her eyes were still red. She crouched in front of him. Let me take a good look at you, Tsunade said. Her voice, filled with so much happiness, was intoxicating. Naruto just chuckled and rubbed the back of his head, much like his father did. Tsunade was observing Naruto as best as she could. He had long, blonde hair with bangs that framed his face and slightly covered his right eye. His eyes were deep blue like an ocean, and he had 3 whisker marks on each cheek. "You are so cute!" Tsunade squealed and hugged him again, making the other sweat drop. "I bet you have a horde of fangirls back home," Tsunade said, laughing. She seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened today. She was finally happy and didn't want to let go of this feeling. "Speaking of girls," Naruto said, breaking the hug. "I'll be right back," Naruto said and swirled away into his eyes. Tsunade caught the blood-red Sharingan eyes, but filed it for later questions. Naruto reappeared not even a second later with a girl in his arms and a small fox on his shoulders. Hana had already been healed and was now sleeping peacefully. "Who is she?" Tsunade asked as she watched the girl that Naruto was carrying bridal style. "She is Hyuga Hinata, my girlfriend," Naruto explained, and Tsunade nodded. He figured that a fine-looking brat like him would already have been snatched by someone, but she would see if the girl was worthy. "She was kidnapped by Itachi and Kisame, but I managed to get her back and summoned a healing fox," Naruto explained, and turned towards Tsunade. "Can you check her just to make sure?" Naruto asked, and Tsunade bit her lips. As long as there wasn't any blood, she would be fine. Tsunade's hand started glowing green and started scanning Hana's body from head to toe. She seemed to stop briefly on top of her chest as if assessing the damage. She had a couple broken ribs and a dislocated shoulder, but she's fine now. She only needs to rest, Tsunade explained, and Naruto sighed in relief. "I owe you, Kagura," Naruto said. "Not at all," Naruto-sama, Kagura said, and disappeared in smoke. "Look at the mess you made," Jiraiya said to Naruto and kicked a piece of rubble on the ground. "They kidnapped Hana-chan, so I tried to kill them for real. I wasn't messing around against them," Naruto said in a serious voice, and Jiraiya could only nod as he watched the devastation in front of him. "What flames are these?" Jiraiya mused out loud, looking intently at the black flames that were burning the rock and showing no signs of stopping. "Those are Amaterasu flames," Naruto said, and Jiraiya looked at him. "They can only be summoned by Mangekyo Sharingan and can't be extinguished by anyone except the one who summoned them in the first place. They'll burn for 7 days and 7 nights. They are as hot as the sun and can turn anything to ashes," Naruto explained, and Jiraiya's eyes widened. "That was some powerful Katan jutsu right there." "You said I'm on Gekyo?" Jiraiya asked, and Naruto nodded. "Does that mean you can do it as well?" Jiraiya asked. "That would be a major power boost to Naruto if he was able to perform this technique." "I know how it works, so I just need to try it," Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. "And I also know how to do the other one, the Tsukiyomi," Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded again. Naruto was becoming more and more powerful by the day, and these 2 techniques he just gained would make him deadly against anyone. "So I wasn't seeing things when you warped away with some techniques," Tsunade said towards Naruto. "How can you have the Sharingan? You're no Uchiha," Tsunade stated. "Actually, I have Uchiha blood," Naruto said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "What do you know of my father's parents?" Naruto asked. "He is an orphan. He never knew his parents," Tsunade replied, and Naruto smiled. "He never got tired of people's faces when he told them about his grandfather." "That is not true," Naruto said, grinning her grandmother. "He knew very well who his father was and lived with him for the first 5 years of his life," Naruto said, and Tsunade concentrated on him. "Don't leave me hanging! Tell me!" Tsunade said, and Naruto picked the fan up from his back and placed it on the ground, grabbing it by the hilt. "Is that?" Tsunade asked, and her eyes widened when she pieced everything together. "My grandfather was Uchiha Madara," Naruto said, and laughed her expression. She was gaping like a fish out of water, and Shizune was as pale as a white sheet. "This was his fan, and he passed on to my father, and now it belongs to me," Naruto explained. But, Tsunade tried to say, but her voice wasn't quite reaching. "Madara Jiji didn't die when he fought Hashirama Jiji, and later on had a son, and named him Namikaze Mito," Naruto explained. "Who am I to doubt him?" Tsunade thought to herself, chuckling. Until now, she didn't even know Naruto was alive to begin with. "How about we continue this at the hotel?" Naruto suggested, and everyone nodded and left towards the hotel that Naruto had rented. "Erosanin," Naruto said, and got a tick mark from the old pervert and laughs from both women. "I should warn you about the hotel," Naruto cryptically said. Back at the hotel. The hotel itself was mostly fine, if you don't count the chunk that was missing on the right side of the building. When Naruto entered his cloaked version and sped towards Itachi and Kisame, he unleashed a shockwave that tore down almost half the building. "I hate Shinobi!" The owner of the hotel was yelling through the streets while trying to clean up as best as he could. Not that a broom would help much against big chunks of rock and concrete. The owner turned around only to find the one responsible for said disaster, calmly walking towards him. You! The owner yelled towards the blonde, pointing at him. Look at this mess! The owner yelled. Don't worry, Naruto said, trying to calm the owner down. My godfather here will gladly pay for everything, Naruto said, and Jiraiya's eyes widened. What? Jiraiya yelled out, grabbing Naruto by the collar of his shirt. Why should I pay? Jiraiya asked rhetorically. You're the one that blew up the hotel, Jiraiya explained. They found me and her Hinai because you decided to chase some tail, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya scoffed. Besides, I've seen your money book, and this wouldn't even scratch the surface, Naruto said, and Jiraiya got suspicious. How do you know that? Jiraiya asked. Always look underneath the underneath. Besides, my eyes see more than chakra, you know, Naruto said, grinning. So pay the man, and let's find another place so Hinata-chan can rest properly, Naruto said, and Jiraiya reluctantly agreed. He went to his pockets, only to find his wallet was missing, and enhanced Tsunade, who was already negotiating with the hotel owner, making Jiraiya cry anime tears. Life is so unfair, Jiraiya thought, crying in his mind. Suddenly, Naruto felt Hinata stir and looked down at her. It appeared all that noise around them woke up his sleeping beauty. She entirely opened her eyes to find herself in the arms of Naruto. Hey there, sleepyhead, Naruto said, watching Hinata open her eyes and look at him. How are you feeling? Naruto asked. I'm good, Hinata said, and looked at her surroundings. I think I can walk, Hinata said, and Naruto shook his head, denying it. You just woke up. Besides, I like carrying you, Naruto said, and kissed her forehead, making her snuggle closer to him. Kawaii! Suzune yelled out. That's adorable, Suzune said, falling out over both of them like a fangirl. Jiraiya was scribbling furiously on his notebook, not even noticing Tsunade. If you use my grandson for your research, I'll remove the thing that makes you a man, Tsunade shouted to the heavens, and Jiraiya stiffened and quickly placed his notebook in his pockets. Have mercy, Jiraiya pleaded on his knees. Sorry, I'll add a mercy, Tsunade said, cracking her fingers and figuratively rolling up her sleeves. Scary, Naruto thought, watching his grandmother beat his godfather to a bloody pulp. Jiraiya was screaming and asking her for her to stop, but she didn't even waver. Oh lord, the pain, Jiraiya thought. Naruto decided it was time to save his godfather from Tsunade's wrath. How about you go for dinner? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya sighed in relief when the onslaught stopped. Sounds good, Tsunade replied, and kicked Jiraiya one last time where his sun doesn't shine, making him wince in pain and gently nursed his manly parts. All the time, he was cursing the blondes around him. Restaurant. The group found a small restaurant that had a few tables open since the others were all full due to the massive amount of tourists around town. They were all seated in a small table with Shizune, Tsunade, and Jiraiya on one side, and Naruto and Hinata on the other. The menu was a few sardines with rice, while Tsunade and Jiraiya were drinking sake. So, brat, how's the life? Tsunade asked while sipping a bit of sake. She wanted to know about her grandson's life since she wasn't really there for him in the beginning of his life. It was rough in my early years, but I'm good now, Naruto said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Rough? Tsunade wondered what he meant exactly. Actually, since the tuning exams, they stopped calling me demon and trying to kill me, Naruto blurted out, only for Tsunade's face to twist into one of anger. She forgot that Naruto was Jinchuriki, and she knew very well how most of them were treated in their village. Did they hurt you? Tsunade asked with so much fire in her eyes that the table slightly cracked from the pressure of her fists. Don't worry, they're over it now, Naruto said, calming her down. I showed them I had the Sharingan and that I belonged to Senju clan, and now they almost worship me, Naruto said, shaking his head. How could they be so superficial? Naruto was a demon one day, and the next day he was the Prince of Konoha. But I hold no grudge against them, Naruto said. You do realize that once you make Chunin, you will be able to take the clan seat and will be forced into CRA, right? Tsunade asked. The CRA was the thing that drove her out of the village in the first place, and when Kushina died, she had nothing to go back for. I'm elite Chunin, by the way, and I have already refused the CRA, Naruto said, chuckling. Elite Chunin? A brat like you? Where's the vest? Tsunade taunted him. I don't like wearing the vest, and didn't you see what I did to those Akatsuki members? They were both Kage level shinobi, Naruto explained, grinning back. Oh please, that was all the QB's doing, Tsunade said, waving him off.
I like her,
Kurama said from Naruto's mind. You like anyone that praises you, Naruto replied with his sweat dropping. Fine, be that way, Naruto said, pounding everyone laughed. How did you refuse a CRA, Tsunade asked. It's mandatory by law, Tsunade explained. Simple. I threatened to leave the village if they forced me into it, Naruto said, grinning, and Tsunade chuckled. By the way, Jiraiya, why are you here? Tsunade asked, and Jiraiya sighed, as this might be a difficult conversation. Sensei has asked us to find you and tell you that you've been chosen for the Godaime Hokage, Jiraiya asked, and Tsunade sighed. The moment Jiraiya said Sensei wanted her to become Hokage, she remembered what happened with Orochimaru. She agreed to meet with them in 1 week, and if she cured his arms, he would destroy Konoha. I'm going back to the village, but it isn't to be Hokage, Tsunade replied, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in confusion. Sensei sent me a letter saying Naruto was dead the night the Kibi attacked, Tsunade explained. What? Naruto asked. That doesn't make any sense. He was the one that told me of you in the first place, Naruto explained. Something is off here, Jiraiya said. What did the letter look like, Jiraiya asked. Normal Kage letter with his signature and stamps, Tsunade explained. The letter was long gone, and she destroyed it the moment she read it. There isn't anyone else for a Hokage position, Jiraiya reasoned. How about you, Tsunade asked. My spy network is too important for the village, and besides, I'm not the type of man to be behind a desk for 8 hours a day, Jiraiya replied. I'm not becoming Hokage. It's a fool's job, Tsunade said, and Naruto subconsciously activated Sharingan and started glaring at Tsunade. How dare you say that, Naruto asked. Hashirama and Gigi, Tobirama and Gigi, my father, all of our family took the Hokage position and died defending the village they loved, Naruto explained. Exactly. They all died for nothing, Tsunade said. They died protecting the village they loved, and we should continue their legacy and protect the village they create, Naruto said. But Tsunade seemed reluctant to agree until a devious thought crossed Naruto's mind. How about a bet? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya smirked. What kind of bet? Tsunade asked, focused on Naruto. You and me outside. If I kick your ass, you return to the village and become Hokage, Naruto said, and Tsunade pondered. He's just a brat, Tsunade thought. I agree, but if you lose, I'll get all of your money, and you cannot use the QB for this match, Tsunade said. I agree, Naruto replied. Let's take it outside then, Tsunade said, and they all walked outside to the middle of the street. This was all going so well, Hinata said, sighing, and both Jiraiya and Shizune agreed. Outside. On the outside, Naruto and Tsunade were facing each other, while Jiraiya, Shizune, and Hinata were at the side watching. Last time to back out, Tsunade said, giving him a chance. I never give up, and I never surrender because to be Hokage is my dream, Naruto said with unbreakable fire in his eyes. Sharingan eyes for that matter. Tsunade smirked, and she swore she saw a visage of Nawaki behind Naruto. Do as you wish. If you win, I'll also throw in this necklace as well, Tsunade said, and Shizune's jaw dropped as well as Jiraiya's. Hashirama's necklace, huh? Naruto mused. Let's go then, Naruto said as he took his stance. Tsunade, I should warn you, Jiraiya was saying, but was cut off. Please, Jiraiya, I can take care of a brat, Tsunade said, smirking. Even if he isn't Elite Chunin, I still got him, Tsunade said. Even though she didn't say it, she wanted Naruto to win, but she wasn't going to make things easy. It's ironic, Hinata said, and got confused faces from everyone. The sense of Hashirama and Madara are facing each other again, Hinata said, and they all chuckled. Very true, Jiraiya replied, and all of them focused on the fight. Tsunade didn't have any stand. She was just standing there with her arms on her waist. Naruto was eyeing her carefully with his Sharingan blazing. Deciding to try and scare her off a little, he made his Sharingan start spinning very slowly. Tsunade watched his spinning very carefully, constantly checking for chakra anomalies in her chakra network to look out for genjutsu. Naruto started spinning off his Sharingan until it started mutating slightly. Eventually, the Sharingan started to slow down, and the normal pattern was long gone and replaced by deep black eyes with a broken red circle with 3 circles in them. A Mangekyo? Tsunade wondered and thought as she watched Naruto's eyes very carefully. She dropped the carefree attitude and took a basic stance. She may have never faced Uchiha with a Mangekyo, but her father warned her about the powers of those eyes, and that they weren't to be taken lightly. Tsukuyomi, Naruto said, and Tsunade's eyes widened just before her world disappeared and was replaced by Naruto's Tsukuyomi world. What is this? Tsunade asked as she walked around Naruto's world. Welcome to my strongest genjutsu, Naruto said, popping out of nowhere and standing in front of Tsunade. In here, I'm God, and I control everything, even time itself. 3 days here are but 3 seconds in the real world, Naruto explained, and Tsunade realized just what type of mess she was in right now. This is the second time I tried this jutsu, and my control still sucks, but it should be enough to hold you, Naruto said, and Tsunade got pinned to a cross, and Naruto stood there in front of her with a sword. What are you going to do? Tsunade asked. She didn't want to believe Naruto would torture her. I'm going to make you laugh to death. And Naruto said, chuckling evilly, and the sword was replaced with a feather. Naruto started using his feather on Tsunade's sensitive spots. Tsunade bit her lips and tried to hold it in, but she couldn't. Tsunade burst out laughing and crying as she couldn't hold the tears. Tsunade broke out laughing and crying. She could barely breathe. She wanted to bend over since her stomach hurt, but she couldn't as she was pinned to the stake. Naruto laughed evilly at the sight of Tsunade. Real world, 3 seconds later. On the outside, all the viewers were oblivious to what was happening. They all heard Naruto call out his genjutsu, but they didn't know if Tsunade was caught, as they were just staring at each other. Suddenly, Tsunade fell to her knees, breathing heavily with her eyes puffy red, and one could see dry tears on her face. "Damn brat," Tsunade said, back in the real world as she crouched to regain her breathing. Naruto just grinned back at her. It was a miracle that Tsunade didn't pass out. "What did he do?" Jiraiya asked, curious. "He made me laugh for 72 hours straight," Tsunade said, and everyone's sweat dropped. That was a peculiar use for genjutsu. "I'll get you for that," Tsunade said before she started dashing towards Naruto with her fist cocked. "She's using chakra in her fist," Naruto thought as he watched her approaching with his EMS activated. He brought his fan back from his back and placed it in front of him. He grabbed the hilt with one hand and the other end with the other hand. "That's not going to help," Tsunade said, and slammed her fist hard into the fan. The moment her fist collided with the fan, it was like a large bell echoing through the streets. The entire ground shook, but Naruto held his ground. His fan didn't crack or waver. Tsunade was flabbergasted that the fan was still in one piece. She didn't even put a dent in that fan. It was true that she was using her strength to the max, but that punch was enough to bring down a wall, and yet the fan was still in one piece. Naruto flexed his fan and unleashed a current of air, making Tsunade jump back and gain some distance. Naruto placed his left hand in the Tiger Seal, preparing to unleash a fire jutsu when he was interrupted by Jiraiya. "Stop, Naruto!" Jiraiya yelled, and both turned to him. "Don't use ninjutsu in the middle of the street, baka," Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded. Naruto took out a free-pronged kunai and threw it at Tsunade, who watched it approach very carefully. The moment the kunai was about to pass next to her head, Tsunade caught it by the handle and started spinning it around her fingers. "That wasn't a smart move," Naruto said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "And why not?" Tsunade asked. "Did you notice that kunai isn't ordinary?" Naruto asked with a grin, and made Tsunade stop spinning the kunai and look at it very carefully. And she noticed that it was a free-pronged kunai with kanji on the handle. "He couldn't have," Tsunade thought just before she saw a bright yellow flash. She was about to turn around when she felt Naruto kicking her ass, making her jump in the air and nurse her rear. "The hell are you doing?" Tsunade asked, nursing her butt. "I win, Bachan," Naruto said, grinning with his foxy smirk. "Care to explain how that is?" Tsunade asked. "I said I would win if I kicked your ass, and I did just that," Naruto said, grinning, and started laughing at the face of everyone when the realization hit them all. "You tricked me," Tsunade said, shaking her head. She couldn't win a damn bet to save her life. Hinata just shook her head. She knew Naruto was very devious and sneaky, probably having a fox inside of him increased his kindness as well. She should have seen that coming. "I did no such thing," Naruto innocently replied. "You agreed to the bet, so will you come back with us to the village and become our Hokage?" Naruto asked. Tsunade sighed in defeat and surprisingly relief. She walked calmly to Naruto and kneeled in front of him. She undid her necklace and wrapped around Naruto's neck and kissed his forehead. "Become a great Hokage like your Bachan," Tsunade said, placed her hand above his necklace and his heart. Naruto just smiled and hugged her. "I'm glad it all worked out for the best," Jiraiya said, and turned to Tsunade. "Do I get a kiss, too, or perhaps a hug?" Jiraiya asked, wiggling his eyebrows, and proceeded to be buried by Tsunade in her fists. Next day, after last night's battle, everyone got together and went to a hotel to spend the night. It was a pain in the ass for Tsunade to allow Naruto and Nana to sleep together, but in the end she caved, but warned them that they were too young for kids. They were all together eating breakfast silently when Tsunade remembered something. "Naruto-chan, why were you fighting those two yesterday anyways?" Tsunade asked, and Naruto sighed before starting his explanation. "Don't call me that. It sounds girly," Naruto whined, and Tsunade smirked. "I like Naruto-chan. It sounds better than Whiskers-kun," Hinata said, giggling, making Naruto glare at her. Naruto sighed before starting. "According to Arasani, there is an organization called the Akatsuki made up of S-rank criminals, and they are after the Bijus," Naruto explained, and Tsunade's eyes widened. It wasn't very common to see Kage-level shinobi working together. They are rumored to have 10 members. Orochimaru used to belong to them until he betrayed them. For now, I only know of Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sasuke the Red Sand, and Deidara the Mad Bomber. They are all S-rank, Jiraiya explained. "By the way, Hinata-chan," Naruto said, turning to her. "How did they catch you?" Naruto asked. Flashback. Naruto and Nana had just parted ways with Jiraiya since he went towards the wind that blinked his way. They were both going towards the hotel when Nana felt a chakra presence nearby. She activated her Byakugan and scanned the nearby roofs, trying to pinpoint the signature. It turned out to be a big mistake. Since Nana activated Byakugan, her vision became almost 360 degrees, which meant she couldn't help but to not see a pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes. It was just a small glimpse before Hinata broke the Genjutsu it was placed on her, but it was good enough to distract her and allow Shadow Clone to perform a substitution with her. Hinata was now facing two people which had long black cloaks with red clouds on them, and they were both wearing straw hats. The moment she was replaced and stood facing both of them, Kisame dashed towards her and tried to kick her in the chest to end this quickly. Hinata turned to the right, sidestepping the kick, and charging her hands with chakra, she tried a Juken strike to his right shoulder. The attack connected, but Kisame remained impassive. Hinata analyzed him with her Byakugan and noticed that her strike wasn't laced with chakra, when she obviously charged it with chakra. Hinata noticed that the sword had an active chakra network as if it was alive. Did the sword absorb the chakra Hinata thought? What do you want? Hinata asked as she took the basic taijutsu stance. Let me play it for Itachi-san, Kisame said. Itachi said nothing and took a few steps away from both of them. Itachi focused his attention on the faraway hotel. What do you want with me? Hinata asked again. Nothing. All we want is to keep you brat, Kisame said, grinning, and Hinata knew that these two belonged to the Akatsuki, and were most likely Kage level shinobi. She knew she wouldn't stand much of a chance, but she wouldn't go down without a fight. Hinata flared her Byakugan, and Kisame laughed and picked up his sword still wrapped in bandages. Hinata made a few hand seals and disabled her gravity seals and stood ready to face them. Kisame started grinning like a madman and tried a sword slash on Hinata to knock her away. She ducked under the swing. Kisame used the momentum of his sword, tilted his body, and tried to kick her again. Hinata sidestepped the kick and jumped in the air. Hinata placed her hands on his legs, supporting herself, and kicked Kisame in the face, knocking him back. Kisame got up pissed, and he ran forward where Hinata was waiting in her defensive stance. He quickly arrived, and they exchanged a flurry of blows, but Hinata was far too slippery and fast for the slow and wide movements of Kisame, and his sword wasn't helping. Kisame was becoming more and more pissed. He placed his sword on his back and decided to engage the girl purely in taijutsu. It was a big mistake, and Itachi just shook his head. Itachi could clearly see that Hinata had the advantage in taijutsu. She may seem small and weak, but that was compensated by her agility and speed. Stay still! Kisame yelled as he couldn't even scratch her. If it was ninjutsu, she would have already been dead, but they couldn't use it because it may alert Jiraiya or Naruto. Hinata was supposed to be used as leverage. Hinata ducked under a punch and gave a Juken strike on his right leg, making him kneel. Kisame tried a right hook, and Hinata caught it with her left hand, and gave him a Juken strike right to his heart, destroying his heart. Bitch! Kisame said, and shakily placed his hands on the sword to get healed. Hinata heard the comment and kicked him where the sun doesn't shine, making Kisame's eyes pop out of his sockets, and even Itachi cringed and shivered when he saw that. Hinata felt a presence behind her and turned just to see Itachi give a kick to her shoulder. She got hit, and the force of the kick made her turn towards Kisame, who had his sword ready, and slammed it against Hinata, making her fly onto the ground. She crashed and was instantly knocked out. She was a slippery bitch, Kisame said, huffing at her. I'm tired of telling you not to underestimate your enemies, but you decided to engage in taijutsu against a Hyuga, Itachi said, sighing. You do realize that if you didn't have that sword, you would have died, right? Itachi asked, and Kisame scoffed. Psst, look at her. She's all small and skinny. It looks like she might break at any time, Kisame said, pointing at her. Deception is a ninja's greatest weapon. She may look frail, but her skill is at least elite join level, bordering Kage level, Itachi said, and he remembered the battle of his Sharingan. Give it a couple of years, and she will become a force to reckon with in taijutsu, Itachi explained. Fine, I get it. Let's just get the brat. He can't be much more difficult than her, Kisame said, and he went towards Tsunade, and then picked her up, and then headed towards Naruto. End of flashback. Damn those two, Naruto said, clenching his fists. Next time, they will die, Naruto said. It was my fault, Naruto-kun. I got caught in the first place, and then ignored Itachi, thinking he wouldn't interfere, Hinata explained, sighing. Tsunade-sama, Hinata called out, and she focused on her. Could you train me in the medical arts? I always wanted to become a combat medic, Hinata asked. She always had an interest in poisons, antidotes, and medicine. I'm surprised to see a Hyuga ask, Tsunade replied, surprised. I've tried many times in the past to have Hyugas as medics due to the Byakugan, but the Hyuga clan couldn't lower itself to practice medicine, Tsunade said, scoffing. Are you sure Hiyashi will allow it, Tsunade asked, and Hinata shifted uncomfortably. I don't belong to Hyuga clan anymore, Hinata replied. What do you mean? Tsunade asked, confused, thinking she didn't hear her right. My father deemed me too weak to be the heiress of the clan, so he branded me with the Kage bird seal, and disowned me from the clan when I was 8 years old. I've been living with Naruto-kun ever since. That is why we're so comfortable sleeping together, Hinata explained, and Tsunade got pissed. That was the only village her father had created. They treat Jinchurikis like garbage and left their own children to fend for themselves. She never liked the Hyugas, but this had just hit a new low. You don't have to seal, Tsunade said as she looked at her forehead. Naruto-kun managed to remove it, Hinata replied, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. So the brat was a seal master. He was just full of surprises. I will train you, Hinata, Tsunade said, and Hinata nodded, thanking her. I need to talk to you about something, Tsunade said, and they all stopped eating and focused on her. I'm supposed to meet with Orochimaru in 6 days, Tsunade said, and silence reigned at the table. I suppose he wants you to heal him for what I've done to him, Naruto said. It was the only logical outcome as to why Orochimaru would search for Tsunade now of all times. That's right, I agreed to meet with him in 6 days so we can end him there once and for all, Tsunade said, and Naruto got curious. Why did you agree to meet with him at a later date, Naruto asked, and Tsunade looked carefully at Tsunade. He said that he would bring back Dan, Naoki, and Kushina if I healed him, Tsunade said, and no one said anything. He had already brought back my mother when we fought against him during the invasion, Naruto said. Naruto started but stopped to think if it would be a good idea. I can allow you to see them one last time, Naruto said, and Tsunade froze. Naruto! You can't mean, Jiraiya started, but Naruto interrupted. I can use Edo Tensei without sacrifices, but the souls are only here temporarily. Once the time is up, they go back to the pure world, Naruto explained, and turned to Tsunade. Tsunade bit her lip deep in thought. She wanted nothing more than to have them back, but to see them leave again. I want to see them again. One last time, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Let's finish breakfast and go outside and do it then, Naruto said, and everyone agreed. Outside a restaurant on an empty field. Everyone left the restaurant and headed for an empty field where they could see the ritual without being disturbed. Everyone took a few steps back and allowed Naruto to do his job. Naruto was lucky that Tsunade had a few strands of hair from all of them. She got them as a reminder of them. Naruto took out a scroll and placed it on the ground. He channeled chakra into it and the kanji started spreading through the field, leaving 3 empty circles around the kanji. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said, and made 3 clones that went and sat on each of the circles. Shadow clones, Jiraiya asked? The Edo Tensei needs a vessel to anchor the souls to our realm. As long as the clone has chakra to sustain itself, I can use them as vessels, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded. It made sense. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Naruto went through the hand seals and then clapped his hands together. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, summoning technique, impure world resurrection, Naruto said, and the clones started to become covered by leaves until they took the form of someone else. The first person was a man. He had long, pale blue hair that reached his back and dark green eyes. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit of that time, complete with a forehead protector and the pocketless flak jacket. He was Kato Dan, Tsunade's lover, and Naruto's maternal grandfather. The second person was also a young man. He had short, light brown hair, green-gray eyes, and distinct blushes on his cheeks. For attire, he wore a dark teal poncho top and light green pants. He was Senju Naoki, Tsunade's younger brother. The third one was a woman. She had waist-length, fiery red hair and blue eyes. She was wearing dark Anbu pants and a black Anbu chest plate. She was Senju Kushina, Tsunade's daughter and Naruto's mother. Where am I? Naoki asked. The last thing he remembered was running through an empty field and then a loud explosion followed by darkness. Kushina? Naoki? Dan? Tsunade said, looking at the 3 people that Naruto summoned back from the dead. You haven't changed a bit, Tsunade-chan, Dan said as he looked around. Kushi-chan, is that you? Dan asked the beautiful red-haired girl next to him. Yes, Ta-san. It's good to see you again, Kushina said, and looked around to find Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and some girl she didn't know. So... hello, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head, and everyone focused on him. I've temporarily brought you back so Tsunade could say goodbye properly. You will be able to be here for around a day, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. Naruto-kun? Kushina asked. Yes, Kasan, Naruto replied. Kasan? Dan asked, eyeing the blonde carefully. Then that would make me your grandfather. It's nice to meet you, Dan said. You too, grandfather, Naruto replied, and looked to his left to see Naoki talking to Tsunade, who was hugging him and crying. This is Hyuga Hinata, my girlfriend, Naruto said, introducing Hinata to his mother. Girlfriend, huh? Kushina asked in a teasing tone, making them both blush deep red. How did that happen? Kushina asked, wanting all the juicy details. Kushina asked, and Naruto went and told her about everything that had happened. How when they first met, Naruto saved Hinata from a couple of bullies. A year later, he saved her from being kidnapped by Kumonin, and when Hinata got kicked out, they confessed to each other. Oh, that's so cute, Kushina said with stars in her eyes. Did you know that your father and I fell for each other the same way? Kushina said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Back when I was around 10 years old, Kumo tried to kidnap me because of my special chakra allows me to create chains. When I was kidnapped, we had already reached the border, and I was losing hope until your father appeared and saved me, Kushina said, and Naruto laughed at the coincidences. I guess we are meant to be, Naruto said and kissed Hinata's cheek, making her snuggle into his arms, and Kushina merely nodded. She could already tell that Hinata was a very sweet girl that loved Naruto very much. How is the furball treating you, Kushina said, and then she heard Naruto's stomach growl. I guess he doesn't like being called a furball, Naruto replied, chuckling.
What if I called you Fleshbag? Would you like it?
Kurama asked. I guess not, but you've already called me that a couple of times, Naruto replied, and Kurama stayed silent. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Kushina asked as Naruto suddenly spaced out. He does that sometimes when he talks to the QB, Hinata explained, and Kushina smacked her head for not thinking of that. Naruto got back to the realm of the living and noticed both of them looking intently at him. What? Naruto asked, and they're both staring at him. Nothing. It's just your face went through a couple of emotions, and you almost look like a clown, Kushina said, and Naruto's sweat dropped. You know, Kushina started gathering his attention. It's a shame that you can't meet Mito-kun, Kushina said sadly. I already did, Naruto replied, making Kushina perk up in confusion. When I was 5 years old, I awakened my Sharingan and appeared in my mindscape. He explained to me everything that happened the night that I was born. He told me about his father and unlocked the Kyuubi's cage, Naruto explained, and Kushina nodded until Naruto's stomach grumbled. I guess I'm hungry, Naruto said, chuckling. One of the things Naruto most liked is eating. It's almost noon, Naruto innocently said, and Kushina chuckled at his son's antics. Alright, gather up, Naruto yelled, and everyone got together. It's noon. How about we go for lunch, Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. Wait, Jiraiya said, and everyone stopped. Do Edo Tenseis even feel hunger, Jiraiya asked, and Naruto shrugged and turned to them. I could eat, but maybe it's just a vessel that's hungry, Kushina explained, but they all shrugged, as it wasn't a big deal. So, what should we go for, Tsunade asked. Ramen! Tsunade and Kushina instantly replied, and everyone chuckled. It looked like Naruto got his ramen addiction from his mother. I am not paying, Jiraiya quickly said, stealing his wallet away. Later that day, they all spent the day like a family should, having fun and enjoying their company. Their lunch was an epic standoff in a ramening contest between Naruto and Kushina. Unfortunate for Naruto, Kushina was an Edo Tensei, and as such, she couldn't get full, and Naruto caved at 15 bowls, passing out. Dan and Naoki got to meet their grandson and grandnephew, respectively. They all learned a lot about how the world had changed. Dan pretty much told Naruto stories about Hashirama and Tobirama since he was alive when they existed. So, this is it, huh? Tsunade said. Naruto felt that his shadow clones were running in fumes, and it would be a couple minutes before he expelled any jutsu. Don't cry, Tsunade-chan. It doesn't suit a strong woman like you, Don replied with a small smile. I got to be my grandson, and I got to see our daughter again, Don said, and Tsunade slowly nodded. It hurt to see them leave again. It was good to see you again, Tsunade said, and turned to Naoki. At least I got to give you a proper goodbye, Tsunade said. Don't worry, Nisa, Naoki said, grinning. Even though I don't like to have been killed, at least we won. But one day, it will be like Tosan wanted. An era of peace without wars and conflict. When mankind will be able to understand each other, Naoki said. For someone so young, you sure had strong beliefs. This is it, Naruto. I'm sorry for the burden we placed on you, Kushina said. Even though she got to know the Fox very well and knew he would help Naruto, she knew that the village wouldn't honor Mito's wish. Don't worry, I'm happy you entrusted to me, Naruto said, hugging his mother for the last time. And don't forget about the promise I made, Naruto said, and Kushina grinned. I'll be waiting. In the meantime, wait a couple of years before you give me grandsons, Kushina said, smirking, and both Naruto and Nana blushed, and then looked away from each other. Goodbye, Naruto-kun, Kushina said before the clone dispelled and Kushina's body disintegrated until it remained nothing but leaves on the ground. Live the rest of your life to the fullest, Dallin said as he also disappeared. Bye, Nisa, Naoki said and vanished as well. No one said anything for a couple minutes as they were all walking home. Tsunade was happy she got to see them all for one last time, and Naruto was happy he got to talk and get to know his mother a bit more. Let's get ready, Tsunade said, and everyone got confused looks. I need a new snakeskin wallet, Tsunade said, smirking. Akatsuki Base Outpost 4. Both Akatsuki members didn't expect to find such resistance from Jinchuriki, especially when he was only 14 years old. Kisame managed to drag Itachi's unconscious body towards one of the many Akatsuki outposts located around the Land of Fire. Kisame used his reign to call the leader of the organization. Not even 5 minutes had passed and a holographic figure appeared in the middle of the room. We couldn't see much from the figure besides it had short spiky hair, but the thing that stood out were his eyes. His eyes were dark silver with the concentric circles around the pupil. Report, the figure said before looking carefully at both members stopping at Itachi. What happened to him, the figure said as he took notice to the state of Itachi. To put it simply, he looked like someone who was put through a blender. The QB brat happened to him, Kisame replied, and the figure looked at him in disbelief. You mean to tell me a 14-year-old knocked out Itachi, the figure said. We were severely outgunned. Our spy still said he was the loudmouth dead last, but it was far from the truth, Kisame said. Explain, the figure said. For starters, the QB brat has not only the Sharingan, but also the next level, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kisame said. What? The figure asked. Something was missing. Itachi, Sasuke, and Madara were supposed to be the last Uchihas. It's true. He says he's Uchiha Madara's grandson. He broke Itachi Tsukiyomi like nothing, and the Amaterasu flames did nothing against him, Kisame explained. Madara's grandson? Why didn't he tell me, the figure thought? Something wasn't right here. I see. What else can you tell me, the figure asked. He has some strange power that allows physical attacks to go through him as if he was a ghost, Kisame explained. Then the figure raised an eyebrow. Intangibility? Like Madara's power, the figure thought? The Q-Brat was becoming more trouble than he first thought. Anything else, the figure asked? Oh yeah, he can use the Kyuubi's power without losing control. He went to 4 tails, and that was sufficient enough to force Itachi to use the Susanoo, Kisame said. That is a problem, the figure replied. But no matter, your job was only recon, and you did a good job, the figure said, and was about to leave when Itachi was the one who interrupted him. Are we to leave him alone for 3 years, Itachi asked. We don't know what level he might achieve with 3 more years, seeing the level he is at right now, Itachi said. Naruto was already very powerful, and leaving him alone for 3 years to master Mangekyo might not be the best move. If it comes down to that, I'll take him down myself, the figure said, and was about to leave until he said one last thing. After all, no one can stand against a god. And that is the end of chapter 27. We will now move on to chapter 28, End of a Snake, so let's begin. Chapter 28, End of a Snake. Iwagakure, Stone Village. Iwagakure no Sato, or the Hidden Stone Village, is one of the Great 5 Shinobi nations. Their leader is called Tsuchikage, or Earth Shadow, and their current one is Onoki. Onoki is a very short old man with a triangular beard and a mustache that has angular corners, a big red nose, and thick eyebrows. The top of his head is completely bald, although he has long, white hair on the lower half of his head, which is styled in a traditional chonmage haircut, the back of which is tied with a yellow ribbon into a top knot. He wears a green and yellow coat with a red collar. Underneath, he wears the traditional Iwagakure outfit, consisting of a light green version of Iwagakure's flak jacket and mesh armor. He has both sleeves of his shirt, but he kept a single lapel on his right side. Along with this, he wears sandals. The Stone Village is well known for the rock-hard attitude and extreme loyalty of their shinobi. Once their leader issues an order, they will follow it blindly, even if it costs them their lives. The standard attire for shinobi from this village consists of a red outfit, which can have sleeves, a lapel, which is usually found on the side of the sleeve, and a brown flak jacket. They also tend to wear mesh armor around their ankles. Iwagakure ninjas seem to specialize in earth release techniques. Speaking of the village itself, it's located in the midst of some rocky mountains. These mountains provide natural defenses, making the village a stronghold. Unlike Konoha, the houses are built completely out of stone instead of wood, making them more durable and resistant in case of attack. Currently, we find a Tsuchikage in his office navigating the maze of paperwork that seems to plague every Kage. His office is located in the biggest structure in the village, which all of them are cone-shaped. Curse this damn paperwork, the Kage said, cursing this paperwork with all his might. He was half tempted to vaporize everything around him, which wouldn't be too hard. Why it wouldn't be too hard is very simple. The Kage is the last known wielder of the Dust Release. Although technically it isn't Kekkei Genkai, one must have affinity for earth, fire, and wind, which isn't very common for shinobi to have natural affinities for more than 2 elements. Inoki is a very headstrong, proud, and boastful individual. Due to his age, he is also somewhat frail, with constant complaints about hip and back pains. Although he's old, similar to Hokage in fact, he refuses to step down from the Kage position until he finds a worthy heir to his position. The Kage picked up a paper and it was a simple report of a simple D-rank mission. He quickly scanned through it and stamped it, placing it on the other end of the table. This was his routine when not sleeping. He would spend his days reading and stamping reports. He was broken from his work by a knock on the door. "Come in," Inoki said. The door opened and a man entered. He was wearing a Seirin Iwa attire with the exception that the red shirt went all the way up to his chin. He had black eyes with brown hair stylized with a small ponytail. "Good morning, Tsuchikage-sama," the man said, greeting his leader and kneeling in front of him. "Masato, need something?" Inoki asked. Masato was in fact the village's spy master. The spy master's job, like the name states, is to keep tabs on the other villages and other information that might seem relevant to his village's safety and welfare. "Yes, Tsuchikage-sama," Masato replies, standing up. "We received a letter from the Saiyan addressed directly to you, and they came from in their fastest carrier. And also, we heard of something interesting in Konoha," Masato explained, handing the letter over to Tsuchikage. The letter had already been scanned to make sure it wasn't an explosive tag or any other trap. "Tsuchikage, don't know. We are sending this message in our fastest carrier as the situation is very strenuous to us, and we would like a reply as fast as possible. 5 days ago, our village allied itself with the Sound Village and launched an invasion against Konoha. The invasion didn't go as planned, and we, along with the Sound, were defeated. It appears that Konoha had somehow found out about the invasion prior to it and was able to prepare. We have severely underestimated their power, and we placed faith on someone of questionable integrity, a mistake on our part. According to our reports, Konoha's Jinchuriki was responsible for defeating the fully released Shikaku, but also killed our Kage along with 200 of our own. A more detailed report is attached to the letter. We took a crippling blow to our forces, and as such we would propose an alliance with your village, as it holds no love for Konoha. This would be a complete alliance, meaning more commercial routes and agreements, and of course military help if needed. We have also dispatched a letter to the Earth Daimyo, explaining the situation as to when Daimyo has agreed with an alliance, should you accept. Yours faithfully, Suna Council." The Tsuchikage read the letter a couple of times so he wouldn't miss anything. So they let themselves be guided by Orochimaru. Fools, Inoki thought. Placing your trust on a Nukenin is hardly ever a good idea, and Orochimaru didn't exactly have the best reputation. Judging from the letter, they must fear a possible invasion if they are requesting an alliance with us, of all people, Inoki mused and thought. Iwa, much like Kumo, were independent, and they didn't particularly like alliances. Interesting, Inoki thought out loud. "Sir," Masato said. "The Sand wants an alliance with us," Inoki said, but Masato didn't seem particularly surprised. "You don't seem surprised," Inoki stated. "I've heard some very interesting news from our spies in Konoha, but I was going to inform you after you had read the letter," Masato stated. "Do you have the reports?" Inoki asked, and Masato nodded, handing them the reports of their invasion based on the survivors. Inoki quickly read through the invasion reports, and it was basic stuff on how Suna got their asses handed to them, and they ran with their tails between their legs. He kept on reading until he found a part on Konoha's Jinchuriki, someone named Uzumaki Naruto. Apparently the Jinchuriki was nothing more than a brat of 14 years old. And yet this again he managed to kill a fifth of the Suna's forces with a single jutsu. He had also displayed high levels of ninjutsu and funjutsu. Funjutsu? It seems that Konoha still bets on that, Inoki thought as he continued on reading the letter until he found a picture of said Jinchuriki. His eyes widened and his blood ran cold when he saw what the Jinchuriki looked like. He still couldn't forget those cold blue eyes and the spiky golden hair. He felt as if he was staring at the Namikaze once again. It can't be, Inoki thought. How he despised the Namikaze. Mito was the reason Konoha won the first Shinobi War by slaughtering 1,000 of their Shinobi in just a couple of seconds. And now Inoki was staring at some kid who looked just like him, except he had longer hair and whisker marks on his face, but the similarities were too much to ignore. Masato, Inoki said, gaining his attention. What news have you heard from Konoha? Inoki quickly asked to see if he had anything on his Naruto. Apparently, Konoha has a Senju heir, which is none other than the Jinchuriki Naruto, Masato explained. But the kicker is that this Naruto is the son of Namikaze Mito, the Yellow Flash, Masato stated, confirming Inoki's biggest fears. So the bastard sealed the QB inside his own son, Inoki said. The Namikaze had reproduced and unleashed another Yellow Flash upon this world. Inoki would have his revenge. He would avenge his son's death by the Yellow Flash by killing his son in return. But there's more, Masato said, and Inoki focused on him. Senju Naruto, the son of Namikaze Mito, is apparently the grandson of Uchiha Madara, which would mean that the Namikaze was Madara's son, Inoki finished in a disbelieving tone, and Masato nodded. Inoki also despised Madara sometimes even more than the Yellow Flash. When he was younger and they had just signed a treaty with Konoha, Madara had the ghoul of stating that Iwa was nothing more than Konoha's slaves. It seemed as Iwa had a very grim past with those of Uchiha blood. After all, Iwa wanted Madara dead, and they got that. And then Namikaze appears as if to finish his father's job of killing Iwa's shinobi. To think the Namikaze would be Madara's son, Inoki said, grating his teeth. However, I do find it strange that no one ever knew of his Sharingan, Inoki mused out loud. The son of the most powerful Uchiha to ever live would without a doubt awaken his Sharingan, but they never knew of it. In fact, they didn't know of the Namikaze's parents until 14 years after his death. It seems Konoha has a Namikaze heir, but they stacked all their cards into one person. He's both the last Senju, as Tsunade is past reproducing age, and the last Namikaze, Inoki thought as he rubbed his beard. Or Uchiha, I should say, Inoki corrected. What are we going to do regarding Suna and the Namikaze bastard, Masato asked. He too, along with all of Iwa, had no love towards Mito, and finding out he was the son of Uchiha Madara didn't exactly help. We can't do any direct actions against the Yellow Flash's brat right now, as it would raise too much attention. Let it cool down a bit before we do anything, Inoki explained. The world had just been informed of a Namikaze heir, and trying to kill him right now would raise too much suspicion towards Iwa, so it could wait. Regarding Suna, I'm tempted to accept their alliance, Inoki said. What are your thoughts, Inoki asked Masato. Unlike Konoha or Suna, Iwa was a full dictatorship with Inoki holding all the power. But even then, he would seek out advice on his most trusted shinobi. I think we should accept. We have nothing to lose, and I've heard that Konoha doesn't intend to attack them. So this must be some guarantee against Kumo, since Kiri is still in war, Masato explained. I concur with your assessment, Inoki agreed, and quickly wrote a reply to Suna's request. After Suna had chosen their new Kage, they would have a formal meeting with both Kages to discuss the full terms of their alliance and iron out any details. Send it to Suna, Inoki said, giving the letter to Masato, who sealed it. What about the Senju, Masato asked. He had nothing against the Senju clan itself, but knowing that he was the son of the Yellow Flash and Madara's grandson sealed his fate. Like I said, let things cool down for now, Inoki explained. In the meantime, put him in the bingo book. I want him captured alive so he can be executed in front of the whole village. To show them what happens when they mess with Iwa, Inoki said, grinning. That would be his last act as Tsuchikage, killing the Namikaze's brat. What rank and bounty shall we give, Masato asked. Based on reports and knowing he's the bastard's son, give him Naruto and company. It was the day after Tsunade and Naruto had talked with their family and currently find him in some empty field training. Since Tsunade had agreed to meet Orochimaru, and with him injured, they had the golden opportunity to end him once and for all. This world would be a better place without that snake laying around. Hinata was training with Shizune and Tsunade since she asked for it, so they might as well start it already. So, you want to become a medic nin, right? Tsunade asked, and Hinata nodded. Why? Tsunade asked, as she never got the full story from her. Because I prefer to heal people than hurt them, Hinata replied, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Don't get me wrong, I know when it's necessary to hurt or kill someone, but I prefer to make people feel better, Hinata explained. She never liked killing as she was too kind for that, but she knew that sometimes it was for the best. Naru-chan really chose well, Tsunade said, smirking, making Hinata slightly blush. Alright, brat, I'll train you. From now on you call me Tsunade Sensei when I'm training you. Got that? Tsunade asked. "Hi, Tsunade-sensei," Hinata replied, without a shred of doubt in her voice. "For starters, tell me what you know," Tsunade said. "I have very good chakra control and knowledge of the human anatomy, and even better understanding of poisons and antidotes, but also medicinal herbs. I don't know any healing techniques, so I just use some healing cream I make," Hinata explained, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Poisons, antidotes, and medicinal herbs?" Tsunade asked, and Hinata nodded. "That isn't covered in the academy, so I assume you studied that on the side," Tsunade asked, and Hinata nodded once again. "It's a very good start. Now, let's see how good your chakra control is," Tsunade said, and picked up a small brown pouch from somewhere. "Here, put your palms up," Tsunade said, and Hinata complied. Tsunade then emptied the pouch onto Hinata's hands. From the pouch came a bunch of multicolored sand. The sand was composed of 4 colors: blue, brown, red, and green. "Now, I want you to separate the sand by color and align them in your palm using only chakra," Tsunade explained. "If you can do this in less than 5 seconds, that means your chakra control is very good and on par with Shizune, and more than enough for a few medical techniques. If you make it, I'll show a few others that are only known by medics to further increase it," Tsunade explained, and Hinata got to it. Hinata did a few tries just so she could get a feel for the sand. The timer started and Hinata started channeling chakra to her hands. It had to be a very minuscule amount, otherwise the sand would simply fly out of her hands. She decided to split the sand by color, starting on blue, then going for brown, red, and then green. After the sand was divided by color into equal globs, she slowly started aligning them in a straight line. Once she was done, she cleaned a bit of sweat from her forehead. She never had to concentrate so much in her life for such a simple thing. 6 seconds. That's very, very good, Tsunade said, impressed by Hinata. This kind of control was Kage level for fighting, but for medical applications, it was necessary for so much more than that. "Just out of curiosity, what are your affinities?" Tsunade asked. "I have both wind and water, but also a small light affinity. Due to my usage, the water is my strongest," Tsunade explained. "Even better. Water affinity is the best for medical use," Tsunade stated. "I'll show you how to use the mystical palm technique that speeds up the body's natural healing process," Tsunade explained, and Hinata nodded, getting right into it. That day went by without much trouble, and by the afternoon, Hinata could maintain the mystical palm technique indefinitely, or at least until she ran out of chakra. Tsunade had warned of the dangers should she send too much chakra with the technique. If Hinata used too much chakra in this technique, instead of healing the victim, it would render them into a comatose state. Now, this time, it was Shizune that decided to teach Hinata on poisons. Tsunade knew everything about poisons, but she was more turned to counter them instead of creating them like Shizune and Hinata liked to. "What ways do you have to deliver poison?" Shizune asked. "The only way I know is to use senbon or other weapons coated with the poison I want," Hinata explained, and Shizune nodded. "Then I'll show you this one," Shizune said, and broke away from Hinata, getting clear from her. "Dokugiri, poison mist," Shizune said, just before pumping her lungs with chakra and expelling thick purple mist from her mouth. Just by looking at it, anyone knew that it would be better to get the hell out of Dodge. Just by inhaling a small bit of it would be fatal. To do this, you must convert your chakra into a certain chemical that, once expelled, it mixes with the air, converting it to the poison mist. So in fact, you breathe in a chemical and not the poison itself, making it safer for you to use, Shizune explained, and proceeded to teach Hinata how to transform her chakra into different chemicals to achieve different poisons. Boom! An explosion echoed for the whole field, and Hinata turned to the left to see smoke rising on the horizon. "Looks like Naruto's having trouble," Hinata said, giggling to herself. With Naruto. Not too far away from where Hinata, Shizune, and Tsunade were, was Naruto also doing his training. He had already did his morning warm-up routine, so now we find him working on his Rasengan. He is currently trying to create a bigger Rasengan like Jiraiya said. Jiraiya is currently missing, and by missing I mean he is doing his research for his next novel. And by research I mean peeking on a local hot springs or some other place where one could find some unfortunate beauties with low amount of clothing on. Boom! An explosion echoed through the field as the Rasengan he had in his hands destabilized and exploded, dispelling the clones and destroying the ground. "Damn it, this is not working," Naruto said, frustrated. He made a cross sign and replaced the shadow clones that were destroyed. He didn't understand what he was missing. He managed to learn the Rasengan rather quickly, but this is proving difficult. Naruto started once again a normal Rasengan and stopped when it stabilized. He began pumping more chakra into the small spear. The spear began glowing and was quickly approaching twice the normal chakra. "Just a bit more," Naruto said, and a bit of sweat fell from his face. Boom! "That's it. Back to the beginning," Naruto said, shaking his head. "What can I do? The outer layer isn't strong enough to hold so much chakra," Naruto was thinking as he tried to figure it out. Then he remembered his fight against Shikaku when he used his Bijudama. The layer can hold so much power. If the chakra density is too big from such a small layer and I must increase the power, the only way is to increase its volume, Naruto thought, and concluded that to maintain its stability he had to reinforce the outer layer by making it bigger and bigger. He began to do just that. Naruto started to gather chakra and stopped at the normal Rasengan. Now, instead of just pumping chakra, he began to harden the chakra and expand the outer layers simultaneously. The results were instantaneous. The ball kept on increasing while maintaining stability. Naruto was pumping more and more chakra, and the spear was almost reaching 4 times the normal amount, and Naruto decided to stop there and see if he could hold it there. Looks like he made some progress, Jiraiya said as he entered the field. His cheeks were slightly colored, meaning that he was drinking at some point. I finally got it, Arasani, Naruto replied, and Jiraiya cited the nickname. His mother used to call him the exact same thing when she was still alive. How much chakra did you put in there? Jiraiya asked to see if his Rasengan met the standards. 4 times as much, Naruto replied, and Jiraiya nodded. 4 times the normal Rasengan was just fine. It should be just fine. Use the shadow clone to clash with mine, Jiraiya said, and Naruto dispelled the remaining clones, forming only one. The clone made an Aldama Rasengan and dashed towards the waiting Jiraiya. The glowing blue orbs connected with each other, and the ground started shaking from the energy being released. Neither spear wanted to be overrun, but slowly Naruto's Rasengan started to waver, and the whole ground exploded. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya's clone was still sane, although he was smoking. Your big Rasengan is good. You just need to use it a couple of times to get a feel for it, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded, going back to his training. Why don't you take a break? You've been at it for hours. Aren't you tired, Jiraiya asked. It was almost nightfall, meaning Naruto had been training his Rasengan for a couple of hours now. Don't you know me? Naruto replied, grinning towards him, and Jiraiya just shook his head. It's getting dark. How about we go for some dinner? Jiraiya asked, and knew Naruto wouldn't refuse. After all, one of the things Naruto liked most after Nada and training was eating. They all regrouped and headed towards some local restaurant. They were all eating peacefully since they weren't in a hurry, and decided to plan what to do against Orochimaru. Playing against a Kage shinobi would hardly work, especially against someone as slippery as Orochimaru. What are we going to do against Orochibaka? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya chuckled. Naruto called him exactly the same thing Jiraiya once did. After all, they were once teammates and almost brothers. Tsunade hummed and fought with her hand on her chin. I can fake heal him and try to kill him with a medical technique, Tsunade explained. Are you sure it will work? Jiraiya asked. If it fails, she might find herself in a compromising position. This technique looks like the mystical palm, so it should fool him as he has no advanced knowledge on medical techniques. It works by infusing a poisonous chakra source into his system. Once inserted, the poison instantaneously spreads through the whole network, destroying it almost instantly, Tsunade explained. He should drop dead in a matter of seconds, Tsunade said, grinning. What if he sees through it? Naruto asked. He will know that you side with Konoha, and most likely will try to kill you, Naruto explained. The best we can do if she is discovered is to try and lead them into an open field to battle, Jiraiya explained. Battling a Kage shinobi in the middle of a town would most likely destroy everything in it, especially someone of Orochimaru's caliber. There are various types of Kage, and Orochimaru stands in the higher division. Okay, imagine we can lure him out onto an empty field, Naruto said. Then what? Naruto asked. We smoke his ass, Tsunade simply said, and everyone swept drop at the simplicity of their plan. Good enough for me, Naruto said, and everyone went back to eating. 6 days later. The sun was shining high in the air, engulfing the whole town in a golden aura. It was around noon, and Orochimaru was calmly walking towards his destination with his most trusted henchman/sidekick by his side, also known as Yakushi Kabuto. They suddenly stopped as they were in the place they agreed to meet Tsunade. Not even a few minutes had passed, and Orochimaru could see Tsunade approaching in the horizon. He smirked at the thought that his offer had been accepted. He never doubted that Tsunade would refuse it. He knew that she would give anything to see them again, even if it was only one more time just to say goodbye. Little did Orochimaru know that Tsunade had already got her wish to see her family once again. Orochimaru was even more satisfied that Tsunade came alone. It further confirmed his suspicion that she accepted by dumping her apprentice. Do you have your answer, Tsunade? Orochimaru asked, smirking, and she simply nodded, faking a sad mood. If I heal your arm, can you really bring them back? Tsunade asked, and Orochimaru just nodded. Where's your necklace? Orochimaru asked, surprised she didn't have it on. Shit, Tsunade thought, but remained calm and with a saddened aura. Why should it matter? Tsunade asked, and Orochimaru shrugged it off. Give me your arm, Tsunade said, and she slowly walked towards Orochimaru. She flexed her hands forward and they started glowing green. To anyone else, it seemed like a normal healing technique. Just before she reached Orochimaru, a kunai was thrown at her, making her jump back. "What is the meaning of this, Kabuto?" Orochimaru asked, angry. "That is an assassination technique very similar to the mystical palm. She was trying to kill you, Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto explained, and Orochimaru growled. "How cunning of you, Tsunade. Trying to kill me when I had my guard down. Too bad for you. I have powerful allies by my side." Orochimaru replied, chuckling. "It appears you have sided with Konoha, and I now know the fate of your necklace. You most likely gave it to Naruto-kun," Orochimaru said. "Like you will leave this town alive," Tsunade said, smirking, and without thought dashed towards both of them. She jumped in the air and brought her heel down, smashing into the ground and vaporizing it. Time for Plan B, Tsunade thought, and began to chase them off town and drive them onto some empty field. "This is it, Orochimaru," Tsunade said, smirking. "What can you do?" Orochimaru replied, chuckling. "You are alone against both of us, and Kabuto isn't to be underestimated. He's at the level of Hatake Kakashi," Orochimaru said, smirking. "I am not alone," Tsunade said, taking the kunai from her clothes and sending it to the ground. The moment the kunai connected, there was a bright flash of yellow, and Jiraiya, Hinata, Shizune, and Naruto were seen standing there side by side with Tsunade. "How about these eyes?" Tsunade smugly pointed out. "Tsk," Orochimaru replied. "How nice of you to join us, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru said, licking his lips, making Naruto shiver. "How's the arm?" Naruto innocently asked, and Orochimaru scowled. "Long time no see, Orochibaka," Jiraiya said, and Naruto chuckled. "Jiraiya," Orochimaru said, watching his once teammate. "Let's get this over with," Tsunade said, before elbowing Jiraiya to the side, making him fall to the ground and start dashing towards Orochimaru and Kabuto. Tsunade was running when Orochimaru quickly bit his thumb, drawing blood, and threw at Tsunade. The blood connected with her face, and she hesitated momentarily. Kabuto took the opportunity, and using his chakra scalpels, he sliced through the most important muscles in her legs. He was about to cut her throat when he was almost blinded by a yellow flash. Naruto instantly appeared above Tsunade as he had marked her and everyone else. Naruto used Tsunade's shoulder for support and kicked Kabuto in the shoulder, sending him tumbling to the ground. Naruto kicked Kabuto and continued his momentum. He turned midair and locked eyes with Orochimaru. His normal Sharingan quickly shifted to his Mangekyo. Orochimaru sent his chakra spike and was about to jump away when Naruto said, "Amaterasu!" Orochimaru's body erupted in black flames, and he fell to the ground, shaking, trying to extinguish the powerful flames. Naruto quickly flashed back to Jiraiya with Tsunade on her toes. She was slightly shaken up from seeing the blood, but it appears her talk for her loved ones helped her to the point she didn't become catatonic. She dropped to the ground, and Shizune along with Hinata started healing her the best they could. "Do you think it was enough?" Naruto asked. "Hardly. I don't think it would go down with just that," Jiraiya said, and Naruto extended his senses. He could easily see something being burned with his Amaterasu flames, and Kabuto was getting up. "Jump!" Naruto yelled, and everyone split away from their current position as Orochimaru's head bursted from the ground with a sword in his mouth. Naruto looked at the blade and saw it dripping some purple substance, meaning the blade was coated with poison. They jumped away and regrouped just to see the rest of Orochimaru's body coming out of the ground unharmed. Naruto focused his eyes towards his flames, and they were still there, meaning it wasn't some clone. "How did you avoid the Amaterasu flames?" Naruto asked. He knew for a fact that these flames couldn't be put out, and a simple Kamorimi wouldn't work, as the flames wouldn't leave his body. "He shed his skin," Jiraiya explained, as Orochimaru had some sticky residue on his skin. "I remember," Naruto said. "He did the same thing back in the Force of Death. He vomited himself out of his body." "That's the best way to describe it," Naruto said, slightly disgusted by the jutsu. "Yeah, he was always a disgusting bastard," Jiraiya stated. "Why don't you join us, Naruto-kun?" Kabuto asked out of nowhere. "Why would I do that?" Naruto rhetorically asked. "There is nothing you can offer me that would make me leave my home," Naruto said. "We can offer you power," Kabuto replied. "I have plenty of power," Naruto said, grinning. "How about we bring back your mother and father?" Orochimaru replied, smirking. "You're a fool, Orochibaka," Naruto replied, and he raised an eyebrow. "I know how to do the Edo Tensei, so I could bring my mother back if I wanted to. However, my father's still inside the God of Death's stomach, and we both know the Edo Tensei can't bring his soul back," Naruto explained, and he stared at him. "There is nothing you can offer me," Naruto said before picking up his fan from his back. "Katon, Zokoko, Cranium Carver," Naruto said, and sent a small fireball towards Orochimaru. However, this ball was going way too fast. Orochimaru and Kabuto jumped away, but the ball collided with the ground and exploded in flames, scorching both of them. Just as Orochimaru was about to touch the ground, Tsunade appeared behind him. "Hi there," Tsunade said with a very sweet smile before cocking her fist and slamming it against Orochimaru's chest. He was sent flying into the ground, and when he crashed, it formed a crater due to the force of the impact. "A single punch. One punch, and she broke all of my ribs and melted my insides," Orochimaru fought just before he shed his skin once again, coming out unharmed. "That is going to be a problem," Hinata said, as she watched with her Byakugan and noticed that Orochimaru was once again unharmed. "Naruto, Hinata, can you both handle Four Eyes?" Jiraiya asked, and Naruto just stared at him with his eyebrows raised. "Of course you can," Jiraiya said deadpanned. Naruto and Hinata both ran towards Kabuto while Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune would deal with Orochimaru. Orochimaru seemed deceived as his eyes weren't looking too bright. Apparently, Tsunade wasn't afraid of blood anymore, meaning that he would be going up against 2 Kage-level shinobi. Shizune he could ignore. He looked towards his sidekick and he knew he wouldn't stand a chance. Naruto had enough raw power to easily match Kage-level shinobi. "You know you don't stand a chance, right?" Naruto asked. "Oh my, such arrogance," Kabuto replied, smirking while pushing his glasses up. "It isn't arrogance when you can back it up," Naruto simply replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Besides, you're up against 2, Naruto explained. "That may be, but I won't go down easily," Kabuto said, and he began running towards both of them. Naruto and Hinata teamed up and ran towards him as well, meeting him at halfway. They immediately engaged in taijutsu. Usually when someone is fighting more than one person at a time, sometimes it might be easier to hit one of them as they can confuse and stumble on each other. However, this didn't apply to Naruto or Hinata. They trained together for years and were in love with each other. They were the meaning of teamwork. Their stances flowed together like water in a river, each one covering the other's blind spots. When one of them attacked, the other would slightly fall back into a defensive stance. Kabuto couldn't do anything except become a punching bag for his duo. Both of them were amazingly skilled in taijutsu, with Hinata's being deadlier. Hinata sidestepped a sloppy punch from Kabuto. She grabbed him by his wrist and tried to break it with a twist. However, Kabuto twisted his body along with it, flipping in the air, preventing his wrist from being broken. Naruto took this opportunity of Kabuto being in the air and then kicked him in the chest, sending him tumbling to the ground. He easily got up and started healing himself. After he was ready, he channeled chakra to his hands and they started to glow and buzz like a saw. Both Naruto and Hinata looked at chakra in his hands with their dojutsu and they both could see that it was definitely some kind of knife made purely with chakra. "Be careful, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, and Naruto turned to her. "Those are chakra scalpels used to cut muscle and other tissues of the human body during operations," Hinata explained. "So, don't let the hands touch you, right?" Naruto asked, and she nodded. "Yes. Let me try something," Hinata said, and stepped in front of Naruto. Hinata pumped her lungs full of chakra and said, "Dokugiri, poison mist." A purple fog came from her mouth and headed towards Kabuto, who was engulfed in a cloud of venom. "He hid underground," Hinata said, as she had seen Kabuto with her Byakugan. Kabuto suddenly emerged from the ground just beside her and tried an uppercut. Hinata had simply expected such a thing and tilted her body back, coiling herself and delivered a fierce kick to his face. His glasses shattered and he was sent flying onto the ground. "Nice one," Naruto commented. He always liked seeing his princess in action. "Thank you," she replied. Kabuto got up and spat a bit of blood onto the ground, dropping his glasses as well since they were useless by now. Snap! A sickening crunch was heard through the field as Kabuto realigned his broken nose to its proper place. "Can you even see well enough to fight us?" Naruto asked, since Kabuto was now without his glasses. "If I channel chakra to my eyes, I can see as good as a normal person," Kabuto explained, bragging. "Don't count me out just yet," Kabuto replied, grinning. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared next to Naruto and Hinata, blocking the sun from them. It was a massive brown snake. The snake immediately slammed itself into the ground, trying to squash them, but they jumped aside, evading it. "Looks like Orochimaru sent back up," Naruto replied, smirking. "Katan, Ryuken no Jutsu, Dragonfire technique," Naruto said, and sent a stream of fire towards the snake. She was engulfed by the fire and disappeared from view. Once the fire was gone, the snake was still in the same place, and it wasn't even scorched as the skin was too rough for such a weak attack. Kabuto jumped on top of its head, and the snake made her way towards Naruto and Hinata, trying to eat them or squash them. It didn't make a difference in the end. The snake opened its mouth and expelled some semi-transparent liquid onto them. They jumped aside and the liquid hit the ground. "Poison," Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. "Futon, Shinkuha, air blade," Hinata said, and exhaled multiple wind blades that were sent towards the snake. The air blades didn't even waver as they hit the snake and sliced up into multiple pieces, making blood spurt all over the field. The snake disappeared in smoke, as well as all the blood. Problem, Kabuto? Naruto asked, chuckling as Kabuto scowled. Kabuto! Orochimaru yelled from his side of the battle, and Kabuto quickly shunshin next to his master. Kuchios no jutsu, summoning technique, Orochimaru said, and traced a line of blood in the tattoo of his only working arm. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto were engulfed in smoke. Once the smoke cleared, a rather large purple snake appeared. The snake was Manda, the boss summon of the Snake Clan, and the strongest of them all. Orochimaru, I want 100 sacrifices for summoning me, Manda said in his deep voice. Of course, Orochimaru replied. I can't summon Katsuyu. I've wasted too much chakra driving them here, Tsunade replied, and Jiraiya nodded. Kuchios no jutsu, summoning technique, Jiraiya said, and he too was enveloped in smoke. Seconds later, he was sitting on top of a very large orange toad. The toad was Gamabunta, the boss of the Toad Clan. Manda and Orochimaru. They are faces I haven't seen in a while, Gamabunta said as he released a cloud of smoke from his pipe. Let's end this, Jiraiya said, and Gamabunta dashed towards the snake with his sword drawn. Gamabunta quickly reached them and tried to stab Manda. Manda simply opened his jaw and caught the blade in it. Gamabunta squirmed to try and get his blade free, but it was in vain. Manda flexed his tail and tried to pierce Gamabunta, making him flip backwards and leaving the sword in Manda's mouth. Manda instantly began sliding towards Orochimaru and threw the sword back at him. Gamabunta jumped to the side to evade the blade, and the sword crashed into the ground, burying itself. You stay, Bachan. I'm going to help Arasani, Naruto said, and jumped away from Tsunade, Shizune, and Hinata. What is he going to do? Tsunade asked. I don't know. He's very unpredictable, Hinata replied, and they shifted their attention towards the Titans' battle. Kuchios no jutsu, summoning technique, Naruto yelled, and slammed his hand onto the ground. Manda and Gamabunta stopped their fighting to see just what exactly was coming to the battlefield. A big cloud of smoke rose from the ground, blocking everyone's view of Naruto. Suddenly the air was pushed back like a shockwave due to the air displacement, and everyone secured themselves not to get blown away. A massive roar erupted from the smoke that made the ground shake and the cloud of smoke to disperse. The figure was very big, almost twice the size of Gamabunta himself. It had orange fur, very sharp teeth and claws, blood-red eyes with a black slit, and 9 tails swinging freely on its back. After 14 years, the Kyuubi was once again unleashed upon the mortal realm. Kyuubi? Jiraiya stuttered and impaled the sight of the monstrous figure in front of him. Everyone else was in shock as they never expected Jinchuriki to summon their Biju into a fight. Like the fresh air, Kurama? Naruto asked as he stood on top of Kurama's head.
I do. It gives me a chance to stretch my legs,
Kurama replied, showing his foxy grin. Everyone could feel the strong and oppressive chakra coming out from the Kyuubi's body. I like challenges and all, but this is ridiculous, Manda said, not really looking forward to finding a Biju and a Kyuubi of them all. Isn't the Kyuubi supposed to be, in the seal? Try to come up with the right words not to piss the Kyuubi off? It seems logical to me that I can summon the Kyuubi, Naruto said. When you store items in a storage scroll, the items are moved to a pocket dimension created by the scroll. The Haki no Fuin Shiki, a Trigame seal, does the same thing, and creates a more advanced pocket dimension and a few other things. The summoning technique is a space-time technique, and with the Kyuubi being the boss summon of the Fox Clan, what did you expect to come out? Naruto rhetorically asked, as Jiraiya was trying to piece everything together. He never looked at sword seals that way, but it made sense. The items in the sword seal had to go somewhere. And since the chakra doesn't flow through my coils when I summon him, I don't die, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya dumbly nodded. Stand back, Naruto said, and Gamabunta jumped to the side. The Kyuubi was destructive without even trying, and he wouldn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Kurama, let's go, Naruto said, and both of them inhaled air into their lungs.
Katon, fire stream,
Kyuubi said, and expelled a stream of white-hot fire towards Manda. Futon, Renkudan, vacuum wind bullet, Naruto said, and expelled wind bullets that mixed with Kurama's fire, turning them into hot bullets that would pierce and melt everything in their path. Manda was engulfed by the fire, and the ground was destroyed by Naruto's air bullets combined with Kurama's fire. The fire died down, and the only remains was a piece of skin, meaning Manda had slipped away from their attack. Naruto focused his senses and felt chakra signatures beneath the ground. They hid underground, Naruto said, and Kurama jumped back in time to avoid Manda's tail bursting through the ground, trying to stab Kurama. Manda emerged completely, and Kurama roared, making the ground burst into rubble and Manda being thrown back. Manda got up from the ground and coiled, getting ready to pounce. Kurama flexed his tails and tried to flatten the snake, but Manda managed to slide his way through all of Kurama's attempts. Each time Kurama smashed his tail, the entire field was shaken from the power and pressure behind the swing. Manda rose up to bite him, but Kurama managed to swing a tail to hit Manda. However, instead of Manda being thrown back, the snake wrapped itself around Kurama's tail and tried to bite him again. "Have a good lunch," Naruto said as 5 clones jumped onto Manda's mouth. The clones instantly began to glow and explode inside the snake's mouth. Manda fell to the ground with his jaw smoking. "Damn, brat," Manda hissed, coughing or something similar. "Goodbye, Snakey. Amaterasu," Naruto said and looked towards Manda's head, deep in concentration. Black flames erupted around Manda's head and the snake dropped to the ground, rolling and hissing in pain. Orochimaru and Kabuto jumped away from his head and landed on the ground. Manda disappeared in smoke, meaning it went back to his realm to heal. The snake disappeared, but the flames remained there, meaning Manda managed to get rid of them, which meant the snake was still alive. "Kurama, end it," Naruto said and jumped off his head.
Okay.
Kurama replied and brought all of his tails above his head. Red and blue chakra was seen flowing in the air. Suddenly all the chakra bubbles condensed and formed a small, perfect spear. Kurama ate the chakra ball and Orochimaru raised an eyebrow.
Bijutama,
Kurama said, and a pure energy ball exploded from Kurama's mouth like a cannon, heading at high speeds towards Orochimaru and Kabuto. Kabuto panicked and blurred through hand seals. He took a bit of Orochimaru's blood and slammed his hands onto the ground. "Kuchios Sanju Rashomon," Kabuto said, and 3 very large defensive structures rose from the ground and stood in the path of the tail beast bomb. The energy spear connected with the Rashomons and exploded in a tunnel of energy. The entire field shook and everyone just stood in awe at the power of the strongest Biju. "Doton, Doryu Heki," Earthfall, Jiraiya said, and trapped himself along with everyone else inside an Earth Dome to survive the brutal and scorching winds unleashed by the attack. The energy eventually died down and dust started to settle down, clearing the view of everyone. It was very clear the difference between a 4-tailed Bijudama and a true bomb used by the Biju. What was once a pretty plain field of grass and flowers was now nothing more than a desert, without a sign of life for miles. Everything was eradicated, leaving nothing to be seen but emptiness. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the sight of the attack, and he could see Orochimaru squirming on the ground, trying to get up, and Kabuto was nowhere to be seen, most likely vaporized. "Unbelievable," Jiraiya said in disbelief as he dropped the stone wall and gaped at the sight. It was the second time he had seen a tail beast bomb, and the results still shocked him. "Looks like it's the end," Tsunade said, looking at Naruto walking towards Orochimaru, who was on the ground in pain. His whole body was a mess, with broken legs and a closed scorch as well as half his face. "This is the end," Orochimaru, Naruto said as he took the sword from his seal and channeled lightning chakra through it. Naruto was ready to cut the head of the snake and end it for good. "No! You can't kill me! I'm Orochimaru the Immortal!" Orochimaru yelled in frustration as he looked towards Naruto and tried to crawl away. "Stay away!" Orochimaru said in fear. "I never pegged you for a coward, Orochimaru. Begging for your life. Pathetic," Naruto said and brought his sword up to cleave his head for good. Naruto was about to cleave Orochimaru's head when Kabuto burst from the ground with his fist closed. Naruto saw right through him and jumped back to avoid it. As Naruto was jumping back, he placed his hands on the ground. Golden chains erupted near Kabuto and pierced him through both his shoulders and ankles, pinning him to the ground. "Damn, that Kabuto always interrupting," Naruto said. Kabuto was on the ground, barely conscious, with blood dripping from his mouth. It looked like the tail beast bomb did a fair amount of damage to him. "Amaterasu," Naruto said, and Kabuto's body erupted in flames. Kabuto tried to shake them off, but the chains held him in place, and the only thing he could do was scream until he was dead, and nothing more than ashes on the ground. 5 seconds later, Yakushi Kabuto was no more. "Damn brat! You will pay for what you've done," Orochimaru hissed, and disappeared in smoke as the distraction had been enough for Orochimaru to Shunshin away to safety. "Damn it! He got away. I had him, but his assistant had to interfere," Naruto yelled in frustration. Orochimaru invaded the leaf, tried to kill his son Daime, and summoned his family to do his bidding, and once again he got away. "Don't worry, Naruto. At least we got his right-hand man," Jiraiya said, and Naruto sighed. There wasn't much more they could do, I guess. But next time, he won't get away, Naruto said.
"I'm going, Kit,"
Kurama said, and Naruto nodded. "Thanks, Kurama," Naruto replied. This wasn't half bad. Let's go to the hotel to rest and pack for the journey home, Tsunade said, and everyone nodded. After the battle, everyone was mostly fine except a few scratches and broken wrists, but nothing life-threatening. And that is the end of Chapter 28. Chapter 29, Home at Last. In the busy streets of Konoha, we find three 14-year-old girls walking calmly and carelessly. All of them had bags in their hands, meaning they had been shopping. One of the girls had blonde hair tied in a ponytail and was wearing purple clothing. The other girl had an unusual hair color, pink. Her clothes were also of the same color. The last girl had black hair tied in two buns and brown eyes. She was wearing a Chinese-style shirt with dark green pants. That was fun, Ino said to her friends. It had been a while since they managed to hang out all together. With all their team training, it was hard to snuggle a couple of hours of fun all together. Yes, we haven't hanged out since the tuning exams, Sakura replied. Sasuke-kun and Kiba were busy today, so I'm glad we took this chance, Sakura said. With Sasuke being constantly trained by Kakashi and Kiba being trained by his clan, she sometimes felt out of place when she was with her team. Well, I normally don't have much trouble with my team. Shikamaru is a lazy ass. How we got promoted is beyond me, Ino said, shaking her head. And then there's Choji, who is always eating. All they want is to be left alone, and Asuma Sensei doesn't give us much work after team meetings, so I have plenty of free time, Ino happily said. Lucky you. My team is full of freaks, Tenten said, sighing. Guy Sensei and Lee are both freaks, always yelling about the flames of youth. I swear, they could pass as father and son, Tenten said, shaking her head. At least there's Neji-kun, Tenten said, a bit happier now. Neji-kun, is it? Ino asked, teasing her friend. It was a known fact that Tenten didn't openly chase after boys, as she was more devoted to training. What? Tenten asked Serena, trying to hide her blush. You have a crush on Neji, admitted, Sakura said, joining the fray. Fine, I like him, Tenten said, crossing her arms. Tell us more, Ino said, giddy, wanting some juicy details. Well, he's very cute and strong. I've had a crush on him since the academy, but he was always a jerk. But since the tuning exams, he's been way better, Tenten said with stars in her eyes. I don't know. I just want to be around him, and since he forgot that fake crap, I enjoy his company even more, Tenten explained. Aww, Ino and Sakura fawned. They finally got to crack her shell. I guess I owe Hinata a thank you, Tenten said as she reflected on Neji's match against Hinata. And then there's Hinata and Naruto. Who would have figured out that the supposed dead last loudmouth who would have hooked up with the supposed shy girl who had a crush on him, Ino said. They hid their relationship from everyone, Sakura said. All that time he kept pestering me for dates was nothing more than lies, Sakura said, sighing. Don't tell me you're going for Naruto now, Ino asked in disbelief. No, I'm faithful to my Sasuke-kun, Sakura instantly said. Your Sasuke-kun? Ino asked with a tick mark. Alright, girls, Tenten said before this could escalate, and they started bitch-slapping each other in the middle of the street. But you gotta admit, they make a cute couple, Tenten said. Hinata and Naruto made a very cute couple. Naruto was loud, and Hinata was quiet. They were a perfect match for each other, like yin and yang. They do, Sakura said, agreeing with her friend. Senju Hinata doesn't have a bad ring to it, Sakura said, smirking. Senju Naruto, head of the Senju clan. No wonder Sasuke-kun never got along with him, Sakura said, laughing. He's the talk of the village. He even has a fan club now. I heard he took on Akaze Kage and 200 shinobi with a single jutsu, Tenten said, shocked that again he could pull that off. He defeated that Sam Bijou and then went to help Hokage-sama against Orochimaru, Tenten explained. She only met Naruto in the tuning exams and he was the supposed dead last without any talent. I still can't believe that Naruto belongs to the most powerful clans in the world. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, Ino said, shaking her head. He's directly related to 3 of the 4 Hokages, and now his grandmother was named the 5th Hokage, Ino explained. She still couldn't believe that Naruto belonged to the Senju clan. Looks like all that yelling about becoming the Hokage ran in his blood after all. Grandmother? Tenten asked. You don't know? Ino asked, and Tenten shook her head. He's the grandson of Senju Tsunade, Ino explained, and Tenten squealed like a fangirl. Really? Tenten asked with stars in her eyes. Yes. What's the big deal? Ino asked, not sure as to why Tenten would react in such a way. Tenten scratched back her head in shame of such a reaction, squealing like a little fangirl. It's just, Tsunade-sama is my idol. I want to be strong like her, Tenten said, and Ino nodded. Maybe you can ask Naruto to introduce you to her, Sakura explained. I'll ask him when they get back, Tenten replied, happy that her role model and idol was coming to the village again, and to be the 5th Hokage nonetheless. How about we head to Hot Springs, Ino asked. They all had team train in the morning, and after a few hours of shopping, a nice bath will relax them. I agree. Let's go, Sakura said, and they all headed towards the Hot Springs for a soothing bath. It was their luck that Jiraiya was out of town. Not that he would peek on them. Right? Konoha's North Gate. 5 figures could be seen walking calmly through the wooded forest outside of Konoha. Well, 6 figures if you count the pig that was being carried in the arms of one of the figures. They were none other than Senju Tsunade, Kato Shizune, Jiraiya, Hyuga Hinata, Senju Naruto, and of course, the pig, Tauntaun. They had the same clothes, except that Naruto now proudly displayed his new necklace. Naruto now had an emerald necklace on top of his black Anbu chest plate. His necklace was glistening and reflecting the sun's rays that escaped through the trees, making it shine. The necklace that once belonged to Senju Hashirama was now in Naruto's possession. It is said that it was worth 3 mountains of gold. Although the necklace had a very high value, he wore it because it belonged to his clan and grandfather. It was a family heirloom, so to speak. They arrived at the gates and checked in with the gate's eternal guards, Kotetsu and Izumo. Jiraiya, Senju Naruto, and Hyuga Hinata returning from a successful mission with Senju Tsunade and Kato Shizune, Jiraiya said, waking the guards up from their slumber. Oink, oink! And the pig Tauntaun, Jiraiya completed. It's good to see you again, Lady Tsunade, Kotetsu said. Tsunade hadn't been seen in the leaf for over 15 years. It's good to be back, I suppose, Tsunade replied, and they continued walking. I guess I'm heading towards the Hokage Tower, Tsunade said. Alright, see you later, Bachan, Naruto said, and started walking off when Tsunade called him back. Where are you going, Tsunade asked. Home, Naruto finally replied. No, you are not, Tsunade said, crossing her arms. I'm not, Naruto asked, confused. No, you're coming to live with me in the Senju compound, Tsunade said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wasn't half of the Senju compound destroyed when the Kyuubi attacked, Naruto asked, confused.
My bad,
Kurama said, and Naruto's sweat dropped at the casual response. Yes, but everything was rebuilt, someone answered. They all turned around to see Hiruzen walking towards them, smoking on his pipe. Tsunade-chan, it's good to see you again, Hiruzen said, hugging her old student. Not that he would tell her she was old. He hadn't seen her or heard her from her since the last time she was in the village, which was over 15 years ago. You too, Sensei, Tsunade replied and stepped back, grabbing him by the collar. But you have a lot to explain, Tsunade said, almost growling. What are you talking about? Hiruzen asked, confused. She was being all nice, and now she was glaring daggers at him. You sent a letter telling me that Naruto was dead, Tsunade said, fuming. No, I did not, Tsunade. You're mistaken, Hiruzen explained. How about we take this to the office, Jiraiya stressed as the conversation was starting to get loud. Fine, Tsunade said. Hokage's office. Explain, Tsunade-chan, Hiruzen said, trying to get to the end of this. I got a letter from you with your signature and stamp saying that Naruto didn't survive the attack, Tsunade explained, and Hiruzen sighed. I never sent you any letter. I tried to find you and even told Jiraiya to try and get a hold of you, Hiruzen explained, and Tsunade scoffed. Psst, then how do you explain the letter, Tsunade asked. It was obviously fake. Do you still have it, Hiruzen asked, and Tsunade shook her head. Without it, we will most likely never find the culprit, Hiruzen sighed. It doesn't matter anymore, Naruto said. I have her now, and that's the only thing that matters, Naruto explained, and Hiruzen smiled. At least Naruto got some family back. By the way, Naruto-chan, you didn't answer about living with me, Tsunade said. One condition, Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded for him to go on. Hinata-chan gets to live with us, Naruto said. Of course, but no funny business until you are older, Tsunade stressed, and they both blushed. Besides, it will make it easier for me to teach her if she's living with us, Tsunade explained, and Naruto nodded. Well, then it's decided. I'm going to go pack then, Naruto said, and he was about to walk off with Hinata when he was interrupted again. Too bad you can't go, Naruto-kun. You're the clan head of the Senju, remember? Hiruzen asked, and Naruto nodded. I'm summoning the council, and as such, you must attend, Hiruzen explained, and Naruto paled. He never thought of that, and being a clan head made it mandatory to attend every single council meeting. Fine, let's get this over with, Naruto replied and turned to Hinata. How about you go home and get started, and I'll join you when this is over, Naruto said. Might as well. See you later, Hinata replied, and pecked his cheek before leaving. Anbu, Hiruzen called out, and an Anbu dropped from the ceiling, kneeling in front of him. Summon the council, Hiruzen ordered, and the Anbu vanished. Council meeting. Half an hour later, everyone was gathered at the council meeting. All the clan heads were there, including the new head of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke. We are gathered here today so I can formally present my successor. Again, Hiruzen said. I name Senju Tsunade as my successor to the place of Godaime Hokage, Hiruzen stated, and wait for the council's reaction. I, Aburame Shibi, head of the Aburame clan, support the decision, Shibi said, getting up from his position and addressing Hokage. I, Hyuga Hiyashi, head of the Hyuga clan, support the decision, Hiyashi said. I, Nara Shikaku, head of the Nara clan, support the decision, Shikaku said. I, Yamanaka Inuichi, head of the Yamanaka clan, support the decision, Inuichi said. I, Akamichi Chosa, head of the Akamichi clan, support the decision, Chosa said. I, Uchiha Sasuke, head of the Uchiha clan, support the decision, Sasuke said. I, Senju Naruto, head of the Senju clan, support the decision, Naruto said, giving a thumbs up to his grandmother. I, Mitokado Hamura, personal advisor, support the decision, Hamura said. I, Utatane Koharu, personal advisor, support the decision, Koharu said. I, Shimura Danzo, personal advisor, reject the decision, Danzo said, but no one paid attention to him. I, Haruno Mibuki, head of the civilian council, support the decision, Mibuki said. Then, it's decided, the Hokage said, rising from his seat. Senju Tsunade, you are hereby appointed as Godaime Hokage, Hiruzen said, handing her the hat. Thank you, Sensei, Tsunade said, placing the hat on her head. Keep it warm for me, Naruto said, and everyone minus Sasuke, who was too cool for that, chuckled at the comment. I promise that from now on, I'll protect this village from all enemies, foreign or domestic, for I am Senju Tsunade, Godaime Hokage, Tsunade said, and everyone bowed to new Hokage. Everyone left the room soon after Tsunade's proclamation, and Naruto turned to the pervert who had been listening to the meeting without anyone knowing, except Naruto, who was the censor. Arrows Sanin, Naruto said, and Jiraiya stepped out from the shadows. Are you busy? Naruto asked. I was planning on doing a bit of research, but what do you need? Jiraiya asked. I was planning on fixing Gaara's seal today, but I'll need your help since we will need to rebuild it completely, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. He decided it was better to fix the seal now since Shikaku might be unleashed and destroy the hot springs. Ba-chan, can we get a release form for the Saiyan siblings? Naruto asked, and Tsunade turned to Hiruzen so they could catch up on the events. After half an hour of explanations, Tsunade turned to Naruto. If you say they will behave, I see no harm, Tsunade explained, and signed the necessary documents. Here, Tsunade said, and threw him 3 Konoha Itates. Where will they be staying? Naruto asked, and Tsunade pondered. How well do you know this Gaara kid? Tsunade asked. I consider him a brother. He went for the same things as I did. All the hate the villagers threw at him, Naruto said sadly. Well then, bring him to the Senju compound. There is more than enough space for them, Tsunade said. Awesome. See you later, Naruto said and hugged Tsunade. Let's go then, Jiraiya said, and both left the Hokage tower heading towards the INT department. Have you decided on the seal? Jiraiya asked. I think I'll use the same one I have, the 8 trigram seal, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. His seal was one of the best around after all. INT department. Jiraiya and Naruto quickly arrived at the INT department and easily got in flashing papers to the Anbu guarding the doors. They walked down the stairs until they reached the lower levels where the cells were. They walked past a few of them until they reached the last one where Gaara and his siblings were. Hey Gaara, I'm back, Naruto said, waking up Temari and Conqueror from their sleep. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara said, looking at Naruto. It's Senju Naruto now. I'm taking my family's name, Naruto said, and Temari's eyes popped out of her sockets. You're a Senju? Temari asked, her eyes wide as saucers. Yep, Naruto replied and motioned the Anbu to unlock the cell. But you have the Sharingan, Temari refuted. I belong to both the Uchiha and Senju clan, but I chose the Senju name, Naruto explained, and the Anbu unshackled Gaara. Where's Baki? Naruto asked. He already was released and went back to Suna. We decided to stay with Gaara until he was released, Temari explained, and Naruto nodded. Let's go, Gaara. We're taking care of your seal, Naruto said, and Gaara stared at him. What? Naruto rhetorically asked. I promised I would take care of the seal, and I always keep my promises, Naruto explained, and Gaara slowly nodded. Where are we doing this? Jiraiya asked. At the Namikaze compound. My father has a room in the basement completely filled with seals that block everything. That's where I train using Kyuubi's chakra, otherwise the village would riot when they felt the chakra, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded. Namikaze? Don't tell me Daimyo was your father, Kankuro asked, and Naruto nodded, confused. I guess you didn't hear the news. I'll tell you everything later, Naruto explained and tossed some hitates. They quickly threw the Suna ones away and placed the new ones on. Congratulations. As of now, you're all game to Leaf Village, Naruto said, chuckling, while Kankuro growled at being a genin. Namikaze House. All of them arrived at the front gates, and Naruto swiped his finger to unlock the seals. They all entered the house to find Nana running around with a few shadow clones packing up the most important stuff. Hey, Nana-chan, want some clones to help, Naruto asked. Sure, Nana replied, and Naruto made 10 shadow clones. Each clone grabbed one Hinata and kissed her before going to work. Jiraiya never saw so much action in the same place and started scribbling furiously in his notebook. This way, Naruto said, and led them all to the basement and into some room. They opened the door and all of them stepped inside. It was a large, round room, at least 10 meters wide. The walls were littered with seals, and in the middle of the floor was a kanji circle with the most complex seals running anyone had ever seen. Stay here, and don't interfere, Naruto seriously said to Temari and Kankuro, who gulped and quickly nodded. Gaara, remove your shirt and lie down in the center of the circle, Naruto explained, and Gaara did as he was told. Do you want the new seal in any special place, Naruto asked, and Gaara nodded. Can I have it in the stomach like you, Gaara asked, and Naruto nodded. Ready, Gaki? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto nodded. Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's stomach and channeled chakra, converting it to ink. The ink erupted from his hand and spread through Gaara's stomach. Hakino Fun Shiki, a trigram seal, Naruto said, and all the kanji started slivering into a focus point. The ink started to spin around Naruto's hand and started forming a spiral. Soon after the spiral was formed, the remains of the ink formed scribblings around the spiral, finalizing the seal. The easy part is done, Naruto said as he completed the new seal. Now all they need to do is crack the old seal and switch Shikaku into the new seal. You hold the old seal while I transfer Shikaku over to the new one, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. At the sidelines, Kankuro could only gulp when he heard Naruto saying he was going to switch Shikaku between seals. What if he escapes? Kankuro thought, scared out of his wits. Naruto already defeated him once. He can do it again. I hope, Kankuro thought, as Naruto was preparing for the final procedure. This might feel a little uncomfortable, Jiraiya said, and channeled a great amount of chakra into his free element seal, completely shattering it. Shikaku's chakra instantly started bubbling, but Jiraiya managed to keep it contained around Gaara's neck. Do it, Jiraiya said, and Naruto placed one hand on Gaara's neck and another on his stomach, and he began transferring the chakra into the new seal. Fun! Seal, Naruto said, and funneled all the Shikaku's chakra into the new seal. The procedure only took about 5 minutes since he only had to shift it and not remove it. Naruto finalized the chakra transfer by closing the seal and transferring the key over to Gaara while explaining the works of the new seal. It's done, Naruto said, and both Kankuro and Temari rushed towards Gaara, who was now sleeping peacefully. He's sleeping, Temari said. Of course he is, Naruto said, getting up. The seal he has is the same as mine, and it was developed by my father, Naruto explained. He hasn't slept since he was born, Temari said, caressing his brother's face. He seems so peaceful in his sleep. Thank you, Temari said, and hugged Naruto while Kankuro patted his back. You're welcome, Naruto said. Take him to the Senju compound. My grandmother said you guys are welcome to stay there with us, Naruto said, and they nodded. I'm off, Jiraiya said, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Damn pervert, Naruto muttered under his breath and led everyone out of the house. He gave Temari and Kankuro directions toward the Senju compound since he now had another pervert to look for. See you guys later, Naruto said, and activating his EMS, he swirled away. Damn! That was awesome, Kankuro said. Memorial Stone. Kakashi was once again drying himself in regret at the Memorial Stone. Even after Naruto had told him that he should put the past where it belonged, it seemed that he still couldn't. Kakashi was once again lost in his thoughts when he noticed a small swirl appear next to him. He instantly knew who it was, as the swirl was very distinctive. Yo, Naruto, Kakashi said, greeting him. You're still here, Naruto said as he stood in front of the Memorial Stone and did a quick prayer in honor of the deceased souls. Yes, I am, Kakashi simply said. I know what happened since you told me, but is it really for the best to pity yourself so much? I know you regret not being there for them, but you have to let it go, Naruto said, and Kakashi sighed. Easier said than done, Kakashi said. So, what brings you here, Kakashi said, trying to change his mood, as he didn't particularly want to talk about them. I have the seal for your Sharingan eye, Naruto said, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Really? Kakashi asked, surprised, to which Naruto nodded. So, what do I need to do, Kakashi asked. Nothing. Just sit down since you are taller than me, Naruto said, and Kakashi chuckled and sat down on the ground. Do you need Jiraiya's help, Kakashi asked. He's Busy, Naruto replied as he thought of what the pervert was currently doing. Shinaro! A voice echoed through the whole village, but it seemed to originate at the hot springs. Naruto looked up to the sky and managed to see a mop of spiky white hair flying while crying anime tears. He never learns, Naruto thought, sighing. Close your eye while I draw the seal, Naruto said, and Kakashi did as he was told. He removed his hitate and kept his Sharingan eye closed. Naruto placed 2 fingers on his left temple and started leaking the kanji. The seal twisted itself around his eyeball in a swirl pattern above his eyelid. Fuin, seal, Naruto said, and the seal glowed momentarily, before cutting all the chakra into his eye, transforming it into a pitch black eye that coincidentally matched his other one. How does it feel to see color with both eyes, Naruto asked, as Kakashi gently rubbed his eye to get rid of a small itch. It works, Kakashi said in fascination. The eye is no longer draining my chakra and I can see perfectly, Kakashi said, standing up. Good, now let's try to activate the Sharingan. Channel chakra into the seal on your left eyelid and it should activate, Naruto said. Kakashi channeled a small amount of chakra to the seal to deactivate it, and the Sharingan flared to life. Naruto tried to punch Kakashi very quickly and out of nowhere, but Kakashi managed to predict it. Good, since the Sharingan is working properly, Naruto said, and activated his own Sharingan to analyze the seal's interaction with Kakashi's chakra network. Naruto noticed that Kakashi's chakra coils behind his eye were abnormally large. Jiraiya's chakra coils are extremely well developed. They come close to matching mine, Naruto said out loud. It's no surprise. The Sharingan has been active for years, Kakashi said, shrugging his shoulders, but Naruto didn't think just that would have affected so much. Rin sacrificed herself, forcing me to kill her, Naruto remembered when he talked about Kakashi's teammates. Kurama, do you think it's possible for a non-Uchiha to awaken the Mangekyo, Naruto asked his partner?
It's a good question. The activation of the Mangekyo affects the body as a whole, and for someone who is an Uchiha, it's difficult to say.
Kurama replied, and Naruto brought his hand to his chin. Kakashi-sensei, can you do me a favor and channel more chakra into your eye, Naruto asked. And Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and did just that. His Sharingan eye started glowing and spinning and seemed to want to start merging his kamas. A bit more, Naruto said, and Kakashi channeled more chakra into his eyes. Slowly but surely, the Sharingan started spinning and the kamas started stretching and fusing together. Just as I thought, Naruto said, looking at Kakashi's Sharingan, which had turned into a Mangekyo. Is something wrong? Kakashi asked, slightly scared that he would lose the only thing that connected him to Obito. You have a Mangekyo, Naruto said, and Kakashi's jaw dropped. Kakashi calmed himself and noticed that his perception with the Sharingan had increased. He now could see further and with more detail. How is it possible? Kakashi asked, confused. Well, it's obviously a half-blood Mangekyo, but it's one nonetheless. I didn't think it was possible for non-Uchiha to awaken, Naruto explained, and he both headed towards the nearby lake so Kakashi could take a look at his new eye. Looks like you got a brand new tool, Naruto said, chuckling at Kakashi, who was gaping like a fish. What can it do? Kakashi suddenly asked. He seemed like a kid on a sugar rush. Each Mangekyo has his own abilities. I know how to use 3 of them, and I can teach you them, but if you can use them depends on your eye, Naruto explained. Kakashi nodded. Another thing. These techniques require much more chakra than the standard Sharingan, Naruto said, and Kakashi nodded. Also, and this is very important, Naruto said with a serious tone, your eye belongs to a half-blood, which means the more you use your Mangekyo, the more your sight is affected. So you should leave it as a last resort, Naruto said, and Kakashi nodded, making a mental note on the implications of using his new eye. I can start teaching you now, or are you busy? Naruto asked, but Kakashi shook his head, getting ready to try out his new eye. Let's begin with Kamui. Sundown Senju Compound. Naruto and Kakashi had spent the rest of the afternoon practicing their eyes. Naruto was using his Mangekyo and constantly spamming Amaterasu to further increase his power while reducing the cast time. All the while, he was also teaching Kakashi how to use his powers. Of all the 3 powers that Naruto had, Kakashi only managed to learn Naruto's Kamui, and that was only partially. Kakashi could activate his Kamui to send objects to his own dimension, but couldn't send his own body. Naruto quickly realized that he needed both eyes to be able to dematerialize his body. Naruto explained to Kakashi that he used his left eye for long-range Kamuis while he used his right eye for making himself intangible and close-range Kamuis. Based on these facts, it looked like Kakashi had received a long-range eye. In the end, it didn't matter. Kakashi had still received a very powerful gift, but this one was meant for only killing. Kakashi could transport objects into his dimension, but somehow he couldn't bring them back. Anything that was transported to his dimension would remain there for all eternity. Naruto channeled the remains of his chakra and used his Kamui to go towards the Senju compound. When you spend half a day spamming Amaterasus, you tend to exhaust yourself. At least you got to control better using the black flames. Naruto arrived near the compound gate and stayed there, astonished at the sheer magnitude of the place. The damn compound seemed to go on forever. He never thought that the compounds were this big. Sure, he had seen them on the outside, but staying inside one really put things into perspective. "Oh, Naruto-kun," Shizune said as she watched Naruto arrive and went to greet him. "This place is huge," Naruto said, and Shizune giggled at his childish reaction. "Yes, it is. When the village was founded, the Senju clan was in its prime and had many members," Shizune said. "This compound has almost 100 rooms, not including bathrooms, storage rooms, and training grounds," Shizune explained, and Naruto's eyes widened. 100 rooms. It's bigger than the Uchiha and Hyuga compound, Naruto thought, observing the buildings around them. "Come on," Shizune said, motioning him to follow her. "We will all be staying in the main house that is large enough for all of us. I'll take you on a tour," Shizune said, and Naruto followed. Naruto followed Shizune, and she did a quick tour around the main house. It was a simple traditional house made of wood. It had 2 floors and a basement. The main house had 10 rooms, 4 bathrooms, and a very large library. Library? "I'm checking it out. I'll meet you later," Naruto said, blurring away from Shizune and heading into the library. Shizune giggled at him as he watched him run towards the library. The library was very large and was filled with scrolls. Naruto was pretty much drooling at the prospect of being able to learn so many jutsus. "Naruto-kun," Hinata said, and Naruto turned around to see his beautiful girlfriend at the library's entrance. "Can you believe how many jutsus are here?" Naruto said to Hinata, who giggled at his reaction. He was always a sucker for learning new jutsus so he could blow stuff up. "By the way, did you destroy the space bridge at the house?" Naruto asked. His clones didn't know anything about it, and Naruto was wondering if Hinata had destroyed a seal at his house that allowed him to walk into Namikaze compound. "I did. Don't worry," Hinata replied. "Space bridge?" a new voice asked, and Naruto turned around to see Tsunade walking towards them. "Yes. It's like a portal of some sort that I created that allows, once activated, to simply walk through the portal and end up at the destination," Naruto explained. "In my case, I created one that allowed me to go from my house to Namikaze house and back simply by walking through the portal," Naruto said, and Tsunade hummed in thought. "Can anyone use this?" Tsunade asked. She was already thinking of the application of such a useful device. "It was key to my and Hinata's blood, but it can be made for anyone." "Why do you ask?" Naruto asked. "Because maybe you could place one that connected the Senju compound to the Hokage tower so I didn't have to walk all the way there," Tsunade explained. "Psst, I don't exactly have space-time things like you," Tsunade said, scoffing at the other blonde. "Of course, Bachan. I'll do it tomorrow," Naruto said, and Tsunade left alone with Hinata, leaving Naruto to drown himself on Jutsu scrolls. 30 minutes later. Naruto spent half an hour skimming through the scrolls trying to learn something new. After all that time, he came out of the library scouting the whole Senju clan and muttering profanities against them. In the whole library, he could only find jutsu related to earth and water jutsus. In almost 100 jutsus, he didn't find any fire or lightning ones. He sighed and walked out of the library and went exploring the rest of the house. "Naruto-chan," Naruto heard Tsunade calling out. "Come to the kitchen for dinner." Naruto was happy. He never had anyone calling him for dinner except Hinata. Naruto ran through the halls with his Kame phasing through the walls so he could reach it faster. Naruto arrived at the kitchen and saw everyone seated and waiting for him. There were Shizune, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hinata, and of course his Saiyan siblings. He walked calmly towards the table and sat down to eat. He was finally home with his family. And that is the end of chapter 29. I'm sure you guys really liked that chapter. I know I did. And now we can move on to chapter 30, Fire Lord. So let's begin. Chapter 30, Fire Lord. Valley of the End. The Valley of the End. The place of the final showdown between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The place where Madara died and Hashirama emerged victorious. Or so everyone thinks. The valley remained pretty much untouched since the fight except for the addition of 2 gigantic statues. They represented 2 fires whose power could bring any country to its knees. They symbolized and honored those 2 legendary fighters that left their mark in history. The statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, each one doing the battle seal, as if to this day they were still battling each other. On top of Uchiha Madara's head, we find someone sitting there. The wind carried his cloak, allowing everyone to see his clothes. He wore a black, long-sleeved top that also covered his neck and chin, a pair of black gloves, and a pair of dark-colored pants. On his waist, he wore a thick black belt with armor-like metal plates attached to it. He also wore blue nail polish on his fingers and toes. But from all that, the most distinguishing feature that he had was a strange mask he wore. The mask was a strong orange in color and in a spiral pattern with a single hole for his right eye. The cloak itself was a high-colored black cloak with red clouds adorning it. The cloak pretty much said that this someone belonged to the mercenary group known as the Akatsuki who, according to Jiraiya, were searching for the Biju. The figure seemed to be deep in thought, as anyone could see. He was gazing into the emptiness of the sky as if trying to find the meaning of life. Flashback. The same figure was seen walking through some cave in some unknown location. The figure stopped walking when he noticed two other figures approaching him. The first one had spiky orange hair with multiple metal piercings in his nose, ears, and bottom lip, but what stood out were his eyes. Silver eyes with concentric circles around the pupil. He was wearing the same black cloak with red clouds. The other figure was definitely female. She had blue hair, amber-colored eyes, lavender eyeshadow, and a labret piercing. In her hair, she had a paper flower strapped to it. She was also wearing the same cloak as the other figure. "We need to talk, Madara," the orange spiky-haired figure said, watching the figure with the orange mask very closely. "Of course, Pain! Toby's a good boy," Toby said in a child's almost high-pitched voice. "Enough of playing around," Pain said in a serious voice, making Toby instantly drop his childish ways and to a completely different stance. "We have some information that you forgot to tell us," Pain explained. "And what is it?" Toby asked, but now his voice was more deep and serious. "Kisame and Itachi went to scout the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and heard the most interesting news," Pain cryptically said. "Don't play games with me and get to the point," Toby said. He didn't want to deal with Pain right now. "For starters, the Kyuubi claims to be Uchiha Madara's grandson," Pain said, and Toby's eyes widened. "Your grandson, to be exact," Pain said, looking at Toby directly in his eye, waiting for his answer. "And what proof does he have of that?" Toby asked, trying to gain some time, while his mind was running a mile per second trying to figure out just what was happening. "The fact that he is an uncounted Sharingan user seems to help," Pain said in a monotone voice. "How very interesting. If that brat has a Sharingan, that can only mean that it came from Mito, as Kushina's family is very well documented," Toby mused and thought. "That would explain how back then he knew I wasn't Madara," Toby concluded in complete shock. Even during his fight 14 years ago, he never felt or saw Mito's Sharingan. "That means I'm responsible for killing his only son." Toby unconsciously gulped. He hoped that Madara wasn't very attached to Mito, otherwise he would draw the short end of the stick. "This will require some adjustments," Toby thought. "Care to explain?" Pain stressed out, leaking a bit of killing intent to further drive his point. "This doesn't concern you," Toby flatly replied. "Madara," Pain stressed. "He has Mangekyo and nearly killed both Kisame and Itachi, but they managed to escape," Pain explained. Everything was going so well, Toby thought, sighing to himself. "And the brat has Mangekyo and was strong enough to drive Itachi away?" "Serves him right," Toby thought, chuckling to himself. "I see," Toby said, still thinking about everything. If Madara had told him about his grandson, he would be able to mold him into his weapon. Even better, as his grandson was Jinchuriki, the strongest Biju. "Anything else?" Toby asked. "Yes. He seems to have the same intangibility ability as you," Pain said, and Toby was once again shocked. The brat was able to use Kamui. "This would be a major setback, since anytime an Akatsuki member appears, he can warp away safely." "That will make him extremely difficult to capture," Toby said, shaking his head. "He should have stayed in bed like a good boy." "I want answers," Madara, Pain said with his voice slightly louder. "I don't answer to you. You work for me. You would do well to remember that," Toby said with a smirk on his face and his Sharingan glowing. "But I'll get to the bottom of this," Toby said, and swirled away, leaving a fuming Pain and the woman stoic at the encounter. "I don't like this," the woman said, breaking her stoic face with one of suspicion. "What proof do we have that he's even Madara?" the woman asked. "Everything matches Konan. His power, his knowledge, and his grandson bears the same Sharingan ability," Pain stated, but that didn't seem to ease Konan's doubts and worries. "Let's forget about this for now. Let's focus on our current task and the preparations for hunting down the Biju," Pain said, and both left the cave. And a flashback. Toei was knocked out of his thoughts when he sensed someone approaching. Although he knew very well who was approaching, he didn't let his guard down. A popular saying came to mind. "There is no honor among thieves." Just because the approaching figure was a subordinate and belonged to the Akatsuki group, it doesn't mean he should be trusted. The figure was a tall, tanned, muscular man. He wore a white hood and a black mask, with his eyes being the only visible part of his face. Underneath, his mouth was stitched together at the edges, and he had long, dark brown hair. His eyes had unusual coloring: green irises, no pupils, and red sclera. His clothing included the traditional Akatsuki cloak and the fort protector of his home village, with a scratch in the middle, which symbolized that he was no longer loyal to it. He also wore dark red nail polish, and his dark green Akatsuki ring with the kanji for north was placed on his left middle finger. His entire body was covered with various stitches and predominantly appeared to be sewn together. He was Kakuzu, an S-rank missing nin from Takigaku, as displayed by his scratched Hitate. "Is everything set?" Do you have the sacrifices, Toby asks. Yes. They are ready for a leader to perform the technique, Kakashi explains, sitting down next to Toby on the cliff. How do you know he'll tag along for the mission, Kakashi asks. You forget that Zetsu has spies everywhere. His spy network puts even Jiraiya to shame, Toby explained with a smirk. Zetsu was a member of the Akatsuki. However, he wasn't a fighting type and was more of the intelligence gathering one. Fair enough, Kakashi said, agreeing with Toby. Do you remember your primary objective, Toby asks. Failure is not an option. He's crucial to my plans, Toby pointed out. I don't know why you need him, but who am I to question that? How hard can it be, Kakashi rhetorically asks. But, how can you be sure he'll go along with it, Kakashi asks. It's not as if his objective was hard to accomplish, but it was very tricky. There's a reason why pride is a sin. With the right incentive, it makes people malleable, Toby cryptically said, watching the skies. What about the secondary objective, Kakashi asks. The funds are always good for the Akatsuki, and its tracker would also benefit our plans as a backup, Toby explained. Meaning, don't fail either, Toby said, leaking out killing intent. I've never failed a mission, Kakashi said in a strong and firm voice. I'll be watching, Toby said, swirling away. Let's get this show on the road, Kakashi said, getting up and heading towards the midst of the fire country. Kona, Senju compound, 12 hours earlier. It was a beautiful day in Konoha. It was warm and sunny all over. The sun was coming up, shining upon Konoha as the merchants were opening their stores to start up a fresh new day. A few sun rays broke through the village's barrier and started waking up people inside the houses. This was the unfortunate event for Naruto. The room was dark, and a few beams passed through the window and hit him right in the eyes, waking him up from his slumber. He released a yawn and tried to shift in bed, but realized that he couldn't move. He looked down and smiled at his princess snuggled next to him, resting her head on his shoulder. One of the things he enjoyed most was waking up with Hinata next to him, feeling her warmth against his body, caressing her soft hair. They hadn't had much time alone in the last 2 weeks with his pervert of a godfather hanging around. While he was caressing her hair, she started to stir and slowly opened her eyes. She noticed that Naruto was looking at her with a warm smile. She returned the smile just before she closed her eyes again and placed her head on his chest, releasing a sigh of bliss and happiness. They stayed there for a few minutes just enjoying the warmth of each other, both happy they had each other in their lives. How do you like her new room? Naruto softly asked, so running his hands through her hair. He noticed that even though her hair was a mess from sleeping, she still looked beautiful to him, perhaps even more. The room itself wasn't overly large, but it was sufficient for a couple. The bed was obviously for 2 people. They had a nightstand on each side. A closet was embedded on the wooden wall with enough space for all their clothes. Their room also had a private bathroom and a small room they decided to use for scrolls and weapons. I guess it's okay. The pillow's still the same though, Hinata said, giggling, and Naruto chuckled. The pillow in this case would either be his chest or shoulder, since Tsunade would usually wake up resting her head on one of them. You know we have to get up, Naruto sadly said. I don't want to. 5 more minutes, Hinata cutely pouted, drawing circles on his chest, trying to persuade him to sleep and cuddle a bit more. How about I get a shower clone to bring us breakfast to bed, Naruto asked, and Hinata quickly nodded. She's about to reply when Naruto placed a finger on her soft lips. Breakfast for a kiss, Naruto said, and Hinata quickly replied, giving a passionate kiss. That will do, Naruto said, chuckling, and made a shower clone prepare the breakfast so they could eat together. Not even 5 minutes later, Naruto's clone appeared in the room with a tray filled with juice, bread, and some fruit. Naruto sat up and easily placed Tsunade between his legs with her back to his chest. They happily ate their breakfast since they didn't have any major concerns. They didn't have anything scheduled for today, and as such they could enjoy the day or maybe get a mission. So, what do you want to do today? Naruto asked while smearing some butter on his bread and starting to eat it. Don't really know. Do you want to get a mission or something? Hinata asked while drinking some orange juice. Naruto pondered getting a mission, but then he remembered that they were both Chunins, and as such, their sensei Kurenai would be no more. We're both Chunin, so Kurenai is no longer our sensei, Naruto explained, and Naruto realized that what Naruto said was true. Right after Chunin exams and promotions, they both left on a mission, so they didn't realize that teammate was no more. What now? Hinata asked, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. How about we swing by Bachan's office to find out, Naruto said, and looked towards the clock on the nightstand. It's past 7 o'clock, so Bachan should already be in our office. Damn, we really overslept, Naruto said, chuckling. They weren't used to sleeping in as they had team meetings before. I didn't mind, Hinata innocently replied. I bet you didn't, Naruto tried to say with a serious face, but laughed nonetheless. They finished their breakfast, and Naruto made another shower clone to take the stuff to the kitchen while all the way muttering something about lucky originals. Let's get up, Naruto said, and was about to get up when Hinata shifted her weight and ended up on top of him, pinning him to the bed. We aren't going anywhere, Hinata said, getting like a mad person that made poor Naruto shiver. What are you going to do now? Hinata teased. Naruto smirked before his eyes flashed to his EMS and activated his Conway. He faced right through the bed and reappeared in the middle of the room with a smirk. That's not fair, Hinata said, throwing him a pill that phased through him as well, making Hinata pout. All is fair in love and war, Naruto wisely said, and Hinata stared at him. She sighed and got out of bed. They both got dressed and left the Senju compound, heading towards Hokage's office. They need to find their statuses as of now. Hokage's office. Naruto and Hinata made their way towards Hokage Tower and up the stairs. They reached the office's entrance to see Tsunade by the desk. Tsunade-chan, you're Bachan's secretary now? Naruto asked, and she's not going through paperwork. Poor you, Naruto said, chuckling. Is Bachan busy? Naruto asked. No, you can go ahead, Tsunade said, stamping on her paper and placing it in a nearby stack. Naruto and I walked up the door and entered to see Tsunade burying paperwork with Hiruzen nearby, smoking his pipe without a care in the world. It looked like Hiruzen left the paperwork build up when he asked Jiraiya to go search for Tsunade. Hiruzen would have liked to read his Icha book, but it might prove dangerous with Tsunade nearby. Morning, Bachan, old man, Naruto said, greeting his grandmother and the old Hokage. Tsunade looked up from all the paperwork and noticed Naruto and Nana standing right in front of her. Hey, Naruto-chan, Tsunade said, and Naruto sighed. He couldn't get his grandmother from calling him that. On the other hand, Naruto called her Bachan, meaning she would be old, which she didn't like, so it was an eye for an eye. What brings you to my nightmare? Tsunade asked, and Naruto pondered telling her about Shadow Clones, but decided to hold it for later as a trump card. I'm evil, Naruto thought, chuckling darkly to himself. Actually, we are wondering what will happen to us since we are both Chunins and currently without a team, Naruto said, and Tsunade stopped her work. She brought her hand to her chin, deep in thought. For starters, Aburame Shino didn't get promoted to Chunin, and as such, she was placed on Team 10, with Yamanaka Ino and Akamichi Choji under Saratobi Asuma, Tsunade explained before picking up another paper. Regarding Team 7 under Hatake Kakashi, they'll be on hold until we find a gang to complete this cell. In the meantime, Uchiha Sasuke will still be a part of said team when not on Chunin affairs, Tsunade said, and both nodded. Team 9, Guy's team, didn't get promoted, so they would continue on their missions like the new Team 10. That means her old team is permanently disabled, Hinata said. What about Kurenai Sensei, Hinata asked. She'll be returning to her normal life as a Jonin until she decides to take on another gang team, Tsunade explained, and Hinata nodded. Without a gang team, Kurenai would most likely be away from the village more. What about us, Naruto asked. I was getting to that as Tsunade started. Both of you will most likely be paired with other Chunin or Jonin for missions until we find a stable team, if any, Tsunade explained, and both nodded. What about Gaara and his siblings, Naruto asked, and Tsunade got a tick mark from all the questions, preventing her from doing her work and enjoying her sake. They are Team 11 under Mitarashi Anko, since Tamari relies on her fan, and Kankuro on his puppet and poison, Tsunade explained. I just hope she doesn't turn Gaara back to his crazy state. I kind of feel sorry for them. Perhaps killing them would have been more merciful, Naruto thought, shivering in his previous encounters with the crazy snake lady. Do you want to grab a mission while we're here? Naruto turned in at Tsunade. We don't have anything planned, might as well, Naruto replied, and Naruto agreed, pumping his fist into the air. Mission it is. Bachan, do you have any mission for us? Naruto asked, and Tsunade shook her head in defeat. She was burying paperwork and had yet to decide on the newer teams. I guess I'll just pick up the new tunings and place them together, Tsunade thought, before shifting for the papers, pulling out the newer promotions. Shizune, Tsunade called out. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Shizune asked, entering the office. Get me Shikamaru and Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade said, and Shizune left to summon both shinobi to her office. What do you need those two for? Naruto asked, but he already had a suspicion. They'll be your teammates for our next mission, Tsunade said, and Naruto sighed. Hiruzen cringed slightly because he knew the history between those two. I hope Sasuke doesn't give me too much trouble, Naruto muttered under his breath. What was that? Tsunade asked, as she didn't hear Naruto. It's just that Sasuke and me don't get along, Naruto simply said. Aww, my little Naruto-chan's acting like a Senju. He already hates the Uchihas, Tsunade said, wiping a fake tear. Hiruzen and Nana chuckled, and Naruto shook his head at his grandmother's antics. By the way, you are both in the newest edition of the bingo book, Hiruzen said, throwing him the book. Really? Naruto rhetorically asked, opening the book. Let me guess. Iwa, Naruto said, and Hiruzen sadly nodded. Congratulations! You both have targets on your heads now, Tsunade said with sarcasm evident in her voice. Pages 112 and 113, Hiruzen said, and Naruto quickly found his record. Name, Senju Naruto. Age, 14. Alias, Konoha no Raijin. Konoha is Thunder God. Status, Elite Chunin. Village affiliation, Konohagakure no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. Rank, S. Bloodline, Sharingan. Known elemental affinities, wind, fire, and lightning. Weapons, Uchiha Madara's Gunbai. It's a wide fan with 3 blood red tomoes on each side. It is a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon is light brown with the edges being black. Abilities, Taijutsu, Join/Kage level. Ninjutsu, Kage level. Funjutsu, Seal Master. Genjutsu, Chunin/Join level. Summoning Contract, Fox, Jinchuriki to QB no Yoko. Other known abilities. Senju Naruto was seen performing both the Rasengan A rank and Hirashi no Jutsu S rank techniques created by the young Daime Hokage. He also has the ability to transform his chakra into golden chains strong enough to hold the Shikaku in place. Physical description. Stands at 5 feet 7 inches tall with long mid-back blonde spiky hair which partially covers right eye and deep blue eyes with 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Usually wears orange pants and dark blue combat sandals. He also wears a skin-tight black shirt with an Anbu chest plate over it. Known relationships. Uchiha Madara, paternal grandfather, status, deceased. Namikaze Mito, father, status, deceased. Senju Kushina, mother, status, deceased. Senju Tsunade, maternal grandmother, status, Godaime Hokage. Hyuga Hinata, rumored girlfriend, status, Chunin, see next page. Bounties, Iwa, wanted alive, 50 million Rio. Suna and Oto, wanted dead or alive, 10 million Rio. Approach with extreme caution. Damn, they're all well informed, Naruto said after reading his page. Although I like my alias. Konoha no Raijin has a nice ring to it, Naruto said chuckling and handed the book over to Hinata. You do realize you just made enemies with 3 villages, Tsunade said with a serious voice? I know, though I wonder why Iwa wants me alive, Naruto mused out loud. Probably so they can skin you, Hiruzen said chuckling, making Naruto glare at the old man. What about you, Hina-chan? Naruto asked, and Hinata looked up from the book and showed it to him. Name, Hyuga Hinata. Age, 14. Alias, Shino Megami, Death Goddess. Status, Chunin. Village affiliation, Konohagakure no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. Rank, A. Bloodline, Byakugan. Known elemental affinities, wind, water. Weapons, twin trench knives. Abilities, Taijutsu, Kage level. Unknown techniques that kills the enemy with a single touch. Ninjutsu, Join level. Very skilled in water manipulation. Funjutsu unknown, Genjutsu unknown, Summoning Contract unknown. Other known abilities, known to be able to disable Jinchuriki with some seal technique. Uses weapons coated with deadly poisons. Physical description. Stands at 5 feet 4 inches tall with Hime cut style dark blue hair and Byakugan eyes. She wears a cream colored hooded jacket with fur around the cuffs and hem, with navy blue pants. Known relationships. Hyuga Hana, mother, status deceased. Hyuga Hiyashi, father, status joining Hyuga clan head. Hyuga Hanabi, younger sister, status academy student. Senju Naruto, rumored boyfriend, status elite Chunin, see previous page. Bounties. Suna and Oto, wanted dead or alive, 5 million Rio. Don't approach if below high join level. Do not engage in taijutsu. I like my alias better, Hinata happily said, handing the book to Naruto. Shina Megami, huh? Naruto said and hugged Hinata. I guess I can't call you princess anymore, Naruto whispered and kissed her. Tsunade faked a cough and cleared her throat to separate the couple before this could escalate. Yes, you will have to be extra careful with bounty hunters as of now, Tsunade said. Even the lowest bounty of 5 million Rio is enough to attract a lot of attention, Tsunade explained. Yes, but I'm ranked as a Kage level shinobi and not as an elite joining one. We won't go down easy, Naruto said, and Tsunade shook her head. Idiot. Don't let the fame get to your head, Tsunade said, and Naruto waved his hands in defeat, not wanting to be punched. Knock, knock. Come in, Tsunade said, shifting her attention to the door. The door opened and in came the brooding Uchiha Sasuke and the lazy-ass Nara Shikamaru. They were both wearing a Chunin flak jacket and Anbu black pants. "You called Hokage-sama?" Shikamaru said, yawning. It was supposed to be a peaceful day for Shikamaru, but the Hokage had different plans for him. "Yes, I have a mission for the 4 of you," Tsunade said. "You'll be a B rank, maybe A rank, depending on the opposition," Tsunade explained, and they all nodded. "Naruto-chan, you'll be the team leader since you hold a higher rank," Tsunade explained. No! Don't call me that in public," Naruto pleaded, and even the almighty Sasuke snickered. "You see? You even made the emo brooding king laugh," Naruto said, glaring at his grandmother. "You have a problem, Naruto-chan," Sasuke said in a teasing tone. "Shut up, Baka," Naruto said, and Sasuke scoffed. "Moving on," Tsunade said, diffusing the situation before it escalated. "Your mission is to protect and escort the daimyo's grandson to the fire temple, where he will link up with the daimyo. Since the 12 shinobi guardians are down 4 members, they can't spare anyone from their side, so the task falls to us," Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded. "Call him in and tell him that I have an escort team ready," Tsunade said, and Shizune nodded. About 20 minutes later, a young teen walked into Hokage's office. He looked like he was about 15, maybe 16 years old. He had light blue eyes with short and straight black hair that ended just around his neck. He was wearing a white kimono with dark red edges. On the kimono were 4 designs in a different shade of red. "This is Kenshin-sama, the fire daimyo's grandson," Tsunade pointed out, and everyone from Naruto's team did a small bow in a sign of respect. "This is my escort team," Kenshin asked in disbelief. "A bunch of kids younger than me," Kenshin said, and Sasuke scoffed. "I'm a member of the Uchiha clan. We are not weak," Sasuke said with pride in his clan. "I seriously doubt that. Wasn't the whole Uchiha clan massacred by one of their own, and a 13-year-old at that?" Kenshin explained, and Sasuke's anger was boiling. Naruto decided to intervene before Sasuke shoved a Chidori for the person that they had to protect. "I'm Naruto, leader of the team. I assure you, we are more than capable of protecting you," Naruto said in a formal and courteous voice. "You seem even weaker than Uchiha," Kenshin stated in Naruto's side. What exactly was this kid's problem with them? He should know better than to underestimate Shinobi, as he should have plenty of interaction with the Guardian 12. "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered. "I'll personally guarantee your safety during our mission," Hinata said in a formal and stoic voice. It seems she still remembered all the harsh etiquette training she received from her clan. "Hello, beautiful," Kenshin said, approaching Hinata. "How did I miss you?" Kenshin asked while bowing and kissing Hinata's hand. Naruto's eye was twitching, and he was considering running a Chidori for Kenshin himself. "Hands off my girlfriend," Naruto growled, and Kenshin raised an eyebrow. "Be nice, Naru-kun," Hinata said, removing her hand from Kenshin's grasp. "You dare talk to me in such a casual manner, peasant?" Kenshin asked with a smirk. Naruto by now was releasing killer intent on the annoying Kenshin. "Why was such a beauty associated with you?" Kenshin asked, further angering him. "That's it," Naruto said, and quickly placed a hand on Kenshin's shoulder and warped away into his kami dimension. Much better," Naruto said, and everyone stared at him. He just sent a daimyo's fucking grandson somewhere. "Naruto? What did you do?" Tsunade asked while everyone else was still staring at the blonde, who acted like nothing had happened. "We're supposed to escort him, right?" Naruto asked, and Tsunade nodded. "What safer place than my personal pocket dimension? I'm the only one who has access to it," Naruto explained, and Tsunade shook her head. "Get him back here," Tsunade said, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He used his kami and brought him back to the real world. "Where did you send me to? It was so dark and quiet," Kenshin said as he arrived and merely stumbled to the ground, keeping a safe distance from Naruto, and started to suck on his right thumb while rocking himself. "They will be your escort team. This is Naruto, as you have met, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and Nara Shikamaru," Tsunade explained, and Kenshin nodded in defeat, embracing his fate. "Also, Naruto, there's another thing you have to worry about," Tsunade said, and Naruto's team focused on her. "Kenshin-sama has a bounty on his head due to his bloodline, so be extra careful," Tsunade explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Bloodline? Are you a shinobi?" Naruto asked. "I have no shinobi training. I just know how to use chakra so I can control my bloodline," Kenshin explained, and Naruto nodded. "Can you tell us about it?" Shikamaru asked. Every bit of information was valuable, even as irrelevant as it may seem. "It's called Meiton, Dark Release, and with it I can absorb, manipulate, and release someone else's chakra," Kenshin said while showing everyone the palm of his hands. In his palm was a mark that looked like 2 diamonds overlapping each other. "Interesting," Hiruzen said. "That is a very useful bloodline," Hiruzen said, smoking on his pipe. With the proper training and skill, this bloodline would render any jutsu attacks against the user harmless. Although sometimes it can absorb elemental attacks. I don't really understand why, Kenshin said, sighing, and everyone nodded. You have your mission. Get going, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded and turned to address his team. You're the Hokage. Pack for 2 weeks as we will be traveling at civilian pace. Meet at the North Gate in 1 hour, Naruto said, and everyone left the Hokage's office to pack and start their new mission. Looks like Naruto-chan really did grow up into a good person, Tsunade softly said. Hinata really did wonders for him while he was growing up, Hiruzen said. Psst, and the brat is always stronger than me, Tsunade said, scoffing. Can you imagine how strong he will be when he reaches his prime, Tsunade rhetorically asked, and Hiruzen shivered. Naruto was a Kage level shinobi at 14 years old. What level would he be at when he reached his prime in around 3 to 4 years? And that is the end of chapter 30. Pretty good chapter, though it was a little short. In fact, so far this video has been a bit shorter than my usual legacy videos. But if you look at the video's runtime and realize I only have 1 chapter left to read, you can probably guess that chapter 31 is a bit long. And you would be right. So yeah, this should be fun. Let's get into chapter 31, Fire Temple. Here we go. Chapter 31, Fire Temple. Konoha's North Gate. There were 5 people near the north gates of Konoha. They were Senju Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru, and their client Kenshin. Kenshin was the Fire Daimyo's grandson, and Konoha was tasked to escort him to the Fire Temple where he would rendezvous with the Guardian 12. Alright, now that we are all here, let's take this from the top, Naruto said, looking at his team. Supply check, Naruto ordered. 100 shurikens, 10 Fuma shurikens, 100 kunais, 20 explosive tags, 1 medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, 10 food bars, 10 food pills, and 10 soldier pills, Sasuke said. And Naruto nodded, turning to Shikamaru. Troublesome. 50 shuriken, 50 kunai, 10 explosive tags, 5 smoke bombs, 1 medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, 10 food bars, 10 food pills, and 10 soldier pills, Shikamaru said, and Naruto nodded. I have 100 shurikens, 100 senbones, 100 kunais, 1 advanced medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, food bars, food pills, and soldier pills, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded, turning to Kenshin. What? Kenshin asked. What do you mean, what? Naruto rhetorically asked. Don't you at least have a bag for sleeping and some food, Naruto asked, and Kenshin shrugged his shoulders. It's your job to escort me, so I assumed that I was taken care of, Kenshin said, and Naruto sighed. Hold here, I'll go home and get some supplies, Naruto said. You're going home now? What are we supposed to do in the meantime, Kenshin asked. Relax, I'll be back in a flash, Naruto said, and ironically disappeared in a yellow flash. 5 minutes later, he returned with another supply kit. Damn shinobi, the world will be better off without them, Kenshin thought to himself. We will be traveling in a loose diamond formation. Shikamaru on the back for support, me and Sasuke to the sides. Hinata, you take the lead, Naruto ordered, and everyone nodded. Hinata, 500 meters sweep every 2 minutes, Naruto said, and she nodded. Kotetsu, Naruto called out towards one of the gatekeepers. Sign us out, Naruto said, and handed him the mission form with the permit to leave the village. You are clear to go, Naruto. Good luck, Kotetsu said. Let's move out, Naruto said, and they started walking out of Konoha towards the Fire Temple. It would take a few days for them to arrive at the Fire Temple, traveling by civilian pace. 2 days into the mission, middle of Fire Country. Naruto's team and their client were traveling peacefully, and in just 2 days, they were already at about half the distance. Kenshin didn't know how to properly use chakra and never had the stamina of a shinobi, so they had to stop every couple of hours so he could rest. They had offered him to be carried, but he refused. Naruto even offered him to stay and rest inside Naruto's dimension while they traveled at shinobi speeds, but he refused as well. According to Kenshin, Naruto's dimension was scary, dark, cold, and lonely. It felt as if he was in a horror movie, too scared to even move. Say, Hinata started, gathering everyone's attention towards her. What's life like for the daimyo's grandson, Hinata asked, and everyone raised an eyebrow at the question. They had been traveling mostly in silence the entire mission. Sasuke was brooding, thinking about his brother Itachi. Shikamaru was watching the clouds, Hinata was busy sweeping the area, and Naruto and Kenshin didn't really seem to get along. Finally deciding to leave the peasant and come with me, Kenshin asked with a sultry voice, and Hinata got a tick mark. Why do you insist on calling me peasant? Naruto asked, shaking his head and ignoring his comment towards Hinata. Because you are, Kenshin simply replied. Everyone on your team is from a clan. The Uchiha clan founded to Konoha, the Nara clan, and the ever-honored Hyuga clan, Kenshin stated. There were a few things that Kenshin got wrong with that train of thought. After all, neither Hinata belonged to Hyuga clan, nor was Naruto clanless. Have you ever thought of asking me my full name? Naruto rhetorically asked. What is your full name then? Kenshin asked in a superior and arrogant tone. Naruto. Senju Naruto, Naruto said. And Kenshin stopped walking and he stared at the blonde. That will put the prick in his place, Naruto thought, nodding to himself. Senju? Kenshin asked, sorry, and Naruto nodded. But I thought Tsunade-sama was the last. Why didn't you say anything when I called you peasant back then? Kenshin asked, shocked. The Senju were considered royalty in Konoha. There is a reason why Tsunade was called the Slug Princess. I don't care about titles, Naruto simply answered. I think respect must be earned and not given just because of the name you carry, Naruto explained, and Kenshin stared at him. Looks like even today, the Senju remain honorable and modest, Kenshin thought to himself with a smile. Maybe he'll do a better job than them, Kenshin sadly thought. I suppose I owe you an apology, Kenshin said, but Naruto waved him off. Just stop hitting on my girlfriend and we are good, Naruto said, and Kenshin nodded. So, Hinata started. You didn't answer my question about your life, Hinata said, and Kenshin sighed before starting. My life is pretty boring now. Since my father died 6 years ago when I was 10, it became even worse, Kenshin sadly said. My father was supposed to succeed my grandpa as the new fire daimyo, but he was killed. Ever since then, the title fell to me, and now I'm constantly taught in the ways of the daimyo. I have to learn extensive geography and history, and negotiations, politics, and economy. It sucks, Kenshin said, and Naruto chuckled. Naruto's days at the academy were pretty boring with Iruka as a teacher. That man was a very good practical teacher, but he couldn't, for the love of God, talk for more than 10 minutes without starting to sound boring. And the lessons tend to last hours, sometimes going on 3 hours in a row. My instructor at the academy was also boring, Naruto replied, and Shikamaru snorted. Shikamaru would always sleep during Naruto's highly detailed and constructive lessons. I have a question, Sasuke said, and everyone turned to stare at him. Who would have thought that the brooding Uchiha would actually participate in the conversation? Why weren't you trained in the ways of the shinobi due to your bloodline, Sasuke asked. I mean, it's not as powerful as a Sharingan. Good old Sasuke, Naruto thought, chuckling. But it still seems like a powerful bloodline to be able to negate any ninjutsu, Sasuke explained. I never knew I had a bloodline until the day my father died. My mother died when she gave birth to me, and she was also a civilian, so I never knew, Kenshin replied, looking down. When I was 10 years old, me and my father were traveling and being escorted by a Konoha team, much like this, Kenshin started. We were ambushed by a team of Nukenin, and my father ended up being killed during the battle. The Konoha team managed to hold on until the 12 Shinobi Guardians arrived, but it was too late. During the battle, one fire attack managed to slip by the Konoha Shinobi and was heading towards me, Kenshin said. Then, it happened. I instinctively closed my eyes and placed my arms in front of me to shield myself from the fireball. The moment the fireball was about to hit me, I felt sharp pain in my hands and opened my eyes. I saw the fireball was being sucked into my arm like a vacuum, Kenshin explained. I didn't know what was happening or how to control it. The fireball was sucked in completely, and just moments later, from the same arm, came the fireball that I had just sucked in. It completely surprised the enemy, and I ended up killing one of them, giving Konoha enough time for backup to arrive, Kenshin said, remembering his first kill and how he threw up afterwards. After the whole ordeal was over, I was taught how to use chakra and control it by the 12 Shinobi Guardians. My bloodline was very dangerous if I didn't know how to use it. According to them, I could accidentally kill any civilian when I shook their hand, Kenshin said. Makes sense. Civilians don't have active chakra networks, but they need it nonetheless. You could absorb all their chakra almost instantly, and they would never know of it as they weren't trained, Naruto concluded. Don't worry, you have 4 Chunins guarding you, Naruto said. That didn't help much the last time. You ninja train every day, and yet when the time comes, you are all worthless, Kenshin flatly replied. You know what? Naruto rhetorically asked. I'm going to tell you something I told a friend I have back in the Land of Waves. Stop bitching about it and do something, Naruto simply said, and everyone raised an eyebrow at the bluntness at which he said that to the daimyo's grandson. After all, Naruto was never one to give any proper respect and honorifics to anyone. You are blaming Konoha Shinobi on the death of your father, and I can accept that. But not all Shinobi are worthless, as you say. You don't want that to happen again? Then get trained in Shinobi way. Master your bloodline and train, bleed and fight for those you care for, Naruto explained. And Kenshin turned away, now looking at Naruto thinking about what he said. I'm going to tell you something the Sandaime Hokage once said to me when I was a kid, Naruto said, and everyone focused on him. In this society, true power is not attained from mastering all the world's techniques. This is something I have already taught you. When there is something important to protect, that's when Shinobi's true power emerges, Naruto quoted. Power, true power, comes from those who have the determination to protect. The true power of a shinobi emerges when he fights to protect those that are precious to him, Naruto explained. So, if you want to protect those that you love, don't rely solely on others. Find your own strength and fight for them. That is how I unlocked the fountain way of my Sharingan, when Hinata-chan was being kidnapped. I unlocked the next level, the Mangekyou Sharingan, when Hinata-chan was about to die, and I need to save her, Naruto explained, and looked at Kenshin, who was deep in thought. Easier said than done, Kenshin muttered out loud. I never said it would be easy, but would you rather have someone you care for die just because you thought the train was tiresome and hard? Naruto rhetorically asked, but Kenshin didn't reply. I guess not, Kenshin replied before he gathered his thoughts and made a promise to himself. I will do it. I won't rely on others, and I will defend my family with everything I have, Kenshin said with a small smile. Naruto-kun, Hinata thought, looking at Naruto, smiling. Naruto always had a way with words. Troublesome. I guess he will make a fine Hokage one day, Shikamaru thought to himself. Sasuke replied, not really paying attention to what Naruto had said. So, Kenshin started. Can you train me, Kenshin asked, and Naruto chuckled. Hold your horses. We will only be escorting you to the Fire Temple. Once there, we will leave. Although, if you ask the 12 Shinobi Guardians, I'm sure they would be happy to help you, Naruto said, and Kenshin nodded. Enemy inbound, both sides, Hinata said, and Kenshin froze. Relax, Naruto said, placing a hand on his shoulder to calm his nerves. I take care of my team and clients. No one is dying today. Except them, Naruto said, and turned to Hinata. Can I get a head count, Naruto asked, and Hinata focused on her Byakugan. At this time, the whole team stopped and took defensive stances around Kenshin. I count 12 people, Hinata said, and focused more on each individual. Based on chakra levels, I estimate 9 around gain level, 2 tunings, and 1 join, Hinata explained. The Gains don't seem to have any experience or carry themselves as someone with training, so they're most likely thugs who can use chakra, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. They're probably taught by a joining and tunings, Naruto concluded, and activated his own Sharingan and started scanning the surroundings. I thought you were a Senju, Kenshin said, confused when he noticed Naruto's eyes. It was the fabled Sharingan. I am a Senju on my mother's side and Uchiha on my father's, Naruto said. I'm in the bingo book. Go look there, as my family tree, Naruto explained. Incoming attack, Hinata said, and kunais came flying from all sides, making it impossible to escape. Doton, Doryuheki, Earthfall, Naruto said, and slammed his hands onto the ground. All around the group, 4 Earthfalls rose from the ground to trap everyone inside. The kunais and shuriken hit the wall and got stuck. The Earthfall blocked around 100 kunai and shuriken. You know the plan, right? Naruto asked, and they all nodded. Naruto made a shackle of himself and used his kami to sink underground. Naruto's clone dropped the wall and everyone was standing there in front of them. All 12 of the attackers were standing there trying to intimidate the Konoha shinobi. Like Hinata said, the thugs didn't have anything in particular related to shinobi. They had normal clothes and no armor or hidden pockets. They didn't even have a hiatate unlike the others. The tunings and join had a scratch hiatate that belonged to the hidden grass village, meaning that they were Nukenin. How about you kids? Give us the bloodline, noble, and we will let you go on your way, the join said. It appeared as if he was the leader of this small group. We do not abandon our clients, and we never surrender. It's the way of the leaf, Naruto said with his Sharingan eyes spinning. And Uchiha! You might be worth something in another village, the join mused. Let's take him as well along with the Hyuga girl, the join said with a twisted smile. Get them, the join said, and all the thugs rushed the target. Futon! Fanned wind, the original Naruto said, hidden in the trees. He picked up his fan, channeled chakra through it, and then he swung and created a very strong gust of wind. The gust collided with the thugs, and all of them went flying and crashed into the ground and trees. It was clear that they weren't going to get up, as they had cracked bones all over, and some were even dead. You were sane? Naruto asked as the clone dispelled, and the original approached this group. It was nothing more than a distraction, so the enemy would think they were all there guarding the client. They didn't expect a surprise attack, and as such, Naruto was able to eliminate more than half of the group, even if they were the weaker ones. Meh, they're just cannon fodder, the joint said, and Naruto shook his head. There was no honor among thieves. They were willing to sacrifice them as pawns and nothing more. The jonin wanted to kill them quickly and took out a sword that looked like a normal katana. The jonin dashed towards Naruto's group and raised his katana and tried to do a downward slash to kill them. However, Naruto was faster than him, and then Naruto blurred from his position, heading straight towards the incoming jonin. Naruto closed the distance and gave no time for a jonin to react. Naruto ducked under the swing and rose, placing himself in the middle of the jonin's arms. Naruto quickly headbutted him, making the jonin stumble backwards. Naruto kicked the jonin's right hand and made the sword fly into the air. While the sword was still in the air, Naruto gave the jonin a kick to his chest, making him fly away and collide with a tree. Naruto caught the falling sword and immediately threw it at the jonin, piercing his clothes and staring him to the tree. The jonin and the Chunins gulped when they saw that display of skill and speed. The jonin was already swaying, as the blonde kid could have killed him right away if he wanted to. Who wants a piece of the action? Naruto asked, and Hinata and Sasuke raised their hands, making Naruto chuckle. Hinata, you take the jonin, Sasuke the left Chunin, Naruto said. Why does Tsunade get to take the jonin? Sasuke yelled, frustrated with the fact that Naruto would think that Hinata was stronger than him, or that Sasuke wasn't strong enough to take the jonin. Shut up and do what I say, Naruto ordered, and Sasuke scowled. Releasing a bit of ki to further his order, Sasuke eventually caved and Naruto turned to Shikamaru. Troublesome. I'll take the other one, Shikamaru said, sighing, and stepped forward, leaving Naruto to protect Kenshin. They all immediately dashed towards the enemy, who braced themselves to fight the incoming Konoha shinobi. Aren't you going to help your girlfriend? Kenshin asked, surprised how calm Naruto was. He didn't seem any bit worried to see his girlfriend and the rest of the team fight for their lives. Don't worry, all of them are very strong. Do you know the ninja ranking system? Naruto asked, and Kenshin nodded. It was one of the many subjects yet to learn. After all, the Fire Daimyo was the supreme ruler of the Fire Country, and as such, indirect leader of the Leaf Village. The Fire Daimyo was more turned to economy, while the Hokage was the military leader. Even though we are all Chunin, I'm ranked as a Kage little shinobi. Hinata-chan is an elite Jonin, Sasuke is around low Jonin, and Shikamaru is a solid Chunin. Naruto explained, and Kenshin's eyes widened. You didn't really think Tsunade Bachan would give you an escort with 4 ordinary and fresh Chunins, did you? Naruto rhetorically asked, but Kenshin said nothing. Tsunade Bachan? Kenshin muttered out loud, and Naruto nodded. Oh shit. I called him peasant in front of her. I'm so lucky to be alive, Kenshin thought to himself, shivering. Everyone in the world knew exactly why Tsunade was famous, and it was because of her short temper and monstrous strength. If anything goes south, I'll intervene, Naruto said, and turned to watch the battles. Hinata versus Jonin. Oh, goody. The blonde kid sent the lamb to the slaughter, Jonin said, licking his lips in anticipation. Are you in the bingo book? Hinata asked in a monotone voice. No. Why do you ask? Jonin asked, confused. Shame. That means there's no reward in killing you, Hinata said, and Jonin scoffed. Pfft, we will see about that, Jonin said, and he took out a couple of kunai. Soitun, Tebodama, water boy, Hinata said, and sent a couple of water balls towards the Jonin. He jumped to the side to avoid them and threw a kunai to Hinata wrapped with an explosive tag. Hinata dodged the kunai and the tag exploded, creating a cloud of dust. Using the cloud as coverage, Hinata created a shadow clone and activated her Byakugan. Using her eyes, she easily bypassed the dust cloud and located Jonin, who was observing the cloud intently for any signs of Hinata. Hinata took out a couple of poisonous senbon and easily threw them towards the Jonin, using dust as a cover-up. The Jonin was very close to the dust cloud, and even though he was a Jonin, he didn't have quick enough reflexes to completely dodge the senbon, as they were small and difficult to see. The senbon scratched the Jonin and introduced the poison into him. Due to his quick reflexes, he managed to avoid any critical strikes from the senbon, but he still got infected by the poison, although he didn't know that yet. Bitch! The Jonin said before flashing through hand seals. Dotun, Domu, Earth Spear. A chunk of earth rose from the ground and formed a spear that the Jonin grabbed and threw blindly into a dust cloud. He heard a piercing sound and smirked, thinking he got her. The dust cloud finally lifted, and the Jonin smiled at the sight of not being pinned to the ground with an earth spear through her left shoulder. The Jonin approached her and kicked her. Ha 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 ha! Serves you right, bitch, the Jonin said, laughing until Hinata disappeared in a cloud of smoke to reveal a small log. Kawarimi, substitution. Shit, the Jonin thought as the log started sizzling. He took a closer look and saw that the log had an explosive tag attached to it. The tag detonated and the Jonin was thrown backwards but managed to flip mid-air and land on the ground, barely hurt. He scanned his surroundings trying to find her. The Jonin knew he was at a disadvantage as he was fighting a Hyuga. His enemy had the Byakugan, and it was a safe bet that she knew exactly where he was, unlike him, who had to rely on his senses to find her. Futon, Renkudan, Wind Bullet, Hinata whispered before taking a deep breath and firing multiple wind bullets towards the unsuspecting Jonin. The Jonin felt the chakra usage and immediately performed a Kawarin to avoid the death zone. Hinata saw him mold the chakra for Byakugan and adjusted her trajectory with the last bullets. The Jonin performed a Kawarimi and avoided the bullets safely, or so he thought. He started doing hand seals for Narjutsu when he felt pain through his legs. He buckled over in pain and noticed that he was bleeding from both legs, which had holes in them. He tried to get up until he felt a sharp pain in the middle of his chest and then nothing more than darkness. Hinata quickly approached the Jonin and delivered a Juken strike to his heart, killing him instantly. There was no point in letting him suffer in pain, so Hinata took him out of his misery. Shikamaru versus Chunin. Damn that Naruto. Giving me all the work while I could be resting but a client, watching the clouds, Shikamaru muttered, sighing, and stopping right in front of the Chunin. Shikamaru was already making plans, and more plans, to defeat his enemy and end this battle quickly. After all, the clouds don't watch themselves. If you want, I can leave, the Chunin said in a sarcastic tone. That would be great. See ya, Shikamaru said, and turned to walk away from the enemy who had a WTF face. I'm joking, you bastard! You aren't going anywhere, the Chunin yelled and charged towards Shikamaru. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, and braced himself to fight that troublesome shinobi. Shikamaru crouched and placed his hands in a rat hand seal. The shadow beneath Shikamaru started shimmering, and suddenly a thin line raced towards the incoming Chunin. A Nara, the Chunin thought as he stopped running towards Shikamaru and started evasive maneuvers. If he got caught in the shadow, it would be the end of him. Even though the shadow bloodline from the Nara clan is very powerful, their techniques have several weaknesses. For instance, the most basic technique which Shikamaru is performing, the user must be rooted in place, keeping the constant hand seal, making him vulnerable to an attack. Another weakness is that if the enemy's chakra is powerful enough, they can break the shadow bind, placing the Nara user in a tough spot. Seeing this, the Chunin jumped high in the air and took out a couple of shuriken and sent them towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru was forced to stop this technique and jumped to the side to avoid the shurikens. Shikamaru took out a couple of smoke bombs and threw them into the middle of the road, clouding the Chunin's view of his enemy. The Chunin knew he couldn't stay in the smoke cloud, and as such, he jumped into a nearby forest and lashed himself onto a tree, channeling chakra onto his feet. Let's see, the Chunin thought, considering what to do against a shadow user. Katon, Gokyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Chunin said, and sent a big fireball towards Shikamaru, who was still on the road, watching a cloud of smoke disperse. Shikamaru noticed the fireball and pinpointed the enemy's location from the jutsu. Using the fireball's shadow and the natural shadows created by the trees in the forest, Shikamaru did a quick Kawarimi with a nearby log and immediately crouched. His shadow blurred from his position and quickly passed underneath the fireball and up the tree, snaring the Chunin into position. How? The Chunin asked. He never noticed the shadow creep up on him. He looked towards to where the fireball crashed and noticed a burned log, meaning Shikamaru had switched with it. Very simple. I used the fireball's shadow along with the shadows from the trees. The smoke bomb's original purpose was to lure you into the forest, Shikamaru explained, and performed another set of hand seals. Shadow neck binding, Shikamaru said, and the shadow under the Chunin's feet started crawling up his legs and taking the form of hands. These shadow hands easily reached the Chunin's neck and proceeded to strangle him to death. The Chunin fell to the ground and Shikamaru left to group up with Naruto so he could finally watch some clouds. Sasuke versus Chunin. You should give up. Only Uchiha can defeat Uchiha, Sasuke taunted, or most likely bragged, but in the end it didn't matter. Like most shinobi, when you taunt them, they fall for it and charge head-on. Shut up, you bastard, the Chunin said and blurred towards Sasuke, who smirked and easily saw him approaching with his Sharingan. Usually the one that advances first is the first to make a mistake. They both arrived near each other and started exchanging blows, with Sasuke coming out on top. The Chunin threw a sloppy punch and Sasuke capitalized on it. Sasuke swung his fist aside and grabbed his wrist. Sasuke flicked him and slammed him into the ground. The Chunin got up and Sasuke took his chance and gave him a roundhouse kick, and the Chunin was sent flying into a nearby tree. Pathetic, Sasuke said, smirking. As expected, no one can match the power of an Uchiha, Sasuke bragged. Gaton, Hosenko no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, Sasuke said, and sent multiple small fireballs towards the Chunin. He had just got up and coughed a bit of blood when he saw the incoming fire attack. The Chunin decided to perform a fast Kawarimi with a nearby log since it would be difficult to dodge all of the fireballs. The Chunin came to his senses when he noticed Sasuke appear next to him. Sasuke sent him a kick, and the Chunin managed to block it with his right leg. Sasuke twisted his body and gave him a right hook. The Chunin blocked it once again with his hands, but Sasuke continued his twist and used his other leg, and he slammed into the Chunin's face, sending him flying once again. Sasuke quickly reappeared next to the Chunin before he could even land, and gave him a kick to send him flying into the air. Sasuke blurred from his position and appeared right behind the Chunin in mid-air. Sasuke grabbed the Chunin, trapped the Chunin's legs with his hands, and wrapped his legs around the Chunin's chest and plummeted towards Earth. Sasuke slammed the Chunin's head hard into the ground, hard enough to bury him and snap his neck. Sasuke got up and smirked at his handiwork. All that training was paying off. Back with Naruto and Kenshin. You see, Naruto said, pointing towards the incoming members of his team. Nothing to worry about, Naruto stated. That's good, but I can't stop shaking, Kenshin said, trembling. It's the adrenaline, Hinata started. You aren't used to seeing this type of combat, and you were obviously nervous. It'll wear off. Give it a couple of minutes, Hinata explained, and he nodded. We will set up camp here tonight, Naruto said, as the day was already beginning to darken, and they had just battled a couple of Nukenin. Sasuke, go collect wood for a fire. Shikamaru, water, Naruto said, and they both left. Hinata-chan, stay close to Kenshin. I'll bury the bodies, Naruto said, and left to go collect the bodies of the enemy and bury them. A couple of minutes later, everyone returned with their respective feigns, and Naruto started a small fire with a katana jutsu. They ate quietly and peacefully, and Naruto formed a small earth dome so that they could sleep with some coverage. 4 3-hour shifts each. Who wants the first? Naruto asked, and Shikamaru stepped forward. Troublesome. I'll take the first one, Shikamaru said, yawning. No cloud watching, Naruto said, grinning, and Shikamaru waved him off. Little does he know, it's a clear sky, so I'll be watching the stars, Shikamaru thought evilly. 3 days later, Fire Temple. The rest of the travel went without any sort of troubles as they weren't ambushed again. During the travel, Naruto eventually caved and decided to show Kenshin the leaf sticking exercise for chakra control, as it could be done while traveling. Kenshin had a really hard time doing it because he was already old, and as such, his chakra network was a bit atrophied. They were reaching the Fire Temple and stopped at the supposed entrance to it. There were stairs as far as the eye could see, and there weren't even intervals between them. It was step after step in what seemed to be a long walk. 234 steps, Kenshin said, and Naruto's eye twitched. Keep those comments to yourself, Naruto said, and they all started walking up the stairs that didn't seem to end. After 234 steps, they finally reached the real entrance to the Fire Temple. The temple itself seemed to be surrounded by high and sturdy stone walls, with the entrance being a big golden gate with 2 statues near them, as if guarding the gates. They approached the gates and stopped in front of them. Naruto tried to push the gate to open, but it wouldn't budge. It won't open. Am I supposed to blow it to pieces? Naruto asked, turning to Kenshin, who paled at the thought of Naruto blowing up the gates. Hold on, Naruto said, and his eyes flashed his Mangekyo, and touching every member of his team and using his calmly, he simply walked through the gates. Kenshin got chills down his spine when traveling through the gate. Just what type of shinobi was this Naruto? He just passed through a gate like a ghost. Once inside, the temple itself looked very modest. It wasn't an overly large construction or fancy for that matter. It seemed to be a monastery built primarily of wood with some empty grounds around. If Naruto had to guess, these empty grounds were mostly trained ones. Hold! Someone yelled and forced Naruto's team into defensive stances around Kenshin. Identify yourselves, the person ordered. They relaxed their stances but kept on edge. After all, appearances can be deceiving. Konoha team escorting Kenshin-sama, Naruto said, and that someone stepped from the shadows to reveal a monk. The person was a bald man with dark eyes and very thick eyebrows. He wore the sarin attire of the ninja monk along with the sash worn by members of the 12 Guardian Ninja group, and went barefoot. I'm Chiriku, the head monk of the Fire Temple, Chiriku said, greeting the Konoha team, and motioned to another person to step out from the shadows. But Naruto's team had already known of his existence. The other person looked like he was around 14. He had shoulder-length, dull, bluish-gray hair in an asymmetrical style, with a single lock falling into his face, and brown eyes. He wore sandals in a sarin monk uniform with a long right sleeve. This is Sora, my apprentice, Chiriku explained, and Sora bowed to the Konoha team. Pleasure to meet you, Naruto said, greeting them. I'm Senju Naruto, leader of the team. This is Nara Shikamaru, Naruto said, pointing to Yanni Nara. This is Hyuga Hinata, Naruto said, pointing towards Hinata, who slightly bowed. And this is Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto said, and Sasuke did his traditional Kage smirk. Nice to meet you all, Chiriku started. We weren't expecting you for at least a couple more days, Chiriku stated, impressed with the speed at which they got to the fire temple. We made good time, and we didn't have too much trouble, Naruto explained, and Chiriku motioned them to follow him inside. As we weren't expecting you on such short notice, the Fire Daimyo has yet to arrive, and, as such, there aren't any 12 shinobi guardians here, Chiriku explained. It shouldn't be a problem. Our mission is to escort and protect Kenshin-sama until we can rendezvous with the 12 shinobi guardians. As such, we shall wait here with him until they arrive. I will send a message to Tsunade Bachan to report our progress and explain our situation, Naruto explained, and Chiriku nodded. They approached the monastery and saw that some monks were practicing taijutsu in one of the training grounds. They weren't sparring like shinobi do. When shinobi spar, they aren't afraid to hit their comrades, while the monks would stop if the attack would hit the opponent. Seeing the curious faces of the Konoha team, Chiriku decided to explain. We aren't the traditional monks, Chiriku started, and everyone focused on him. We are ninja monks. We usually don't take the traditional path the shinobi seem to take. Like, for instance, we don't train much in anything other than taijutsu and elemental ninjutsu, Chiriku explained. All of the ninja monks are around what you might call chewing level. More skilled monks are usually assigned to the 12 shinobi guardians, all along with a select few from Konoha, Chiriku stated, and Shikamaru remembered something when he saw Chiriku's scarf. You were a member of the 12 shinobi guardians, Shikamaru stated, and Chiriku raised an eyebrow. I was. Why do you ask? Chiriku asked, curious as to why he would ask such a question. Because Asuma-sensei has the same scarf as you do, and was also one of the 12, Shikamaru said. Saratobi Asuma? Chiriku asked, surprised to hear the name of his long-away friend. Hi, Shikamaru said. Oh, Asuma-kun. We were partners in the 12 back in the day. How's that bastard doing? Chiriku asked. Shikamaru blanked at the way he phrased the question. Was a monk allowed to curse? He's fine and a good sensei. He always took us out to eat after a successful mission, Shikamaru said, and Chiriku nodded. It was good to find that his friend was good, and he got a getting team to teach. And if this young man's flak jacket was proof, Asuma's doing a good job teaching them. This way, Chiriku said, and guided them to the rooms where they will be staying for the next couple of days until the Fire Daimyo arrives. After a couple of minutes of walking, they reached the rooms and each member took one. Naruto was assigned the same shifts to watch over Kenshin. They were deep inside the fire temple, and they shouldn't have much trouble, but Naruto didn't want to take any chances. He himself is a master of infiltration, but that is partially due to his Kamui ability. But nonetheless, there are a lot of skilled shinobi out there, and Naruto wanted to make sure Kenshin was safe at all times. Next day at the fire temple, outside. Deep within the forest, just outside the fire temple, were two cloaked figures. A small light bypassed the branches and showed them. They were Tobi and Kakashi, and they were talking to one another. You know what to do, Tobi asked, and Kakashi nodded. Good. Don't underestimate the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Iwa classified him as an S-rank shinobi, and we know for a fact that he can control at least 4 tails, Tobi said. After all, if Kakashi got himself killed before he could even finish his mission, that wouldn't please Tobi at all. Just make sure you do your part, Kakashi said, and dashed out of the forest, going towards the fire temple's gate. Kakashi approached the golden gates and formed a ram seal. His hand started to darken as he seemed to turn to something stronger than stone itself. Dotun. Domu. Earth Spirit, Kakashi said, forming a fist with his right hand and slamming it against the golden gates. The gates were obliterated and blasted backwards, crashing into the middle of the training grounds. Subtle, Tobi thought as he warped away to get into position. Inside the fire temple, Naruto and company. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Shikamaru were guarding Kenshin, while Chiriku and Sora were taking them on a tour around the fire temple. Regarding Sora, Naruto felt that something was off about the kid. Naruto noticed the glares the other monks seemed to give Sora, and these type of glares remind him of his life back in the old days. Chiriku-san, Naruto said, gathering his attention. Do you mind if I ask a personal question, Naruto asked, and Chiriku raised an eyebrow. I'll do my best to answer it truthfully, Chiriku replied, and Naruto not thinking of how to phrase his question the right way. Truthfully, you say, Naruto thought before activating his Sharingan and hiding with a small Genjutsu. Hinata sensed the Genjutsu and activated Byakugan as well. All of this, and Chiriku never realized it. After all, would you expect a Sharingan user belonging to the Senju clan? I know some strange looks that the other monks seemed to give Sora-san, Naruto said, and Chiriku remained impassive. But Hinata saw a small rise in his heartbeat, and Naruto noticed a small increase in his blood pressure due to a small bulge in his neck. Sora just frowned as he too wondered why he received those glares. Sore subject, both Naruto and Hinata thought. Chiriku looked over to Sora, who was silent, and watched him intently to see if Chiriku was going to tell him. I know those types of glares, and if he is what I think he is, then you should have let the Hokage know about this, Naruto explained, looking directly at Chiriku and letting his Genjutsu drop to reveal his Sharingan. I don't think you're equipped or trained if something should happen, Naruto said, and Chiriku flinched. Something did happen, Naruto stated. What are you talking about, Sora asked. You said you didn't know why you treated me like this, Sora sadly said, looking intently at him. Tell me! Sora yelled, but this time looking towards Naruto. You are what people call a Jinchuriki, a human sacrifice, Naruto stated. Jinchuriki are human beings that have a Bijuu sealed inside of them, Naruto said, and Sora's eyes widened the implications. Which one does he have? Naruto asked Chiriku. Kyuubi, Chiriku sadly replied, sighing. What? And for Kurama, what? Naruto and Kurama Shikamaru yelled. Kurama, what was he talking about? Naruto asked his partner, who was dumbfounded at the monk's statement.
I don't have a clue. I don't sense anything coming off of him,
Kurama replied. That is impossible, Chiriku-san, Naruto said to Chiriku. What makes you say that? Chiriku asked, confused. Because I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto said. Sasuke's eyes widened along with Sora's and Chiriku's. But when it happened, I felt the chakra, and it was definitely the Kyuubi, Chiriku explained, and Naruto stayed silent. That Dolby seems to have everything. The Kyuubi should belong to me. With it, I could easily defeat Itachi. After all, the Sharingan is capable of controlling the Kyuubi, Sasuke thought to himself. Did I do something? Sora asked carefully, as nothing was making much sense as of now. Chiriku sighed and decided it was time to explain everything, but he never wanted him to find out this way. A couple of years ago, when you were younger, you somehow unleashed that chakra that was sealed inside of you, and proceeded to go on a rampage around our temple, destroying a good part of it, and injuring many monks. Thank Kami no one died, but the damage was severe, and they started looking at you with hate and fear, Chiriku said. It was that day I realized that you had the Kyuubi's chakra sealed inside of you. I don't know who or how it happened, but it doesn't matter at this point. After that whole incident, everyone became aware of you and started giving you those looks, Chiriku said, placing a hand on Sora's shoulder. So, I'm nothing more than a monster, Sora said, looking down. No, you aren't a monster, Naruto said. How do you know? Sora yelled at him, almost sobbing. Because I'm not one either, Naruto replied, and Sora's eyes widened. Since you're the Kyuubi's chakra, and since the Kyuubi's soul is inside of me, when you use the Kyuubi's chakra, if you can't control it, it runs rampant. If you don't manage to control the chakra, it runs wildly, and you won't be able to distinguish friend from foe, and you'll destroy everything in your path, Naruto explained. What am I supposed to do then? Sora asked. You're in luck, Naruto said, and Sora got confused. Me and the Kyuubi are going to help you control it so this doesn't happen again, Naruto said, and Sora was shocked. The Kyuubi is going to help me? Sora asked fearfully. Yes. The Kyuubi is both a dear friend and a trusted partner. He will help us, don't worry, Naruto said. Trust Naruto to call a Bijuu his friend. Troublesome, Shikamaru thought. When you're ready, we can begin, Naruto said, and Sora nodded. Thank you, Naruto-san, Chiriku said. Maybe Sora would be able to make a couple of friends his age, and Naruto would be the best as he was also Jinchuriki. Boom! What was that? Naruto asked as everyone recoiled from an explosion they heard coming from outside the fire temple. After a couple of seconds, a monk came running inside. Chiriku-san, we are under attack from a shinobi, the monk said between breaths, placing his hands on his knees. He destroyed the gate, and is destroying and killing everyone in sight. Sasuke, the moment that he heard this, blurred away from Naruto's position, heading towards the gates. Sasuke intended to kill this threat quickly so he could go back to training. Sasuke! Naruto yelled as Sasuke was running away from him. That idiot's going to get himself killed, Naruto said out loud and turned to Chiriku, who was discussing plans with the monk that came to warn them. Chiriku-san, Naruto said, gaining his attention. Kenshin-sama takes priority. Once we have him transferred into a secure location, I can provide assistance, Naruto said, and Chiriku nodded. Let's hope your teammate can last, Chiriku said, and motioned them to follow him so they could take Kenshin to a secure room inside the fire temple. After a couple of minutes of running, they finally came across what seemed to be a panic room. The room had large metal doors. Fun, Tepeki, Kai. Sealed iron door. Release, Chiriku said, going through hand seals. The massive iron doors glowed momentarily before unlocking and allowing Kenshin, Sora, Hinata, and Shikamaru entrance to the room. The room itself was very large, and it was completely surrounded by iron or some other metal. The room itself was mostly empty except with a table and a couple of chairs. Hinata-chan, Shikamaru, you stay and protect Kenshin. I'm going outside to help, Naruto said, and everyone nodded. Naruto was about to leave when Hinata grabbed him and gave him a small kiss. Be careful, Hinata softly said. I always am, Naruto replied, and dashed away with Chiriku beside him. With Sasuke. Sasuke was running for the monastery inside the fire temple. After a couple of minutes of running, he finally found the monastery's exit and ran outside to find the shinobi and terminate his existence. Sasuke came outside and there was destruction everywhere. Monks laid everywhere on the ground and most likely dead by their appearance. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and scanned his surroundings. Sasuke felt a presence behind him and jumped away just moments before shinobi came punching the ground. The ground exploded from the power of the punch and sent debris everywhere. After a couple seconds, the dust cloud settled and Sasuke saw a shinobi standing there looking at Sasuke impassively. The shinobi standing in front of Sasuke was very tall and seemed muscular. He was wearing a high-colored black cloak with red clouds on it. On his head, he wore a white hood and a black mask, with his eyes being the only visible part of his face. His eyes were the strangest thing. The pupil was a very deep forest green, while the rest of the eye was blood red. He's making my job easier coming after me, Kakashi thought, looking at Sasuke. He still didn't understand why that Toei person wanted Sasuke for, but it didn't matter to him. As long as he got paid, he wouldn't ask any questions. Who are you, and what do you want? Sasuke asked, glaring at the man in front of him. I'm Kakuzu, and as to why I'm here, I don't think that concerns you, Kakuzu stoically said. I guess I'll have to beat out of you, Sasuke said, smirking and dashed towards Kakuzu. Naive, Kakashi thought, and braced himself to put the brat in his place. Sasuke closed the distance between Kakashi and himself in no time and jumped in the air trying a spin kick. Kakashi brought his left arm up, blocked it, and then Kakashi grabbed Sasuke by his legs and smashed him into the floor, making him cough. Kakashi used his Dotun technique and tried to punch Sasuke, who was on the ground, but Sasuke managed to Kawarimi out. Katon, Gagyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Sasuke said, and sent a fireball towards Kakashi, who flashed for a couple of hand seals that Sasuke wasn't able to see. Suitun, Suijin Heki, water wall, Kakashi said, and started expelling water from his mouth, forming a spear around his body. The fireball crashed into the water wall and disappeared in steam, leaving Kakashi unharmed. Tisk! Sasuke scoffed at the sight of a mere shinobi defending himself so easily against him. Sasuke was so focused on Kakashi that he didn't notice something grab his foot by the ankle. A hand emerged from the ground and caught Sasuke's ankle with a very firm grip, not allowing any Kawarimi of any sort. The strange part was that the hand was only the hand. There was no arm, just a bunch of black threads attached to the hand. The hand rose from the ground and into the air, dragging Sasuke along and sending him crash into a building nearby. Sasuke coughed and got up, cleaning a bit of blood from the side of his lip and stretching his arms. Sasuke dashed again towards Kakashi with a frontal assault. Once next to Kakashi, Sasuke sent a punch to Kakashi's face, who didn't even try to block it. Instead, Kakashi used his earth technique to strengthen his fist and smashed into Sasuke, who poofed in smoke. A clone, Kakashi wondered when he looked to his right and saw multiple small fireballs coming hot towards him. Kakashi easily dodged all the fireballs with small and consecutive jumps. This time, it was Kakashi who ran towards Sasuke and engaged him in a heated taijutsu battle. Sasuke quickly realized that Kakashi was much faster and much stronger than him by a large margin. Sasuke's Sharingan could barely keep track of Kakashi and his speed. Kakashi tried to punch Sasuke, who tilted back to avoid the hit. Kakashi tried another punch and Sasuke ducked, going for a leg sweep. Kakashi jumped up and tried a downward kick that Sasuke blocked by bringing his arm up in a cross formation. Even though Sasuke blocked the kick, he was being pushed down by the sheer strength of his adversary. Sasuke removed his arms and rolled to the side to avoid the kick as it smashed into the ground. Sasuke tried to jump away, but Kakasu's hand split from his body and caught him by the ankle again, and proceeded to smash Sasuke against the ground in nearby buildings multiple times, until it finally released him by throwing him onto the ground. Weak. Pathetic, Kakashi said, as he watched Sasuke trying to push himself to stand, but having difficulties. His body hurt all over, and Sasuke was pretty sure that his ankle might be dislodged from place. Why Itachi didn't kill you is beyond me, Kakashi said, and Sasuke saw red. Itachi! What do you know of Itachi? Sasuke yelled towards Kakashi, who remained undisturbed against that pathetic killing intent. Tell me! Sasuke ordered. You were in no position to order me around, boy! Kakashi said, and Sasuke gritted his teeth. Itachi belongs to our group. Anyone who wears this cloak, Kakashi said, pointing towards his black cloak with red clouds, belongs to the Akatsuki group, Kakashi explained. Where is he? Sasuke yelled again, asking Kakashi where his brother was. His hate was dulling Sasuke's pain, as he was saying even though his ankle was in very bad shape. Oh, that would be telling, Kakashi said, chuckling, and making Sasuke scowl at him, flashing through hand seals. A Chidori popped to life in Sasuke's hands, who proceeded to blur towards Kakashi, who remained in place. Chidori! Sasuke said, and tried to pierce Kakashi, who simply grabbed Sasuke's wrist and disrupted his Chidori with ease. With a simple twist of motion, Kakashi broke Sasuke's wrist, making him scream in pain. I guess Itachi left you alive as an act of mercy. You are worthless, Kakashi said, and delivered a strong kick to Sasuke's chest. And he was sent flying to the ground. Where did all that train go? Sasuke wondered and fought as he got demolished by a shinobi. Damn it! I'm too weak. At this rate, I'll never avenge my clan, Sasuke fought, as he crashed into the ground, forming a small crater. Sasuke at this point couldn't even feel half of his body and was barely conscious. Primary objective? Completed, Kakashi thought to himself. Raikage. A voice was heard, and the only thing Kakashi felt was a very sharp pain from his chest. He looked down and saw a hand coating of lightning sticking out of his chest. How did you get behind me? Kakashi said, just before Naruto pulled his arm out, and Kakashi fell to the ground, dead. Naruto's Raikage pierced cleanly through his heart, and no one could survive such an attack. I guess won't be needed, Chiriku said as he watched Naruto kill the enemy with a single jutsu. Both of them then proceeded to run towards Sasuke and got him out of the ground. They were lifting Sasuke when Naruto felt a chakra spike behind them. Naruto turned just in time to see Kakashi finish his hand seals and say, Futon! Atsugai! Pressurized wind bomb, and sent a big chakra compressed vacuum ball towards Naruto and Chiriku. Naruto dropped Sasuke onto Chiriku's back, and picking up his fan from his back, he swatted the wind bomb away into nothingness. The ball collided with the fan, but the only result was a loud sound as Naruto's fan neutralized the attack. Will he be alright alone, Chiriku asked? The enemy had just decimated Uchiha Sasuke, who was a Chunin and Naruto's teammate. I can take care of myself. Take Sasuke away to get healed, Naruto said, and Chiriku jumped away. How are you still alive? Naruto asked, surprised to see his enemy still standing. I know for certain that I got your heart, Naruto said, looking at his enemy and noticed his cloak. So, you're after me again, Naruto asked, looking carefully at him, Sharingan blazing. Taking into account that I sent Itachi and Kisame with their tails between their legs, I suppose they sent someone stronger, Naruto asked, but Kakashi remained impassive. And why do I feel 4 different chakra signatures coming off of you? Naruto wondered as he focused more on his enemy and trying to find anything else. He's already close to figuring it out. He's not to be underestimated, Kakashi thought. I'm not here for you, QB, but I suppose I can take you as well, Kakashi said, and Naruto laughed. You can't take me that easily. I believe I'll put up a fight at least, Naruto said. Ready? Kakashi asked. Yes, Naruto said, and both of them dashed towards each other at high speeds. They met halfway, and their fists collided with a shockwave. They were evenly matched in taijutsu, with Naruto being faster and Kakashi being stronger. Far stronger than anyone should be. Naruto noticed that his skin was dark, almost black. Using Sharingan insight to analyze as best he could why his skin would be so dark. He's using Earth Chakra to strengthen his skin and increase his strength, Naruto concluded from the analysis. Naruto jumped back into the air to gain some distance, and he was surprised when Kakasu's hands detached themselves from him. The hands were going fast towards his ankles, and Naruto had to do something. Naruto focused his chakra, and golden chains erupted from his hands. Naruto sent the chains into the ground and used them to outmaneuver Kagesu's hands mid-air and lay on the ground. Naruto channeled chakra into his wrist store seal and took out his Shakuto and began channeling Raiten chakra through it. Naruto dashed forward and sliced the black threads, connecting the hands to Kakuzu. The hands fell limply to the ground. Naruto was a bit sick to see another set of black threads pop out of the ground and reattach themselves to the hands, pulling them back to their owner. "What are you?" Naruto asked, confused with his enemy. First it pierced his heart, and he gets up like nothing. And now he detached his body parts, Naruto thought, shaking his head. Why couldn't he have normal adversaries? First was Orochimaru vomiting himself, and now this one. "Right done. Ryu done. Lion Dragon," Naruto said, blurring through hand seals and slammed his hands together. Lightning could be heard sparkling around his hands, and suddenly a large blue dragon with yellow eyes erupted from his hands. The dragon roared his way towards Kakuzu, who had his eyes widened. "Futon, Daitopa, quick breakthrough," Kakuzu said, and sent a gust of wind towards the incoming dragon, intending to disrupt the jutsu. However, his wind jutsu was far too weak when compared to Naruto's, and did little to nothing to even slow it down. Kakuzu had no choice but to run away. The moment the dragon was about to crash into him, Kakuzu sidestepped it and jumped as far away as he could. Even though Kakuzu dodged the attack, his left arm was spasming a bit from the electricity. "Surprise!" Naruto said as he reappeared next to Kakuzu's position with his hand crackling with electricity. "Raikiri!" Naruto said and slammed his hand into Kakuzu. Kakuzu was able to slightly dodge the attack, but ended up being stabbed through the right shoulder. Naruto jumped back to gain some distance, and once again Kakuzu fell to the ground lifeless. Naruto was no fool. This time he was ready, and he could still feel free chakra signatures coming from Kakuzu. Kakuzu started jerking around on the ground, and suddenly he exploded in black threads. His Akatsuki cloak was ripped to shreds. The whole mess of black threads started to form two separate globs away from Kakuzu's body. In each of these globs of black threads was a white mask with 3 different colors and designs. The masks were light blue and looked like a bird, and the other one was red and looked like a dragon. Kakuzu's body rose from the ground, and he still looked the same. Even though he just had those masks taken from his body, he didn't change much. "What is happening?" Naruto asked himself. "I already killed him twice, and he still stands," Naruto thought, until he looked around and noticed the other 2 masks on the ground. As expected from the Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's thunder god, Kakuzu thought to himself. That lion dragon was exceptionally powerful, and not even his wind technique managed to dispel it. The other masks were cracked and destroyed, but he could still see that they were brown and the other one was dark blue. Do the masks have anything to do with his lives? Maybe I need to kill him 3 more times to make it permanent, Naruto thought, deciding his approach. He looked towards Kakuzu and noticed that the masks were missing until he heard a swirling noise to his right. Futon, Atsugai, pressurized wind bomb. Gaton, Sukoku, cranium carver, Kakuzu said, as both masks were staying side by side, preparing to launch the jutsus. In the light blue mask, the wind started swirling, the same as the fire in the red mask. Both masks launched their jutsu simultaneously, combining the 2 elements to power up the jutsu. A shining ball of fire, like the sun, was flying towards Naruto at high speeds. "Kamui," Naruto said, and activated his Mangekyo. The ball was about to collide with Naruto when the space in front of him started swirling. True enough, the incoming fireball started to be absorbed into Naruto's right eye. It only took fractions of seconds until a shining fireball of destruction disappeared right in front of his eyes. Literally. "Kamui," Naruto said, and using his left eye, he focused on the location of Kakuzu's original body. The space around Kakuzu started distorting, and from it came the shining ball of fire that the mask had previously unleashed upon Naruto. Kakuzu had no time to dodge, as the fireball suddenly appeared right next to him. The ball collided with Kakuzu, and his whole body erupted in a tornado of flames. Naruto had to block his view from the tornado due to the intense light and heat being generated. The tornado died down, and Naruto, still aware of the other mass, looked to Kakuzu's body, who seemed to be nothing more than ashes on the ground. Naruto couldn't find the mask and assumed it was vaporized with his attack. Suddenly, the red mask flew towards the pile of ash and dived inside of it. Slowly but surely, Kakashi seemed to be rising from the ashes untouched. Seconds later, Kakashi was saying like nothing had ever happened. The brat is really dangerous, Kakashi thought, as Naruto had already destroyed 3 of his 5 hearts. Even if my power is limited, I have a feeling that he's not serious either, Kakashi thought, looking at Naruto, who was staring at him impassively. The brat did really look like Uchiha Madara. Kakashi, being very old, had obviously met up with Uchiha Madara back in the old days. Although Kakashi never fought him, he knew very well that Madara was an enemy not to be underestimated, and was said that only Senju Hashirama could match his power. And both of them were on a level that was so far out of reach of ordinary shinobi that they were considered gods among humans. And now, Kakashi had the man's grandson standing in front of him, looking, staring at him impassively, and without a flinch. There was no doubt about Naruto's heritage. His battle fan, his hairstyle, and the power behind those eyes was far too great to be discarded as nothing more than bull. You give a whole new meaning to rise from the ashes, Naruto said, and jumped to the side to avoid a wind blade sent from the light blue mask. 2 masks to go, Naruto said, smirking, and Kakashi's eyes widened. So you figured it out? Kakashi asked, and Naruto nodded. Yes. You seem to be linked deeply to each of the masks you carry. Judging from the number of critical hits I landed, you should have been dead 3 times already, and yet you aren't. However, each time I killed you, I destroyed one of your masks. Logic states that once they're all gone, you die, Naruto explained, and Kakashi nodded. Impressive observation. It's very true. I steal the hearts of powerful shinobi I defeat in combat. By doing so, I can extend my natural lifespan. I'm more than 100 years old, and I once fought the Shodaime Hokage, Kakashi explained, and Naruto was shocked. Kakashi was over 100 years old, which means he fought in the clan wars before the village system was set up. Naruto guessed that Kakashi had eventually joined Taki during his life only to later defect. If Kakashi had indeed fought against his great-grandfather, it means that fighting Kakashi was a family business, so to speak. And now, Naruto is going to finish his Gramps' work. This is it, Naruto said before slapping his hands together as if praying. Kakashi sent a light blue mask to interrupt him, but Naruto easily dodged the attack, still with his hands in the same position. Senpo, Naruto said, and green marks started appearing on his face. The marks formed a loop around his eyes, going onto his cheeks, and they had 2 concentric circles on his forehead. Naruto's Sharingan eyes seemed to start glowing even more than usual. His eyes felt like they were radiating power. Is he going to? Kakashi was thinking, but didn't manage to finish, as Naruto's next words made him forget everything. Mokuton Hijutsu, Naruto said as he did a snake hand seal, and the ground started shaking. Naruto looked towards Kakashi, who was panicking and was starting to run for some hand seals as well. Katon, Sakoku, Crane and Carver, Kakashi said, and fired a torn of fire towards Naruto, who had just finished his jutsu. Chikai! Kotan! Nativity of World Trees, Naruto shouted, and flexed his arms forward, making trees burst from the ground. Hundreds upon hundreds of trees suddenly popped from the ground and started heading towards Kakashi, destroying everything in their path. The torrent of fire clashed with his wood barrage, but did nothing as the trees easily dissipated the fire. The trees didn't stop or waver at their obstacles and easily reached Kakashi, who had started evasive maneuvers. The light blue mask was firing wind blades and bombs trying to destroy the onslaught of Naruto's wood attack, but nothing seemed to work. If they destroyed one tree, 2 more would grow from the ground. Kakashi jumped in the air to avoid the major attack and started maneuvering to avoid being caught, but it was only a matter of time. One tree came from behind and wrapped itself around his left ankle, flinging him onto another set of trees. In the end, Kakashi was trapped with trees wrapped around his legs and other ones wrapped around his arms. Kakashi felt pain. This pain was coming from his chest. He looked down only to see a chunk of wood piercing his chest right through his heart. He gave a short, shallow breath as he looked one final time into Naruto's eyes, who seemed to pulse and start spinning. Once the spinning stopped, Kakashi looked down, and instead of a piece of wood, it was nothing more than Naruto's sword. Kakashi looked around, and everywhere the trees started to shimmer and simply fade away, as if it was nothing more than a dream. He looked over to his other mask and saw it snared to the ground with Naruto's golden chains. The light blue mask had his mouth pointed into the air, so any jutsu it fired, it would miss. Kakashi saw everything disappearing and was confused. What is this? Kakashi asked Naruto, who was behind him with his hands grasping his sword. You are over 100 years old, and yet you forgot one simple detail, Naruto said, and made his way around Kakashi standing in front of him. Naruto locked eyes with him and simply said, "Never look into the eyes of Uchiha." Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. Everything that had happened since the time Naruto started to gather chakra in that strange hand seal was again jutsu. Naruto played with Kakashi's experience in Boundless Shodaime to make him believe that Naruto possessed the Mokuton. Naruto had used that as a distraction to permanently end the battle. "Amaterasu," Naruto said, and a light blue mask erupted in black flames and completely disintegrated. Naruto turned to Kakashi, who, by the looks of it, had just a few more seconds to live. This brat will be trouble in the future, Kakashi thought just before Naruto removed his sword from his back, and Kakashi fell to the ground, face first, limp. With all the 5 masks destroyed, Kakashi had ran out of hearts and was finally in the afterlife. Even though Naruto had won a long battle, he felt something strange about it. All of the Akatsuki members were supposed to be really powerful, and yet this one fell for simple genjutsu. His battle had been pretty straightforward. Naruto wasn't saying he wasn't powerful, but he felt that Akatsuki standards seemed to be higher. True to Naruto's thoughts, the body at Naruto's feet started to spasm. Naruto jumped away, thinking it might be some end-of-the-line suicidal jutsu. Once the body stopped shaking, Naruto approached it cautiously. He would never know just what kind of tricks they may have under their belts, or cloaks for that matter. Naruto looked closely at the body, and his appearance was completely different from Kakashi. This someone standing dead in front of him was definitely not Kakashi. This person was about Kakashi's height, but seemed like a regular Joe. He had brown hair, and his eyes were completely white. He seems to be nothing more than a sacrifice like the others, Naruto thought as he realized something. If he's nothing more than a sacrifice, he was a diversion. Shit! Naruto realized as he focused on Hinata's Hirashin marker and vanished away in a yellow flash. With Kenshin, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Sora. Kenshin, Hinata, Sora, and Shikamaru were inside the sealed iron walls. According to Chiriku, it was the safest place in all the Fire Temple. Only someone who knew the correct hand seal sequence and had the right chakra signature could unlock the doors that led into this area of the temple. "Do you think Naruto will be alright?" Kenshin asked, slightly afraid for Naruto. He had started to grow fond of the fellow shinobi. Kenshin knew that Naruto was strong, but there were many shinobi around the world, and there was bound to be someone more powerful. "He'll be alright, don't worry," Hinata replied, but that didn't seem to ease Kenshin's worries. "What makes you so sure?" Kenshin asked, surprised to see so much faith placed on Naruto. "Because he never gives up, and he never surrenders. It's his Nindo, his shinobi way," Hinata softly replied. "If that doesn't put you at ease, maybe this will," Hinata said, and threw Kenshin a copy of the updated bingo book. "Page 112, Hinata said, and Kenshin quickly flipped to it. "Konoha no Raijin, S rank, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato?" Kenshin had his eyes wide at what he found out about Naruto. He was related to the most powerful shinobi to ever live, and if his rank was anything to measure by, he was indeed very powerful. Suddenly, they heard the sealed door unlock, and everyone took fighting stances in front of Kenshin. It might be an enemy, or it might not be, but it was best to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. The door opened, and Chiriku entered the room with a heavily injured Sasuke on his back, barely conscious. "What happened?" Kenshin asked. He had never seen a shinobi in such bad shape, and he had already seen the 12 shinobi guardians in bad shape. He was defeated, but me and Naruto arrived in time to rescue him, Chiriku explained, and gently placed Sasuke on the ground. "Naruto mentioned you were a medic," Chiriku said towards Hinata. "I'm trained to be one. Let's see what I can do," Hinata said, and activated Byakugan. Sasuke's injuries were extensive. "I can patch him up, but he will need a couple days of rest," Hinata said, and started the mystical palm technique to reset the ribs in place and heal other wounds. Hinata walked towards Sasuke's legs and picked up his ankle. With a sickening twist, she reset the ankle to its proper place and used the mystical palm technique once again. "It's done. He'll need to rest his body for a couple of days now," Hinata explained, and Chiriku nodded. They all started to feel a bit at ease when Hinata, Shikamaru, Chiriku, and Sora felt a presence enter the room. They turned around to see someone standing in the middle of the room. He had a black cloak with red clouds, but the most interesting fact was that he was wearing an orange mask with a swirl pattern. Everyone took defensive stances in front of Kenshin as they didn't know who the shinobi's target was. Hinata took a peek into his chakra levels, and they were massive. They were on par with Naruto's chakra levels, and that was saying something. Be careful! His chakra levels are on par with lower level Bijus, Hinata said, and everyone gulped at the new enemy. Looks like Kakashi already completed his primary objective, Toby thought, looking at the injured form of Sasuke, who was on the ground unconscious. Who are you and what do you want? Hinata asked, not for once looking away from this new enemy. Toby! I'm Toby! So you can call me Toby, Toby said in a childish voice, but Hinata could clearly see the chakra buildup in his throat, meaning that this wasn't his real voice. You aren't fooling anyone with that voice, Hinata stated, and Toby's posture changed. You know, Toby started. Your eyes aren't half bad, Toby said, chuckling. What do you want? Hinata stressed out, ignoring his eyes comment. You can say that I'm just looking for a piece of the puzzle, Toby cryptically said. Meaning? Hinata continued, but Toby stayed silent. Hand over to Sujin Chiriki, and I'll take my leave, Toby said, pointing towards Sora. I see, Hinata started. You can't come for Naruto-kun as he's too powerful for you. So you come after the weaker version, Hinata deduced, and Toby chuckled. And before I continue, by the way, dang! Hinata! Calm down! What did Sora do to you? Like, why? Why would you disrespect him like that? Anyways, don't kid yourself, girl. Your boyfriend may be strong, but he's no match against someone like me. And by weaker version, he's just a backup plan, Toby said, laughing. What makes you so sure? Hinata asked, Silver Byakugan blazing. Toby activated Sharingan for Hinata to see who had her eyes widened. He's new Uchiha? Hinata said, and everyone gasped. There was only supposed to be 3 Uchihas alive, and those were Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi. Who are you? Hinata asked suspiciously. Madara. Uchiha Madara, Toby said with his Sharingan spinning. Everyone was shocked to see that the legendary Uchiha warrior was still alive. Well, everyone but Hinata. Bullshit, Hinata said, and Toby looked carefully at her. Naruto told me that his grandfather was dead, so you are not him, Hinata explained. What makes you so sure? Toby asked, flooding the room with ki. Kenshin was on the floor while the rest of the shinobi were breathing heavily, with only Hinata and Chiriku being able to match it. No matter. I'm taking what I want, Toby said, and dashed towards Sora to capture him. Shikamaru-san, Sora-kun, take care of yourselves, and protect Kenshin-sama. We will take care of him, Chiriku said, and both he and Hinata took defensive stances against the incoming Akatsuki nen. Hinata was in her Seirin stance, and Chiriku had his right hand lowered with the palm pointing to the ground, while his left one was in front of his chest. Raigo, Senjutsu, welcoming approach, 1,000-armed murder, Chiriku said, and his forehead seemed to constrict. Suddenly, semi-transparent arms seemed to form mid-air and start going towards Toby. Hinata used her Byakugan and saw Toby mold chakra in a way that she remembered it from somewhere. As the arms were about to connect with Toby, they simply phased through him. Hinata's eyes widened in realization of the technique Toby was using. She took a closer look at Toby's eyes, and they weren't the Seirin Sharingan, but a completely different form. Toby's eyes had shifted into a Mangekyo Sharingan, and he seemed to be using Naruto's Kame technique. Toby's Mangekyo was blood red with what seemed to be 2 triple wheel patterns overlapping each other. How was he doing this, Chiriku asked, shocked his attacks were ineffective. He had never seen such a technique before. His technique was passing right through the enemy without any obstruction. Toby was nothing more than a ghost at this point. It's a special technique he uses with his Mangekyo Sharingan called Kamui. He's able to dematerialize his body and thus allow any attack to simply pass through him as if he was a ghost or an illusion, Hinata explained, and Toby nodded. That was the simplest description he could come up with. How do you know that? Chiriku asked, not losing focus as he kept up his punching barrage. Because Naruto-kun can use it as well, Hinata said, and went into thinking mode. Is he really Madara? He can use the same technique as Naruto-kun, Hinata thought, wondering if Naruto was mistaken regarding his grandfather. So, what do we do? Chiriku asked. There is nothing we can do. He cannot remain intangible indefinitely as there's a timeline for how long he can maintain the technique. However, neither of us are fast enough to capitalize at the moment in which he materializes, Hinata explained, frowning. Naruto explained to her how his technique worked, and there weren't many flaws. Kame was almost a perfect technique, and a very powerful one at that. So what can we do, Chiriko asked as he dropped his attack. The concentration necessary to maintain the attack was too great, and he could only do it for a couple minutes at max. Stall until Naruto-kun arrives, Hinata simply said, and turned to Shikamaru. Use your shadow to help us, Hinata said, and Shikamaru nodded, crouching on the ground. Shikamaru started to expand his shadow to try and capture Toby. Of course, Toby wouldn't be caught by such weak technique, but it provided Hinata and Chiriku much needed help in distracting the enemy. Toby arrived near Hinata and Chiriku, and they all engaged in taijutsu. Hinata kept a very close eye on Toby's chakra network so she could try and hit him when he became tangible. Hinata backflipped away and looked towards the taijutsu battle between Chiriku and Toby. Chiriku dashed forward and tried to punch him in the chest, only to slip by him and stumble forward. Now! Hinata fought as Toby was about to punch Chiriku on his back. Hake Kusho! Air palm, Hinata said, and sent a wave of compressed air filled with chakra towards Toby. The wave arrived near him and passed right through him and nearly hit Chiriku, who was on the other side. This is going to be hard, Hinata thought as she rushed Toby to give time for Chiriku to recover. Hinata went for a Juken strike to his chest and phased right through him. Toby turned around only to see Hinata start to spin. Kaiten, Hinata said, and was enveloped in a blue dome of chakra. Toby noticed it and used his Kamui to avoid the Kaiten and jumped back. As Toby was about to land, he noticed Shikamaru's shadow was closing in at a very fast pace. Toby simply warped away completely and reappeared on the other side of the room. Hinata and Chiriku recovered and dashed once again towards Toby, who remained in place, seeing them coming. Toby took advantage of the fact that they were on the other side of the room and quickly warped away and reappeared next to Shikamaru. Shikamaru disabled his shadow technique and engaged him in a taijutsu battle. Even he knew that this was a lost battle. Toby phased for a sloppy punch, and once behind Shikamaru, he delivered a quick chop to his neck and kicked him in the back, sending him flying into a nearby wall unconscious. Toby was going to approach Sora when Hinata and Chiriku managed to arrive near them and engage him in taijutsu. Toby used his Kamui and easily outmaneuvered all of them and sent them to the ground with well-located kicks and punches. Kamui was such a useful technique that all he needed was that and taijutsu, and he was able to deal with even the most difficult adversary. Mokuton, Sashiki no Jutsu, cutting technique, Toby said, and from the solid concrete floor sprouted several pieces of wood in the shape of spears. Toby grabbed all of them and sent them towards Hinata and Chiriku, who was getting up. Chiriku got grazed by one spear on his shoulder before Hinata could set up a kaiten. Since Hinata and Chiriku were busy blocking the wind projectiles, Toby calmly walked towards Sora and Kenshin, who were scared. To Sora, this enemy shinobi was estimated sensei, who was the most powerful monk in the whole fire temple. To Kenshin, he was scared because he never saw such a powerful shinobi who could take on 4 enemies at once and defeat them like nothing. But then again, if he really was Uchiha Madara, then there was nothing they could do. Let's just do this here, Toby thought as he arrived near Sora and Kenshin. Look at me, Toby said, grabbing Sora by his clothes and forcing him to make eye contact. Sora's pupils became dilated and he gave a shallow breath before his head fell down. Once Sora raised his head, his eyes were now blood red with vertical black slits. His right hand became beastly in appearance as it was completely red with large claws. Toby dropped Sora to the ground and looked towards Kenshin, who was on the verge of a heart attack. Toby noticed something was off of his hands. He raised Kenshin by his collar and looked at his hands to notice that in his palms there were 2 diamond marks overlapping each other. The Meiton bloodline. Excellent. This will speed things up, Toby thought before he focused on Kenshin. Toby's eyes glowed momentarily before he looked directly into Kenshin's eyes. After a couple of seconds, Kenshin's eyes widened and his face became emotionless, with nothing but a blank look and dead eyes. You know what to do, Toby said, and Kenshin simply walked towards Sora like a zombie. Toby turned towards Hinata and Chiriku, who were running towards him at full speed, trying to stop whatever Toby was forcing Kenshin to do. Mokuton. Underground roots, Toby said, and one roots burst from the ground, pinning Sora. Sora was unleashing more and more of the Kyuubi's chakra, but the wood technique seemed to be able to keep Sora in place. Toby threw a scroll at Kenshin, who caught it and kneeled next to Sora. Kenshin placed his right hand on Sora and his left hand on the scroll. Meiton, Keiyu Ketsuko, Dark Release, Inhaling Ma. Kenshin said and started absorbing the Kyuubi's chakra from Sora and funneling into a scroll. What are you doing to them? Hinata asked, panting and sweating. They were trying their best, but nothing seemed to work. And now, with Shikamaru unconscious, there was nothing they could do but see what Toby had planned. Nothing you need to be concerned about, Toby said, walking towards them, and then they were trapped with wooden roots. Hinata had tried to release wind blades from her chakra points, but the wood was too strong for such a small attack. With one large roar, Sora unleashed the rest of the Kyuubi's chakra and was left on the ground unconscious, with his skin blood red. Unleashing all the chakra he had inside of him burned most of his outer skin. Kenshin finalized the technique and fell to the ground also unconscious. Toby approached them and picked up the scroll and warped it into his dimension. And finally, to deal with the witnesses, Toby said, and turned to Hinata and Chiriku, who knew what was coming. Toby took out a kunai and walked towards them. Toby was about to kill them both when he was almost blinded by a bright yellow flash. Naruto appeared in a yellow flash with Raikage already sparkling in his hand. Naruto tried to stab Toby only to slip through him. This is my Kamui technique, Naruto thought with his eyes widened. Naruto had completely slipped by him when Toby turned around to stab Naruto in the back, only to also slip through Naruto. They both jumped away from each other, staring at one another. Naruto quickly took out multiple shurikens and infused them with Rain Chakra, threw them at the wind roots, freeing Hinata and Chiriku, who took his side. Sharingan and Mokuton, Naruto said with his eyes widened. Who are you? Naruto asked with his Mangekyo blazing. What is it with people asking masked men who they are? Toby rhetorically asked, sighing. He says he's Uchiha Madara, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto placed his hands in the ram seal, making Toby wonder what he was doing. Naruto focused on Toby and started sensing chakra. You're not Grams, Naruto said, chuckling, but Crumb had a much different expression when his host sensed Toby's chakra. What makes you say that? Toby asked, surprised by yet again someone saying that he is an Uchiha Madara. Your chakra is nowhere like mine, Naruto simply said. You're half Senju, Toby replied. True, Naruto agreed. However, look at me. I have blonde hair and blue eyes, which means my father's genes are dominant, which would mean that my chakra is similar to that of my father and grandfather for that matter, Naruto explained, and Toby scoffed to himself. This whole persona of him being Uchiha Madara was going down the drain. So, Naruto started. Who exactly are you? Naruto asked. I sense Senju chakra in you, but you are clearly an Uchiha, Naruto stated, observing him carefully.
Naruto!
Kurama called out, and Naruto focused on his partner.
He's the one! He was the one who removed me from your mother and controlled me into attacking Gaara.
Kurama explained, and Naruto's chakra spiked. The man in front of him was the reason why he had a crappy life and why his parents were dead. Killing intent flooded the whole room. Even though the ki wasn't directed towards Hinata and Chiriku, they were both gasping for air. That's some power you have there, Toby says, a bead of sweat rolled down his face. Not that Naruto could see it. You were the one responsible for my parents' deaths, Naruto yelled, powering his ki with the Kyuubi's chakra. I'm going to kill you! Naruto shouted and powered his Chidori Nagashi and dashed towards Toby, who was swirling chakra in his right hand. Naruto appeared next to Toby and immediately flashed behind his back and tried to slam a Rasengan through Toby, only to face through him and instead use on the ground, making a large crater. He's fast, Toby thought, and nearly got me. I've got to stop underestimating the brat, Toby thought, and instantly pulled two kunais out and threw them as hard as he could towards the unconscious forms of Kenshin and Sora. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw it. The kunais were moving at high speeds and most likely would kill them both. Naruto wouldn't be able to get there in time, and neither Hinata or Chiriku were fast enough. I have to do something, Naruto thought, and considered using his long-range Kamui, but the kunais were going too fast, and he wouldn't be able to teleport them, and they were just out of reach of his Hirashin markers. Naruto's eyes glowed and his chakra spiked. The strangest thing happened. Time seemed to freeze. Naruto looked around and everything had stopped. Toby still had his arms in the throwing motion and his kunais were still midair but froze in the same place, as if there was no gravity. He looked towards Tsunade and Chiriku, who had running motions and concerned expressions on their faces. Kuronosu, time god, Naruto subconsciously said, and his eyes pulsed just before they started spinning counterclockwise. Naruto was watching as everything was playing itself backwards in slow motion. The kunais were flying backwards into Toby's hands. Hinata and Chiriku were running backwards, and even Naruto himself felt being pulled back, even against his own actions. After everything rolled back, Naruto was on top of Toby's body, with his Rasengan in his hand, about to slam into Toby again. Naruto's eyes pulsed once again, and everything resumed. Naruto faced right through Toby and smashed Rasengan into the ground. Naruto didn't know what happened, but he wasn't going to take any chances, and immediately threw Hirashi kunais at the exact same time as Toby did, intercepting them. How did he know I was going to do that, Toby wondered and thought. Toby jumped back to gain some distance and started observing Naruto, who had shock splashed across his face. Kurama, what the hell happened? Naruto asked his partner, who was speechless.
I think you roll back time,
Kurama replied, and Naruto's jaw dropped. Just what kind of power did his eyes have? Although, it did make sense, as Naruto was able to see what would happen, and then it happened exactly as it was supposed to happen. So Naruto either rolled back time, or he took a peek into the future. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Hina asked, snapping Naruto of his thoughts. I think I might have unlocked another Mangekyo ability, Naruto said, still in disbelief of what he had done. He had done something that was unheard of. Naruto didn't travel back in time. No, he forced time to roll itself back. Really? Hina asked, surprised, and Naruto slowly nodded. What does it do? Hina asked. I'll tell you later. Now, we have a worm to deal with, Naruto said, locking eyes with Toby. Amaterasu is useless, as is Tsukuyomi, and this new power, I don't know how to control it, Naruto thought. I'm at a disadvantage, and I already have what I want, Toby thought to himself, and turned to Naruto. Until we meet again, Toby said, and warped away, leaving no trace of him. He's gone, Naruto said, and sat down thinking about everything that had happened. How is everyone? Naruto asked. Shikamaru, Kenshin, and Sora are unconscious. Me and Chiriku are just tired with a couple bruises. About Sasuke, I did reset his bones to their proper locations, but he still needs to rest, and I explained, and Naruto nodded. Good, Naruto said, happy that everyone was alive. Let's clean this mess up, Naruto said, but Hinata interrupted him. You should know that Sora no longer has the Kyuubi's chakra in him, Hinata said, and Naruto was surprised. What happened? Naruto asked, and Hinata informed him of what happened. How this Toby character had controlled Kenshin into removing the Kyuubi's chakra from Sora and sealing it into a scroll that Toby took. I guess in the end, everything worked out for the best, Naruto said, and everyone went to collect their friends to take them to the infirmary to heal up. 2 days later. In the last 2 days, everyone had recovered from their injuries, including Sasuke, who, somehow, seemed to brood even more than usual and throw himself into training even harder than usual. Chiriku and the rest of the monks had finished the cleanup and had already reconstructed the destroyed gates. During these 2 days, the Fire Daimyo and his protection arrived, and he was shocked to know of what had happened. He thanked Naruto and his team for helping defend the Fire Temple and keeping his grandson safe. The Fire Daimyo had even asked Naruto if he would like to join the 12 Shinobi Guardians. Naruto politely refused, saying that he had a group of criminals after the Kyuubi and that it would place the Fire Daimyo in even more danger than he already was. Everyone from Naruto's team was gathered up at the gate ready to leave. Give my regards to Asuma, Chiriku said, and Shikamaru nodded. Next time we meet, I want to spar with you, Kenshin said towards Naruto, who chuckled and nodded in acceptance. You are a new man, Sora, Naruto said towards the overjoyed Sora, who was happy that this malefic chakra was gone. I know, Sora replied and shook Naruto's hand. See you all, Naruto said, and they all left the Fire Temple heading back to Konoha. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was scowling at something. You are alright, Sasuke? Naruto asked. Mind your own business, Senju, Sasuke replied, and Naruto flinched his tone, but left him alone. How? How can I be so weak? He destroyed me in minutes, and Naruto was able to defeat him, Sasuke thought, seething. He had to gain power, and fast. I don't feel like walking, Naruto said, and without warning anyone, he pulled them all into a hug, and he rationed them back to Konoha. Hokage's office. Tsunade was having a normal day. She had a pen in one hand, a ball of sake on the other, and a sack of papers in front. Just another normal day for the busty Hokage. Tsunade was signing a piece of paper when she saw a bright yellow flash. She placed that paper back on the desk and saw Naruto sitting there smiling at her, while the rest of the team was on the ground seeing stars. Mission accomplished, Bachan, Naruto said, and Tsunade motioned for him to report. She was shocked to find out what had happened at the Fire Temple. The Akatsuki are getting bolder if they're willing to unleash a direct attack at the Fire Temple, Tsunade mused out loud. And even worse, that Toby fell, Tsunade said. According to the Kyuubi, Toby was the one responsible for the attack 14 years ago. I will look into this when Jiraiya is back in town, Tsunade said, and turned to his team. Good job. You are dismissed, Tsunade said, and everyone left the office and headed to their homes. Want to eat something, Hinata said, grabbing Naruto by his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Why not, Naruto said, shrugging. Ichiraku ramen? Here we go, Naruto yelled, and Hinata giggled. And that is the end of chapter 31, the last chapter of this video. Chapter 32, Paths Set in Stone. Suna. Tsunagaku no Satu was bursting with activity. Their pain of losing so many shinobi to the Leaf Village had dulled a little bit, but that wasn't why they were all cheering and celebrating. Today marked the day that the Godaime Kage would take his position as the leader of Suna, and hopefully make better decisions than the last one. Every single person was gathered around the Kage Tower in the middle of Suna. The Kage Tower was the biggest building in all of Suna, and was the workplace of the Kage, his assistant, and all the other personnel. On top of the tower, a lone figure was seen approaching. He had long white robes with a green hat. On the hat was the kanji for Godaime Kage. The Kage removed his hat to show a man with two very distinctive red marks on the right side of his face, the only visible part of his head, with the rest being covered by his turban-like headgear and by a sheet hanging from it on the left side of his face. The man was Baki, the former sensei of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, and now the new Kage of the Sand Village. Baki raised his hands high into the air and signaled the population to calm down so he could begin his speech. People of Tsunagaku, I come to talk to you with a heavy heart. I know it's still fresh, the wounds and pain of those who lost loved ones on a foolish attempt orchestrated by my predecessor, Baki started, and most of the people lowered their heads. But, Baki yelled, let us not dwell in the past, and let's look into a brighter future. As of now, we are allied to Iwagaku, since their Tsuchikage has agreed. We shall repay the leaf in kind, Baki said in a dark tone. But for now, we shall focus on rebuilding and bring our village back to its peak. I promise that from now on, I'll lead this village to the best of my capabilities as the Godaime Kage! Baki yelled, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Godaime! Godaime! The crowd cheered for the newly appointed leader. Konoha. Naruto and Hinata were walking home after Naruto had gobbled up almost 10 bowls of ramen. To this day, Hinata still wondered where the hell all of that went. It wasn't physically possible for someone to eat so much. It is known that the stomach stretches to accommodate the food, but 10 bowls is ridiculous. Being Naruto is an expert in space-time techniques, Hinata wondered if his stomach had some seal that would store and release his ramen at a constant rate. All kidding aside, it's well known that shinobi have a much faster metabolism than ordinary people. This is due to their work and their active chakra networks. To a normal human, digestion takes about 3 hours, while to shinobi, it takes a mere hour. Naruto was a Jinchuriki, which causes his metabolism to go into hyperdrive. That was the reason Naruto could eat so much. By the time he reached his 3rd/4th bowl, the first one he ate would already have been digested, and so on. That hit the spot, Naruto said, rubbing his belly, with Hinata giggling and clinging to his right arm. Don't you get tired of ramen? Hinata asked, shaking her head. You eat almost 30 bowls a week. How could you? Naruto asked in mock hurt. Ramen is the food of the gods, Naruto said with anime tears. I know, Hinata replied, still laughing. Are you making fun of me? Naruto asked in a teasing voice. What if I am? Hinata replied, deciding to play along. Then I have to punish you, Naruto said, and then he swooped Hinata off her feet and placed her on his shoulders, holding her by her legs. Naruto secured her and proceeded to dash mad speed to their home. Yeah! Slow down! Hinata yelled, but Naruto didn't hear and proceeded to deactivate his gravity seals for an extra speed boost. You're home, Naruto said gently, placing Hinata on the ground, who was still seeing stars from Naruto's bumpy ride. Senju Compound. Naruto and Hinata walked inside the compound and into the living room to find the Sand siblings there. Gaara was reading, much surprise there. Tamari was cleaning up her fan, and Conqueror was doing something to his puppets. By the looks of it, Conqueror was either testing or assembling some new puppets, since Naruto only had seen his Karasu. And the last time he saw his puppet, he kinda drove a Rasengan through it. Yo, Naruto said, walking into the room and making everyone turn to him, greeting him. Man, I'm spent. All that I want now is a warm bath and a bed, Naruto said, plopping to a nearby couch. Welcome, Naruto, Gaara said, looking up from his book and proceeding to flip a page. By the way, Conqueror started, I heard you made the bingo book. Congrats, Conqueror said, and Tamari scolded him, saying that having a bullseye on the back of his head isn't exactly good news. Congratulations, Hinata-chan. You also made the bingo book, Tamari happily congratulated Hinata, and got confused looks from Kankuro and Naruto. Is she bipolar? Naruto whispered to Kankuro, who shrugged his shoulders. How should I know? Kankuro replied, and Naruto got deadpanned. She's your sister, moron, Naruto simply replied. I avoid my sister because she tends to be a bit aggressive with that fan, Kankuro replied, shivering. Between his sister's fan and his brother's sand, he really didn't know what to pick. Let's show them that Kunoichi are as good as men, Tamari said, and started swinging her fan and created a small gust of wind. By the way, Naruto started, how is training with Anko, Naruto asked, and everyone froze his question. I don't like it. Mother is afraid of her, Gaara said, shaking, while Kankuro wasn't very much better either. I like it, Tamari said in a happy voice. Too happy if you ask me. It's awesome. A couple days ago, she even let us interrogate a prisoner and use all of her tools, Tamari said with stars in her eyes. She's so cool. I want to be just like her, Tamari said, and both Naruto and Hinata slowly nodded, knowing that if that happened, it wouldn't be safe to live in the Senju compound anymore. Maybe she'll let me sign a snake contract, Tamari said, and all the males pale at the thought of Tamari summoning snakes to discipline everyone. Poor Shika, Naruto whispered to Kankuro, who chuckled. Hey, Gaara, how's the new seal holding up, Naruto asked. He had yet to ask Gaara about his new seal since he was out for nearly 2 days when he applied it. It's very good, Gaara said. I can sleep peacefully, which I really like. Besides, that Shikaku is being friendlier. Shikaku? Naruto asked, and Gaara nodded. Friendlier? Naruto confirmed, and Gaara nodded again, never looking up from his book. Are you high? Naruto asked, and Gaara got confused. No, I'm at the same altitude as you, Gaara replied, and Naruto's sweat dropped. Forget it. Explain to me the whole Shikaku being friendlier, Naruto asked. Well, according to him, all the seals used to seal him up were defective. He was in such poor conditions that they were driving him mad, Gaara explained. He said, do you know what it's like to be stuck in a cage and being unable to sleep, Gaara said, and Naruto pondered. I didn't really study much of your seal, only that it was meant for holding beaches, Naruto said, and Gaara nodded. Yes, Shikaku said that I wasn't able to sleep because he wasn't able to either. And he couldn't sleep because the seal was poorly constructed, and that was making him insane. It was like having an itch and never being able to scratch it, Gaara explained. Good, Naruto replied. One less lunatic to deal with, Naruto thought. Suddenly, the door of the living room opened, and Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya walked in. Hey, Bachan, Arasanin, Shizune Nichan, Naruto said, greeting his grandmother, his sister figure, and his godfather who got a tick mark on his forehead. Don't call me that, Jiraiya yelled, crying anime tears. But you are a pervert and always peeking around the hot springs, Naruto simply stated. Actually, I haven't peeked in almost a week, Jiraiya proudly said, and Naruto's eyes widened. Blasphemy! Naruto yelled, throwing holy water at Jiraiya. What brought this on? Naruto asked. I'll tell you later, Jiraiya said, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Oh, and Naruto, Jiraiya said, bringing his attention back to him. Me and Tsunade need to talk to all of you later, Jiraiya explained, and they all nodded. They all went to the kitchen to have dinner, minus Naruto, who decided to take a shower while they all ate. In fact, both Naruto and Hinata had already eaten back at Ichiraku's and weren't hungry, so they just waited for them to finish so they could have the conversation that Jiraiya had mentioned. An hour later, everyone had already eaten and they were all seated in the living room. They didn't know what Jiraiya wanted with them, but the serious look on his face told everyone that this wasn't some chit-chat. They were even more convinced when Naruto placed a sound and visual seal around the room. So, what do you want to talk to us about? Naruto asked, while everyone was wondering pretty much the same thing. Akatsuki and this fellow, Toby, Jiraiya said, and Naruto instantly knew this had something to do with his latest mission. Wait, Naruto called out. If it's about Toby, we should include Kurama in this, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Kurama? Tsunade asked, confused. Kurama is the Kyuubi's real name. He trusted me with his name, and I'm doing the same with you, Naruto said, and they all nodded. Naruto proceeded to make a shadow clone and have Kurama switch with him.
I'm here. You can start, pervert,
Kurama said, and Naruto bit back a laugh. Naruto, Hinata, Jiraiya said, focusing on both of them. I need to know everything about him from your mouths. I know what Tsunade told me, but explain everything. Even if it might seem irrelevant, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before beginning. For starters, he said that he's Uchiha Madara, my grandfather, but that is false, Naruto started. When he said that, I took a reading at his chakra and it had nothing to do with mine. Of course, it had similarities as we are both Uchihas, but he was too different from mine, Naruto said. But you are also a Senju, don't forget that, Gaara commented. I'll tell you what I told him. If you saw me with short hair and without whiskers, I could pass for my father, right? Naruto asked, and they all nodded. That means that my father's genes are dominant, meaning that my chakra signature is more related to that of my father, and, of course, grandfather than to that of my mother, Naruto explained, and they all nodded. And he also has some Mokuton, Naruto said, still not believing in what he saw. With that Mokuton son he pulled back with Kakuzu, he would believe that Toby was using Genjutsu as well. I wonder about that, Tsunade said, rubbing her chin. So far, no one has ever awakened the Mokuton bloodline since my father, and all Senju clan members were accounted for. Unless some member had a one-night stand with someone we didn't know about, Tsunade said, trying to explain just who the hell Toby was. Another thing I noticed about him, Naruto said and looked straight at Tsunade, besides him having the Mokuton, is that he had Senju chakra, but it felt irregular, Naruto said. What do you mean by irregular? Tsunade asked. I don't know how to explain it properly. It's like that Senju chakra was different from his Uchiha one. They were vibrating at different frequencies, so to speak. Another way to put it is, it's as if he had both Senju chakra and Uchiha chakra, but separately in his body, and yet one single chakra signature, Naruto explained, or tried for that matter. When he sensed his chakra, he wasn't looking for anything in particular, other than confirming if he was Madara or not. I see, Tsunade said, digesting the information. What can you tell us about his chakra? Tsunade asked, turning to Hinata. Unfortunately, I can't tell you anything else. My Byakugan doesn't differentiate chakra signatures, so all chakra looks the same to us, with the exception of Biju chakra, of course, Hinata explained, and Tsunade sighed. Ba-chan, Naruto said, making her focus on him. Do you think it's possible he somehow injected Senju DNA into his body? Naruto asked, and Tsunade unfortunately nodded. It's possible, but very risky, Tsunade said before she walked out of the living room and activated her space bridge to go to her office and picked up a file. This is a file on one of our Anbu operatives, Tenzo, Tsunade said, passing the file by everyone in the room. When he was young, Tenzo was kidnapped by Orochimaru and experimented on, Tsunade said, sighing at the shocked faces of Naruto and Hinata. He was one of 60 children that Orochimaru tried to inject Senju DNA to give them the Mokuton bloodline. Of all the 60 children, he was the only one who survived. But even though he survived, he became capable of using the wood release. However, a much weaker version than that of my father, Tsunade explained. So, it's possible that this Toby has injected Gramps' DNA to increase his body prowess and use his Mokuton bloodline? Naruto asked, and Tsunade nodded. Then Jinchuriki have a major problem on their hands, Naruto said. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked. Two things. He has both a Sharingan and a Mokuton bloodline. He'll be able to subjugate every Biju out there, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened, as they didn't think of that. Hashirama in his prime was able to subject all of the 9 Biju, simultaneously if need be. And this Toby also had the Sharingan, increasing his potential. And then there is his Mangekyo, Naruto said. You said that it had the same ability as yours, right? Tsunade asked, and Naruto nodded. Not only does he have Kamui, but we don't even know what other powers he may have, Naruto said. I get the feeling that the Sharingan's power is limitless, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? Jiraiya asked. I unlocked another power during our mission, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya motioned him to continue. You aren't going to believe it, but this new power allows me to turn back time a couple of seconds with only the user being aware of what occurred, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Can you run that by me again? Tsunade asked, wondering if the sake she drank was a bit too much. I can turn back time, Naruto said. No, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. It's not possible, Jiraiya said. Nothing is impossible in the shinobi world, and I can prove it, Naruto said, and wondered just how the hell he was going to do that. I want you to think of a word and memorize it, Naruto said to Jiraiya, who agreed and chose his word. Now, you're going to tell it to me, and I'm going to turn back time to the point where you didn't tell it to me yet, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. Jiraiya said his word to Naruto, and he activated his Mangekyo and focused. He still couldn't control his new technique very well. He still couldn't control the amount of time he turned back, as it was a random amount of seconds. Sometimes it was 5 seconds, other times it was 7, and the most he managed was 12 seconds. Kuronosu, time god, Naruto said, as his Mangekyo pulsed before starting to spin counterclockwise. Stop! Naruto yelled to Jiraiya, who was about to speak the word. I already know the word and turn back time. The word you chose was boobs, Naruto said, and Tsunade got a tick mark getting ready to bury Jiraiya into the ground. Is that enough proof? Naruto asked, but they were still a little dubious about it. I mean, turning back time. What the fuck?
I can vouch for him. Since I'm inside of him, I witnessed the whole thing,
Kurama said, and eventually everyone caved. So, what are we going to do about this Toby person? Naruto asked, looking at everyone. He was the reason Kurama attacked the leaf. He's the reason my parents are dead, Naruto explained, unintentionally giving off ki. You aren't going for revenge, I hope, Jiraiya asked. He knew of many shinobi who had embraced revenge, and it didn't end up well for anyone. I won't give in to revenge, Naruto said, and everyone sighed in relief. But, Naruto continued, and everyone tensed. When we meet in combat, and we eventually will, I'm going to kill him, Naruto said, with his Sharingan spinning. And I'll be there, Jiraiya said. The bastard's going to pay for killing my student, Jiraiya said. And my daughter, Tsunade said, and everyone nodded. It seemed that everyone wanted a piece of Toby. Now, it brings us to the main point of this conversation, and the reason why I wanted Gaara and his siblings in here as well, Jiraiya started. I heard from my spies that the Akatsuki are going on the down low for 3 years before they start hunting for the Jinchuriki, Jiraiya explained. That's why I want to take Naruto and Gaara on a 3-year train trip, Jiraiya said, and everyone was shocked. You want to take Naruto away for 3 years? Tsunade asked in a sad voice. Cheer up, Hime, Naruto said, hugging her. You forget, I have 2 space-time techniques at my disposal. I'll come see you every day, Naruto said, and Hinata instantly perked up, kissing him. I know you are strong enough to hold your own against them, but when 3 years are up, I want you to be able to take the whole organization on and come out the winner, Jiraiya said, puffing his chest, and Naruto just stared at him. Sure, Naruto was strong, but taking on 10 S-rank shinobi at the same time? Jiraiya was crazy! 10 S-rank shinobi are enough to take down whole countries and armies. You're kidding, right? Naruto asked, but Jiraiya shook his head. Think of it this way, Jiraiya started. You're an S-rank shinobi at 14 years old. What rank do you think you will be when you reach your prime in a couple of years? Jiraiya rhetorically asked, and Kankuro paled. Naruto had taken his sensei, him, his sister, and his brother on, and came out the winner, and he wasn't in his prime. I suppose, Naruto said. So, what will we be doing during the trip? Naruto asked, wanting to know the details. We will be ironing out any flaws in your taijutsu, merge your Rasengan with your elemental affinities, get some field experience, let your body mature to unleash its full power, you'll have enough time to complete any techniques you are developing, and you can train your eyes further, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded. It seemed like a solid plan. For you, Gaara, I can teach you a proper taijutsu style along with elemental affinities and how to properly control the Shikaku. The sand I'll leave to you since it's your bloodline, Jiraiya explained, and Gaara nodded in appreciation. If you will train for 3 years, then so will I, Hinata said. Yosh! Tsunade yelled. When I'm finished with you, you'll be giving anyone in the village a run for their money. Tsunade said, laughing evilly, making Hinata pale. Medical training was supposed to be indoors and calm, right? I'm definitely asking Anko for the snake summoning contract, Tamari said, and even Jiraiya paled. He didn't want another pretty thing like Tamari to turn into an Anko. She was one crazy bitch. May Kami have mercy on her husband's soul, Jiraiya thought. Somewhere in a Nara compound, a certain pineapple-haired teen sneezed. Troublesome, he said, before yawning and going back to sleep. This is all I want to say to you, Jiraiya said, and everyone left to their rooms. Middle of the night, Senju compound, Naruto and Hinata's room. It was around midnight in the Senju compound, and everyone was quiet since everyone was sleeping. Ah! A scream echoed through the whole compound, making Naruto jump from his bed. He looked around with his Sharingan spinning, checking his surroundings for any enemy. Harder! Naruto heard and thought what exactly was the meaning of that. Faster! He heard and blushed. He now had a pretty good idea of what was going on and who was having fun. Naruto turned around to go to bed when he saw Hinata for Byakugan active and a small bit of blood on her nose. Naruto waved his hand in front of Hinata, but nothing happened. Is she a pervert? Naruto thought, amused. She had burned every Icha she could find, but maybe she was just a closet perv.
A fine choice in mate,
Kurama said before going back to sleep. More! Tsunade yelled once again. This is going to be a long night, Naruto muttered before he pulled the passed out Hinata to the bed and tried to sleep. Shizune's room. Shizune woke up rather harshly, much like Naruto. She jumped off the bed, focusing her eyes on any potential enemies and with Senbone in both hands. When she heard the exact nature of the scream, she proceeded to blush and pull out a couple of earplugs so she could sleep peacefully. Gaara's room. Gaara was laying perfectly still in bed. It was kind of disturbing the position in which he was sleeping. Gaara was laying on his back with his hands folded over his chest perfectly still. Who dares disturb my sleep? Gaara asked as he opened both his eyes simultaneously, but remained in the same position. He heard the noises and simply made a cocoon of sand around him and went back to sleep. Kankuro's room. Conqueror woke up with the screams and immediately proceeded to break out in a fit of giggles, flying into a nearby wall and passing out with a massive nosebleed. He was one of the few who wasn't going to have any trouble sleeping tonight. Tamari's room. Tamari heard the screams, but she didn't wake up. Snakes, Tamari muttered in her sleep, shifting her position when she heard the scream and proceeded to sleep it off. Next morning, kitchen. Shizune, Gaara, Tamari, Kankuro, Hinata, and Naruto were all gathered in the kitchen. Everyone seemed mostly fine with the exception that Hinata was now supporting a pretty decent blush and Naruto had eyes of someone who didn't sleep. They heard a noise and turned around to see Tsunade and Jiraiya approaching. Tsunade was smiling and had the traditional afterglow of having sex. And if you consider the fact that she didn't have any in almost 20 years, I would be surprised that Jiraiya could even walk at this point. Now we see Jiraiya with the biggest shit-eating grin Naruto had ever seen. Now I understand why he didn't peek in over a week. Naruto thought, looking at Jiraiya, who was sitting down at the table. Naruto walked towards him, placing a blank paper in front of him and started drawing kanji. "You know what that is?" Naruto asked. "It's a silence seal," Jiraiya replied, confused, and Naruto smiled. "Then learn how to use it!" Naruto snapped loud enough for everyone to understand what he meant. Maybe his lack of sleep had affected him a bit. Tsunade was blushing and looked away while drinking her coffee. Conqueror had already passed out again. Tamari was oblivious, while Gaara was emotionless. I, Jiraiya started, but Naruto interrupted him. "I just want some peace of mind. Especially at night," Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded weakly. "Good," Naruto replied. "Now, let's talk terms," Naruto said, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "If you hurt her, I will place my Tsukuyomi on you and force you to read the Icha Guy's Flames of Youth limited edition," Naruto said, and Jiraiya paled and quickly nodded. Later that day, Sasuke was sitting high up in a tree in the middle of Konoha. He was contemplating on his choices, and all the training he had done went down the drain. He didn't understand why he wasn't strong enough. He trained every day to the brink of exhaustion, and yet he was utterly defeated and humiliated by his enemy Kakazu. And above all, Naruto was able to defeat him. Sasuke didn't understand what made Naruto so special. He even decided to follow Naruto's advice and got closer to his team. Well, as far as he could without breaking up his training schedule or endangering his quest for avenging his fallen clan. Naruto said that true power came from protecting people, and yet Sasuke remained weak, powerless at the face of stronger enemies. Kakashi said that Itachi belonged to the Akatsuki organization, and if he was a member as well, and Naruto defeated him so easily, then Sasuke would stand no chance against his brother. Sasuke would need an ace up his sleeve. "What do you want?" Sasuke asked as he felt 4 presences nearby watching him from afar, but not far enough for Sasuke not to notice them. 4 figures dropped in front of him, staring at him impassively. "I won't ask again," Sasuke said in a dangerous voice with his Sharingan glowing. "I don't know what Orochimaru-sama wants with this loser," one of the figures said. He had dark gray hair with long bangs that covered his right eye. He wore a green shade of lipstick and had dark markings around his eyes, giving them an androgynous appearance. He also wore brown tunics with long black skin-tight shorts and purple robes tied around their waists. He was Sakon, one the Sound 4, the elite bodyguards of Orochimaru. "We aren't here to ask questions, shithead," another replied. She had red hair and wore a black hat with bandaged sides. She wore a tan tunic much like the other members of the Sound 4, with black shorts and standard black shinobi sandals. She was Tayuya, another member of the Sound 4. "Let's get this over with," another member said. He was a large and imposing young man, towering over the rest of his teammates. He had orange eyes, 3 tufts of orange hair on his head, a mohawk of sorts that ran down the middle, and 2 similar styled tufts of hair at the sides. He wore a sleeveless tunic with the symbol of the Sound 4 on the hem, along with black arm warmers, a pair of black 3/4 length pants that stopped just below his knees. Along with this, he wore sandals with leg warmers covered by bandages, a purple robe belt around his waist, and a necklace that comprised of circular, separate, long, metallic pieces. He was Jirobo, one of the Sound 4. Orochimaru-sama has a proposal for you, the last member of the Sound 4 said. He was a dark-skinned shinobi with black, shaggy hair and black eyes. Uniquely, he also had 6 arms and wore a black, sleeveless top and shorts, over which he wore a tunic that bore the symbol of the Sound 4, and a purple robe belt around his waist. He also wore the forehead protector of his village along with arm warmers, shinobi sandals, and bandages around his legs. He was Kidomaru, the last member of his team. He, along with Tayuya, Jirobo, and Sakon, were the Sound 4, elite bodyguards of Orochimaru. Let's hear it, Sasuke said, not once looking away from the enemy. Sasuke may be a lot of things, but he wasn't a fool. If you come to him, he will give you all the power you will ever need, Tayuya said, and Sasuke stayed silent. Konoha was doing him nothing regarding his vengeance on his brother. In fact, since Naruto publicly stated he was a Sharingan user, Sasuke's leverage dropped significantly. What makes Orochimaru that powerful? He got his ass handed to him by Naruto and he's 14 like me, Sasuke questioned. It's your choice, Kidomaru started. You can stay here and keep playing ninja with your friends, Kidomaru said, showing one of his hands. Or, Kidomaru said, showing the other hand, you come with us and Orochimaru-sama will give you all the power you will ever need, Kidomaru finished. There is nothing to think about, Sasuke said, getting up and dusting himself off. When do we leave? Sasuke asked, and Tayuya smirked. At least this loser knew what was good for him. Don't you need to take anything? Sakon asked, and Sasuke pondered before nodding. Then meet us at the edge of the North Gate in 1 hour. Don't be later or we will leave without you, Sakon said, and all of the Sound 4 disappeared in a blur, leaving Sasuke to go home and pack. 30 minutes later, middle of Konoha. It was dark in Konoha as the sun was already gone. The only light available was of that provided by the moon or the nearby public lamps. Sasuke was walking calmly and quietly, trying not to raise any type of suspicions. He knew that if Konoha knew he left, they would hunt him down with the threat of the Sharingan ending up in another village. Sasuke looked ahead and saw Sakura looking at him. What are you doing here in the middle of the night, Sakura? Sasuke asked, stopping in front of her. You are leaving the village, aren't you? Sakura asked, but Sasuke didn't answer and just started walking again, passing by her without wasting a glance. Go home, Sakura. Go to sleep, Sasuke said, and kept on walking while Sakura remained there in place. Silent tears started to fall from her face. Is that all you have to say? Sakura asked, shedding silent tears, not once raising her voice. After all the good times we had together as a team? And with me? Sakura said, shaking. You are just going to walk away? Sakura said. I told you that you don't understand, Sasuke said, stopping but not turning to face her. You don't know what it's like to lose your whole family and the person responsible being your brother. You don't know the pain I felt. The pain I feel, Sasuke said. I'm an avenger, and I won't stop until I have killed my brother. I can't be delayed by some silly crush, Sasuke said coldly. The only thing I need is power, and I won't get that here, Sasuke explained. So you're just leaving everything behind? Sakura rhetorically asked. We had good times, Sakura started. Flashback. Team 7 with their sensei had just got back from one mission. They were all eating at the barbecue restaurant. Between Kiba's loud and annoying voice and Sakura's giggling, everyone was enjoying themselves. Even the brooding Uchiha managed a couple of smirks. And the flashback. Flashback again. It was another training day for Team 7 with their scarecrow of a sensei. They were all practicing taijutsu katas. Move your right arm slightly apart, Sasuke said towards Sakura, who quickly nodded, blushing. Back in the trees, Kakashi chuckled to himself. His team was doing just fine. And a flashback. Flashback again. Team 7 had just engaged a couple bandits and Sasuke had saved Sakura. The enemy was about to kill her when Sasuke's body blocked the strike, taking the hit in a less critical area. Why? Sakura asked, sobbing. I don't know. My body moved on its own, Sasuke explained, removing the kunai from his shoulder. Thank you, Sakura said and gently kissed his cheek. What was that for? Sasuke yelled, rubbing his cheek. Oh, shut up. You liked it, Sakura chirped while Sasuke scoffed but managed a small smile. Whipped, Kiba stated, making Sasuke glare at him. And a flashback. Flashback again. It was another simple mission that would last a couple of days. It was night, and the weather was warm, so everyone on the team decided to sleep out in the open. Sasuke had yet to fall asleep and was watching the starry sky deep in thought. Sasuke was so deep in thought he didn't notice a certain pink-haired girl roll over in her sleep. Sasuke tried to move, but found it difficult. He looked down to see Sakura cuddling with him. She had intertwined her legs with his and was sleeping peacefully on his chest. Troublesome, Sasuke muttered to himself, while slightly blushing, but did nothing to separate her from him. And a flashback. Like I thought, Sasuke started. I am nothing like any of you. I won't stop at nothing in my quest, Sasuke coolly said before disappearing in a blur and reappearing right behind Sakura. Sakura, I'm sorry, Sasuke said as he picked up a kunai and quickly slit her throat. Sakura tried to say something, but only a blade gurgle was heard. Sakura fell to her knees and dropped to the ground, lifeless. Sasuke was still staying in the same place, frozen. Sasuke felt something watery on his face. He swiped his cheek with his hands and noticed that they were tears. He was crying. Sasuke's chakra spiked and his Sharingan flared to life. It had two tomoes. A big chunk of chakra was funneling towards his eyes, and Sasuke's Sharingan started spinning. It quickly became a free tomoe Sharingan, but continued to spin, and started to shift its form. His eyes stopped spinning and the whole pattern was different. His eyes were black in the background with three blood-red intersecting ellipses. Sasuke's eyes had changed into the all-powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that I have eyes like you, Sasuke started, I will hunt you down, oh Nissan, older brother. And that is the end of chapter 32. So, Sakura kind of died in this entire chapter. And I'm going to read a bit of a author's note here about this entire chapter from the author legacy. He felt terrible for killing Sakura, even though he was a Naruto fan at the time, because this was written like 6 years ago or so. And even though she was a pain in the ass in the fanfic, she was changing. He feels guilty for killing her because of the development he was giving her, but Sasuke kind of needed his next eyes, and this was the best plot device to kind of do that, unfortunately. And he didn't have any plans of bringing her back permanently, which means you guys know how she's going to come back in a temporary fashion. And that will be revealed, though, in the next chapter, as we get into chapter 33, which is called Sound 4. Here we go. Chapter 33, Sound 4. Middle of Fire Country. The Sound 4 were dashing through the Fire Country at top speed, carrying a very large barrel. Sasuke was trapped inside the barrel as he was advancing his curse seal to the next level. Pushing the curse seal into progressing to level 2 puts a lot of strain into the user's body, so Sasuke was inside the barrel, which slows down the seal's progression. By slowing it down, it allows the seal to advance safely. We are being tracked by a team of 5 Konoha shinobi, Kitamura said, as a small spire stood calmly in his hand as if talking to him. Can we outrun them? Drobo asked. No, we are carrying the barrel and they are gaining on us. I estimate 1 hour until they catch up, Kitamura explained. Why don't we just stop and kill the bastards, Taiyu yelled, but Kitamura shook his head. We stand no chance. Among them is Senju Naruto, the Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's Thunder God, an S-rank shinobi. He's the blonde brat from the invasion, the one who broke into the barrier and crippled Orochimaru-sama. And then there is Hyuga Hinata, the Shino Megami, Death Goddess, an A-rank shinobi, Kitamura stated as they all cursed their luck. They might be strong, but even they weren't a match for Orochimaru, much less one who can go toe-to-toe against him and come out the winner. And to top it all off, there is an elite join among them. Just great, Taiyu sarcastically said. How the fuck do you even know all that? Taiyu asked. If you read the bingo book, you would know, Kitamura stated. After all, we placed them there. So what do we do now, shithead? Taiyu asked. Language, Taiyu Sakon said, shaking his head. They're going to catch up to us. We need backup if we are going to complete our mission. I'm sending word to Orochimaru-sama, Kitamura said, and sent one of his spiders who sank underground. In the meantime, set up traps to slow them down, Kitamura said, and they all nodded. If Sasuke would just wake up from his coma, they could easily outrun them, but carrying the heavy barrel was slowing them down. A few hours earlier, Konoha. It was a bright new day in Konoha, and the warm feeling already radiating in the air. It was going to be another beautiful day. The sun was coming up, shining upon Konoha, the wind was rustling, birds were chirping, and we already could see a few people walking around the streets. It was the beginning of a fresh new day in the Leaf Village. Ever since the Uchiha clan massacre, the patrols of Konoha fell to the Anbu jurisdiction. The usual setup for a patrol team was an Inuzuka and a Hyuga for tracking, and usually there would be a member from the Nara clan, and to top it all off, a powerhouse in ninjutsu. This setup allowed for the team to track and detect any problems and, if need be, restrain or kill the enemy. Currently, we find a fresh new team doing their morning patrol. They are jumping from rooftop to rooftop, keeping a discreet profile. The Inuzuka members signaled their team to stop when he noticed a weird smell. Something wrong, Boar? The snake mask Anbu asked. I have picked up an odd smell. It smells highly of carbon, the Boar mask Anbu replied, and the snake Anbu made a signal for their team to follow the Inuzuka to the location of said smell. In less than a minute, the Anbu team reached the origin of the smell. They all jumped down from the roofs and landed on the ground. They followed Boar and they came across a bunch of ashes. The Inuzuka sniffed the ashes and his eyes widened. These are not ordinary ashes. This was someone, Boar said. It's obvious that it was some kind of cover-up. We must report this to the Hokage, Snake said, and they disappeared in a blur, leaving a member to guard the site. Senju Compound. For the first time since last night, the Senju Compound was peaceful. Naruto was sleeping next to his princess. Tsunade and Jiraiya were quiet this night, as far as Naruto knew. But like everything else, there is always an end. Naruto! Hinata! A loud and cranky voice echoed through the whole compound. Naruto jolted out of bed with Hinata in tow. He turned to look around, adjusting to the new light, and noticed Tsunade by the door. Get your asses out of bed and meet me at my office in 5 minutes, Tsunade yelled, and Naruto grumbled at Tsunade not getting enough last night. She gave us a couple days off and yanks us out of bed at 10 in the morning, Naruto muttered, since he didn't get much sleep the previous night due to Tsunade's activities. Be nice, Naruto-kun. If she called, it must be important, Hinata said, pecking his cheek and going into the bathroom. Naruto just sighed and sent a shadow clone to prepare them a quick breakfast while they got dressed. Not even 5 minutes later, both Naruto and Hinata were ready to leave. Naruto placed an arm around Hinata, pulling her closer, much to her delight, and swirled away towards the Hokage's office. They had been wondering what all the fuss was about, but if they knew what expected them, they would have stayed in bed. Hokage's office. What the hell is that? Kiba blurted out towards the incoming Hokage. Tsunade had activated her space bridge in her office so she could wake up Naruto and Hinata. Tsunade had literally walked through a wall. Just something Naruto set up so I didn't have to walk all the way from the Senju compound and back, Tsunade explained and took a seat. Next to her was Hiruzen. In front of her were almost all of the rookies. The Sand siblings were away on a mission, as was Team 9, with Guy, so in front of her were Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and Kiba. Both Sakura and Sasuke were nowhere to be found. Naruto-chan? Kiba asked, laughing. Where is little Naruto-chan? Kiba asked, laughing, while the others snickered. You have a problem with my little Naruto-chan? Tsunade asked in a dangerous tone. No, Hokage-sama, Kiba quickly replied, bowing. Around 5 minutes later, Naruto and Hinata appeared in a swirl in the middle of the office. Tsunade was already used to it, but the others still found it surprising to see Naruto use this type of technique. Space-time techniques were a field so unexplored that it was extremely rare to see one, with the exception of the summoning technique, of course. So, Naruto started. What's all the fuss about? Naruto asked to his fellow rookies. We don't know either, Kiba replied. Naruto-chan, Kiba said in a mocking voice. Naruto turned to glare at his grandmother, who shrugged him off. Listen up, Tsunade said, gathering the attention of the rookies. All of the rookies were summoned except for Sasuke, who wasn't at his compound and couldn't be found. Tsunade started. I have some bad news. Sakura is dead, Tsunade said, and everything went silent. None of the rookies said anything, as they were just staring at their Hokage and processing what they just heard. What? Kiba asked in a weak voice. Apparently Kiba was the first to break from the trance. I'm sorry, but it's true. Sakura was murdered last night, Tsunade said, and everyone was shocked that one of their classmates had died and was assassinated in the first place. No, Ino said, sobbing. That can't be true. Who would hurt her? Ino asked, crying, tears flowing from her eyes as she clutched to someone nearby, who happened to be Hinata. We don't know, Tsunade started. This might be difficult to hear, but she was found as nothing more than ashes. We compared the remaining DNA material across the hospital database, and it came out positive to be Haruno Sakura's. I'm sorry, Tsunade said sadly. Sakura had been working hard at the hospital, and she was showing promise as a good medic nen, but it seemed that her life had been cut short. The reactions were varied, but everyone was sad to see a classmate dead. Kiba frowned, Akamaru was whining, but only Ino was openly crying. It wasn't much of a shocker, after all. Sakura was Ino's best friend. They had known each other for years, and had been best friends and rivals since they were little girls. Who did it? Kiba asked, with his anger surfacing. The one that killed Sakura would pay dearly. We don't know, Tsunade said, turning to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow. That's why I called you, Naruto. Can you turn back to yesterday and do something about it? Tsunade asked. Sorry, but the max I ever did was 12 seconds. Not even close to half a day, Naruto said, shaking his head. Then there is no choice, Tsunade said, and picked up a small vial and threw it at Naruto. What is this? Naruto asked while looking carefully at the vial. It was a small blood sample. Is this for? Naruto asked, and Tsunade only nodded. Naruto looked back at his friends and to Ino, who was almost catatonic. Do you think they can handle it? Naruto asked. We have no choice. Do it, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Everyone stand back, Naruto said, and pulled out a large scroll before starting to write kanji on it. What are you doing? Kiba asked, confused. What had blood to do with Sakura's murder in the first place? He's going to bring her back temporarily so she can tell us who killed her, Hina explained, and everyone's jaws dropped while Ino was a little bit happy she could say goodbye. Just how powerful are you? Kiba thought, looking at Naruto concentrating on writing the kanji perfectly. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said, and formed a single clone who went and got seated in a circle in the middle of the scroll. Naruto dropped a few drops of Sakura's blood to the scroll and started going through hand seals. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon, and clapped his hands. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, impure world resurrection, Naruto said, and around the clone, leaves started to curl up his body, engulfing him completely. Slowly, Naruto's clone started taking the form of Sakura. Her long pink dress formed, then Naruto's blonde hair turned into pink, his deep blue eyes became green ones, and in just a couple of seconds, Haruno Sakura was back from the pure world and into this world. "Where am I?" Sakura gradually asked before she remembered the events that led to her death. "Sasuke!" Sakura yelled, and everyone had their eyes widened. "I guess that answers the question," Naruto sadly said. "Sakura," Tsunade said, making her focus on her. "Tell us what happened," Tsunade said, and Sakura nodded slowly. Sure," Sakura said and gathered her thoughts. "I was walking through the village last night, and it was already dark, so everything was quiet. I was going home when Sasuke and I crossed paths. He had a backpack on his back, and he was going towards the gates. He was leaving the village," Sakura said, and everyone was surprised, minus Naruto, who had always thought that it would end up like that. "I tried to convince him to stay, but he didn't listen," Sakura replied, sobbing. He suddenly appeared behind me and slit my throat," Sakura explained, and they all gasped at the brutality. "I don't know why he did it. We were starting to get close," Sakura explained, and Ino quickly ran towards her and hugged her. It would be the last time they would all be together. Could it be? Naruto thought before he turned to Kiba. "Kiba, were Sasuke and Sakura close?" Naruto asked. "What has that got to do with this?" Kiba asked, confused. "Answer the damn question," Naruto demanded, and Kiba quickly nodded. "I noticed a few things," Kiba started. He would help her with her training, he answered some questions instead of replying and a couple other small things, Kiba explained, and Naruto frowned. "Shit," Naruto said, rubbing his temples. "I told you that this would happen," Naruto said, turning to the Sandaime, who sighed. You know why he did it?" Sakura asked, and Naruto nodded. "He killed you so he could advance his eyes to the next level," Naruto explained, but got confused faces from almost everyone. "What you know about the Sharingan is very scarce. You all think that the last level is the free Tomoid one, but that is a lie," Naruto started. "There is another level above the normal Sharingan. It's called the Mangekyo Sharingan, and provides the user with fearsome abilities, both in Genjutsu and Ninjutsu. Look at mine," Naruto said, and showed everyone his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. They were dumbfounded. They never knew that there was another stage to the Sharingan. Now, to simplify things, picture it this way. There are two sides to the Uchiha clan. From the Uchiha's main line, like me, this level is achieved by hard work, training, or life and death situations. However, for the branch line of the Uchihas, like Sasuke, they have to kill someone they care about to unlock it, Naruto explained, and once again everyone was shell-shocked. Sasuke needs to kill someone close to his heart to achieve the next level. When they feel the pain and regret of killing that special someone, it triggers a reaction that unlocks their eyes, Naruto explained, and everyone frowned, but not like the old Hokage. Naruto had warned him that something like this could happen, and happen it did. "Sasuke killed me just for his eyes?" Sakura said, sobbing. She loved that bastard. They were getting closer, but perhaps all that was just a ruse, so Sasuke could unlock his eyes. "He did care for you, Sakura," Naruto said, looking at her with compassion. "Otherwise, it wouldn't work for him," Naruto explained, and Sakura nodded. "What now?" Naruto asked, turning to Tsunade. "We hunt his ass down and kill him on the spot," Kiba barked out, and everyone seemed to be in agreement. "Sakura," Tsunade said, gathering her attention. "What time was it when it happened?" Tsunade asked, trying to ascertain the distance at which he could be by now. "It was around 11, Sakura replied. She had calmed down, but still couldn't believe that Sasuke would just kill her for power. I guess she was naive about him and his lust for power. "But I don't understand why he would leave the village," Sakura said. "Power," Naruto simply said, but decided to explain further. You know that his older brother, Uchiha Itachi, killed his clan a couple of years ago, right? Naruto asked, and they all nodded. He wants power so he can avenge his family by killing his brother. He has grown up with this fixation, and it's the very reason for his being. It's the reason why he breathes. Killing his brother has become his life goal, and he must have felt too weak here, Naruto explained. During the second stage of the Chunin exams, Orochimaru the Snake Sanin came into contact with him and offered him power. If he felt that Konoha was hindering his growth, he would jump at the chance of power without question, Naruto concluded, and Sakura frowned. I'm issuing all of you minus Ino an S-rank mission, Tsunade said in a strong voice, rising from her chair. You are to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke so he can face trial. If the retrieval proves impossible, you are to execute him at the spot. Bring his head and destroy his body, Tsunade ordered, and everyone nodded. That bastard would pay for killing one of their classmates in cold blood. He seems to be around 20 miles to the north, Naruto said as he had one hand in the tiger seal. How do you know that? Tsunade asked, surprised. You weren't Hokage yet, but during the second phase of the Chunin exams, Orochimaru branded Sasuke with a cursed seal. I eventually placed restraint seal on it, but along with it, I added the Shiki seal for my Harashin just in case, Naruto explained, and Hiruzen was surprised that Naruto would think of doing that. Then just go get him and we'll wait right here, Tsunade said, but Naruto shook his head. Something is interfering with his cursed seal. I can barely feel my marker and it's becoming weaker and weaker by the second. At this point, I can't jump to him, Naruto explained, frowning, but Tsunade nodded anyways. Can't you use your Sharingan space-time technique, Tsunade asked, but Naruto shook his head. For me to try using my Kamui, I need to warp into my dimension. The problem is that once I'm there, I can't feel my markers, so I don't know where to exit, Naruto explained, and Tsunade frowned. It's better than nothing. Naruto, you are in charge. You got his position, get going, Tsunade ordered, and they all nodded. Gear up and meet up at the north gate in 1 hour, Naruto ordered. Sakura, Naruto said, turning to her. You are here temporarily for as long as my clone lasts. However, I can't guarantee that I can hold it in battle. Use the time you have to say goodbye, Naruto sadly said. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura said, and hugged everyone goodbye as they all left to hunt the traitor. Konoha North Gates, 1 hour later. 1 hour later, everyone was gathered at the gates so they could hunt down their traitor of a classmate. Their mission was simple. Retrieve Uchiha Sasuke for trial or kill him and dispose of the body so that other villages couldn't learn the secrets of the Uchiha. Not that with only a couple of them alive would do them any good. Senju Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Akamichi Choji, Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba were the members chosen for this mission. All of them were at the gate ready to leave, all battle ready. Naruto-san, someone slowly said, and Naruto turned back to see Haruno Mibuki, Sakura's mother. I know that I'm in no position to ask you this, not after everything I did, but can you please bring that bastard back so he can pay for what he did to my daughter, Mibuki asked. I already told everyone that I hold no grudge against any of you, Naruto started. I promise that I will do my best to retrieve him so he can face trial and pay for what he did, Naruto said, and Mibuki thanked him. We have an Uchiha to hunt. Move out, Naruto said, and everyone on his team dashed out of the gates. Middle of Fire Country. Naruto and his team were running at full speed towards Uchiha Sasuke. For some reason, Sasuke seemed to be still, as if he wasn't moving at all. Naruto didn't know why he would do such a risky move while still inside the Fire Country, but he didn't judge. It was better for them if Sasuke stopped. It gave them time to catch up. Kiba, do you have Sasuke sent? Naruto asked, and Kiba nodded. Good. My marker has gone dark. It's up to you now, Naruto said, and he nodded, taking point. However, I smell 4 other scents in the same direction as Sasuke, Kiba explained, and Naruto brought a hand to his chin. It's possible that Sasuke had help, Naruto stated. What does it smell like? Naruto asked, and Kiba sniffed the air. Snakes, Kiba said. Looks like Orochimaru sent help, Naruto reasoned. We're closing in at his position, Kiba said, and Naruto took point. Alright, team, Naruto said as they all stopped. You'll be approaching him stealthily. We don't know what kind of backup Orochimaru sent, so let's be careful. I'll leave a few shadow clones behind in case we're ambushed. Hinata, use your Byakugan to search for traps, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. They all walked very stealthily towards the origin of Sasuke's smell. Hinata had already spotted a couple of traps, and they were able to easily disable them. They arrived near the position, and Hinata looked around, spotting them. The Sound Four were resting in a nearby clearing with a large barrel. They bear the musical note as the headband symbol, so they must belong to Otogaku, Hinata said. Makes sense. It appears that Orochimaru sent help to retrieve him, Naruto said, and activated his Sharingan to have a better look at them. They were a bit far away, but using his Sharingan, he easily identified them. They are the Sound Four, Naruto said, but got confused faces from his team. They are Orochimaru's elite bodyguards, and they're the ones who set up the barrier during the invasion, Naruto explained, and they all nodded. If they're elite, do you think we can take them all on? Kiba asked, but Naruto nodded nonetheless. I felt their chakra. They are ordinary Chunin. They are no match against me or Hinata, Naruto explained. Get in position, Naruto ordered, and they all nodded. Naruto swirled away and appeared a few meters on top of them. He was standing in a tree overlooking them. The rest of his team all took positions flanking the Sound Four from all positions. The last one to get in position was Choji, who was silently approaching his position. Crunch! Choji inadvertently stepped on a small twig, and, Choji being rather on the heavy side, the twig snapped loud enough for even Naruto to hear. There goes her selfie approach, Naruto muttered under his breath as the Sound Four instantly jumped into action at the noise, taking defensive actions. Kuronosu, Naruto said, and everything turned back to the point Choji had yet to step on the twig. Naruto quickly flashed near Choji as he had tagged every member of his team before the fight. Naruto pointed to the twig on the ground and Choji rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Naruto swirled away to his previous location and they all waited for the go-ahead from Naruto. Naruto made a hand movement and hundreds of shuriken rained on the Sound Four, coming for all sides and going above, leaving them no chance for evasion. Doton, Doryuheki, Earthfall, a voice cried out from the Sound Four. An Earth Dome rose from the ground and shielded everyone inside, making the shurikens useless. We knew you were coming a while ago, Kitamura said, and the Earth Dome crumbled to the ground to show the Sound Four with smirks on their faces. Naruto's team all regrouped since their attack failed, and Naruto dropped from the tree and landed in between his team facing the Sound Four. Hinata, Naruto started. Is Sasuke in the barrel, Naruto asked, as he didn't see Sasuke anywhere, but Kiba said he was around, so it didn't take a genius to figure it out. Yes, Hinata said, analyzing the barrel with her Byakugan. Although something is happening to him, it looks like the cursed seal is covering his whole body, and his heart rate is very low. It seems like he's in some kind of induced coma, but his chakra network is extremely active, Hinata explained. That's why my marker failed. They did something to the cursed seal, Naruto concluded, and thought as it was the most logical outcome. Our mission is the retrieval of Uchiha Sasuke for the murder of a Konoha shinobi. If you stand aside, we will allow you to leave unharmed, Naruto said stoically, with his Sharingan blazing and glowing. You say that after you attacked us. You aren't leaving this place alive. Besides, Orochimaru-sama would kill us if we didn't deliver his vessel, Kitamura said. Vessel? Naruto asked, confused. Orochimaru-sama switches his mind from body to body anytime he pleases. By doing so, he remains alive. Orochimaru-sama is an immortal, Kitamura explained, and smirked at the disgusted faces of Konoha shinobi. So that's why he wants Sasuke. He wants the Sharingan, Naruto thought to himself before looking directly at the supposed leader of the group. What is your choice then? Naruto asked, but his smirk told him everything. It looked like they weren't going to get Sasuke back without a fight. Gunbai. Fan win, Naruto said as his chakra spiked. He placed his right hand on his fan's handle and, with a mighty swing, he unleashed a very powerful gust of wind. Everything in front of him was blasted away. Trees were ripped apart from the ground, and the Sound Four were blasted away. Everything in front of Naruto, in the shape of a cone, was decimated. He's pissed, and I thought looking at Naruto. He never did really channel so much chakra into his attacks, because they tend to be very destructive. Damn! Woo! Kiba said, whistling at the destruction in front of him. Incoming, Hana said, and everyone took defensive stances. Against them were incoming strange golden projectiles. Hana jumped in front of her team and performed a kaiten, destroying all the projectiles. Suddenly, they all felt themselves unable to move. A small tune echoed through the clearing. It was a beautiful tune. Naruto and Hana easily saw the chakra being transmitted through the sound waves, meaning it was a genjutsu. They easily broke through it themselves and freed their teammates. They looked around and all the sound 4 dropped in front of them. Naruto channeled chakra to his sword seal and out came his Chokuto. He immediately channeled through it and the sword started swirling with a light blue aura. Naruto dashed towards the sound 4 alone. Naruto arrived near them and began his onslaught of the sound shinobi. He sidestepped a punch with Sakon and used the opportunity to duck and sweep the legs of Taiya. Taiya jumped to avoid the leg sweep but was unable to block his kick that came from nowhere. Taiya placed her arms to block but was thrown backwards nonetheless. Naruto quickly rose up and performed a horizontal swing with his sword. Sakon tilted his head to the side and the sword grazed his hair, leaving a few strings floating in the air. Naruto jumped up just to avoid a kick from Jirobo, which was about to connect to his body. Naruto placed a hand on his knees for leverage and twisted mid-air, bringing his sword against Kidomaru and quickly chopped one of his arms off. Kidomaru grunted in pain and jumped back to heal himself while Sakon and Jirobo distracted him, with Taiyo giving her support to her team. Kidomaru only had time to form a small plate of his golden material as a Juken strike connected with his chest. He coughed and jumped away again. Hana looked at him curiously with her Byakugan, and noticed small barriers that formed just above his skin. The skin was thick enough that her chakra lace attack didn't penetrate deep enough to kill him. Why is it that every enemy that I fight has a way to render my Juken useless, Hana thought, as she remembered her fight with Yukito back at the shooting exams and now this one. Back to Naruto, he was kicking the crap out of the sound 4. Taiya's genjutsu was useless against him, Jirobo was simply too slow to even come close to hit him, and Sakon just didn't have the necessary skills to face him in a taijutsu brawl. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid a club that came from a doki controlled by Taiya. Naruto was mid-air when his Sharingan spotted some chakra rolling to his right side. He sent a golden chain to the ground and so he could maneuver himself while in mid-air. He touched the ground to see multiple spiral webs coming towards him. He raised an eyebrow towards Kidomaru who was spitting out silk. Naruto brought his sword and simply cleaved the web in two, making it fall to the ground. Oddly enough, Naruto was being overrun as he simply couldn't move himself fast enough to cleave all the webs coming towards him. Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Naruto said, and sent a torrent of fire towards Kidomaru. The fire obliterated any incoming webs and crashed into Kidomaru, making him jump away if he didn't want to become extra crispy. Gatsuga, Fein over Fein, Nikudan Sensha, Human Bullet Tank. Kiba and Choji both yelled at them, and Kiba's partner Akamaru started spinning going towards one of Taiya's doki. Their attack connected and completely destroyed it, leaving nothing but chunks on the ground. Taiya cursed her luck and began to focus again. Naruto was engaged in Sakon and Ukon in combat. He was about to cleave Sakon's head off when another arm came out from his body and blocked it. After it, the whole arm became a body and stepped out from Sakon's original body as it had been duplicated. Naruto had to jump away if he didn't want to get crushed by another swing from the dokis. Time to get rid of these annoying doki, Naruto thought to himself as he channeled chakra into his eyes. Amaterasu, Naruto said, and the remaining two dokis erupted in black flames. They swarmed around the field, smashing and destroying things randomly until there were nothing more than ashes on the ground. We need level 2 now, Taiya yelled to her teammates as black markings started spraying themselves around each one of the Sound 4. The black markings easily covered the whole body, changing their color skin to an unnatural brown. Taiyo gained horns and Kidomaru gaining an extra eye in the middle of his forehead. What is this? Naruto wondered and thought. Naruto clearly seen the black marks spraying through their bodies, meaning it was the cursed seal, but this version seemed far more powerful than the one he knew. Is it another version? Naruto thought to himself. Naruto dodged a punch from Jirobo, who crashed into the ground and made a pretty decent crater. It's like Bachan's punches, Naruto shivered at the thought of getting hit by one of those. Naruto looked to his right and noticed that Kidomaru had some type of golden arrow pointed directly at him and getting ready to fire it. Kidomaru fired the arrow and was coming in hot to Naruto. Naruto blurred from his position and arrived near Jirobo. Naruto channeled lightning chakra into his knees and delivered it to Jirobo's gut. Jirobo buckled in pain and let out a gasp. Naruto picked up Jirobo and threw him towards the incoming arrow. Jirobo couldn't dodge midair and, as such, got pierced through his right shoulder, making his right arm useless. Jirobo fell to the ground, spitting out blood with labored breaths. Shit, Kidomaru thought to himself as he had missed his target and ended up hitting a teammate. Ukon appeared next to Naruto and tried to merge with him, only to phase right through him. The moment Ukon had phased through him, Naruto quickly turned around and blocked Ukon's elbow with both arms. Naruto extended Ukon's arm and easily broke it at his elbow junction. Ukon screamed in pain, but was quickly muffled as he was absorbed into Naruto's dimension, leaving a panicking Sakon behind. This is not going well, Taiyo thought to herself as she took notice to her teammate's status. Kidomaru had a missing arm, Jirobo had his right arm disabled and was bleeding from his right shoulder, Sakon just lost his counterpart, and she herself had lost her dokis. She decided to help her teammates and rushed Naruto to engage him in a taijutsu battle. In level 2, her speed and strength were greatly increased. Naruto turned around to see Taiyo running towards him and smirked. He activated his Kamui and sank underground, leaving Taiyo furiously looking for him. "Come out, you bastard!" Taiyo yelled. Naruto suddenly emerged right in front of her and gave her an uppercut. Taiyo was thrown upwards and Naruto delivered a kick to her stomach, sending her flying. Not having enough, Naruto summoned one of his chains and attached it to Taiyo's ankle. He spun around and threw Taiyo into Sakon, who didn't see her coming. "Die!" Kidomaru said as he fired another golden arrow. Naruto smirked as he used his Kamui and placed Ukon right in front of the arrow, trapping him in a chokehold. The arrow pierced Ukon's heart cleanly and phased through Naruto, leaving Ukon's body without even slowing down. Ukon fell to the ground dead and was easily burned to ashes as Naruto used a fire attack to light him up. "No!" Sakon yelled as he watched his counterpart being killed. "What are you doing, Kidomaru?" Sakon yelled at his partner as he had just killed a piece of him. "The bastard has more tricks than I know," Kidomaru replied, but that was the wrong move. Naruto took advantage of his distraction and bored his way towards him and locked eyes with him. Kidomaru let out a small gasp as he looked into the Sharingan. A small shadow crept behind him and trapped him at the spot. Not even 1 second later, Hinata appeared next to him and using her daggers with wind chakra, she cleaved Kidomaru's head clean off. His head rolled onto the ground as the curse mark retracted and his skin regained the normal color. "Shit, they got Kidomaru," Taiyo cursed as she watched the leader of the Sound 4 die. These odds weren't looking good, and only 2 of the Konoha shinobi were actively battling them. Even if they were in level 2, they stood no chance against Naruto and Hinata. "Suiton, Sui Shoha, exploding water wave," Hinata said, and pumped her lungs full of chakra. "Raiton, Ryudan, Lion Dragon," Naruto said, and sent his own Lion Dragon crashing into Hinata's water attack. Naruto's line spread across the ocean that Hinata created and washed up against the remaining of the Sound 4 who were too weak to even dodge. They all washed up in a nearby tree, twitching and spasming on the ground. "They are finished," Naruto said as he looked towards the remaining of the Sound 4 who were barely conscious at that point. "Get Sasuke out of the barrel, and let's take him back home," Naruto ordered as he made his way towards the Sound 4 to kill them. "Coo, splendid," a new voice echoed for declaring. Everyone jumped at the sudden voice and regrouped. "How nice of you to join us, Orochimaru," Naruto sarcastically said, as they all took defensive stances in front of the barrel that contained Sasuke. "How dare you speak to Orochimaru-sama with such language?" Another person that was close to Orochimaru yelled. That someone pointed his finger at Naruto and fired something from them. Naruto easily tracked them with his Sharingan and dodged all of them, catching one with his fingers. "Did he just throw a bone at me?" Naruto asked to Hinata, who nodded. "Do I look like a dog?" Naruto asked him and threw the bones at Akamaru, who proceeded to eat them, making Kimaru's eye twitch. Naruto looked at the person that attacked him and he had pale skin, vivid green eyes, masculine facial features, 2 scarlet dots on his forehead, and shoulder-length white hair, which he wore divided down the middle on his head with 2 separate partings on either side of his face. He wore a specialized version of the traditional otonin ensemble, consisting of a light lavender, loose-fitting, long-sleeved, zip-up shirt, black pants cut off around mid-calf, bandages wrapped around his ankles, traditional shinobi sandals, and a purple rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist. He also wore 2 red tube-like hair ornaments, one on either side of his head, securing 2 locks of his silvery white hair. He did not wear a sound headband, despite his extreme loyalty to Orochimaru. His cursed seal of earth is applied at the base of his throat, where it is a circular pattern of 3 curved lines. It looks like he fired from his fingertips, but he already has more ready. He seems to be able to control his bones, now explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Bones? Naruto pondered until it clicked. You're a Kage, aren't you? Naruto asked, and the man simply nodded. I thought you were all killed when you guys attacked Kiri a few years ago, Naruto stated. I'm Kage Kimaru, the last of the Kage clan. Faithful servant of Orochimaru-sama, Kimaru stoically said. Bright as always, Naruto-kun, Naruto heard someone say, and turned to see a figure approaching behind Orochimaru. Kabuto? Naruto asked, shocked to see Kabuto staying there, as he had clearly killed him. Naruto looked closely at him until he noticed that his eyes were black and his skin had cracks. You're an Edo Tensei, Naruto said, and Kabuto chuckled. I'm too valuable to simply be discarded by Orochimaru-sama. Although, you forced Orochimaru-sama to take an early vessel, Kabuto stated, pushing his glasses up. So you came for your next vessel, Naruto asked, looking at the barrel that contained Sasuke. It's unfortunate that I can't have you, so I'll just take the backup, Orochimaru said, chuckling. You think we'll just let you take him away, Naruto asked, smirking. This doesn't look good. A battle between me and Orochimaru will be very destructive, and I can't protect those 3 while I'm fighting. Even more with that Kimaru and Kabuto in the mix, Naruto thought, considering what to do. I can do hand seals now, Naruto-kun, and I'll be taking Sasuke-kun with me, whether you like it or not, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Kabuto, Orochimaru said towards his servant. Heal the rest of the sound forward to your best extent, Orochimaru ordered, and Kabuto complied. Kabuto went towards Taiya and healed a few scratches and broken bones. He gave a couple of food and blood replenishing pills to Jirobo and did the same to Sakon. Gulp. What are we going to do? Kiba asked, gulping. He didn't like being against one of the Sannin. This is the golden opportunity to end the snake for good. Let's start by taking out the Sound 4, Naruto thought to himself as he readied himself to use his Harasshin. He had already marked every single one of the Sound 4 during his battle against them. Calmly, Naruto whispered and tried to absorb Kabuto into his dimension, but it was too slow, and Kabuto immediately jumped away to gain distance from his current location. Too slow, Naruto-kun, Kabuto said, smirking, and pushed his glasses up, but was confused when he saw Naruto smirk as well. Who said you were the target? Naruto rhetorically asked, as the sword sparkled and disappeared in a yellow flash. Everyone just had time to blink as Naruto only seemed to shimmer from his location. Everyone raised an eyebrow in confusion until they heard several thump sounds. They looked around to the remaining members of the Sound 4 without their heads. I like these odds more, Naruto said, smirking, and Orochimaru gritted his teeth. He had just lost 4 of his most powerful men, and Naruto had killed the last 3 in the blink of an eye. This brat is dangerous, Kimaru thought, as he looked at Naruto very carefully. What the hell? Kiba yelled as he saw the heads of the Sound 4 plop to the ground. He didn't even see Naruto move from his position. Kiba, Choji, Shikamaru, you guys take on Kabuto. Be careful, because he's an Edo Tensei. His body is immortal and his chakra is limitless. You need to restrain or cripple him and then apply this tag to his body, Naruto explained, and hand him the tag. Once you place the tag on his body, his soul will be released. He's as strong as Kakashi sensei, so be very careful, Naruto said, and everyone nodded. Hinata, you take on Kimaru. You both should be around the same level in taijutsu. His bloodline allows him free control over every bone, Naruto explained, and she nodded. I'll take on Orochimaru, Naruto said, looking at the smirking snake. You sure you can handle him? Shikamaru asked. He's one of the Sannin. Don't worry, I already fought against him twice and nearly killed him the last time, Naruto said, as if reminiscing his memories. Let's see if you can take me on alone now, Orochimaru said and started releasing his chakra. Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru cringed at the feeling that they got. They felt as nothing more than ants at the face of such an adversary. However, their jaws dropped when Naruto unleashed his own chakra that seemed to match and even surpass Orochimaru. The ground around them started cracking from the pressure. A cloud of dust was starting to form around their feet due to the chakra output. Naruto's hair flapped wildly as his chakra seemed endless and extremely powerful. They both disappeared in a blur, and a loud shockwave echoed through the clearing, meaning that those two had begun their battle. Let's go, Hinata said, and everyone took their positions. Hinata versus Kimaru. Hinata and Kimaru both took their positions in respective stances in front of each other. Kimaru seemed to be relaxed and more than confident in his abilities. Don't get me wrong, he didn't have the air of arrogance around him, but anyone could see that he was confident in his abilities. Hinata had her Byakugan activated and was studying her enemy to her best extent. Her Byakugan would come particularly helpful against him, as she could see the bones coming out of his body before they even left it. Although something seemed wrong with his body, Kimaru's system seemed to be on overdrive and his metabolism seemed to be higher than average. They both blurred for each other and engaged in a heat battle in taijutsu. Neither one of them was gaining advantage over the other. Kimaru was physically stronger, but Hinata was faster and more flexible. Tsubaki no Mai, dance of the camellia, Kimaru said, and Hinata watched as a bone started protruding from his left shoulder. It was a small bit at first, but then became more and more visible as it came out. Kimaru placed his right hand on it and pulled the rest of the bone out. It was a short, bone-hilted bone sword. Suddenly, he dashed towards Hinata at great speed and performed a series of fast stabbings, trying to confuse Hinata as some attacks mirrored after images. However, that wasn't a problem for Hinata's Byakugan. Even though it seemed after images to regular eyes, Hinata's Byakugan could easily track all of them, and she proceeded to dodge every single strike Kimaru performed. It was like she was dancing. If Kimaru stabbed in front, she sidestepped to the left. Kimaru would readjust the trajectory, but Hinata would simply dodge again. Having enough of just dodging, Hinata waited for another stab that was a bit to her right. The moment it came, she sidestepped it and swatted his arm away. Taking advantage of Kimaru's error, she recoiled her right arm and said, Hake, Kusho, air palm. Kimaru was hit square on at point blank by an air palm right to his chest. Kimaru was thrown backwards and crashed into the ground, but was unharmed. Teshi Sendon, 10-finger drilling bullets, Kimaru said as he got back up. He pointed his fingers at Hinata and fired his fingertips at her with great speed. Hinata could easily track them for Byakugan and simply dodge them. Suitan Mizurapa, wild water wave, Hinata said, and unleashed a stream of water from her mouth. The water was sent towards Kimaru and jumped away to avoid it. He looked around for Hinata, only for her to appear behind him. Hake, Roku Juyon Sho, 64 palms of the hand, Hinata said, and began her attacks by closing the major chakra points. In the middle of her attack, she was forced to jump back when bones popped out of his chest, giving her no choice but to make some distance. This is why I say that juking is almost useless, Hinata thought, sighing. Kimaru had created some bone plates beneath his skin that were thick enough for a juken strike to be rendered useless. Her flowing fist was useless against Kimaru, and as such, she would need to come up with another plan. She would have to resort to her poisons and ninjutsu and attack at his most vulnerable point, his neck. Kimaru rushed Hinata as he had the advantage in a taijutsu fight. Yanagi no Mai, dance of the willow, Kimaru said, and several bone blades started growing from several points of his body. His palms, his knees, elbows, and shoulders now had long bones protruding from them. Hinata quickly took out her daggers and, channeling wind chakra through them, engaged Kimaru in a deadly dance of weapons to see who would come out the winner. Hinata was surprised when she saw that the bones were holding against her daggers. It appears as they weren't normal bones, as they seemed far stronger than normal ones. She took a closer look and noticed that Kimaru was even running chakra through them. Kimaru was so busy fighting Hinata that he didn't see another one approaching from behind. Suiton, Soryu no Jutsu, water prison, Hinata's clone said, and using the water from the previous attack, she trapped Kimaru inside a water prison. Knowing it would be too dangerous to even approach him, she decided to let him drown. This isn't going to stop me, Kimaru said, and a very long bone shot from his hand. The bone completely pierced through the water prison and Hinata's clone, making it disperse in water and letting Kimaru out of the prison. The original Hinata jumped back to gain some distance when she saw her clone get destroyed. Mizuno Muichi, water whip, Hinata said, and several whips of water started forming and trapped Kimaru by his hands and ankles. Hinata blurred towards him and channeling chakra to her hand, she slammed her hand into Kimaru's chest. To her surprise, instead of hitting his skin and killing him, her hand was stopped by several bones that popped out of his chest, rendering her attack useless. Hinata jumped back and pouted. She couldn't get any attack in. It was obvious that his bloodline was far more suited for taijutsu than hers was. However, she wouldn't give up just because her opponent was tough. Sensato Suisho, 1,000 needles of death, Hinata said, and hundreds of water needles formed around her and shot towards Kimaru, who remained in place. The water needles collided with Kimaru, but they simply bounced back and fell to the ground. Those bones, Hinata thought, shaking her head. Kimaru had created once again a layer of bone to block all the needles. Hinata knew that to even poison him with her sen bones, she would have to catch him by surprise. Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu, water dragon, Hinata said, and a huge dragon formed from the water in the ground and growled its way towards Kimaru. That's a bit too much to simply stand by, Kimaru thought, as he began running to avoid the dragon that eventually crashed into the ground and expelled into water. Hinata reappeared next to him and engaged him in taijutsu. However, this time, Kimaru found himself completely on defense due to Hinata's fierce attacks. Kimaru was parrying Hinata's daggers as best he could, but he didn't understand why his adversary had suddenly gotten a power spike. He was busy thinking that he didn't notice one clone of Hinata appear behind him from all the water in the ground. Kimaru suddenly felt a presence behind him and pushed bones from his back out. The bones immediately hit the clone and it was destroyed. Kimaru suddenly felt himself snared to the ground by water whips. He didn't notice the presence of a second clone. Here! Hinata fought as she pushed herself as fast as she could and slashed towards Kimaru's throat with her wind-enhanced daggers. Kimaru saw this and he didn't have much choice. He pushed all of his bones out and destroyed the water whips and grazed Hinata on her shoulder. Kimaru jumped back when he noticed a few drops of blood falling to the ground. He placed his hand on his neck and felt a small bit of pain. Hinata had managed to cut him deep enough to draw blood. Now we wait, Hinata thought, as she had successfully injected her poison into him. The cut might not be deep enough, but the poison would eventually spread, and she just had to wait. Kimaru was starting to feel weak. His vision was starting to fade into nothing more than blurs. It was then that he understood that he had been poisoned. Kimaru looked towards Kabuto, who was busy fighting those three Genin and Chunin, and he knew that he didn't have time to try and heal him. Kimaru had no other choice but to go into level 2. Kimaru channeled chakra to his earth curse seal located in the middle of his chest. Black markings started spraying through his body until he was totally covered. He now had dark gray skin, 6 large bone spines protruding out of his back, and a long bone spiked tail. Hinata could already tell that his strength had increased by quite a bit, and if he used it now, then it must have been to neutralize her poison. Hinata saw Kimaru suddenly start running towards her. For lack of a better word, Kimaru looked like a dinosaur rampaging towards her. Hinata braced herself, and the moment Kimaru arrived near her, she sidestepped him and grabbed one of his bones from his back. She jumped on his back, and then her chakra flared and her daggers glowed blue as she was ready to kill him for good. Kimaru spiked his chakra, and another bone popped from his back. Hinata just had enough time to tilt her head to the side, but she still got a scratch on her cheek, drawing blood. Hinata jumped away to gain some distance when she saw Kimaru crouch. Tsenka no Mai, Suru, Dance of the Clematis, Vine, Kimaru said, and a small bone started growing out from the back of his head, at the top of his spine. Kimaru grabbed it and pulled it out. Hinata's eyes widened when she saw exactly what he had pulled out. Kimaru had pulled out his own spine and had it now pointed at her like some spear. Kimaru flexed the spear and it expanded going fast towards Hinata. Misu no Tate! Water shield, Hinata said, and the water rose around her, making a small shield around her chest. While Hinata used jutsu fast enough, Kimaru's spine suddenly wrapped itself around her, pinning her to the spot. Tsenka no Mai, Hana, dance of the clematis, flower, Kimaru said, and bones started merging and wrapping himself around Kimaru's left arm. Kimaru channeled extreme amounts of chakra to create the thickest bone he could. The bone itself seemed like a drill and completely covered Kimaru's left arm. Die! Kimaru yelled as he thrusted his left arm towards the immobile Hinata. Kaiten, Hinata said, and used the water shield around her as oil in a motor as she started spinning. A blue chakra dome appeared around her, and Kimaru's strongest attack connected, but her shield didn't waver, and slowly but surely, Hinata's Kaiten started eating away at the bone due to the spinning effect. A few seconds later, Kimaru's bone was nothing more than dust on the ground. They were about to jump each other again when they heard a small explosion followed by a small cloud of smoke. Uchiha Sasuke had awakened from his coma, and his appearance had completely changed. Shika, Kiba, and Choji versus Kabuto. Oh my, 3 babies against me, Kabuto said, chuckling, and pushed his glasses upwards. If I remember correctly, it was a baby named Naruto that killed you, Shikamaru said, yawning at the face of such a troublesome opponent. Don't even mix him with you. Now if you could hold a candle to what Naruto-kun can do. Only Orochimaru-sama can match Naruto-kun's power. That's the reason we came to retrieve Sasuke personally, as Kidomaru had informed us of what they were up against, Kabuto explained, as his hands started glowing and buzzing like chainsaws. Let's go, Kiba said, as Shikamaru crouched and placed his hands in the rat seal, making his shadow shimmer. Suga! Kiba said, and started spinning going towards Kabuto, who smirked. Kabuto simply sidestepped the attack, making Kiba simply pass by him. The moment that Kiba passed by him, Kabuto recoiled and kicked Kiba hard in the back. Kiba lost control of his attack and slammed into a tree, slightly dazed. Don't attack blindly, Shikamaru yelled. Don't you remember what Naruto said? He's as strong as Kakashi, making him an elite Jonin, Shikamaru stated. Kagemane no jutsu, shadow imitation technique, Shikamaru said, and his shadow blurred towards Kabuto. Kabuto had just kicked Kiba into the ground and didn't notice the shadow. Kabuto got caught and was frozen in place. Nikudan Sensha, human bullet tank, Choji said, and began spinning towards Kabuto. Choji rolled, picking up speed, and crashed into Kabuto, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. They were running towards him to place a tag and end the battle when Kabuto poofed in smoke to reveal a small wooden log. Kabuto popped out of the ground just behind Shikamaru and grabbed him by the ankle. Using his chakra scalpel, he managed to cut Shikamaru's tendons on both his feet, thus disabling his movement. Shikamaru groaned and fell to his knees, clutching his feet, which were now temporarily disabled. This is bad, Shikamaru thought. Shikamaru was now a sitting target as he couldn't move properly. The only thing he could do right now was give support to both Kiba and Choji with his shadow. Anything else other than that, he was unable to do. Choji! Kiba! Shikamaru called, and they approached him so he could explain his plan. They all took their positions, and Kiba started running towards Kabuto, and Shikamaru did what he did best. He sat down and began to use his shadow to provide some help to Kiba for distracting Kabuto. Sen-i Jashu, hidden snake hands, Kabuto said, and he flexed his right arm forward. 4 snakes suddenly jumped from his sleeves and wrapped themselves around Kiba. Kabuto spun and threw Kiba into a tree, making him cough a bit of blood and fall to the ground. Akamaru quickly ran to the side of his partner. Too slow, Kabuto said, and jumped away from the shadow that was creeping up behind him. Kabuto jumped several times, but the shadow didn't seem to stop chasing him. Kabuto quickly threw a couple of shuriken and kunai at Shikamaru, who had to roll to avoid them since he couldn't move properly. Now! Shikamaru yelled. Baika no jutsu! Expansion jutsu, Choji said, and jumped from the top of the trees over to the field. His body expanded into a very large spherical form, covering most of the field in shadows. Shikamaru took the opportunity and used his shadow that quickly connected to Kabuto, since almost all of the field was covered in shadows due to Choji blocking the sun. Gatsuga! Kiba yelled as both he and his partner started spinning like a drill and crashed into Kabuto. Kiba and Akamaru completely wrecked Kabuto's shoulder, and he was sent crashing to the ground and had already started reforming. Place a tag on him, quickly, Shikamaru said, and Choji ran as fast as he could towards Kabuto. Choji arrived near him and was about to place the tag on him when Kabuto got up and punched him in the stomach, making him buckle and kicked him away. My. You almost got me, Kabuto said, chuckling, as his shoulder had completely reformed, as if nothing had ever happened. Feels like new, Kabuto said, flexing his arm. Boom! Uchiha Sasuke has woken up. Naruto versus Orochimaru. Naruto and Orochimaru were having a fierce battle in taijutsu. Orochimaru's speed was nothing compared to Naruto's, and with his Sharingan, Orochimaru couldn't hit Naruto. On the other hand, Orochimaru could bend his body at unnatural angles, which enabled him to dodge Naruto's attacks. During the whole battle, some hits got in, but nothing major for either of them. Sene Jashu, hidden snake hands, Orochimaru said, flexing his right arm forward. Snakes came out from his sleeves and wrapped themselves around Naruto, only for him to disperse in a cloud of smoke. Raikage, Naruto said, as he peered right behind Orochimaru with his hand coated in lightning. Naruto pierced through Orochimaru's chest, destroying his heart. Orochimaru started melting into mud, revealing it to be an ordinary earth clone. Suddenly, Orochimaru popped out of the ground with his sword in his mouth, ready to stab Naruto through the chest. Naruto easily saw him coming with his Sharingan and used his Kage to simply let the attack slip through him. Naruto jumped to the side and used his sword to cleave Orochimaru's body in half. To his surprise, the two halves of Orochimaru simply sent snakes to the other end and merged themselves together again as if nothing ever happened. Futon Daitopa, great break for Orochimaru said, and clapped his hands together and created a very strong gust of wind. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet to stick to the ground, but the gust was too strong and he had to jump away from it. Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon technique, Naruto said, and took advantage of the existing wind to power up his fire attack against Orochimaru. Orochimaru was enveloped in a cloud of fire. Once it dissipated, there was nothing more than an empty shell in its place. Naruto looked around, but couldn't feel where Orochimaru was. Orochimaru suddenly popped out behind him from the ground with his fingers glowing. Gogyo Fuin, 5-element seal, Orochimaru said, and slammed his hand into Naruto, only to simply phase through him. Once Orochimaru had passed through him, Naruto turned around and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. He wants to disable Kurama. Too bad it won't work, Naruto thought, as he saw Orochimaru gain up as if nothing had ever happened. Orochimaru's mouth suddenly opened to inhuman proportions, and another Orochimaru came out. Naruto concluded that that particular jutsu took a heavy chunk of his chakra away, but interestingly enough, the snake Sanin wasn't even close to half of his chakra reserves. But then again, Naruto had barely scratched the surface of his. Orochimaru suddenly flashed through hand seals that Naruto immediately recognized, but he was too late to stop it. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, Impure World Resurrection, Orochimaru said, clapping his hands, and a single coffin popped out. The coffin opened and Senju Hashirama came out, still in its sleep state. Can't he fight his own battles? Naruto muttered, sighing, as his eyes glowed for a moment. Kuronosu, time god, Naruto muttered under his breath as he watched everything roll itself back in time. Hashirama walked back to the coffin and it closed by itself. The coffin then went underground. Naruto's eyes glowed and time started again, the moment Orochimaru was thinking of the hand seals. Naruto threw a three-pronged kunai towards Orochimaru, as he was starting the seal sequence and appeared right next to him. Odama Rasengan, big Rasengan, Naruto said, and pushed his large chakra ball into Orochimaru. A large blue dome of chakra erupted due to the explosion. Once the dust was gone, Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. However, Naruto had seen Orochimaru mold chakra into a jutsu that he knew all too well. Just as he expected, Orochimaru popped out of the ground just in front of him with a sword in his mouth. Naruto sidestepped his sword thrust and kneed him in the stomach, making him buckle in pain. Naruto flipped Orochimaru and trapped him in a chokehold and used his Kage to start absorbing him. Slithering snake mode, Orochimaru muttered, and the lower part of his body became flexible and similar to a snake's tail. Orochimaru used his tail to wrap itself around Naruto's arm and broke the chokehold, allowing him to substitute with a nearby log. Once he substituted, Naruto disabled his Kage and watched Orochimaru slither away to gain some distance. Orochimaru was about to do another set of hand seals when he was interrupted. Again with the Edo Tensei. Can't you fight for your own battles? Must you depend on another's power? Naruto said at the shocked face of Orochimaru. How did you know I was going to do the Edo Tensei? Orochimaru asked curiously. Why should I tell you anything? Naruto said, smirking as Orochimaru scowled at the boy. Let's just say my eyes are more powerful than you can imagine, Orochimaru-chan, Naruto said, taunting him. My eyes are everything that you always wanted, but you'll never get this set. Naruto said, chuckling as Orochimaru plummeted to the ground. Is Sasuke-kun going to take much more time to complete the ritual? Orochimaru thought to himself and weighed his options. Mandara no Jin, 10,000 snake wave, Orochimaru said as he opened his mouth. Thousands of snakes suddenly started crawling out of his mouth, forming a gigantic wave towards Naruto. The snake's wall rose into the air, blocking the sun's view, and cast a shadow onto the battlefield. Does he even have any jutsu not snake-related? Naruto said, sighing. Naruto gripped his fan from his back and placed his left hand in the tiger seal. His chakra spiked as his lungs filled with air laced with chakra. Katon Garyuka no Jutsu, great dragon fire technique, Naruto said, and unleashed a torrent of fire shaped in a dragon's head into the incoming snakes. Once his fire jutsu had started, Naruto swung his fan, creating a powerful gust of wind that powered up his fire attack. Naruto had unleashed an inferno that washed against the snakes. Almost all the snakes were instantly vaporized, leaving just a few for Naruto to deal with personally. Kuchios no Jutsu, Orochimaru said, as he swiped blood across his tattoo on his arm. A very large brown snake appeared in a cloud of smoke and instantly tried to crush Naruto. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid it and then jumped away to gain some distance. Snakes again, Naruto said, shaking his head, and prepared his attack to finish the snake before it could cause more confusion. Their battle was beginning to escalate as they had already used some large-scale jutsu. Naruto focused his chakra and his eyes glowed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, chains bursted from the ground. However, these chains weren't the traditional golem that Naruto used to summon. These chains were burning with black flames. Naruto had combined his golden chains with his Amaterasu. Inferno chains, Naruto said as his flaming chains instantly dashed and wrapped themselves around the snake. The snake hissed in pain and tried struggling out of them but couldn't. The chains were too tightly wrapped around it. Orochimaru jumped down from the snake as another chain tried to wrap itself around him. The snake dispelled in a cloud of smoke. Naruto retracted his chains and they started floating above him, aiming towards Orochimaru. The chains were just hovering around Naruto as if waiting for the order of their master to engage. Naruto smirked and the chains suddenly blurred towards his opponent. Orochimaru ran for his life and tried to dodge as best he could. Naruto's chain attacks were similar to Hashirama's Mokuton, as both could freely manipulate each one. The problem was that Naruto's attack was infinitely more deadlier. If you were caught by the trees, no big deal. However, if you were caught by these chains, you would instantly be ignited with Amaterasu flames that can't be put out, and it would mean instant death. Orochimaru jumped to the side to dodge a chain. The moment he landed, another chain popped out of the ground and tried to wrap itself around his ankle, but Orochimaru managed to substitute with a nearby log. Suddenly the chain stopped the chase and stopped midway between Naruto and Orochimaru. The chains were acting like vertical bars, slightly apart, slipping Naruto from Orochimaru. Futon, Daitopa, great breakthrough, Naruto said, and released a gust of wind from his lungs. Orochimaru's eyes widened when Naruto's wind connected with the chains and brought upon it a wave of black flames. Naruto's wind attack had carried the black flames, making a gigantic wave of them wash over Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body was completely enveloped in black flames, as well as the nearby field. Orochimaru had nowhere to go except underground, and that's what he did. Orochimaru switched his skin and used his Doton technique to move underground to some place where the black flames weren't active. This brat is way too dangerous, Orochimaru thought to himself as a small bead of sweat rolled down his face. Orochimaru looked to his right and sighed happily that he survived the inferno that was still going on down there, and by the looks of it, wasn't going to end anytime soon. Naruto was about to light Orochimaru on fire with his black flames when a loud explosion echoed through all of the clearing that Naruto had created with his fan. The barrel where Sasuke was exploded in a cloud of purple smoke. The moment the barrel exploded, everyone stopped their battles and regrouped with their allies. Sasuke jumped out of the barrel and landed in the middle of both factions. Sasuke's second level of the curse seal turned his skin dark gray with a black 4-point star mark between his eyes and across the bridge of his nose. His sclera turned black, his irises turned yellow, and his lips turned blue. He also grew claw-like nails, and his hair grew to waist length without losing its style. And people call me a monster, Naruto muttered out loud, taking in the new shape of Sasuke. He already expected something like this when he saw what exactly the Sound 4 could become. Naruto shifted his eyes towards Kimaru, who looked like a rhinoceros ready to stomp on someone. Naruto then looked towards his team to take into account their injuries. Shikamaru was on the ground nursing his ankles as Na was already healing him. Both Kiba and Choji were out of breath, and we could see the sweat rolling off of them. Naruto then turned to Hinata, who looked fine with the exception of a couple of scratches through her clothes and one on her cheek. "Uchiha Sasuke," Naruto said in a strong and commanding voice. "By order of the Godaime Hokage, you are to return to Konoha to face trial for the murder of Haruno Sakura. If your retrieval is impossible, termination has been allowed," Naruto explained with his Sharingan spinning and his killing intent rolling. Sasuke laughed loud before suddenly stopping and turning to Naruto with a dark look. "She served her purpose," Sasuke said, making his Mangekyo flare to life and trying to intimidate his adversaries. It worked to some extent, as all but Naruto and Hinata were shivering just from looking at those eyes. If Sasuke killed Sakura to achieve those eyes, then they must be something else. "You killed her just to get those eyes," Kiba yelled to Sasuke. "She was our teammate, and you killed her in cold blood," Kiba said. "I already told everyone that I would stop at nothing to get my revenge," Sasuke coolly said. "Now that I have these eyes," Sasuke said, pointing towards his Mangekyo, "I'm going to kill all of you." Sasuke said, laughing as his chakra spiked. A small trail of blood started leaking out from his eye as his chakra flared. "Amaterasu," Sasuke said, and Naruto erupted in black flames. Sasuke laughed, thinking he got Naruto, but he was very surprised when he noticed that the black flames were swirling away into his eyes. "Futon Daitopa." "Great breakthrough," Naruto said, and released a gust of wind, and at the same time he released the black flames from his eyes. A wave of black fire washed over his enemies, who had to jump away to avoid it. "I don't see this ending well," Orochimaru said to his company. "Kabuto, do it," Orochimaru ordered, and Kabuto nodded, jumping towards Sasuke. Naruto took advantage of the time they were retreating and started channeling Raisen chakra through his hands. He formed the all-too-well-known blue chakra spear and sent it into the sky. The sky instantly became darker and darker. The wind started rustling furiously as loud thunders could be heard echoing through the clearing. "This isn't good," Orochimaru said to himself as he remembered this attack very well from the reports of the Suna and Sound invasion. "He's going to kill us all!" Sasuke yelled towards Orochimaru to do something. He had already seen this jutsu and there wasn't much they could do. The only problem Naruto was facing was that if he launched this jutsu, there probably wouldn't be anything left of Sasuke to take back to Konoha. "Like I care. I can just use the Edo Tensei to prove he's dead," Naruto thought to himself, agreeing with his logic. "Raiton, Kirin," Naruto said, and the thunders gathered into a single one. Naruto's hands sparkled with lightning as he did a downward movement to command the dragon to attack his target. Before Naruto could finalize the jutsu, a very large bone burst from the ground very close to their position. Due to Naruto's Sharingan, he could easily track the bone and shift his body to the side to avoid it. The problem was that, by moving his body from his original position, his Kirin Jutsu rocketed down upon the earth but with the wrong target. The field exploded and sent debris and trees everywhere. Naruto was in contact with everyone on his team and used his Kami to make everyone intangible. Once the smoke started clearing, what was once a clearing with trees surrounding it was now nothing more than a crater similar to one just outside of Konoha. The dust cloud had cleared and Naruto refocused on the battlefield. Kabuto was reforming as he seemingly lost almost all of his body from the neck down. Sasuke was on the ground with his clothes ripped apart and his body smoking, and was back to his original self. His curse was deactivated, meaning that he was unconscious. Kimaru appeared to be extremely well, but that thought was gone when he fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Naruto looked for Orochimaru until a hand burst from the ground near Sasuke. Orochimaru crawled out of the hole, barely breathing. "Damn you!" Orochimaru yelled in pain. Naruto just smiled while both Shikamaru and Choji were gaping like a fish at the jutsu Naruto used. "You don't look good," Naruto said to Orochimaru, who vomited himself out of his old body. Orochimaru stood in front of them, completely unharmed, but Naruto could see that his chakra reserves were almost gone. He would have to retreat if he wanted to live, but Naruto wasn't going to allow that. Naruto jumped towards Orochimaru and his company. Suddenly, 4 Narutos pop out of the ground, forming a square around everyone, minus Hinata, Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru. Ninpo, Shishinjen, Ninja Art, 4 Flames formation, the clones all yelled, and a large purple barrier was set in place, trapping everyone inside. You can't escape now, Orochimaru, Naruto said, smirking. This is your end, Naruto said as he flashed Sasuke and quickly absorbed him into his dimension. Naruto started leaking out red chakra from his body that placed Orochimaru on alert. Kabuto, do you have them? Orochimaru asked, and Kabuto nodded, throwing 2 vials to Orochimaru, who proceeded to swallow them. Back to Naruto. He suddenly exploded in a shockwave of red chakra. Naruto now had 4 chakra tails connected to his backbone. His whole appearance was like a miniature Kyuubi. Naruto was leaking out chakra and killing intent that would kill an ordinary Chunin with just that. Sarabi no Mai, dance of the seedling fern, Kimaru said, and used the last of his strength to launch his attack. Hundreds of bones started bursting through the ground. Naruto let a mighty roar in his Kyuubi form. The bones were all shattered like simple twigs. Naruto curled his tail just above his mouth, and red and blue chakra started gathering in the air. What's he doing? Kiba asked, slightly afraid. He never saw Naruto using the Kyuubi's chakra, and the feeling he got from it didn't please him. We need to move away, Hinata said. Now! She yelled, and everyone jumped away from the barrier.
Bijutama, tail beast bomb,
Naruto said, and sent a chakra ball towards Orochimaru. Until we meet again, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Damn it! He used the Gyaku Kuchios no Jutsu, reverse summoning technique, Naruto thought, as the Biju Bomb connected with Kabuto and Kimaru. Naruto instantly flashed out of the barrier and set up a earth barrier around his team. Boom! A very large explosion occurred in the field. The ground shook like an earthquake. The purple barrier couldn't withstand a Bijudama, and as such, was destroyed along with Kabuto and Kimaru. A large column of fire and smoke rose into the skies, enveloping everything in darkness. When everything had calmed down, Naruto looked towards the battlefield and saw no evidence of either Kabuto, Kimaru, or any of the Sound Four. Naruto and his team had completed the mission with a few extra bonuses. They had retrieved Sasuke, who was now trapped inside Naruto's dimension. They killed 5 Sound Shinobi, and they now know that Kabuto was still alive, due to Orochimaru using the Edo Tensei technique. Not a bad day, in the end. And that's the end of chapter 33. We will now move on to the final chapter of this video, which is chapter 34, which is also the last chapter for part 1 of Legacy, and it is called Revelations and Farewell. So we all know where this is going. Alright, so without further ado, let's get into chapter 34, Revelations and Farewell. Here we go. Chapter 34, Revelations and Farewell. Konoha Gates. Tsunade, Mibuki, and Jiraiya were staying at the gates awaiting the arrival of Naruto's team. Naruto sent a message that they would be arriving at any time, and as such, Tsunade was by the gates with a couple of Anbus ready to take Uchiha Sasuke into custody pending his trial. They were all blinded by a bright yellow flash. Once they regained their vision, they focused on the 5 shinobi standing in front of them. They looked like they had been through some battle. Only Naruto and Hinata looked like they still had fine capabilities. The others were sweating, with their clothes trashed. Shikamaru seemed to be limping a little, but everyone else was rather healthy. Nothing a night's worth of sleep wouldn't cure. Where is the Uchiha? Tsunade asked, confused. From what she understood, the mission was successful with the capture of Sasuke. Here, Naruto said, and used his kami to drop Sasuke to the ground. Thank you, Naruto-san, Mibuki said, and Naruto simply nodded. Mibuki slowly approached Uchiha with a smile on her face. This is for my daughter, Mibuki said, and kicked him hard in the balls, making everyone male cringe at the sight. Even Akamaru whined. What the hell happened? So I asked, looking towards the smoking Uchiha, lying conscious on the ground. Don't tell me he gave you all this trouble, Tsunade said, pointing to their clothes and general fatigue. Orochimaru happened, Naruto replied, and Tsunade's eyes widened. She had sent 2 Genin and a Chunin up against a Sannin. Thank God, no one died. Did you manage to kill him? Jiraiya asked, but Naruto sadly shook his head. He used reverse summoning jutsu to escape, Naruto explained, and Tsunade's side. Orochimaru really was one slippery bastard, but he would meet his end someday. But we did kill his 4 elite bodyguards, as well as another one called Kage Kimaru, the last of the Kage clan, Naruto explained, and Tsunade nodded. Another thing, Naruto said, and Tsunade motioned him to continue. Orochimaru switched vessels and can do hand seals again. He used the Edo Tensei to bring Kabuto back. Kabuto is fine against us, and I managed to obliterate him. But that won't stop Orochimaru from doing the jutsu again, Naruto explained, and Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples. It doesn't matter at this point. Shikamaru, can you walk? Tsunade asked, and he nodded. Report to the hospital for treatment. All of you are dismissed. Naruto, we have a council meeting to determine the fate of Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded. She turned to Sasuke, who was being dragged away with an angry Mibuki running after the Anbu. I'll see you at home, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, pecking her cheek, and left to the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower, Council Room. Once Naruto and Tsunade had arrived at the council room, everyone was already assembled. Uchiha Sasuke was staying in the middle of the room, bound with chakra-suppressing tags and simple handcuffs. By his side was a single Anbu guarding him. Any aggressive move from Sasuke and the Anbu would end his life before the trial had even begun. The council is in session to determine the fate of Uchiha Sasuke for the murder of Haruno Sakura, Tsunade said, and glared at the Uchiha. What proof do you have of that? Sasuke asked, smirking. He knew very well how to cover his tracks. He left her in nothing more than ashes, and as such, there wouldn't be any evidence that he was the one that killed her. We have a confession from Sakura herself, Tsunade said. What? Sasuke asked in disbelief. If she is dead, then how come you have a confession? Sasuke yelled. Naru-chan, Tsunade said, and everyone snickered while Naruto just sighed. Here, brought her back to find out what happened, Tsunade explained. She looked at the panicking Uchiha with a look that said, I got you now, bitch. Do you have anything to say? Tsunade asked, but Sasuke remained silent. Let's wrap this up and end it once and for all, Tsunade said as she got up from her seat. I call for the execution of Uchiha Sasuke for the murder of Haruno Sakura. Anyone against? Tsunade asked, but was interrupted before she could go on. You can't do that! I'm an Uchiha! You can't afford to lose a Sharingan! Sasuke yelled and smirked, thinking he got them. Tsunade just looked at him with a pathetic look. You seem to be forgetting about Naru-chan, Tsunade simply said, making Sasuke's eyes widen. He wasn't the last Uchiha anymore, so he was expendable. And it was you that brought this upon yourself, Tsunade said, and was about to call the vote when she was interrupted by Mibuki. If I may suggest an alternative sentence, Hokage-sama, Mibuki said with a very sick smile that sent shivers towards Sasuke's spine. Sasuke was considering that maybe death would be far better than what was coming. I want his chakra molding capabilities destroyed, and that he spends his life in jail. I want him to know that he will never have his revenge on his older brother. I want him to feel the desperation as he slowly withers away into old age, knowing that he would never avenge his family, Mibuki said, and even Tsunade shivered. That was one cold sentence, even worse than death. Sasuke would be locked up forever knowing that his family would have died in vain, and that their killer would walk the earth free. Hell hath no fury, like a woman scorned, Shikaku thought to himself. I don't see why not. Everyone in favor, Tsunade asked, smirking, and everyone raised their hands with the exception of Danzo, but no one gave two craps about him. The sentence will be carried immediately, Tsunade said, and motioned to Naruto to destroy his chakra network. In essence, Sasuke would be a civilian when Naruto was done with him. Naruto stood up and walked calmly towards Sasuke with an impassive face. Sasuke just stood there and watched his doom walk towards him. Stay away! I'm not going down like this! Sasuke yelled and struggled to get free, but he couldn't melt chakra, and the cuffs were too strong for him to break. Not that he would go anywhere if he ever did break them. Naruto arrived near Sasuke, who was shaking from fear. Naruto placed his right hand over his chest and focused his chakra. Kanji started spreading through his body until it covered it completely. This is the same seal I used on Orochimaru during the invasion, Naruto explained, and turned to Tsunade, who nodded for him to proceed. This might sting a little bit, Naruto said as he placed his right hand in the tiger seal. Activate, Naruto said, and activated his seal. Sasuke screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. Naruto took the liberty of delaying the destruction as much as possible as further punishment for his actions. Around 5 minutes later, Sasuke stopped screaming and simply laid on the ground with labored breaths. If anyone looked at him, you could see his dead look. The look of someone who just had his entire life taken away and was forced to know that he would never get what he wanted. Can you confirm, Hiyashi-san? Tsunade asked. I confirm. His chakra network is destroyed. At this point, he won't even be able to make a simple Bunshin clone, Hiyashi said, and Tsunade nodded. Bore, Tsunade said, and the Anbu kneeled in front of her. Take Sasuke and show him his home for the rest of his life. Make sure it's warm and cozy, Tsunade sarcastically said, and Bore bowed before picking up Sasuke and leaving the room. This meeting is adjourned, Tsunade said, and everyone left the room. Konoha's IT department, temporary holding cell, prisoner Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke was sitting on his bed in his cell. Sasuke had a blank look on his face and was looking at the wall as if waiting for answers. Foolish little brother, Sasuke heard, and turned to look outside his cell, only to find Uchiha Itachi sitting there with an amused smile on his face. Itachi! I'll kill you! Sasuke yelled and tried to break the iron bars of his cell. Quiet down before we knock you out, an Anbu said from the corridor. Sasuke looked towards where Itachi was, only to find that he was gone. Maybe death would have been a better outcome. Sasuke suddenly heard a noise and looked towards the Anbu, who was knocked out and lying on the ground. We are leaving, Sasuke, a voice said from behind him. Sasuke stumbled onto the ground when he saw a figure sitting on his bed. He was wearing a black coat with red clouds, but the most distinguishing thing was his orange mask with a swirl pattern. The mask had a single hole for his right eye. Who are you? Sasuke asked, slowly backing away as far as he could. That will come at a later time, Toby said, as he absorbed Sasuke into his eyes and proceeded to warp away from Konoha. Senju compound. Later that day, back at the Senju compound, Naruto and Gaara were packing while Jiraiya was waiting for them. They were about to leave for their 3-year training trip. Even though Naruto assured everyone that he would regularly visit and that he would bring Gaara, everyone was still a little sad. Hinata was also sad. Naruto told her that he would visit her every day, but that wasn't enough. They had been living together for years, and they spent almost all the day together, only to at night sleep together, sharing each other's warmth. Don't worry, Hinata. Maybe if you give it your all, you can join them on their trips, Tsunade said, and Hinata slowly nodded. Naruto walked out of the room with a large scroll on his back. Gaara also had a scroll wrapped around his sand gourd. I guess this is it, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, approaching and hugging her. I'll see you tomorrow, princess, Naruto said, and gave her a slow and passionate kiss. They reluctantly broke away when Jiraiya warned them that he wanted to arrive into the next town before it was night. Until we see you again, Naruto said, and the 3 of them dashed away from the Senju compound. I'm going to miss that pervert, Tsunade said, wiping away a small tear. Akatsuki hideout. Toby arrived at his hideout and proceeded to remove Sasuke from his dimension. Sasuke fell to the ground and slowly backed away from the man standing in front of him. Without chakra, Sasuke knew that he was powerless and that pretty much any shinobi could take him on and defeat him. Relax, Sasuke, Toby said, slowly moving his hands towards his mask. I take care of my family, Toby said, as he removed his mask, only for Sasuke to widen his eyes and promptly faint. Otogakure. Deep in Otogakure, Orochimaru and the newly summoned Kabuto were buried deep inside a lab. In the middle of the lab, connected to several pipes and wires, was a large tank filled with a green fluid. Inside the tank was a small ball of something. Judging by the green face of Orochimaru, it must be something good. Orochimaru was salivating at the prospect of having the Sharingan bloodline he always craved for. Orochimaru just watched as his new creation was slowly maturing away. During his battle with Naruto, Kabuto had managed to extract a couple vials of blood from Sasuke. Orochimaru, together with Kabuto, had engineered a perfect replica of Uchiha Sasuke, who is now slowly maturing away inside the tank. How long until the vessel is viable for use? Orochimaru asked to Kabuto, who was running simulations in a nearby computer. I estimate 3 years, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied. Good, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Akatsuki hideout. Sasuke recently been brought back to the land of the living as he was staring at the figure in front of him. Kai! Sasuke tried flaring his chakra, but nothing happened for 2 reasons. First, the person in front of him wasn't an illusion, and second, he couldn't manipulate chakra in the first place, so he couldn't break the illusion even if he tried. Father? Sasuke slowly asked towards the figure. The person standing in front of Sasuke without the mask had short, black hair that reached to his shoulders and onyx-colored eyes, with visible creases below them. You can't be! You're dead! Sasuke said, shaking. The person in front of him couldn't possibly be, and yet he was. Uchiha Fugaku was standing in front of Sasuke and passively looking at him. I assure you that I'm very real, Sasuke, Fugaku said, in his typical cold and emotionless voice. Why didn't you come back to Konoha if you were alive? Why did you leave me all alone there? Sasuke yelled. He needed answers and he needed them now. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but neither of those things were possible. I'll explain everything. Just listen, Fugaku said, and Sasuke slowly nodded. For starters, Itachi didn't simply kill our clan to test his strengths as he told you. If he had to measure against me, he would lose. The reason he decided to kill our clan was because of orders. We are Uchiha elite. We deserve to control Konoha and rule it unlike the Senjus. 14 years ago, I summoned the Kyuubi, and the Uchiha clan was supposed to take control of the village after the confusion was over, Fugaku said. However, that blasted Namikaze beat me to it. He was able to wound me and seal the Kyuubi into his newborn son, Senju Naruto. A couple of years after the Kyuubi incident, the Tsunade and its advisors became suspicious about the origin of the Kyuubi's attack and decided to investigate. At that time, we were preparing a coup d'etat to take control of the village. They decided to plant a spy inside our clan, and who better than Itachi, who is a peace-loving shinobi. Understand so far? Fugaku asked, and Sasuke slowly nodded, taking everything in. Itachi began working as a spy for the Tsunade, providing information every time our clan gathered. I knew that our clan would stand no chance if the village was prepared for our attack. We had lost our element of surprise only because Itachi chose Konoha over his own blood, Fugaku said, gritting his teeth. I had to come with a solution to save our clan, and the only choice was to kill them all, Fugaku said. You call saving our clan killing everyone? Sasuke yelled, and Fugaku sighed. Sasuke, Fugaku started. Our clan is alive and well, Fugaku said, and Sasuke froze. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, confused. This thing was confusing him to hell, and nothing was making any sense. Zetsu, Fugaku said, and a plant-like shinobi emerged from the ground. This is Zetsu, a member of the Akatsuki and my personal servant. Fetch a clone, Fugaku ordered, and Zetsu formed a white clone who stood there waiting for orders. Fugaku made a small sign, and the Zetsu clone touched Sasuke and immediately took his form. Fugaku proceeded to kill the clone, but his shape and appearance remained. These clones are special. They can replicate the DNA structure of anyone they touch, and even if they die, they remain with it. Not even the more skilled medics can tell the difference. I used these clones and replaced the whole Uchiha clan with fakes. Their Sharingan is also functional to some extent, Fugaku explained. Then that means that Sasuke didn't finish, but Fugaku completed the blanks. That everyone is still alive and in hiding. Your mother, uncle, cousins, everyone, Fugaku said, and Sasuke smiled before scowling again. Then why did you leave me there all alone? Sasuke asked in a low voice. He was happy that his clan was alive, but what would that make for Itachi? I'm sorry, but we had no choice. Itachi decided, in all his mercy, to spare you while he wiped out the clan. While these clones are foolproof, they aren't made for battle. They are very weak, and we couldn't risk it letting one in your place. The same way we could never retrieve you from Konoha. It would raise too much suspicion, Fugaku explained, and Sasuke slowly nodded. What about Itachi? Sasuke asked. Yes, that fool, Fugaku started. Did you know that I learned from Uchiha Madara, and that I'm working on a plan designed by him, Fugaku said, and Sasuke's eyes widened. Naruto's grandfather, Sasuke asked, and Fugaku nodded, chuckling. Now, that was a twist I wasn't expecting. He never said anything about having a son, Fugaku said, sighing. During my reign as clan leader, I often had a clone take my place in Konoha so I could focus on our plans outside of the village. One time Itachi contacted me thinking I was Uchiha Madara. He confided me everything without knowing that he was talking to his own father. Fugaku said, laughing. Itachi, the so-called genius, was fooled in the end. You will deal with him when the time comes. I think of no better punishment than making him live with all the guilt and remorse when in fact he never killed anyone. Once I find you strong enough to deal with him, I'll let you kill him. He was a traitor to his own clan. He chose Konoha instead of his own flesh and blood, Fugaku snarled. I can't do anything. I can't manipulate chakra anymore, Sasuke said, looking down. No need to worry. I can easily fix that once I inject you with some of Zetsu's cells. They will boost your power and fix any wound you may have, Fugaku said, and Sasuke smirked. So, Sasuke, Fugaku started. Will you stand by Konoha or your own blood, Fugaku asked. I stand for our clan. Itachi will pay, and Uchiha will rise. And that is the end of chapter 34, the last chapter of this video.